Living in the End Times. Slavoj ZIZEK is a Slovenian philosopher and cultural critic. He is a professor at the European Graduate School, international director of the Birkbeck Institute for the Humanities, Birkbeck College, University of London, and a senior researcher at the Institute of Sociology, University of Ljubljana, Slovenia. His books include First as Tragedy, Then as Farce, In Defense of Lost Causes, 4 volumes of The Essential ZIZEK, and many, many more titles. Living in the End Times. Slavoj ZIZEK. Introduction, The Spiritual Wickedness in the Heavens. The 20th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall should have been a time for reflection. It has become a cliché to emphasize the miraculous nature of the fall of the wall. It was like a dream come true. With the disintegration of the communist regimes, which collapsed like a house of cards, something unimaginable happened, something one would not have considered possible even a couple of months earlier. Who in Poland could have imagined the arrival of free elections, or Lech Wałęsa as president? We should, however, note that an even greater miracle was to occur only a few years later, namely, the return of the ex-communists to power through free democratic elections, and the total marginalization of Wałęsa, who had become even more unpopular than the man who, a decade and a half earlier, had attempted to crush Solidarność in a military coup. General Wojciech Jaruzelski. The standard explanation for this later reversal evokes the immature utopian expectations of the majority, whose desire was deemed contradictory, or, rather, inconsistent. The people wanted to have their cake and eat it. They wanted capitalist democratic freedom and material abundance, but without paying the full price of life in a risk society, that is, without losing the security and stability once, more or less, guaranteed by the communist regimes. As sarcastic Western commentators duly noted, the noble struggle for freedom and justice turned out to be little more than a craving for bananas and pornography. When the unavoidable sense of disappointment set in, it gave rise to 3, sometimes opposed, sometimes overlapping, reactions. 1. Nostalgia for the good old communist era. 2. Right-wing nationalist populism. 3. A renewed and belated anti-communist paranoia. The first 2 reactions are easy enough to comprehend. Communist nostalgia in particular should not be taken too seriously. Far from expressing a genuine wish to return to the grey reality of the pre-existing regime, it was closer to a form of mourning, a process of gently relinquishing the past. The rise of rightist populism, for its part, is not an Eastern European specialty, but a feature common to all countries caught up in the vortex of globalization. More interesting then is the third reaction, the weird resurrection of anti-communist paranoia 2 decades on. To the question if capitalism is really so much better than socialism, why are our lives still miserable, it provides a simple answer: it is because we are not yet really in capitalism, for the communists are still ruling, only now wearing the masks of new owners and managers. It is an obvious fact that, among the people protesting against the communist regimes in Eastern Europe, a large majority of them were not demanding a capitalist society. They wanted social security, solidarity, some kind of justice. They wanted the freedom to live their own lives outside the purview of state control, to come together and talk as they please. They wanted a life liberated from primitive ideological indoctrination and the prevailing cynical hypocrisy. As many perspicuous analysts have observed, the ideals that inspired the protesters were to a large extent taken from the ruling socialist ideology itself. They aspired to what can most appropriately be designated socialism with a human face. The crucial question is how we are to read the collapse of these hopes. The standard answer, as we have seen, appeals to capitalist realism, or the lack of it. The people simply did not possess a realistic image of capitalism. They were full of immature utopian expectations. The morning after the enthusiasm of the drunken days of victory, the people had to sober up and face the painful process of learning the rules of the new reality, coming to terms with the price one has to pay for political and economic freedom. It is, in effect, as if the European left had to die twice, first as the totalitarian communist left, then as the moderate democratic left, which, over recent years, has been gradually losing ground in Italy, in France, in Germany. Up to a point, this process can be accounted for by the fact that the centrist and even the conservative parties now in the ascendant have integrated many traditionally leftist perspectives, support for some form of welfare state, tolerance towards minorities, etc., to the extent that, were someone like Angela Merkel to present her program in the US, she would be dismissed as a radical leftist. But this is indeed true only up to a point. In today's post-political democracy, the traditional bipolarity between a social democratic center-left and a conservative center-right is gradually being replaced by a new bipolarity between politics and post-politics, the technocratic liberal multiculturalist tolerant party of post-political administration and its rightist populist counterpart of passionate political struggle. No wonder that the old centrist opponents, conservatives or Christian Democrats and social democrats or liberals, are often compelled to join forces against the common enemy. Point 2, Freud wrote about Unbehagen in der Kultur, the discontent/unease in culture. Today, 20 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, we experience a kind of Unbehagen in liberal capitalism. The key question now is, who will articulate this discontent? Will it be left to nationalist populists to exploit? Therein resides the big task for the left. Should we, then, dismiss the utopian impulse which motivated the anti-communist protests as a sign of immaturity, or should we remain faithful to it? At this point, it is well worth noting that the resistance to communism in Eastern Europe in fact took three successive forms. 1. The revisionist Marxist critique of really existing socialisms. This is not true socialism, we want a return to the authentic vision of socialism as a free society. Here one might slyly remark that the same process went on in the early modern period in Europe, where secular opposition to the hegemonic role of religion first had to express itself in the guise of religious heresy. 2. The demand for an autonomous space of civil society freed from the constraints of party-state control. This was the official position of Solidarity during the first years of its existence. Its message to the Communist Party was, we do not want power, we just want a free space outside your control where we can engage in critical reflection on what goes on in society. 3. Finally, the open struggle for power, we do want full democratically legitimized power. Which means it's time for you to go. Are the first two forms really just illusions, or rather, strategic compromises, and therefore to be discarded? The underlying premise of the present book is a simple one: the global capitalist system is approaching an apocalyptic zero point. Its four riders of the apocalypse are comprised by the ecological crisis, the consequences of the biogenetic revolution, imbalances within the system itself, problems with intellectual property, forthcoming struggles over raw materials, food and water, and the explosive growth of social divisions and exclusions. To take up only the last point, nowhere are the new forms of apartheid more palpable than in the wealthy Middle Eastern oil states Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Dubai. Hidden on the outskirts of the cities, often literally behind walls, are tens of thousands of invisible immigrant workers doing all the dirty work, from servicing to construction, separated from their families and refused all privileges. Point 3. Such a situation clearly embodies an explosive potential which, while now exploited by religious fundamentalists, should have been channeled by the left in its struggle against exploitation and corruption. A country like Saudi Arabia is literally beyond corruption. There is no need for corruption because the ruling gang, the royal family, is already in possession of all the wealth, which it can distribute freely as it sees fit. In such countries, the only alternative to fundamentalist reaction would be a kind of social democratic welfare state. Should this situation persist, can we even imagine the change in the Western collective psyche when, not if, but precisely when, some rogue nation or group obtains a nuclear device, or powerful biological or chemical weapon, and declares its irrational readiness to risk all in using it? The most basic coordinates of our awareness will have to change, insofar as, today, we live in a state of collective fetishistic disavowal. We know very well that this will happen at some point, but nevertheless cannot bring ourselves to really believe that it will. The U.S. attempt to prevent such an occurrence through continuous preemptive activity is a battle that has been lost in advance. The very notion that it might succeed relies on a phantasmatic vision. A more standard form of inclusive exclusion are the slums, large areas outside of state governance. While generally perceived as spaces in which gangs and religious sects fight for control, slums also offer the space for radical political organizations, as is the case in India, where the Maoist movement of Naxalites is organizing a vast alternate social space. To quote an Indian state official, "The point is, if you don't govern an area, it is not yours. Except on the maps, it is not part of India. At least half of India today is not being governed. It is not in your control. You have to create a complete society in which local people have very significant stakes. We're not doing that. And that is giving the Maoists space to move in." 4. Although similar signs of the great disorder under heaven abound, the truth hurts, and we desperately try to avoid it. To explain how, we can turn to an unexpected guide. The Swiss-born psychologist Elisabeth Kubler-Ross proposed the famous scheme of the 5 stages of grief, which follow, for example, upon learning that one has a terminal illness: denial, one simply refuses to accept the fact, "This can't be happening, not to me"; anger, which explodes when we can no longer deny the fact, "How can this happen to me?" Bargaining, in the hope that we can somehow postpone or diminish the fact, "Just let me live to see my children graduate." Depression. Libidinal disinvestment, "I'm going to die, so why bother with anything," and acceptance, "I can't fight it, so I may as well prepare for it." Later, Kubler-Ross applied the same scheme to any form of catastrophic personal loss: joblessness, death of a loved one, divorce, drug addiction, emphasizing that the 5 stages do not necessarily come in the same order, nor are they all experienced by every patient. 5. One can discern the same 5 figures in the way our social consciousness attempts to deal with the forthcoming apocalypse. The first reaction is one of ideological denial: there is no fundamental disorder. The second is exemplified by explosions of anger at the injustices of the New World Order. The third involves attempts at bargaining: if we change things here and there, life could perhaps go on as before. When the bargaining fails, depression and withdrawal set in. Finally, after passing through this 0 point, the subject no longer perceives the situation as a threat, but as the chance of a new beginning, or, as Mao Zedong put it, "There is great disorder under heaven, the situation is excellent." The following 5 chapters refer to these 5 stances. Chapter 1: Denial analyzes the predominant modes of ideological obfuscation, from the latest Hollywood blockbusters up to false, displaced, apocalypticism, New Age obscurantism, and so forth. Chapter 2: Anger looks at violent protests against the global system, and the rise of religious fundamentalism in particular. Chapter 3: Bargaining focuses on the critique of political economy, with a plea for the renewal of this central ingredient of Marxist theory. Chapter 4: Depression considers the impact of the forthcoming collapse in its less familiar aspects, such as the rise of new forms of subjective pathology, the post-traumatic subject. Finally, Chapter 5: Acceptance discerns the signs of an emerging emancipatory subjectivity, isolating the germs of a communist culture in all its diverse forms, including in literary and other utopias, from Kafka's community of mice to the collective of freak outcasts in the TV series Heroes. This basic skeleton of the book is supplemented by 4 interludes, each of which provides a variation on the theme of the preceding chapter. The turn towards an emancipatory enthusiasm takes place only when the traumatic truth is not only accepted in a disengaged way, but is fully lived. Truth has to be lived, not taught. Prepare for battle. Like Rilke's famous lines, "For there's no place that doesn't see you. You must change your life." This passage from Hermann Hesse's The Glass Bead Game cannot but appear as a weird non sequitur: if the thing looks back at me from everywhere, why does this oblige me to change my life? Why not rather a depersonalized mystical experience in which I step out of myself and identify with the other's gaze? Likewise, if truth has to be lived, why need this involve a struggle? Why not rather a meditative inner experience? The reason is that the spontaneous state of our daily lives is that of a lived lie, to break out of which requires a continuous struggle. The starting point for this process is to become terrified by oneself. When, in his early contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, Marx analyzed the backwardness of Germany, he made a rarely noticed yet crucial observation about the link between shame, terror, and courage. The actual burden must be made even more burdensome by creating an awareness of it. The humiliation must be increased by making it public. Each sphere of German society must be depicted as the party hauntos of that society, and these petrified conditions must be made to dance by having their own tunes sung to them. The people must be put in terror of themselves in order to give them courage. Point 6. Such is our task today, when faced with the shameless cynicism of the existing global order. In pursuing this task, one should not be afraid to learn from one's enemies. After meeting Nixon and Kissinger, Mao said, "I like to deal with rightists. They say what they really think, not like the leftists, who say one thing and mean another." There is a deep truth in this observation. Mao's lesson holds today even more than in his own day. One can learn much more from intelligent critical conservatives, not reactionaries, than one can from liberal progressives. The latter tend to obliterate the contradictions inherent in the existing order, which the former are ready to admit as irresolvable. What Daniel Bell called the cultural contradictions of capitalism are at the origin of today's ideological malaise. The progress of capitalism, which necessitates a consumerist ideology, is gradually undermining the very Protestant ethical attitude which rendered capitalism possible. Today's capitalism increasingly functions as the institutionalization of envy. The truth we are dealing with here is not objective truth, but the self-relating truth about one's own subjective position. As such, it is an engaged truth, measured not by its factual accuracy but by the way it affects the subjective position of enunciation. In his seminar 18, on a discourse which would not be of a semblance, Lacan provided a succinct definition of the truth of interpretation in psychoanalysis. Interpretation is not tested by a truth that would decide by yes or no, it unleashes truth as such. It is only true inasmuch as it is truly followed. There is nothing theological in this precise formulation, only the insight into the properly dialectical unity of theory and practice in, not only, psychoanalytic interpretation. The test of the analyst's interpretation lies in the truth effect it unleashes in the patient. This is also how one should read Marx's Thesis 11. The test of Marxist theory is the truth effect it unleashes in its addressees, the proletarians, in transforming them into revolutionary subjects. The locus communis, you have to see it to believe it, should always be read together with its inversion, you have to believe in it to see it. Though one may be tempted to oppose these perspectives, the dogmatism of blind faith versus an openness towards the unexpected, one should nevertheless insist on the truth contained in the second version. Truth, as opposed to knowledge, is, like a Beethoven event, something that only an engaged gaze, the gaze of a subject who believes in it, is able to see. Take the case of love. In love, only the lover sees in the object of love that X which is the cause of his love, the parallax object. In this sense the structure of love is the same as that of the Beethoven event, which also exists only for those who recognize themselves in it. There can be no event for a non-engaged objective observer. Lacking this engaged position, mere descriptions of the state of things, no matter how accurate, fail to generate emancipatory effects. Ultimately, they only render the burden of the lie still more oppressive, or, to quote Mao again, lift up a rock only to drop it on their own feet. When, in 1948, Sartre saw that he was likely to be maligned by both sides in the Cold War, he wrote, "If that were to happen, it would prove only one thing, either that I am very clumsy, or that I am on the right road. 7 As it happens, this is often how I also feel. I am attacked for being anti-Semitic and for spreading Zionist lies, for being a covert Slovene nationalist and an unpatriotic traitor to my nation. 8 For being a crypto-Stalinist defending terror and for spreading bourgeois lies about communism. So maybe, just maybe, I am on the right path, The Path of Fidelity to Freedom. 9 In the otherwise all too sentimental humanist dialogue of Stanley Kubrick's Spartacus, there is an exchange between Spartacus and a pirate who offers to organize transport for the slaves across the Adriatic. The pirate asks Spartacus frankly whether he is aware that the slave rebellion is doomed, that sooner or later the rebels will be crushed by the Roman army. Would he continue to fight to the end, even in the face of inevitable defeat? Spartacus's answer is, of course, affirmative. The slaves' struggle is not merely a pragmatic attempt to ameliorate their position, it is a principled rebellion on behalf of freedom, so even if they lose and are all killed, their fight will not have been in vain, since they will have asserted their unconditional commitment to freedom. In other words, their act of rebellion itself, whatever the outcome, already counts as a success, insofar as it instantiates the immortal idea of freedom, and one should give to idea here its full Platonic weight. The present book is thus a book of struggle, following Paul's surprisingly relevant definition, for our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against leaders, against authorities, against the world rulers, cosmokratoras of this darkness, against the spiritual wickedness in the heavens, Ephesians 6:12. Or, translated into today's language, our struggle is not against actual corrupt individuals, but against those in power in general, against their authority, against the global order and the ideological mystification which sustains it. To engage in this struggle means to endorse Badiou's formula mieux un disaster qu'un desastre, better to take the risk and engage in fidelity to a truth event, even if it ends in catastrophe, than to vegetate in the eventless utilitarian hedonist survival of what Nietzsche called the last men. What Badiou rejects is thus the liberal ideology of victimhood, with its reduction of politics to a program of avoiding the worst, to renouncing all positive projects and pursuing the least bad option. Not least since, as Arthur Feldman, a Viennese Jewish writer, bitterly noted, the price we usually pay for survival is our lives. The exhaustion of 20th century party-state socialism is obvious. In a major public speech in August 2009, Raúl Castro attacked those who merely shout death to U.S. imperialism. Long live the revolution, instead of engaging in difficult and patient work. According to Castro, all the blame for the Cuban situation, a fertile land which imports 80% of its food, could be laid at the feet of the U.S. embargo. There are idle people on the one side and empty tracts of land on the other. Surely the solution is just to start working the fields. While all this is obviously true, Castro nonetheless forgot to include his own position in the picture he was describing. If people do not work the fields, it is obviously not because they are lazy, but because the state-run economy is not able to provide them with work. So, instead of lambasting ordinary people, he should have applied the old Stalinist motto according to which the motor of progress in socialism is self-criticism, and subjected to radical critique the very system he and Fidel personify. Here, again, evil resides in the critical gaze which perceives evil all around. Two passionate explosions occurred in May 2008. In Italy, a mob burned the Roma slums in the suburbs of Rome, with the silent approval of the new right populist government. This scandal cannot but force us to recall the late Husserl's remark that, although the gypsies have lived for centuries in Europe, they are not really a part of the European spiritual space, a remark all the more uncanny if one remembers that Husserl wrote this when the Nazis were already in power and he had been expelled from the university for exactly the same reasons. The Roma being effectively a kind of proxy jury. The other explosion took place in South Africa, when crowds attacked refugees from other countries, especially Zimbabwe, claiming that they were stealing their jobs and houses, an example of European populist racism reproducing itself among black Africans themselves. 3C Johan Hari, a morally bankrupt dictatorship built by slave labor, Independent, November 27, 2009, p. 6. Invisible to those who visit Dubai for the glitz of the consumerist high society paradise, immigrant workers are ringed off in filthy suburbs with no air conditioning. They are brought to Dubai from Bangladesh or the Philippines, lured by the promise of high wages. Once in Dubai, their passports are taken, they are informed that the wages will be much lower than promised, and then have to work for years in extremely dangerous conditions just to pay off their initial debt, incurred through the expense of bringing them to Dubai. If they protest or strike, they are simply beaten into submission by the police. This is the reality sustained by great humanitarians like Brad Pitt, who invested heavily in Dubai. For Sudeep Chakravarti, Red Sun, New Delhi, Penguin Books 2009, p. 112. 5. C. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, On Death and Dying, New York, Simon & Schuster 1969. 6. Karl Marx, A Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. Introduction. In early writings, introduced by L. Collody, Harman Swarth, Penguin 1975, p. 247. 7. Quoted in Ian H. Burkle, Sartre Against Stalinism, New York, Berghahn Books 2004, p. 3. 8. Golda Meir once said, "We can forgive Arabs for killing our children. We cannot forgive them for forcing us to kill their children." In a homologous way, I am tempted to say, I can forgive those who attack me as a bad Slovene for what they are doing to me, but I can never forgive them for forcing me to act as a representative of Slovene interests, thereby countering their primitive racism. 9. Fidelity should be strictly opposed to zealotry. A zealot's fanatical attachment to his cause is nothing but a desperate expression of his uncertainty and doubt, of his lack of trust in the cause. A subject truly dedicated to his cause regulates his eternal fidelity by means of incessant betrayals. I denial, the liberal utopia. Against the Tartar lovers. What is ideology? In January 2010, Jean-François Cope, the parliamentary leader of the Union pour un Mouvement Populaire, the ruling French party, proposed the draft of a law which bans the full body veil from French streets and all other public places. This announcement came after an anguished 6-month debate on the burqa and its Arab equivalent, the niqab, which cover the woman's face, except for a small slit for the eyes. All main political parties expressed their rejection of the burqa. The main opposition party, the Parti Socialiste, said it is totally opposed to the burqa, which amounted to a prison for women. The disagreements are of a purely tactical nature. Although President Nicolas Sarkozy opposes an outright ban on the burqa as counterproductive, he called for a debate on national identity in October 2009, claiming that the burqa is against French culture. The law imposes fines of up to €750 on anyone appearing in public with their face entirely masked. Exemptions permit the wearing of masks on traditional, festive occasions, such as carnivals. Stiffer punishments are proposed for men who force their wives or daughters to wear full body veils. The underlying idea is that the burqa or niqab are contrary to French traditions of freedom and laws on women's rights, or, to quote Cope, "We can measure the modernity of a society by the way it treats and respects women." The new legislation is thus intended to protect the dignity and security of women, and what could be less problematic than such a struggle against an ideology, and a practice, which subjugates women to the most ruthless male domination? Problems, however, begin with Sarkozy's statement that veils are not welcome because, in a secular country like France, they intimidate and alienate non-Muslims. One cannot but note how the allegedly universalist attack on the burqa on behalf of human rights and women's dignity ends up as a defense of the particular French way of life. It is, however, not enough to submit this law to pragmatic criticism, such as the claim that, if implemented, it will only increase the oppression of Muslim women, since they will simply not be allowed to leave home and thus be even more cut off from society, exposed to harsh treatment within forced marriages, etc. Furthermore, the fine will exacerbate the problems of poverty and joblessness. It will punish the very women who are least likely to have control over their own money. The problem is a more fundamental one. What makes the whole debate symptomatic is, first, the marginal status of the problem. The whole nation talks about it, while the total number of women wearing both types of full body veil in France is around 2,000, out of a total French population of adult Muslim women of about 1,500,000. And, incidentally, most of those women who wear full-length veils are below the age of 30, with a substantial proportion of them being French women who have converted. The next curious feature is the ambiguity of the critique of the burqa. It moves at two levels. First, it is presented as a defense of the dignity and freedom of oppressed Muslim women. It is unacceptable that, in a secular France, any woman has to live a hidden life secluded from public space, subordinated to brutal patriarchal authority, and so on. Secondly, however, as a rule the argument then shifts towards the anxieties of non-Muslim French people. Faces covered by the burqa do not fit with the coordinates of French culture and identity, they intimidate and alienate non-Muslims. Some French women have even suggested that they perceive the wearing of a burqa as their own humiliation, as being brutally excluded, rejected from a social link. This brings us to the true enigma here: why does the encounter with a face covered by a burqa trigger such anxiety? Is it that a face so covered is no longer the Levant Asian face, that otherness from which the unconditional ethical call emanates? But what if the opposite is the case? From a Freudian perspective, the face is the ultimate mask that conceals the horror of the neighbor thing. The face is what makes the neighbor semblable, a fellow man with whom we can identify and empathize. Not to mention the fact that, today, many faces are surgically modified and thus deprived of the last vestiges of natural authenticity. This, then, is why the covered face causes such anxiety, because it confronts us directly with the abyss of the other thing, with the neighbor in its uncanny dimension. The very covering up of the face obliterates a protective shield, so that the other thing stares at us directly. Recall that the burqa has a narrow slit for the eyes. We don't see the eyes, but we know there is a gaze there. Alphonse Allais presented his own version of Salome's dance of seven veils. When Salome is completely naked, Herod shouts, "Go on! On!" expecting her to take off also the veil of her skin. We should imagine something similar with the burqa, the opposite of a woman removing her burqa to reveal her face. What if we go a step further and imagine a woman taking off the skin of her face itself, so that what we see beneath is precisely an anonymous dark smooth burqa-like surface, with a narrow slit for the gaze? Love thy neighbor means, at its most radical, precisely the impossible equals real love for this desubjectivized subject, for this monstrous dark blot cut with a slit/gaze. This is why, in psychoanalytic treatment, the patient does not sit face to face with the analyst. They both stare at a third point, since it is only the suspension of the face which opens up the space for the proper dimension of the neighbor. And therein also resides the limit of the well-known critico-ideological topic of the society of total control, in which we are constantly tracked and recorded. What eludes the eye of the camera is not some intimate secret but the gaze itself, the object gaze as the crack/stain in the other. This brings us to the proper base, almost in the military sense of the term, of ideology. When we read an abstract ideological proclamation, we are well aware that real people do not experience it abstractly. In order to pass from abstract propositions to people's real lives, it is necessary to add the unfathomable density of a life-world context. Ideology is not constituted by abstract propositions in themselves, rather, ideology is itself this very texture of the life-world which schematizes the propositions, rendering them livable. Take military ideology for instance. It becomes livable only against the background of the obscene unwritten rules and rituals, marching chants, fragging, sexual innuendo, in which it is embedded. Which is why, if there is an ideological experience at its purest, at its zero level, then it occurs the moment we adopt an attitude of ironic distance, laughing at the follies in which we are ready to believe. It is at this moment of liberating laughter, when we look down on the absurdity of our faith, that we become pure subjects of ideology, that ideology exerts its strongest hold over us. Point 1. This is also why, if one wants to observe contemporary ideology at work, all one need do is watch a few of Michael Palin's travel programs on the BBC. Their underlying attitude of adopting a benevolent ironic distance towards different customs, taking pleasure in observing local peculiarities while filtering out the really traumatic data, amounts to postmodern racism at its most essential. When we are shown scenes of starving children in Africa, with a call for us to do something to help them, The underlying ideological message is something like, don't think, don't politicize, forget about the true causes of their poverty, just act, contribute money, so that you will not have to think. Rousseau already understood perfectly the falsity of multiculturalist admirers of foreign cultures when, in Emile, he warned of the philosopher who loves Tartars in order to be dispensed from loving his neighbors too. So, when we talk about objective spirit, the substance of mores, as the complex web of unwritten rules which determine what we can say/see/do, we should complicate further Foucault's description of a discursive episteme. Objective spirit also and above all determines that which we know but about which we have to talk and act as if we do not know, and that which we do not know but about which we have to talk and act as if we do know. It determines, in short, what we have to know but have to pretend we do not know. The rise of so-called ethnic and religious fundamentalism is a rebellion against this thick network of mores which anchors our freedoms in a liberal society. What is feared is not the uncertainties of freedom and permissiveness, but, on the contrary, the oppressive web of new regulations. Point 3. So where is ideology? When we are dealing with a problem which is undoubtedly real, the ideological designation perception introduces its invisible mystification. For example, tolerance designates a real problem when I criticize it. I am, as a rule, asked, but how can you be in favor of intolerance towards foreigners, of misogyny, of homophobia? Therein resides the catch. Of course I am not against tolerance per se, what I oppose is the contemporary and automatic perception of racism as a problem of intolerance. Why are so many problems today perceived as problems of intolerance, rather than as problems of inequality, exploitation, or injustice? Why is the proposed remedy tolerance, rather than emancipation, political struggle, or even armed struggle? The source of this culturalization is defeat, the failure of directly political solutions such as the social democratic welfare state or various socialist projects. Tolerance has become their post-political ersatz. The same goes for harassment. In today's ideological space, very real forms of harassment such as rape are intertwined with the narcissistic notion of the individual who experiences the close proximity of others as an intrusion into his or her private space. Ideology is, in this precise sense, a notion which, while designating a real problem, blurs a crucial line of separation. This is also why Lacan claims, I am not even saying politics is the unconscious, but only the unconscious is politics. The difference is crucial here. In the first case, the unconscious is elevated into the big other, it is posited as a substance which really dominates and regulates political activity, as in the claim that the true driving force of our political activity is not ideology or interest, but rather unconscious libidinal motivations. In the second case, the big other itself loses its substantial character, it is no longer the unconscious, for it transforms into a fragile inconsistent field overdetermined by political struggles. During a public debate at the New York Public Library a few years ago, Bernard Henry Levy made a pathetic case for liberal tolerance. Would you not like to live in a society where you can make fun of the predominant religion without the fear of being killed for it? Where women are free to dress the way they like and choose a man they love, and so on, while I made a similarly pathetic case for communism, with the growing food crisis, the ecological crisis, the uncertainties about how to deal with questions such as intellectual property and biogenetics, with the erection of new walls between countries and within each country, is there not a need to find a new form of collective action which radically differs from market as well as from state administration? The irony of the situation was that, the case having been stated in these abstract terms, we could not but agree with each other. Levy, a hardline liberal anti-communist proponent of the free market, ironically remarked that, in this sense, even he was for communism. This sense of mutual understanding was proof that we were both knee-deep in ideology. Ideology is precisely such a reduction to the simplified essence that conveniently forgets the background noise which provides the density of its actual meaning. Such an erasure of the background noise is the very core of utopian dreaming. What this background noise conveys is more often than not the obscenity of the barbarian violence which sustains the public face of law and order. This is why Benjamin's thesis, that every monument of civilization is a monument of barbarism, has a precise impact on the very notion of being civilized. To be civilized means to know one is potentially a barbarian, for every civilization which disavows its barbarian potential has already capitulated to barbarism. This is how one should read the report about a weird confrontation in Vienna in 1938, when the SS arrived to search Freud's apartment. The aged and dignified Freud standing face to face with a young SS thug is a metaphor of what was best in the old European culture confronting the worst of the newly emerging barbarism. One should nonetheless remember that the SS perceived and legitimized themselves as the defenders of European culture and its spiritual values against the barbarism of modernity, with its focus on money and sex, a barbarism which, for the Nazis, was epitomized by the name Freud. This suggests that we should push Benjamin's claim a step further. What if culture itself is nothing but a halt, a break, a respite, in the pursuit of barbarity? This, perhaps, is one of the ways to read Paul Celan's succinct paraphrase of Brecht. What times are these? When a conversation is almost a crime, because it includes so much implicitly told. 5. Parenthetically, the continuous rumors regarding wild orgies at the top of the KGB in Stalinist Russia, and even the personal characterizations of its various leaders, Yagoda, Yezhov, Beria, as voracious sexual perverts, may or may not have been true, but even if they were correct, they clearly contain a phantasmatic core, which imagines a side of extreme debauchery as the hidden truth, the obscene other scene, of the official Bolshevik asceticism. One should always be aware that such hidden truth is the inherent obverse of the official ideology and, as such, no less phantasmatic. This brings us to the limit of liberal interpretations of Stalinism, which becomes palpable when liberal critics tackle the motivations of the Stalinist. They dismiss Stalinist ideology as a mere cynical and deceptive mask, and locate beneath it a brutal, egotistic individual who cares only about power and pleasure. In this way, the pre-ideological utilitarian individual is posited as the true figure beneath the ideological mask. The presupposition is here that the Stalinist subject related in a purely external instrumental way towards his language, disposing of another code, the pre-ideological utilitarian one, which enabled him to be fully aware of his true motivations. But, what if, cynical though the Stalinists' use of official jargon was, they did not dispose of any such alternative language to articulate their truth? Is it not this properly Stalinist madness which is obliterated by the liberal critics, ensuring that we remain safely moored in the common-sense image of a human being? 6. The gap between the official text of the law and its obscene supplement is not limited to Western cultures. In Hindu culture, it occurs as the opposition between Vedika, the Vedic corpus, and Tantrika Tantra, being the obscene, secret, supplement to the Vedas, the unwritten, or secret, non-canonic, core of the public teaching of the Vedas, a publicly disavowed but necessary element. No wonder that Tantra is so popular today in the West. It offers the ultimate spiritual logic of late capitalism, 7, uniting spirituality and earthly pleasures, transcendence and material benefits, divine experience and unlimited shopping. It propagates the permanent transgression of all rules, the violation of all taboos, instant gratification as the path to enlightenment. It overcomes old-fashioned binary thought, the dualism of mind and body, in claiming that the body at its most material, the side of sex and lust, is the royal path to spiritual awakening. Bliss comes from saying yes to all bodily needs, not from denying them. Spiritual perfection comes from the insight that we already are divine and perfect, not that we have to achieve this through effort and discipline. The body is not something to be cultivated or crafted into an expression of spiritual truths, rather it is immediately the temple for expressing divinity. We should note in passing here the opposition to Tarkovsky's spiritual materialism that I have often touched on elsewhere. For Tarkovsky, the very material process of corruption, decay, decomposition, rotting, inertia, is spiritual, while here the ethereal incorruptibility of the flesh is celebrated. This tendency reaches its apogee with cyberspace. It is no coincidence that Tantra is one of the constant references of the New Age ideologists who insist on the fusion of body and spirituality, in the guise of the virtual incorporeal spiritual body able to experience extreme pleasures. Our biological body itself is a form of hardware that needs reprogramming through Tantra like a new spiritual software which can release or unblock its potential. Tantric notions are here translated into cyberspeak. Phone wires become nadis of the virtual subtle corpus, computer terminals chakras, nodes of energy, the flow of vital prajna, the infinite stream of information. We thus obtain a cyborgasm that combines the incorruptibility of cyberspace with the most this-worldly sensual pleasure of the self-id. Real tantric sex blows your mind completely because it takes you beyond all our conceptions of everyday reality. Understanding that our bodies are temples for expressing divinity, we can expand, celebrate, and share vibrational engorgement in every cell of our being. Blending sex and spirit. Point 9. What we should always bear in mind is that there is nothing spontaneous in such transgressive outbursts. For example, we truly enjoy smoking and drinking only in public, as part of a public carnival, the sacred suspension of ordinary rules. The same goes for swearing and sex. Neither, at its most intense, is an activity in which we explode in spontaneous passion against stifling public conventions. They are, on the contrary, both practiced against the pleasure principle, for the gaze of the other. Personally, I like to swear only in public, never in private, where I find doing so stupid and inappropriate, even indecent. The violation of public rules is thus not performed by the private ego, but is enjoined by the very same public rules which are in themselves redoubled. This is what distinguishes such violations from the stance of tolerant wisdom, which allows for private transgressions, for transgressions beyond the public gaze, as with the proverbial Catholic attitude of ignoring even suggesting occasional infidelities if they help maintain the marriage. Point 10. How does one really become an adult? By knowing when to violate the explicit rule one is committed to. So, with regard to marriage, one can well say that one reaches adulthood when one is able to commit adultery. The only proof of reason is the occasional lapse into irrationality, as Hegel knew very well. The only proof of taste is that one knows how to occasionally appreciate things which do not meet the criteria of good taste. Those who follow good taste too strictly only display their total lack of taste. Likewise, someone who expresses his admiration for Beethoven's Ninth Symphony or some other masterpiece of Western civilization immediately bears witness to his tastelessness. True taste is displayed by praising a minor work of Beethoven as being superior to his greatest hits. Perhaps one should invert the terms of Bertrand Russell's well-known barber paradox. Does the barber who follows the rule of shaving all who do not shave themselves thereby shave himself, which led him to prohibit the principle of self-inclusion, or inconsistent self-redoubling, as the only way to avoid contradiction? What if, on the contrary, it is the consistent adherence to rules which is truly self-contradictory, which turns into its opposite? And what if the only way to truly be reasonable or to truly display taste is to fully engage in self-redoubling, to violate the rule one follows self-reflexively? It is as if, in today's permissive society, transgressive violations are permitted only in a privatized form, as a personal idiosyncrasy deprived of any public, spectacular or ritualistic dimension. We can thus publicly confess all our weird private practices, but they remain simply private idiosyncrasies. Perhaps we should also invert here the standard formula of fetishistic disavowal. I know very well that I should obey the rules, but nonetheless, I occasionally violate them, since this too is part of the rules. In contemporary society, the predominant stance is rather, I believe, that repeated hedonistic transgressions are what make life worth living, but nonetheless, I know very well that these transgressions are not really transgressive, but are just artificial coloring serving to re-emphasize the grayness of social reality. Legalists versus Confucians. The philosopher who tried to undermine the very possibility of such unwritten obscene rules was Immanuel Kant. In his essay on perpetual peace, he grounds what he calls the transcendental formula of public law: all actions relating to the right of other men are unjust if their maxim is not consistent with publicity, in the obvious fact that a secret law, a law unknown to its subjects, would legitimize the arbitrary despotism of those who exercise it. A maxim which I cannot divulge without defeating my own purpose must be kept secret if it is to succeed, and, if I cannot publicly avow it without inevitably exciting universal opposition to my project, the necessary and universal opposition which can be foreseen a priori is due only to the injustice with which the maxim threatens everyone. 11. Things, however, soon become ambiguous in Kant. As every Kant scholar knows apropos his prohibition of lying, one has always to be very attentive with regard to the exceptions to Kant's universal maxims. In the second supplement to his Perpetual Peace essay, Kant asks a naive question: can the contract between states which obliges them to perpetual peace have a secret clause? Although he admits that a secret article in a contract under public law is objectively a contradiction, he allows for an exception for subjective reasons. This exception is not what one would have expected, namely a clause allowing for the sordid compromises of realpolitik in order to maintain peace, such as the infamous secret clause in the Soviet-German Treaty of 1939 regarding the partition of Poland and other Eastern European states. It is, rather, something which may appear much more innocent, even ridiculous as the topic of a secret clause: the opinions of philosophers on the conditions of the possibility of public peace shall be consulted by those states armed for war. Why should this clause remain secret? If made public, it would appear humiliating to the legislative authority of a state. How can the supreme authority, to whom we must naturally attribute the utmost wisdom, seek instruction from its subjects? This may sound absurd, but do we not respect it even today? When Habermas was in England during the period of Blair's government, did not Tony Blair invite him to a discreet dinner which went unreported in the media? Kant was thus correct: this clause should remain secret, because it does something more terrifying than exposing the dark, cynical underside of legal power. In today's epoch, a state power can proudly admit to its dark side, advertising the fact that it is discreetly doing dirty things it is better for us not to know about. It underlines the blindness, stupidity, and ignorance of power, none of which is personal but is rather institutional, in spite of input from hundreds of highly educated experts. For example, the results of the US invasion of Iraq were catastrophic. There is, however, a problem with Kant's thesis. What was unthinkable for Kant was modern totalitarian ideology, as opposed to mere authoritarian lust for power, the will to impose on reality a theoretically developed vision of a better world. In totalitarian regimes such as Stalinism, the rulers did indeed listen too much to the advice of philosophers, and was the same not already true of Robespierre, who relied on Rousseau, so much beloved by Kant? And the story continues up to today: Brecht, Sartre, Heidegger. Thank God that those in power do not listen to the philosophers' advice too much. In the 1960s, when China detonated its first atomic bomb, Karl Jaspers advocated a large-scale atomic assault on China to prevent it becoming a threat to world peace. In ancient China itself, the king of Qin who ruthlessly united the country and, in 221 BCE, proclaimed himself its first emperor, instituting the model of totalitarian rule, also relied so heavily on the advice of the legalist philosophers that one can see this as the first case of a state regime forced on a society by a conscious, well-planned decision to break with past traditions and impose a new order originally conceived in theory. The king of Qin was not necessarily the brains of the outfit. His advisors, free of the strictures of courtly life, were the ones who had masterminded his rise to power. The plan to install him as the ruler of the world had commenced before he was even born, with the contention of long-dead scholars that the world required an enlightened prince. It had proceeded with an alliance of scholars in search of a patron who might allow them to secure their own political ends. Yingzheng, the king of Qin, became the first emperor with the help of great minds. 12. These legalists, first among them Han Fei and the great Li Si, emerged out of the crisis of Confucianism. When, In the 5th to 3rd centuries BCE, China went through the period of the Warring States. Confucians saw the ultimate cause of this slow but persistent decay in the betrayal of age-old traditions and customs. Confucius was not so much a philosopher as a proto-ideologist. What interested him was not metaphysical truths but rather a harmonious social order within which individuals could lead happy and ethical lives. He was the first to outline clearly what one is tempted to call the elementary scene of ideology, its zero level, which consists in asserting the nameless authority of some substantial tradition. Reference was made to an original time when this tradition still fully reigned, when a king was really a king, a father really a father, etc., in contrast to which the current period appeared as the time of decay, of the disintegration of organic social ties, of the growing gap between things and words, between individuals and their titles or social roles. No wonder Confucius represented his teachings as lessons transmitted from antiquity. And the fact that it is easy to demonstrate how he often did the exact opposite by proposing something quite new, in other words, that the tradition he appealed to was what Eric Hobsbawm has called an invented tradition, renders his insistence that he was simply a transmitter and not a maker all the more symptomatic. His reference to tradition was a necessary structural illusion. According to Confucius, people live their lives within parameters firmly established by heaven, which, more so than a purposeful supreme being, designates the higher natural order of things with its fixed cycles and patterns. Men are nonetheless responsible for their actions, especially for their treatment of others. We can do little or nothing to alter our fated span of existence, but we determine what we accomplish and what we are remembered for. Heaven rules the physical universe through Ming, or destiny, which is beyond human understanding and control, and it rules the moral universe, the universe of human behavior, through Ming, or the mandate of heaven. This mandate of heaven is based on the idea that heaven is primarily concerned with the well-being of humans and human society. In order to bring this about, heaven institutes government and authority. Heaven gives its mandate to a family or individual to rule over other human beings with justice and fairness. Rulers are to make the welfare of their people their principal concern. When rulers or a dynasty fail to rule in this manner, heaven removes its mandate and bestows it on another. Is heaven, then, not the Chinese name for the big other? In this sense, is not the rule of the Communist Party legitimized by the mandate of heaven, obliging the communists to rule in a way that makes the welfare of their people their principal concern? 13. Most troubling to Confucius was his perception that the political institutions of his day had completely broken down. He attributed this collapse to the fact that those who wielded power, as well as those who occupied subordinate positions, did so by making claim to titles of which they were not worthy. When asked about the principles of good government, Confucius is reported to have replied, "Good government consists in the ruler being a ruler, the minister a minister, the father a father, and the son a son." In Europe, we call this a corporatist vision. Society is like a body where each individual has to stay in his proper place and play his particular role. This is the very opposite of democracy. In democracy, nobody is constrained to stay in his or her particular place. Everybody has the right to participate in universal affairs, to have her say in deliberations about the direction of society. No wonder, then, that Confucius's description of the disorder he sees in society around him, rulers do not rule and subjects do not serve, provides a good description of a really democratic society, in which the united subjects rule and the nominal rulers serve them. Confucius proposes here a kind of proto-Althusserian theory of ideological interpellation, the ideological big other, tradition, embodied in its apparatuses, rituals, interpellates individuals, and it is up to the individual to live and act in accordance with the title that makes him what he is. If I claim for myself a title and attempt to participate in the various hierarchical relationships to which I would be entitled by virtue of that title, then I should live up to the meaning of the title. Confucius's analysis of the lack of connection between things and their names and the need to correct such circumstances is usually referred to as his teaching on Zhengming, the rectification of names. This name is itself a symptomatic misnomer. What needs to be rectified are the acts which should be made to correspond to their names. If language is not correct, then what is said is not what is meant. If what is said is not what is meant, then what must be done remains undone. If this remains undone, morals and art will deteriorate. If justice goes astray, people will stand about in helpless confusion. Hence there must be no arbitrariness in what is said. This matters above everything. Point 14. Confucius, who always calls for the respect of tradition, rituals, and politeness, here undermines the very thing he defends. Are not all good manners based on the fact that what is said is not what is meant? When, at a table, I ask my colleague, "Can you please pass the salt?" I do not say what I mean. I ask him if he can do it, but what I really mean is that he simply should do it. If my colleague wanted to be really brutal, he would answer with "Yes, I can," and then ignore the request. So, when Confucius writes, "Look at nothing in defiance of ritual, listen to nothing in defiance of ritual, speak of nothing in defiance of ritual, never stir hand or foot in defiance of ritual," 15, he is asking us precisely to say what we don't mean. Rituals are to be followed, not understood. When we obey them, we repeat formulae whose true meaning is always obscure to us. What the legalists did was to drop the very coordinates of such a perception of the situation. For the Confucians, the land was in chaos because ancient traditions were not being obeyed, and states such as Qin with their centralized military organization which ignored the old customs were perceived as the embodiment of what was wrong. However, in contrast to his teacher Sun Tzu, who regarded nations like Qin as a threat to peace, Han Fei proposed the unthinkable, that maybe the way of the Qin government was not an anomaly to be addressed, but a practice to be emulated. 16 The solution resided in what appeared as the problem. The true cause of the troubles was not the abandonment of old traditions, but these traditions themselves, which daily demonstrated their inability to serve as guiding principles of social life, as Hegel put it in the foreword to his Phenomenology of Spirit, the standard by means of which we measure the situation and establish that it is problematic is itself part of the problem and should be abandoned. Han Fei applied the same logic to the fact that most men are evil by nature, not ready to act for the common good. Instead of bemoaning it, he saw human evil as an opportunity for state power, as something that a power enlightened by the right theory, a theory which describes things the way they really are, beyond good and evil, could steer by applying to it the appropriate mechanism. Where Sun Tzu saw an unfortunate observation, that men were evil by nature, Han Fei saw a challenge for the institution of stern laws to control this nature and use it to the benefit of the state. 17. One of the great achievements of contemporary leftist political theory, Althusser, Balibar, Negri, and so forth, has been the rehabilitation of Machiavelli, to save him from the standard Machiavellian reading. Since the legalists are often presented as Machiavellians, one should do the same with them, extricating a radical emancipatory kernel from their predominant image as proto-totalitarians. A quick glance at the three central premises of the legalist doctrine makes this kernel clear. Fa, law or principle. The code of law must be clearly written and made public. All people under the ruler are equal before the law. Laws should reward those who obey them and punish accordingly those who dare to break them. The system of law runs the state, rather than the ruler. These are unambiguous trademarks of anti-feudal egalitarianism. Laws must be public, known to everyone, all are equal in the eyes of the law. The legal system stands even higher than the ruler. Shu, tactic or art. Special tactics and secrets are to be employed by the ruler to make sure others do not take over control of the state. Especially important is that no one should fathom the ruler's motivations, and thus no one can know what form of behavior might help him get ahead, except for following the laws. This Machiavellian point also has an egalitarian emancipatory core. If the ruler's motivations are unknown, all that remains are the laws themselves. Shi, legitimacy, power, or charisma. It is the position of the ruler, not the ruler himself, that holds the power. Therefore, analysis of the trends, the context, and the facts are essential for a real ruler. Is this not the first version of the insight, formulated by great European modern thinkers from Pascal to Marx, that people do not treat a person as a king because he is a king, but rather that this person is a king because he is treated as one. Charisma is the performative result of symbolic social practices, not a natural, or spiritual, property of the person who exerts it. 18. In theory and practice, these three principles were, of course, given a totalitarian twist. A ruler had to have at his disposal an excessive number of laws which, although each of them was in itself public, clear and unambiguous, partially contradicted each other. Within such a complex framework of laws, where submission to one law readily brings one into conflict with another, a mere accusation will find almost anyone of any station in violation of something, with their innocence difficult if not impossible to prove. This enables the ruler's agents to practice shu, the tactic or art of choosing which law to enforce in a specific situation. Power is enacted not only through the prosecution of the law, but also in the selection of which law to enforce, and by the absence or cessation of enforcement due to some other contravening law. Such a selective enforcement of laws ultimately occurred at the pleasure of the ruler. In this way the mystery of the emperor's pleasure was communicated to the masses. The lesson is totally Lacanian. It is in the inconsistency of the other, the system of laws, in the contingency that dwells in its very heart, that the other's impenetrable desire, as well as its jouissance, are located. One should note here a thing unthinkable for our Western tradition: the two opposed theories, Confucianism and legalism, share a deeply materialist premise. For both of them, the truth of ideology does not matter. It is even implied that ideological myths are beautiful lies. What matters is how ideological myths and rituals function, their role in sustaining social order. It is also interesting to note how the Chinese legalists, these proto-totalitarians, already formulated a vision later propounded by liberalism, namely a vision of state power that, instead of relying on people's mores, submits them to a mechanism which makes their very vices work for the common good. For all those who dismiss such a totalitarian notion of state power as a neutral mechanism for steering individuals, one could thus imagine a new version of the Kantian secret clause: pretend publicly to consult philosophers, but do not trust their words. No castes without outcasts. This same materialism is also clearly discernible in the laws of Manu 19, the ancient Indian text, which is one of the most exemplary ideological texts in the entire history of humanity. Firstly because, while the text encompasses the entire universe including its mythic origins, it nevertheless focuses on everyday practices as the immediate materiality of ideology: how, what, where, with whom, when, we eat, defecate, have sex, walk, enter a building, work, make war, etc., etc. But also because the book stages a radical shift with regard to its starting point, its presupposition, the ancient code of Veda. What we find in the Veda is a brutal cosmology based on killing and eating. Higher things kill and eat/consume lower ones, the stronger eat the weaker. That is, life is a zero-sum game in which one's victory is another's defeat. The great chain of being appears here as founded in the food chain, the great chain of eating. Gods eat mortal humans, humans eat mammals, mammals eat lesser animals who eat plants, plants eat water and earth. Such is the eternal cycle of being. So why does the Veda claim that the top social stratum consists not of warrior kings stronger than all other humans, eating them all, but of the caste of priests? It is here that the code's ideological ingenuity becomes apparent. The function of the priests is to prevent the first, highest, level of cosmic eating, the eating of human mortals by gods. How? By way of performing sacrificial rituals. Gods must be appeased, their hunger for blood must be satisfied, and the trick of the priests is to offer the gods a substitute, symbolic, sacrifice, an animal or other prescribed food instead of human life. The sacrifice is needed not to secure any special favors from the gods, but to make sure that the will of life goes on turning. Priests perform a function which concerns the balance of the entire universe. If the gods remain hungry, the whole cycle of cosmic life is disturbed. From the very beginning, the holistic notion of the great chain of being, the reality of which is the brutal chain of the strong eating the weak, is thus based on a deception. it is not a natural chain, but a chain based on an exception, humans who don't want to be eaten. Thus sacrifices are substitute insertions aimed at restoring the complete life cycle. This was the first contract between ideologists, priests, and those in power, warrior kings. The kings, who retain actual power over the life and death of other people, will recognize the formal superiority of the priests as the highest caste, and, in exchange for this appearance of superiority, the priests will legitimize the power of the warrior kings as part of the natural cosmic order. However, around the 6th and 5th centuries BCE, something new took place, a radical revaluation of all values in the guise of a universalist backlash against this cosmic food chain, the ascetic rejection of this entire infernal machine of life reproducing itself through sacrifice and eating. The circle of the food chain is now perceived as the circle of eternal suffering, and the only way to achieve peace is to exempt oneself from it. With regard to food, this, of course, entails vegetarianism, not eating dead animals. From perpetuating the life cycle in time, we move on to the goal of entering the timeless void. With this reversal from a life-affirming stance to world renunciation, comparable to the Christian rejection of the pagan universe, the highest values are no longer strength and fertility, but compassion, humility, and love. The very meaning of sacrifice changes with this reversal. We no longer sacrifice so that the infernal life cycle might go on, but in order to rid ourselves of the guilt of participating in that cycle. What are the socio-political consequences of this reversal? How can we avoid the conclusion that the entire social hierarchy, grounded in the great food chain of eaters and eaten, should be suspended? It is here that the genius of the laws of Manu shines through. Its basic ideological operation is to unite the hierarchy of castes and the ascetic world renunciation by making purity itself the criterion of one's place in the caste hierarchy. Vegetarianism was put forward as the only way to liberate oneself from the bonds of natural violence that adversely affected one's karma. A concomitant of this new dietary practice was a social hierarchy governed to a large extent by the relative realization of the ideal of nonviolence. The rank order of the social classes did not change. But the rationale for the ranking did. 20 vegetarian priests are at the top, as close as humanly possible to purity. They are followed by the warrior kings who control society by dominating it and killing life. They are in a way the negative of the priests, i.e., they entertain towards the will of life the same negative attitude as the priests, albeit in aggressive/interventional mode. Then come the producers who provide food and other material conditions for life, and, finally, at the bottom, are the outcasts whose main task is to deal with all kinds of excrements, the putrefying dead remainders of life, from cleaning the toilets to butchering animals and disposing of human bodies. Since the two attitudes are ultimately incompatible, the task of their unification is an impossible one and can be achieved only by a complex panoply of tricks, displacements and compromises whose basic formula is that of universality with exceptions. In principle yes, but the laws of Manu demonstrates a breathtaking ingenuity in accomplishing this task, with examples often coming dangerously close to the ridiculous. For example, priests should study the Veda, not trade. In extremity, however, a priest can engage in trade, but he is not allowed to trade in certain things like sesame seed, except in certain circumstances, and if he sells sesame seed in the wrong circumstances, he will be reborn as a worm in dogshit. Is the structure here not exactly the same as that of the famous Jewish joke on the marriage mediator who reinterprets every deficiency in the bride-to-be as a positive asset? She is poor, so she will know how to handle the family money, making the most of it. She is ugly, so the husband will not have to worry that she will cheat on him. She stutters, so she will keep quiet and not annoy the husband with incessant prattle, and so on until the final she really stinks. So you want her to be perfect, without any defect. The general formula of this procedure is to state one general rule, to which the whole of the subsequent treatise constitutes nothing but a series of increasingly specific exceptions. A specific injunction is stronger than a general one. 21 In other words, The great lesson of the laws of Manu is that the true regulating power of the law resides not in its direct prohibitions, in the division of our acts into permitted and prohibited, but in regulating the very violations of prohibitions. The law silently accepts that the basic prohibitions are violated, or even discreetly solicits us to violate them, and then, once we find ourselves in this position of guilt, it tells us how to reconcile the violation with the law by violating the prohibition in a regulated way. There is nothing oriental about this procedure. The Christian Church faced the same problem from the 4th century onwards, when it became the state church: how to reconcile the feudal class society where rich lords ruled over impoverished peasants with the egalitarian poverty of the collective of believers as described in the Gospels. The solution of Thomas Aquinas was that, while in principle shared property is better, this holds only for perfect humans. For the majority of us who dwell in sin, private property and difference in wealth are natural, and it is even sinful to demand egalitarianism or the abolishment of private property in our fallen societies, i.e., to demand for imperfect people what befits only the perfect. Even Buddhism often falls into this trap, say, in the guise of allowing, only, a violence perpetrated in a non-violent attitude, through inner peace and distance. Even though the Buddha forbade the taking of life, he also taught that until all sentient beings are united together through the exercise of infinite compassion, there will never be peace. Therefore, as a means of bringing into harmony those things which are incompatible, killing and war are necessary. 22. Is this supplementing of universality with exceptions a case of what Hegel called the concrete universal? Definitely not, and for a very precise reason. Although both the structure of universal law with exceptions and Hegelian concrete universality mobilize the gap between the universal and the particular, the nature of the gap is different in each case. In the first case, it is simply the gap between the pure universal principle or law and the pragmatic consideration of particular circumstances, i.e., the, ultimately empiricist, notion of the excess of the wealth of concrete particular content over any abstract principle. In other words, here, universality precisely remains abstract, which is why it has to be twisted or adapted to particular circumstances in order to become operative in real life. In the second case, on the contrary, the tension is absolutely immanent, inherent to universality itself. The fact that a universality actualizes itself in a series of exceptions is an effect of this universality being at war with itself, marked by an inherent deadlock or impossibility. The same goes for the idea of communism. It is not enough to say that the idea of communism should not be applied as an abstract dogma, that, in each case, concrete circumstances should be taken into consideration. It is also not enough to say, apropos the fiasco of the 20th century communist countries, that this misapplication in no way disqualifies the idea of communism. The idea's imperfect or, rather, catastrophic actualizations bear witness to an inner contradiction at the very heart of the idea. Let us take a, surprising, perhaps, case of the Hegelian concrete universality, a wonderful Jewish story about an anti-death penalty Talmud specialist who, embarrassed by the fact that the death penalty is ordained by God Himself, proposed a delightfully practical solution. One should not directly overturn the divine injunction, that would have been blasphemous, but one should treat it as God's slip of tongue, His moment of madness, and invent a complex network of sub-regulations and conditions which, while leaving the possibility of a death penalty intact, ensure that this possibility will never be realized. Point 23. The beauty of this procedure is that it turns around the standard trick of prohibiting something in principle, torture, for instance, but then slipping in enough qualifications, except in specified extreme circumstances, to ensure it can be done whenever one really wants to do it. It is thus either in principle yes, but in practice never, or in principle no, but when exceptional circumstances demand it, yes. Note the asymmetry between the two cases. The prohibition is much stronger when one allows torture in principle. In this case, the principled yes is never allowed to realize itself, while in the other case, the principled no is exceptionally allowed to realize itself. In other words, The only reconciliation between the universal and the particular is that of the universalized exception. Only the stance which recasts every particular case as an exception treats all particular cases without exception in the same way. And it should be clear now why this is a case of concrete universality. The reason we should find a way to argue, in each particular case, that the death penalty is not deserved, lies in our awareness that there is something wrong with the very idea of the death penalty, that this idea is an injustice masked as justice. This reference to Judaism should be linked to the fact that the book of Job, from the Old Testament, can be counted as the first exercise in the critique of ideology in the entire history of humanity. The laws of Manu should thus be opposed to the book of Job as one of the founding texts of ideology versus one of the founding texts of its critique. No wonder the British colonial administration in India elevated the laws of Manu into the privileged text to be used as a reference for establishing the legal code which would render possible the most efficient domination of India up to a point. One can even say that the laws of Manu only became the book of the Hindu tradition retroactively, chosen to stand for the tradition by the British from among a vast choice. The same goes for its obscene obverse, Tantra, also systematized into a coherent, dark, violent, and dangerous cult by the British colonizers. In all these cases we are dealing with invented traditions. What this also implies is that the persistence of the phenomenon and social practice of the untouchables is not simply a remainder of tradition. Their number grew throughout the 19th century, with the spreading of cities which lacked proper sewers, so that more outcasts were needed to deal with the resulting dirt and excrement. At a more general level, one should thus reject the idea that globalization threatens local traditions, that it flattens differences. Sometimes it threatens them, more often it keeps them alive, resuscitates them, or even creates them by way of exapting them to new conditions in the way, say, the British and Spanish reinvented slavery in early modernity. With the formal prohibition of discrimination against the untouchables, their exclusion changed its status to become the obscene supplement of the official/public order. Publicly disavowed, it continues in its subterranean existence. However, this subterranean existence is nonetheless formal. It concerns the subject's symbolic title/status, which is why it does not follow the same logic as the well-known Marxist opposition between formal equality and actual inequality in the capitalist system. Here, it is the inequality, the persistence of the hierarchic caste system, which is formal, while in their actual economic and legal life, individuals are in a way equal, an untouchable can also become rich, etc. 24. The status of the caste hierarchy is not the same as that of nobility in a bourgeois society, which is effectively irrelevant, merely a feature which may add to the subject's public glamour. Exemplary here is the conflict between B.R. Ambedkar and Gandhi during the 1930s. Although Gandhi was the first Hindu politician to advocate the full integration of the untouchables, and called them the children of God, he perceived their exclusion as the result of the corruption of the original Hindu system. What Gandhi envisaged was rather a, formally, non-hierarchical order of castes within which each individual has his or her own allotted place. He emphasized the importance of scavenging and celebrated the untouchables for performing this sacred mission. It is here that the untouchables are exposed to the greatest ideological temptation, in a way which prefigures today's identity politics. Gandhi allowed them to fall in love with themselves in their humiliating identity, to accept their degrading work as a noble and necessary social task, to see even the degrading nature of their work as a sign of their sacrifice, of their readiness to do a dirty job for the sake of society. Even his more radical injunction that everyone, Brahmins included, should clean up his or her own shit, obfuscates the true issue, which, rather than having to do with our individual attitude, is of a global social nature. The same ideological trick is performed today when we are bombarded from all sides with injunctions to recycle personal waste, placing bottles, newspapers, etc., in the appropriate bins. In this way, guilt and responsibility are personalized. It is not the entire organization of the economy which is to blame, but our subjective attitude which needs to change. The task is not to change our inner selves, but to abolish untouchability as such, that is, not merely an element of the system, but the system itself which generates it. In contrast to Gandhi, Ambedkar saw this clearly when he underlined the futility of merely abolishing untouchability, this evil being the product of a social hierarchy of a particular kind. It was the entire caste system that had to be eradicated. There will be outcasts, untouchables, as long as there are castes. Gandhi responded that, on the contrary, here it was a question of the foundation of Hinduism, a civilization which, in its original form, in fact ignored hierarchy. 25. Although Gandhi and Ambedkar respected each other and often collaborated in the struggle for the dignity of the untouchables, their difference is here insurmountable. It is the difference between the organic solution, solving the problem by returning to the purity of the original non-corrupted system, and the truly radical solution, identifying the problem as the symptom of the entire system, the symptom which can only be resolved by abolishing the entire system. Ambedkar saw clearly how the structure of four castes does not unite four elements belonging to the same order, while the first three castes, priests, warrior kings, merchant producers, form a consistent all, an organic triad. The untouchables are, like Marx's Asiatic mode of production, the part of no part, the inconsistent element within the system which holds the place of what the system as such excludes, and as such, the untouchables stand for universality. Or, as Ambedkar put it with his ingenious wordplay, there will be outcasts as long as there are castes. As long as there are castes, there will be an excessive excremental zero-value element which, while formally part of the system, has no proper place within it. Gandhi obfuscates this paradox, as if a harmonious caste structure were possible. The paradox of the untouchables is that they are doubly marked by the excremental logic. They not only deal with impure excrements, their own formal status within the social body is that of excrement. This is why the properly dialectical paradox is that, if one is to break out of the caste system, it is not enough to reverse the status of the untouchables, elevating them into the children of God. The first step should rather be exactly the opposite one, to universalize their excremental status to the whole of humanity. Martin Luther directly proposed just such an excremental identity for man. Man is like a divine shit, he fell out of God's anus, and, effectively, it is only within this Protestant logic of man's excremental identity that the true meaning of incarnation can be formulated. In orthodoxy, Christ ultimately loses his exceptional status, his very idealization, elevation to a noble model, reduces him to an ideal image, a figure to be imitated. All men should strive to become God. Imitatio Christi is more unorthodox than a Catholic formula. In Catholicism, the predominant logic is that of a symbolic exchange. Catholic theologians enjoy pondering over scholastic juridical arguments about how Christ paid the price for our sins, etc. No wonder Luther reacted badly to the lowest outcome of this logic, the reduction of redemption to something that can be bought from the Church. Protestantism, finally, posits the relationship as real, conceiving Christ as a God who, in his act of incarnation, freely identified himself with his own shit, with the excremental real that is man, and it is only at this level that the properly Christian notion of divine love can be apprehended, as the love for the miserable excremental entity called man. We are dealing here with what can be ironically referred to as the cosmic theological proletarian position, whose infinite judgment is the identity of excess and universality. The shit of the earth is the universal subject. This excremental status of man is signaled already by the role of sacrifice in the original Veda. By way of substituting the sacrificial victim for humans, the sacrifice bears witness to the eccentric, exceptional, role of man in the great chain of food. To paraphrase Lacan, the sacrificial object represents man for other ordinary members of the food chain. Here is a quite surprising, if not outright shocking, passage from Pablo Neruda's memoirs, which deals precisely with the invisible excremental space and what one might discover by way of probing into it. The event described took place when he was the Chilean consul in Sri Lanka, Ceylon. My solitary bungalow was far from any urban development. When I rented it, I tried to find out where the toilet was. I couldn't see it anywhere. Actually, it was nowhere near the shower, it was at the back of the house. I inspected it with curiosity. It was a wooden box with a hole in the middle, very much like the artifact I had known as a child in the Chilean countryside. But our toilets were set over a deep well or over running water. Here the receptacle was a simple metal pail under the round hole. The pail was clean every morning, but I had no idea how its contents disappeared. One morning I rose earlier than usual, and I was amazed when I saw what had been happening. Into the back of the house, walking like a dusky statue, came the most beautiful woman I had yet seen in Ceylon, a Tamil of the pariah caste. She was wearing a red and gold sari of the cheapest kind of cloth. She had heavy bangles on her bare ankles. 2 tiny red dots glittered on either side of her nose. They must have been ordinary glass, but on her they were rubies. She walked solemnly toward the latrine, without so much as a side glance at me, not bothering to acknowledge my existence, and vanished with the disgusting receptacle on her head, moving away with the steps of a goddess. She was so lovely that, regardless of her humble job, I couldn't get her off my mind. Like a shy jungle animal, she belonged to another kind of existence, a different world. I called to her, but it was no use. After that, I sometimes put a gift in her path, a piece of silk or some fruit. She would go past without hearing or looking. The ignoble routine had been transformed by her dark beauty into the dutiful ceremony of an indifferent queen. One morning, I decided to go all the way. I got a strong grip on her wrist and stared into her eyes. There was no language I could talk with her. Unsmiling, she let herself be led away, and was soon naked in my bed. Her waist, so very slim, her full hips, the brimming cups of her breasts made her like one of the 1,000-year-old sculptures from the south of India. It was the coming together of a man and a statue. She kept her eyes wide open all the while, completely unresponsive. She was right to despise me. The experience was never repeated. 26. Neruda then simply passes to other things. This passage is remarkable not only for obvious reasons, a shameless story of a rape, with the dirty details discreetly passed over. She let herself be led away, and was soon naked in my bed. How did she come to be naked? Obviously, she didn't do it herself. The mystification of the victim's passivity into a divine indifference, the lack of elementary decency and shame on the part of the narrator. If he was attracted to the girl, wasn't he embarrassed by the awareness that she was smelling, seeing, and dealing with his shit every morning? Its most remarkable feature is the divinization of the excrement. A sublime goddess appears at the very site where excrements are hidden. One should take this equation very seriously. Elevating the exotic other into an indifferent divinity is strictly equal to treating it like shit. Legal luck, or, the loop of the act. What, then, is the dimension of the law that the law cannot admit to publicly? The best way to discern it is through a logical paradox deployed by Jean-Pierre Dupuy in his admirable text on Hitchcock's Vertigo. An object possesses a property X until the time t. After t, it is not only that the object no longer has the property X, it is that it is not true that it possessed X at any time. The truth value of the proposition the object O has the property X at the moment t therefore depends on the moment when this proposition is enunciated. 27. One should note here the precise formulation. It is not that the truth value of the proposition the object O has the property X depends on the time to which this proposition refers. Even when this time is specified, the truth value depends on the time at which the proposition itself is announced. Or, to quote the title of Dupuy's text, when I die, nothing of our love will ever have existed. Think about marriage and divorce. The most intelligent argument for the right to divorce, proposed, among others, by none other than the young Marx, does not refer to commonplaces such as like all things, love affairs are not eternal, they change over the course of time, and so on. Rather it concedes that indissolubility is inherent in the very notion of marriage. The conclusion is that divorce always has a retroactive scope. It does not mean only that a marriage is now annulled, but something much more radical: a marriage should be annulled because it never was a true marriage. And the same holds for Soviet communism. It is clearly insufficient to say that, During the years of the Brezhnev stagnation, it exhausted its potential, it was no longer adapted to new times. What its miserable end demonstrates is that it was caught in a historical deadlock from the very beginning. Perhaps this paradox provides a clue to the twists and turns of the Hegelian dialectical process. Let us take Hegel's critique of the Jacobin revolutionary terror as an exercise in the abstract negativity of absolute freedom, which cannot stabilize itself in a concrete social order of freedom and thus has to end in the fury of self-destruction. One should bear in mind, however, that, insofar as we are dealing here with a historical choice, between the French way of remaining within Catholicism and thus being obliged to engage in self-destructive revolutionary terror, and the German path of the Reformation, it involves exactly the same elementary dialectical paradox as does that other choice. Also from the phenomenology of spirit, between the two readings of the spirit is a bone which Hegel illustrates by way of the phallic metaphor, the phallus as organ of insemination or as the organ of urination. Hegel's point is not that, in contrast to the vulgar empiricist mind which sees only urination, the proper speculative attitude has to choose insemination. The paradox is that making the direct choice of insemination is the infallible way to miss the point. It is not possible directly to choose the true meaning, for one has to begin by making the wrong choice, of urination. The true speculative meaning emerges only through the repeated reading, as the after effect, or byproduct, of the first, wrong, reading. And the same goes for social life, in which the direct choice of the concrete universality of a particular ethical life world can end only in a regression to a pre-modern organic society that denies the infinite right of subjectivity as the fundamental feature of modernity. Since the subject citizen of a modern state can no longer accept immersion in some particular social role that would confer on him a determinate place within the organic social whole, the construction of the rational totality of the modern state leads to revolutionary terror. One should ruthlessly tear up the constraints of the pre-modern organic concrete universality, and fully assert the infinite right of subjectivity in its abstract negativity. In other words, the point of Hegel's analysis of the revolutionary terror is not the rather obvious insight into how the revolutionary project involved the unilateral and direct assertion of abstract universal reason, and as such was doomed to perish in self-destructive fury since it was unable to channel the transposition of its revolutionary energy into a concrete, stable, and differentiated social order. Hegel's point turns rather on the enigma of why, in spite of the fact that the revolutionary terror was a historical deadlock, we have to pass through it in order to arrive at the modern rational state. Point 28. This is why Hegelian dialectics is not a vulgar evolutionism claiming that while a phenomenon may be justified in its own time, it deserves to disappear when its time passes. The eternity of dialectics means that the delegitimization is always retroactive. What disappears in itself always deserves to disappear. Recall also the paradox of the process of apologizing. If I hurt someone with a rude remark, the proper thing for me to do is to offer a sincere apology, and the proper thing for the other party to do is to say something like, "Thanks, I appreciate it, but I wasn't offended, I knew you didn't mean it, so you really owe me no apology." The point is, of course, that although the final result is that no apology is needed, one has to go through the elaborate process of offering it. "You owe me no apology" can only be said once I have actually offered an apology, so that, although formally nothing happens, and the offer of apology is proclaimed unnecessary, there is still a gain at the end of the process. Perhaps, even, the friendship is saved. Point 29. Is it not that, here also, one has to do something, offer an apology, choose terror, in order to see how superfluous it is? This paradox is sustained by the distinction between the constative and the performative, between the subject of the enunciated and the subject of the enunciation. At the level of the enunciated content, the whole operation is meaningless. Why do it offer an apology, choose terror when it is superfluous? But what this commonsensical insight overlooks is that it was only the wrong superfluous gesture which created the subjective conditions that made it possible for the subject to really see why this gesture was indeed superfluous. The dialectical process is thus more refined than it may appear. The standard notion is that one can only arrive at the final truth at the end of a series of errors, so that these errors are not simply discarded, but are sublated in the final truth, preserved therein as moments within it. What this standard notion misses, however, is how the previous moments are preserved precisely as superfluous. This is why the obvious response but is this idea of retroactively cancelling the contingent historical conditions, of transforming contingency into fate, not ideology at its formally purest. The very form of ideology misses the point, namely that this retroactivity is inscribed into reality itself. What is truly ideological is the idea that, freed from ideological illusions, one can pass from moment A to moment B directly, without retroactivity, as if, for instance, in an ideal and authentic society, I could apologize and the other party could respond I was hurt, an apology was required, and I accepted without breaking any implicit rules. Or as if we could reach the modern rational state without having to pass through the superfluous detour of the terror. How is this circle of changing the past possible without recourse to time travel? The solution was already proposed by Henry Bergson. Of course one cannot change the past reality/actuality, but what one can change is the virtual dimension of the past. When something radically new emerges, it retroactively creates its own possibility, its own causes or conditions. Point 30. A potentiality can be inserted into, or withdrawn from, past reality. Falling in love changes the past. It is as if I always already loved you, our love was destined to be, is the answer of the real. My present love causes the past which gave birth to it. The same goes for legal power. Here too, synchrony precedes diachrony. In the same way that, once I contingently fall in love, this love becomes my necessary fate. Once a legal order is installed, its contingent origins are erased. Once it is here, it was always already here. Every story about its origin is now a myth, just like Swift's story of the origins of language in Gulliver's Travels. The result is already presupposed. In Vertigo, it is the opposite that occurs. The past is changed so that it loses the objet. What Scotty first experiences in Vertigo is the loss of Madeline, his fatal love, when he recreates Madeline in Judy and then discovers that the Madeline he knew was actually Judy already pretending to be Madeline. What he discovers is not simply that Judy was a fake. He knew that she was not the true Madeline, since he had used her to recreate a copy of Madeline, but that, because she was not a fake, she is Madeline. Madeline herself was already a fake. The objet disintegrates, the very loss is lost, and we have a negation of negation. His discovery changes the past, deprives the lost object of the objet. Are, then, today's ethico-legal neoconservatives not a little bit like Scotty in Hitchcock's Vertigo? In wanting to recreate the lost order, to make a new distinguished Madeline out of today's promiscuous and vulgar Judy, they will sooner or later be forced to admit not that it is impossible to restore Madeline, the old traditional Maurice, to life, but that Madeline was already Judy. The corruption they are fighting in the modern permissive, secular, egotistic, etc., society was present from the very beginning. One can compare this with Zen Buddhism. Those who criticize the westernized New Age image and practice of Zen, its reduction to a relaxation technique, as a betrayal of authentic Japanese Zen, forget the fact that the features they deplore in westernized Zen were already there in true Japanese Zen. After World War II, Japanese Zen Buddhists immediately started to organize Zen courses for business managers, whilst during the war the majority supported Japanese militarism, and so on. In the case of true love, after discovering the truth, Scotty would have accepted Judy as more Madeline than Madeline herself. He does in fact do that just before the rise of the Mother Superior. Here Dupuy should be corrected. Dupuy's perspective is that Scotty should have left Madeline to her past. True, but what should he have done upon discovering that Judy was in fact Madeline? The Madeline of the past was an imaginary lure, pretending to be what she was not. Judy was playing Madeline. What Judy was doing in playing Madeline was true love. In Vertigo, Scotty does not love Madeline. The proof is that he tries to recreate her in Judy, changing Judy's properties to make her resemble Madeline. Similarly, the idea of cloning a dead child for bereaved parents is an abomination. If the parents are satisfied by this, it is proof that their love was not genuine. Love is not love for the properties of the object, but for the abyssal X, the gene sais qua, in the object. In his Wissen und Gewissen, Viktor Frankl reports on one of his post-World War II patients, a concentration camp survivor who had been reunited with his wife after the war, only for her to die soon afterwards due to an illness contracted in the camp. The patient fell into total despair, and all Frankl's attempts to drag him out of depression failed, till, one day, he told the patient, "Imagine that God gave me the power to create a woman who would have all the features of your dead wife, so that she would be indistinguishable from her. Would you ask me to create her?" The patient was silent for a short time, then stood up, said, "No, thanks, doctor," and, shaking his hand, left to set out on a new and normal life. 31 The patient in this case did what Scotty, who did indeed try to recreate the same woman, was not able to do. He became aware that, while one may be able to find the same woman with regard to all positive features, one cannot recreate the unfathomable objet in her. There is a science fiction story, set a couple of hundred years in the future, when time travel is assumed to be possible, about an art critic who becomes so fascinated by the works of a New York painter from our era that he travels back in time to meet him. The painter, however, turns out to be a worthless drunk who steals the time machine from him and escapes into the future. Alone in the world of today, the art critic paints all the paintings that fascinated him in the future and had made him travel into the past. Surprisingly, none other than Henry James had already used the same plot. The Sense of the Past, an unfinished manuscript found among James's papers and published posthumously in 1917, tells a similar story which also uncannily resembles Vertigo, and stimulated penetrating interpretations by both Stephen Spender and Borges. Dupuy notes that James was a friend of H. G. Wells. The Sense of the Past is his version of Wells's Time Machine. 32 After James's death, the novel was adapted as a very successful play, Berkeley Square, which was made into a movie in 1933 with Leslie Howard as Ralph Pendrell, a young New Yorker who, upon inheriting an 18th-century house in London, finds in it a portrait of a remote ancestor, also named Ralph Pendrell. Fascinated by the portrait, he steps across a mysterious threshold and finds himself back in the 18th century. Among the people he meets there is a painter who was the author of the portrait that had captivated him. It is, of course, a self-portrait. In his commentary, Borges provided a succinct formulation of the paradox: the cause is posterior to the effect, the motif of the voyage is one of the consequences of this voyage. 33 James added a love aspect to the trip into the past. Back in the 18th century, Ralph falls in love with Nan, a sister of his, 18th century, fiancée Molly. Nan eventually realizes that Ralph is a time traveler from the future, and she sacrifices her own happiness to help him return to his own time and to Aurora Coyne, a woman who had previously rejected Ralph but would now accept him. James's story thus psychotically, in the real, mystifies the circle of the symbolic economy, in which effect precedes cause, i.e., retroactively creates it, and exactly the same holds for the legal status of the rebellion against a legal power in Kant. The proposition what the rebels are doing is a crime which deserves to be punished is true if pronounced while the rebellion is taking place. However, once the rebellion has succeeded and a new legal order is established, this statement concerning the legal status of the same past act no longer holds. Here is Kant's answer to the question: is rebellion a legitimate means for a people to employ in throwing off the yoke of an alleged tyrant? The rights of the people are injured, no injustice befalls the tyrant when he is deposed. There can be no doubt on this point. Nevertheless, it is in the highest degree illegitimate for the subjects to seek their rights in this way. If they fail in the struggle and are then subjected to severest punishment, they cannot complain about injustice any more than the tyrant could if they had succeeded. If the revolt of the people succeeds, what has been said is still quite compatible with the fact that the chief, on retiring to the status of a subject, cannot begin a revolt for his restoration but need not fear being made to account for his earlier administration of the state. 34. Does Kant not offer here his own version of what Bernard Williams has called moral luck, or, better, legal luck? The, not ethical, but legal, status of rebellion is decided retroactively. If a rebellion succeeds and establishes a new legal order, then it brings about its own circulus viciosus, i.e., it pushes its own illegal origins into the ontological void, it enacts the paradox of retroactively grounding itself. Kant states this paradox even more clearly a couple of pages earlier. If a violent revolution, engendered by a bad constitution, introduces by illegal means a more legal constitution, to lead the people back to the earlier constitution would not be permitted, but, while the revolution lasted, each person who openly or covertly shared in it would have justly incurred the punishment due to those who rebel. 35. He could not have been clearer. The legal status of the same act changes with time. What is, while the rebellion goes on, a punishable crime, becomes, after the new legal order is established, the opposite. More precisely, it simply disappears, as a vanishing mediator which retroactively cancels/erases itself in its result. The same holds for the very beginning. For the emergence of the legal order out of the violent state of nature. Kant is fully aware that there is no historical moment of the social contract. The unity and law of a civil society is imposed onto the people by an act of violence whose agent is not motivated by any moral considerations. Since a uniting cause must supervene upon the variety of particular volitions in order to produce a common will from them, establishing this whole is something no one individual in the group can perform. Hence in the practical execution of this idea we can count on nothing but force to establish the juridical condition, on the compulsion of which public law will later be established. We can scarcely hope to find in the legislator a moral intention sufficient to induce him to commit to the general will the establishment of a legal constitution after he has formed the nation from a horde of savages. 36. What Kant is struggling with here is nothing other than the paradoxical nature of the political act. Recall, from the history of Marxism, how Lenin saved his most acerbic irony for those who engage in the endless search for some kind of guarantee for the revolution. This guarantee assumes two main forms, either the reified notion of social necessity, one should not risk the revolution too early, one has to wait for the right moment, when the situation is mature with regard to the laws of historical development. It is too early for the socialist revolution, the working class is not yet mature, or the conception of normative, democratic, legitimacy, the majority of the population is not on our side, so the revolution would not really be democratic. As a Lacanian Lenin might have put it, it is as if, before a revolutionary agent risks the seizure of power, it should obtain permission from some figure of the big other by, say, organizing a referendum to ascertain whether the majority does in fact support the revolution. 37 With Lenin, as with Lacan, the point is that a revolution nes autoris kdl meme, one should take responsibility for the revolutionary act not covered by the big other. The fear of taking power prematurely, the search for the guarantee, is the fear of the abyss of the act and is nicely rendered in the anecdote about the exchange between Lenin and Trotsky just prior to the October Revolution. Lenin is said to have asked, "What will happen to us if we fail?" To which Trotsky supposedly replied, "And what will happen if we succeed? Se non è vero e ben trovato." What is unimaginable within the positivist vision of history as an objective process which determines in advance the possible coordinates of political interventions is precisely a radical political intervention which changes these very objective coordinates and thus, in a way, creates the conditions for its own success. An act proper is not just a strategic intervention into a situation, bound by its conditions, it retroactively creates its conditions. We can see where Kant's weakness resides. There is no need to evoke radical evil in the guise of some dark primordial crime. All these obscure fantasies have to be evoked to obfuscate the act itself. The paradox is clear. Kant himself, who put such an accent on the ethical act as autonomous, non-pathological, irreducible to its conditions, is unable to recognize it where it happens, misreading it as its opposite, as unthinkable diabolical evil. Kant is here one in a series of many conservative, and not only conservative, political thinkers, including Pascal and Joseph de Maistre, who elaborated on the notion of the illegitimate origins of power, of a founding crime on which state power is based. To obfuscate these origins, one must offer the people noble lies, heroic narratives of the origins. One cannot but respect the brutal honesty of the first-generation founders of the State of Israel, who in no way obliterated the founding crime involved in establishing the new state. They openly admitted they had no right to the land of Palestine, it was just a matter of their force against the force of the Palestinians. On April 29, 1956, a group of Palestinians from Gaza crossed the border to plunder the harvest in the Nahal Oz kibbutz's fields. ROI, a young Jewish member of the kibbutz who patrolled the fields, galloped towards them on his horse, brandishing a stick to chase them away. He was seized by the Palestinians and carried back to the Gaza Strip. When the UN returned his body to the Israelis, his eyes had been gouged out. Moshe Dayan, the then Israeli chief of staff, delivered the eulogy at his funeral the following day. Let us not cast blame on the murderers today. What claim do we have against their mortal hatred of us? They have lived in the refugee camps of Gaza for the past 8 years, while right before their eyes we have transformed the land and villages where they and their ancestors once lived into our own inheritance. It is not among the Arabs of Gaza but in our own midst that we must seek ROI's blood. How have we shut our eyes and refused to look squarely at our fate and see the destiny of our generation in all its brutality? Have we forgotten that this group of young people living in Nahal Oz bears the burden of Gaza's gates on its shoulders? 38. Apart from the parallel between ROI and the blinded Samson, which plays a key role in the later mythology of the Israeli Defense Force, what cannot but strike one is the apparent non sequitur, the gap, between the first and the second paragraph. In the first paragraph, Dayan openly admits that the Palestinians have every right to hate the Israeli Jews, since they had taken their land. His conclusion, however, is not the obvious admission of guilt, but rather the need for a full acceptance of the destiny of our generation in all its brutality, or in other words, the assumption of the burden not of guilt, but of the war in which might is right, in which the stronger force wins. The war was not about principles or justice, it was an exercise in mythic violence, an insight totally obliterated by recent Israeli self-legitimization. As in the case of feminism, which taught us to discover the traces of violence in what appears, in a patriarchal culture, as a natural authority, of the father, we should remember the grounding violence obliterated by today's Zionism. Zionists should simply read Dayan and Ben-Gurion. This brings us to the contemporary liberal idea of global justice, whose aim is not only to characterize all past injustices as collective crimes, for it also involves the politically correct utopia of restituting the past collective violence, towards blacks, Native Americans, Chinese immigrants, by payment or legal measures. This is the true utopia, the idea that a legal order can make recompense for its founding crimes, thereby retroactively cleansing itself of its guilt and regaining its innocence. What lies at the end of this road is the ecological utopia of humanity in its entirety, repaying its debt to nature for all its past exploitation. In effect, is not the idea of recycling part of the same pattern as that of restitution for past injustices? The underlying utopian notion is the same. The system which emerged through violence should repay its debt in order to regain an ethico-ecological balance. The ideal of recycling involves the utopia of a self-enclosed circle in which all waste, all useless remainder, is sublated, nothing gets lost, all trash is reused. It is at this level that one should make the shift from the circle to the ellipse. Already in nature itself, there is no circle of total recycling, there is unusable waste. Recall the methodical madness of Jeremy Bentham's panopticon, in which everything, up to and including the prisoner's excrement and urine, should be put to further use. Regarding urine, Bentham proposed the following ingenious solution: the external walls of the cells should not be fully vertical, but lightly curved inside, so that, when the prisoners urinated on the wall, the liquid would drip downwards, keeping the cells warm in winter. This is why the properly aesthetic attitude of a radical ecologist is not that of admiring or longing for a pristine nature of virgin forests and clear sky, but rather that of accepting waste as such, of discovering the aesthetic potential of waste, of decay, of the inertia of rotten material which serves no purpose. The utopia for a race of devils. This, finally, brings us to the core of the liberal utopia. For liberalism, at least in its radical form, the wish to submit people to an ethical ideal held to be universal is the crime which contains all crimes, the mother of all crimes. It amounts to the brutal imposition of one's own view onto others, the cause of civil disorder. Which is why, if one wants to establish civil peace and tolerance, the first condition is to get rid of moral temptation. Politics should be thoroughly purged of moral ideals and rendered realistic, taking people as they are, counting on their true nature, not on moral exhortations. Here the market is exemplary, human nature is egotistic, there is no way to change it. What is needed is a mechanism that makes private vices work for the common good, the cunning of reason. In his Perpetual Peace essay, Kant provided a precise formulation of this key feature. Many say a republic would have to be a nation of angels, because men with their selfish inclinations are not capable of a constitution of such sublime form. But precisely with these inclinations nature comes to the aid of the general will established on reason, which is revered even though impotent in practice. Thus it is only a question of a good organization of the state, which does lie in man's power, whereby the powers of each selfish inclination are so arranged in opposition that one moderates or destroys the ruinous effect of the other. The consequence for reason is the same as if none of them existed, and man is forced to be a good citizen even if not a morally good person. The problem of organizing a state, however hard it may seem, can be solved even for a race of devils, if only they are intelligent. The problem is, given a multitude of rational beings requiring universal laws for their preservation, but each of whom is secretly inclined to exempt himself from them, to establish a constitution in such a way that, although their private intentions conflict, they check each other, with the result that their public conduct is the same as if they had no such intentions. A problem like this must be capable of solution. It does not require that we know how to attain the moral improvement of men, but only that we should know the mechanism of nature in order to use it on men, organizing the conflict of the hostile intentions present in a people in such a way that they must compel themselves to submit to coercive laws. Thus a state of peace is established in which laws have force. 39. One should pursue this line of argument to its conclusion. A fully self-conscious liberal should intentionally limit his altruistic readiness to sacrifice his own good for the good of others, aware that the most effective way to act for the common good is to follow one's private egotism. The inevitable obverse of the cunning of reason motto private vices, common good is private goods, common disaster. There is in liberalism, from its very inception, a tension between individual freedom and objective mechanisms which regulate the behavior of a crowd. Early on, Benjamin Constant clearly formulated this tension: everything is moral in individuals, but everything is physical in crowds. Everybody is free as individual, but merely a cog in a machine when part of a crowd. Nowhere is the legacy of religion clearer. This, exactly, is the paradox of predestination, of the unfathomable mechanism of grace embodied, among other places, in market success. The mechanisms which will bring about social peace are independent of the will of individuals as well as of their merits. The tension internal to this project is discernible in the two aspects of liberalism: market liberalism and political liberalism. Jean-Claude Michéa perspicuously links this to two meanings of the term right. The political right insists on the market economy, the politically correct culturalized left insists on the defense of human rights, often its sole remaining raison d'être. Although the tension between these two aspects of liberalism is irreducible, they are nonetheless inextricably linked, like the two sides of the same coin. Today, the meaning of liberalism moves between two opposed poles: economic liberalism, free market individualism, opposition to strong state regulation, etc., and political liberalism, with an accent on equality, social solidarity, permissiveness, etc. In the U.S., Republicans are more liberal in the first sense and Democrats in the second. The point, of course, is that while one cannot decide through closer analysis which is the true liberalism, one also cannot resolve the deadlock by proposing a kind of higher dialectical synthesis, or avoid the confusion by making a clear distinction between the two senses of the term. The tension between the two meanings is inherent to the very content that liberalism endeavors to designate. It is constitutive of the notion itself, so that this ambiguity, far from signaling a limitation of our knowledge, signals the innermost truth of the notion of liberalism. Traditionally, each basic form of liberalism necessarily appears as the opposite of the other. Liberal multiculturalist advocates of tolerance as a rule resist economic liberalism and try to protect the vulnerable from unencumbered market forces, while market liberals as a rule advocate conservative family values, and so on. We thus get the double paradox of the traditionalist rightists supporting the market economy while ferociously rejecting the culture and mores that economy engenders, and his counterpoint, the multiculturalist leftist, resisting the market, though less and less so, it is true, as Mikea notices, while enthusiastically enforcing the ideology it engenders. Half a century ago, the symptomatic exception was the unique Ayn Rand, who advocated both market liberalism and a full individualist egotism deprived of all traditional forms of morality concerning family values and sacrifice for the common good. Today, however, we seem to be entering a new era in which it is possible for both aspects to be combined. Figures such as Bill Gates, for instance, pose as market radicals and as multiculturalist humanitarians. Here, we encounter the basic paradox of liberalism. An anti-ideological and anti-utopian stance is inscribed into the very core of the liberal vision. Liberalism conceives itself as a politics of the lesser evil. Its ambition is to bring about the least worst society possible, thus preventing a greater evil, since it considers any attempt to directly impose a positive good as the ultimate source of all evil. Churchill's quip about democracy being the worst of all political systems, with the exception of all the others, holds even better for liberalism. Such a view is sustained by a profound pessimism about human nature. Man is a selfish and envious animal, and if one attempts to build a political system appealing to his goodness and altruism, the result will be the worst kind of terror. Both the Jacobins and the Stalinists presupposed human virtue. Point 40. However, the liberal critique of the tyranny of the good comes at a price. The more its program permeates society, the more it turns into its opposite. The claim to want nothing but the lesser evil, once asserted as the principle of the new global order, gradually replicates the very features of the enemy it claims to be fighting against. The global liberal order clearly presents itself as the best of all possible worlds. Its modest rejection of utopias ends with the imposition of its own market liberal utopia, which will supposedly become reality when we subject ourselves fully to the mechanisms of the market and universal human rights. Behind all this lurks the ultimate totalitarian nightmare, the vision of a new man who has left behind all the old ideological baggage. As every close observer of the deadlocks arising from political correctness knows, the separation of legal justice from moral goodness which should be relativized and historicized ends up in an oppressive moralism brimming with resentment. Without any organic social substance grounding the standards of what Orwell approvingly referred to as common decency, all such standards having been dismissed as subordinating individual freedoms to proto-fascist social forms, the minimalist program of laws intended simply to prevent individuals from encroaching upon one another, annoying or harassing each other, turns into an explosion of legal and moral rules, an endless process, a spurious infinity in Hegel's sense, of legalization and moralization, known as the fight against all forms of discrimination. If there are no shared mores in place to influence the law, only the basic fact of subjects harassing other subjects, who in the absence of such mores is to decide what counts as harassment. In France, there are associations for obese people demanding that all public campaigns against obesity and in favor of healthy eating habits be stopped, since they damage the self-esteem of obese persons. The militants of veggie pride condemn the speciesism of meat eaters, who discriminate against animals, privileging the human animal for them, a particularly disgusting form of fascism, and demand that vegetophobia should be treated as a kind of xenophobia and proclaimed a crime. And we could extend the list to include those fighting for the right to incest marriage, consensual murder, cannibalism. The problem here is the obvious arbitrariness of the ever-new rules. Take child sexuality, for example. One could argue that its criminalization is an unwarranted discrimination, but one could also argue that children should be protected from sexual molestation by adults. And we could go on. The same people who advocate the legalization of soft drugs usually support the prohibition of smoking in public places. The same people who protest the patriarchal abuse of small children in our societies worry when someone condemns members of certain minority cultures for doing exactly this, say, the Roma preventing their children from attending public schools, claiming that this is a case of meddling with other ways of life. It is thus for necessary structural reasons that the fight against discrimination is an endless process which interminably postpones its final point, namely a society freed of all moral prejudices which, as Micaiah puts it, would be on this very account a society condemned to see crimes everywhere. 41. The ideological coordinates of such liberal multiculturalism are determined by two features of our postmodern zeitgeist: universalized multiculturalist historicism. All values and rights are historically specific, hence any elevation of them into universal notions to be imposed onto others is cultural imperialism at its most violent. 42. And the universalized hermeneutics of suspicion. All high ethical motifs are generated and sustained by low motives of resentment, envy, etc. The call to sacrifice our life for a higher cause is either a mask for manipulation by those who need war to sustain their power and wealth, or a pathological expression of masochism, and this either / or is an inclusive vel, i.e., both terms can be true at the same time. Another way to formulate Badiou's insight that we live in a world-less universe would be to say that the functioning of ideology today no longer relies on mechanisms for the interpellation of individuals into subjects. What liberalism proposes is a value-neutral mechanism of rights, and so on, a mechanism whose free play can automatically generate a desired political order, without at any point interpellating individuals into subjects. 43. The nameless jouissance cannot be a title of interpellation proper, it is more a kind of blind drive with no symbolic value form attached to it. All such symbolic features are temporary and flexible, which is why the individual is constantly called upon to recreate himself or herself. There is a problem with this liberal vision of which every good anthropologist, psychoanalyst, or even perspicuous social critic such as Francis Fukuyama is aware. It cannot stand on its own. It is parasitic upon some preceding form of what is usually referred to as socialization, which it simultaneously undermines, thereby sawing off the branch on which it is sitting. In the market and, more generally, in the social exchange based on the market, individuals encounter each other as free rational subjects, but such subjects are the result of a complex previous process which concerns symbolic debt, authority, and, above all, trust, in the big other which regulates exchanges. In other words, the domain of exchange is never purely symmetrical, it is an a priori condition for each of the participants to be able to give something without return so that he or she can participate in the game of give and take. For a market exchange to take place, there have to be subjects involved who participate in the basic symbolic pact and display an elementary trust in the word. Of course, the market is a domain of egotistic cheating and lying. However, as Lacan taught us, in order for a lie to function, it has to present itself and be taken as truth, i.e., the dimension of truth has to be already established. Kant missed the necessity of unwritten, disavowed, but necessary rules for every legal structure or set of social rules. It is only such rules that provide the substance on which laws can thrive, or properly function. One could again imagine, along these lines, yet another version of the Kantian secret clause enjoining states to always take into account the unwritten rules, without publicly admitting so. The exemplary case of the effectiveness of such unwritten rules is potlatch. The key feature that opposes potlatch to direct market exchange is thus the temporal dimension. In market exchange, the two complementary acts occur simultaneously: I pay and I get what I paid for. so that the act of exchange does not lead to a permanent social bond, but merely to a momentary exchange between atomized individuals who, immediately afterwards, return to their solitude. In potlatch, on the contrary, the time elapsed between my giving a gift and the other side returning it to me creates a social link which lasts, for a time, at least we are all linked together by bonds of debt. From this standpoint, money can be defined as the means which enables us to have contacts with others without entering into proper relations with them. Is the function of the masochistic practice of bondage not also to supplement this lack of social bond proper, so that, in it, the foreclosed returns in the real, the suspended symbolic bond returns as literal bodily bondage? 44. This atomized society, in which we have contact with others without entering into proper relations with them, is the presupposition of liberalism. The problem of organizing a state thus cannot be solved even for a race of devils. As Kant put it, the idea that it can be is the key moment of the liberal utopia. One should link this Kantian reference to a race of devils to another detail of his ethical thought. According to Kant, if one finds oneself alone on the sea with another survivor of a sunken ship near a floating piece of wood which can keep only one person afloat, moral considerations are no longer valid. There is no moral law preventing me from fighting to the death with the other survivor for the place on the raft. I can engage in it with moral impunity. It is here, perhaps, that one encounters the limit of Kantian ethics. What about someone prepared willingly to sacrifice himself in order to give the other person a chance of survival and, furthermore, who is ready to do it for non-pathological reasons? If there is no moral law commanding one to do this, does this mean that such an act has no ethical status proper? Does this strange exception not demonstrate that ruthless egotism, a concern for personal survival and gain, is the silent pathological presupposition of Kantian ethics, that the Kantian ethical edifice can only maintain itself by silently presupposing the pathological image of man as a ruthless utilitarian egotist? In exactly the same way, the Kantian political structure, with his notion of ideal legal power, can maintain itself only by silently presupposing the pathological image of the subjects of this power as a race of devils. According to Kant, the mechanisms which will bring about social peace are independent of the will of individuals as well as of their merits. The guarantee of perpetual peace is nothing less than that great artist, nature, natura titula rerum. In her mechanical course we see that her aim is to produce a harmony among men, against their will and indeed through their discord. This is ideology at its purest. One can claim that the notion of ideology was posited for itself only in the liberal universe, with its founding distinction between the ordinary people immersed in their universe of meaning of, what appears from the properly modern perspective as, the confusion between facts and values, and the cold rational observers who are able to perceive the world the way it is, without moralistic prejudices, as a mechanism regulated by laws, of passions, like any other natural mechanism. Only in this modern universe does society appear as an object of a possible experiment, as a chaotic field to which one can, and should, apply a value-free theory or science, a political geometry of passions, or economics, or racist science. It is only this modern position of the value-free scientist, approaching society the same way as a natural scientist approaches nature, that amounts to ideology proper, not the spontaneous attitude of the meaningful experience of life dismissed by the scientist as a set of superstitious prejudices. It is ideology because it imitates the form of the natural sciences without really being one. Ideology in a strict sense is thus always reflexive, redoubled on itself. It is a name for neutral knowledge which opposes itself to common ideology. 45. There is thus a duality inscribed into the very notion of ideology. 1. Mere ideology as the spontaneous self-apprehension of individuals with all their prejudices. 2. Neutral, value-free knowledge to be applied to society to engineer its development. In other words, ideology always is, or, rather, appears, as its own species. Coda, multiculturalism, the reality of an illusion. In a critical reading of my plenary talk at the Law and Critique Conference in 2007, Sarah Ahmet challenged my claim that it is an empirical fact that liberal multiculturalism is hegemonic. 46 Her first step was to emphasize the distinction between the semblance of hegemony, ideological illusion, and actual hegemony. Hegemony is not really reducible to facts as it involves semblance, fantasy, and illusion, being a question of how things appear and the gap between appearance and how bodies are distributed. To read hegemony we have to distrust how things appear. Indeed, what is striking about ZIZEK's retort is how much his reading of political correctness and liberal multiculturalism involved a certain literalism, as if the prohibition of speech acts that are not based on respecting the other's difference are really what is prohibited, or as if the prohibition is simply real by virtue of being articulated within public culture. So the speech act, "we must support the other's difference," is read as hegemonic, is taken literally as a sign not only that it is compulsory to support the other's difference, but that we are not allowed to refuse this support. The speech act is read as doing what it says. In order to reconsider the effects of such injunctions and prohibitions, I have introduced a new class of what I call non-performatives, speech acts that do not do what they say, that do not bring into effect that which they name. Could the speech work to create an illusion that we do support the other's difference, which might work by not bringing such support into existence? My point is double here. First, I agree with the category of the non-performatives, but with a twist. They are performatives, even very effective ones, but different from what they claim to be. There are other theoretical notions we can use to describe this duality, such as the pragmatic paradox, the gap between the subject of the enunciated and the subject of the enunciation, the double bind. There are nonetheless differences between these notions. The double bind implies an unbearable subjective tension, the proverbial mother who explicitly enjoins her son to leave home and start an autonomous life, but whose message between the lines is a desperate call for him to stay, the father who tells his son to act autonomously, but if the son effectively does so, he thereby asserts his subordination to his mother, since he is following her injunction, while the non-performative works smoothly, enabling you, as it were, to both have your cake and eat it, in other words to assert your superiority over the other through the very gesture of guaranteeing their equality and your respect for their difference. When I claim that multiculturalism is hegemonic, I claim only that it is hegemonic as ideology, not that it describes the reality of the predominant form of social relations, which is why I criticize it so ferociously. So when Ahmed writes that multiculturalism is a fantasy which conceals forms of racism, violence, and inequality, I can only add that this goes for every hegemonic ideology. I do not confuse ideological fantasy and fact, they are confused in reality. The reality of what Ahmed calls civil racism can only function through, in the guise of, the illusion of anti-racist multiculturalism. And, furthermore, an illusion is never simply an illusion. It is not enough to make the old Marxist point about the gap between the ideological appearance of the universal legal form and the particular interests that really sustain it, as is so common amongst politically correct critics on the left. The counter-argument that the form is never a mere form, but involves a dynamic of its own which leaves traces in the materiality of social life, made by Claude Lefort and Jacques Rancière, is fully valid. After all, the formal freedom of the bourgeois sets in motion processes of altogether material political demands and practices, from trade unions to feminism. Rancière rightly emphasizes the radical ambiguity of the Marxist notion of the gap between formal democracy, with its discourse of the rights of man and political freedom, and the economic reality of exploitation and domination. This gap between the appearance of equality, freedom, and the social reality of economic and cultural differences can be interpreted in the standard symptomatic way, namely that the form of universal rights, equality, freedom, and democracy is just a necessary, but illusory expression of its concrete social content, the universe of exploitation and class domination. Or it can be interpreted in the much more subversive sense of attention, in which the appearance of Agalabert is precisely not a mere appearance, but has a power of its own. This power allows it to set in motion the process of the re-articulation of actual socio-economic relations by way of their progressive politicization. Why shouldn't women also vote? Why shouldn't conditions at the workplace also be of public political concern? And on we could go. If bourgeois freedom is merely formal and does not disturb the true relations of power, why, then, did the Stalinist regime not permit it? What was it so afraid of? In the opposition between form and content, the form possesses an autonomy of its own, one could almost say, a content of its own. To return to Ahmed, how, then, does multiculturalism as fantasy function? In such a fantasy, racism is officially prohibited. This is true. We are supposed to be for racial equality, tolerance, and diversity, and we are not allowed to express hatred towards others, or to incite racist hatred. I would argue that this prohibition against racism is imaginary, and that it conceals everyday forms of racism, and involves a certain desire for racism. Take Big Brother and the Jade Goody story. You could argue that Big Brother's exposure of racism functions as evidence that political correctness is hegemonic. You are not allowed to be racist towards others. But that would be a misreading. What was at stake was the desire to locate racism in the body of Jade Goody, who comes to stand for the ignorance of the white working classes, as a way of showing that we, Channel 4 and its well-meaning liberal viewers, are not racist like that. When anti-racism becomes an ego ideal, you know you are in trouble. The prohibition of racist speech should not then be taken literally, rather, it is a way of imagining us as beyond racism, as being good multicultural subjects who are not like that. By saying racism is over there, look, there it is, in the located body of the racist, other forms of racism remain unnamed, what we could call civil racism. We might even say that the desire for racism is an articulation of a wider unnamed racism that accumulates force by not being named, or by operating under the sign of civility. The best example one can imagine of this was the presidential election in France in 2002, when Jean-Marie Le Pen made it into the second round. Reacting to this racist and chauvinist threat, the entirety of democratic France closed ranks behind Jacques Chirac, who was re-elected with an overwhelming majority of 80%. No wonder everyone felt good after this display of French anti-racism, no wonder people loved to hate Le Pen. By way of clearly locating racism in him and his party, general civil racism was rendered invisible. Similarly, in Slovenia recently, a big problem arose with a Roma family who were camping close to a small town. When a man was killed in the camp, the townspeople started to protest, demanding that the Roma be moved from the camp, which they had occupied illegally, to another location, organizing vigilante groups, etc. Predictably, Slovenian liberals condemned them as racists, locating racism in this isolated small town, though the liberals, living comfortably in the big cities, had no contact with the Roma other than meeting their representatives in front of the TV cameras. When the TV reporters interviewed the racists from the town, it became clear they were a group of people frightened by the constant fighting and shooting in the Roma camp, by the theft of animals from their farms, and by other forms of minor harassment. It is all too easy to say, as did the liberals, that the Roma way of life is, also, a consequence of centuries of exclusion and mistreatment, that the townspeople should be more receptive to the Roma, and so on and so forth. What nobody was prepared to do vis-a-vis the local racists was offer concrete solutions for the very real problems the Roma camp evidently posed for them. One of the most irritating liberal tolerance strategies is that of distinguishing between Islam as a great religion of spiritual peace and compassion and its fundamentalist terrorist abuse. Whenever Bush or Netanyahu or Sharon announced a new phase in the war on terror, they never forgot to include this mantra. One is almost tempted to counter it by claiming that, as with all religions, Islam is, in itself, a rather stupid and inconsistent construction, and that what makes it truly great are its possible political uses. This is liberal tolerant racism at its purest. This kind of respect for the other is the very form of the appearance of its opposite, of patronizing disrespect. The very term tolerance is here indicative. One tolerates something one does not approve of, but cannot abolish, either because one is not strong enough to do so or because one is benevolent enough to allow the other to retain its illusions in this way. A secular liberal tolerates religion, a permissive parent tolerates his children's excesses, and so on. Where I disagree with Ahmed is in her supposition that the underlying injunction of liberal tolerance is monocultural: be like us, become British. On the contrary, I claim that the injunction is one of cultural apartheid: others should not come too close to us, we should protect our way of life. The demand become like us is a superego demand, a demand which counts on the other's inability to really become like us, so that we can then gleefully deplore their failure. Recall how, in apartheid South Africa, the official regime's ideology was multiculturalist. Apartheid was needed so that all the diverse African tribes would not get drowned in white civilization. The truly unbearable fact for a multiculturalist liberal is an other who really does become like us, while retaining their own specific features. 47. Furthermore, Ahmed passes too easily between forms of racism which should be distinguished. In a kind of spectral analysis, one can identify at least three different modes of contemporary racism. First, there is the old-fashioned unabashed rejection of the other: despotic, barbarian, orthodox, Muslim, corrupt, Oriental. On behalf of authentic values, Western, civilized, democratic, Christian. Then there is the reflexive politically correct racism, the multiculturalist perception of, for example, the Balkans as the terrain of ethnic horror and intolerance, of primitive irrational bellicose passions, as opposed to the post-national liberal democratic process of solving conflicts through rational negotiation, compromise, and mutual respect. Here racism is, as it were, elevated to the second power, it is attributed to the other, while we occupy the convenient position of a neutral benevolent observer, righteously dismayed at the horrors going on down there. Finally, there is reversed racism, which celebrates the exotic authenticity of the Balkan other, as in the notion of the Serbs who, in contrast to the inhibited, anemic Western Europeans, still exhibit a prodigious lust for life. Ahmed further claims that racists themselves present themselves as a threatened minority whose free speech must be protected. They use the prohibition as evidence that racism is a minority position which has to be defended against the multicultural hegemony. Racism can then be articulated as a minority position, a refusal of orthodoxy. In this perverse logic, racism can then be embraced as a form of free speech. We have articulated a new discourse of freedom, as the freedom to be offensive, in which racism becomes an offense that restores our freedom. The story goes, we have worried too much about offending the other, we must get beyond this restriction, which sustains the fantasy that that was the worry in the first place. Note here that the other, especially the Muslim subject who is represented as easily offended, becomes the one who causes injury, insofar as it is the Muslim other's offendability that is read as restricting our free speech. The offendable subject gets in the way of our freedom. So rather than saying racism is prohibited by the liberal multicultural consensus, under the banner of respect for difference, I would argue that racism is what is protected under the banner of free speech through the appearance of being prohibited. We should here supplement Ahmed's presentation with different examples which render visible the perhaps unexpected implications of her theoretical propositions. Consider the paradox of Chomsky, when he wrote the preface to a book by Robert Frisson, a Holocaust denier, defending the author's right to publish the book. Chomsky makes it clear that he is personally disgusted by Frisson's reasoning, but the problem, as he goes on to say, is that once we start to prohibit certain opinions, who will be next in line? The question is thus, how to counteract the fake liberal prohibition on racism? In the Chomsky mode, or by replacing it with a true prohibition. Another unexpected example, according to Jean-Claude Milner, a unified Europe could only constitute itself on the basis of a progressive erasure of all divisive historical traditions and legitimizations. Consequently, a unified Europe will be based on the erasure of history, of historical memory. Recent phenomena such as Holocaust revisionism, or the moral equation of all victims of World War II, Germans suffered under aerial bombardments no less than did the Russians or the British. The fate of Nazi collaborators liquidated by the Russians after the war was comparable to that of victims of the Nazi genocide, etc., are the logical outcome of this tendency. All specified limits are potentially erased on behalf of abstract suffering and victimization. And this Europe, and this is what Milner is aiming at all along in its very advocacy of unlimited openness and multicultural tolerance, again needs the figure of the Jew as a structural obstacle to this drive to unlimited unification. Contemporary anti-Semitism, however, no longer takes the same form as the old ethnic anti-Semitism. Its focus has been displaced from Jews as an ethnic group onto the State of Israel. In the program of the Europe of the 21st century, the State of Israel occupies exactly the position that the name Jew occupied in the Europe before the rupture of 39, 45, 48. In this way, the anti-Semitism of today can present itself as anti-Semitism, full of solidarity with the victims of the Holocaust. The reproach is just that, in our era of the gradual dissolution of all limits, of the fluidification of all traditions, the Jews wanted to build their own clearly delimited nation-state. Here are the very last lines of Milner's book. If modernity is defined by the belief in an unlimited realization of dreams, our future is fully outlined. It leads through absolute theoretical and practical anti-Judaism. To follow Lacan beyond what he explicitly stated, the foundations of a new religion are thus posited. Anti-Judaism will be the natural religion of the humanity to come. 49. Is Milner, a passionate pro-Zionist, not relying here on the same logic as used by Ahmed? In his view, are Jews not caught in the same paradoxical predicament as, say, British Muslims? They were offered civil rights, the chance to integrate into UK society, but, ungrateful as they are, they persisted in their separate way of life. Plus, again similarly to Muslims, they are perceived as being excessively sensitive, seeing anti-Semitism everywhere. Milner's point is thus that the official anti-Semitism, which issues prohibitions, recall the case of David Irving, is but the form of appearance of a secret anti-Semitism. Returning to Ahmed's line of argumentation, the hegemony of multiculturalism is thus not a direct form of hegemony, but a reflexive one. The hegemonic position is that liberal multiculturalism is the hegemony. This is why the current monocultural political agenda functions as a kind of retrospective defense against multiculturalism. The explicit argument of New Labour is that multiculturalism went too far, we gave the other too much respect, we celebrated difference too much, such that multiculturalism is read as the cause of segregation, riots and even terrorism. I totally agree with the general principle that hegemonies are often presented as minority positions, as defenses against what are perceived to be hegemonic positions. Today's celebration of minorities and marginals is the predominant majority position. But we could add a series of other examples, such as the neocons who complain about the terrors of liberal political correctness, presenting themselves as protectors of an endangered minority. Or take those critics of patriarchy who attack it as if it were still a hegemonic position, ignoring what Marx and Engels wrote more than 150 years ago. In the first chapter of the Communist Manifesto, the bourgeoisie, wherever it has got the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. Such an insight is still ignored by those leftist cultural theorists who focus their critique on patriarchal ideology and practice. Is it not time to start wondering about the fact that the critique of patriarchal phallogocentrism and so forth was elevated into the main question at the very historical moment ours when patriarchy definitively lost its hegemonic role, when it was progressively swept away by the market individualism of rights? What becomes of patriarchal family values when a child can sue his parents for neglect and abuse, or when the family and parenthood itself are de jure reduced to a temporary and dissolvable contract between independent individuals? And, incidentally, Freud was no less aware of this. For him, the decline of the Oedipal mode of socialization was the historical condition of the rise of psychoanalysis. 50. In other words, the critical claim that patriarchal ideology continues to be the hegemonic ideology is the form of the hegemonic ideology of our times. Its function is to enable us to evade the deadlock of the hedonistic permissiveness which is actually hegemonic. On February 7, 2008, The Archbishop of Canterbury told BBC Radio 4's World at 1 that the adoption of certain aspects of Sharia law in the UK seems unavoidable. The UK has to face up to the fact that some of its citizens do not relate to the British legal system, so that adopting parts of Islamic Sharia law would help maintain social cohesion. He stressed that nobody in their right mind would want to see in this country the kind of inhumanity that's sometimes been associated with the practice of the law in some Islamic states, the extreme punishments, the attitudes to women as well. However, an approach to law which simply said there's one law for everybody and that's all there is to be said, and anything else that commands your loyalty or allegiance is completely irrelevant in the processes of the courts. I think that's a bit of a danger. Muslims should not have to choose between the stark alternatives of cultural loyalty or state loyalty. The issue of whether Catholic adoption agencies should be forced to accept gay parents under equality laws already showed the potential for legal confusion. The principle that there is only one law for everybody is an important pillar of our social identity as a Western democracy. But I think it is a misunderstanding to suppose this means people don't have other affiliations, other loyalties which shape and dictate how they behave in society, and that the law needs to take some account of that. People may legally devise their own way to settle a dispute in front of a designated third party as long as both sides agree to the process. Muslim Sharia courts and the Jewish Beth Din come into this category. The country's main Beth Din at Finchley in North London oversees a wide range of cases including divorce settlements, contractual rows between traders, and tenancy disputes. In a similar way, Muslims should be allowed to choose to have marital disputes or financial matters dealt with in a Sharia court. 51. However, notwithstanding all my sympathies for Rowan Williams, I think the devil hides in the details of his proposal, where the old dilemma of group rights versus individual rights explodes with a vengeance. Williams is careful enough to emphasize two limitations of his proposal. 1. Individual Muslims should retain a choice. They should not be forced to obey the Sharia, just permitted to choose it. 2. The Sharia should be implemented only in certain areas, applying norms which are not in conflict with the general law, marital disputes, not amputations of hands for theft. But if we really follow these two principles, then nothing radical really happens. If some group of people wants to regulate its affairs in a way which adds new rules without infringing upon the existing legal order, so what? Things become problematic the moment we move a step further and concede to one particular ethnic religious community a more substantial role as the untranscendable foundation of one's existence. This is what makes the issue of universal compulsory education so controversial. Liberals insist that children should be given the right to remain part of their particular community, but on condition that they are given a choice. But for, say, Amish children to really have a free choice of which way of life to choose, either their parents' life or that of the English, they would have to be properly informed on all the options, educated in them, and the only way to do that would be to extract them from their embeddedness in the Amish community, in other words, to effectively render them English. This also clearly demonstrates the limitations of the standard liberal attitude towards Muslim women wearing a veil. It is deemed acceptable if it is their free choice and not an option imposed on them by their husbands or family. However, the moment a woman wears a veil as the result of her free individual choice, the meaning of her act changes completely. It is no longer a sign of her direct substantial belongingness to the Muslim community, but an expression of her idiosyncratic individuality, of her spiritual quest and her protest against the vulgarity of the commodification of sexuality, or else a political gesture of protest against the West. A choice is always a meta-choice, a choice of the modality of the choice itself. It is one thing to wear a veil because of one's immediate immersion in a tradition, it is quite another to refuse to wear a veil, and yet another to wear one not out of a sense of belonging, but as an ethico-political choice. This is why, in our secular societies based on choice, people who maintain a substantial religious belonging are in a subordinate position. Even if they are allowed to practice their beliefs, these beliefs are tolerated as their idiosyncratic personal choice or opinion. The moment they present them publicly as what they really are for them, they are accused of fundamentalism. What this means is that the subject of free choice, in the Western tolerant multicultural sense, can only emerge as the result of an extremely violent process of being torn away from one's particular life world, of being cut off from one's roots. Western secular law not only promotes laws that are different from those of religious legal systems, it also relies on a different formal mode of how subjects relate to legal regulations. This is what is missed in the simple reduction of the gap that separates liberal universalism from particular substantial ethnic identities to a gap between two particularities. Liberal universalism is an illusion, a mask concealing its own particularity which it imposes onto others as universal. The universalism of a Western liberal society does not reside in the fact that its values, human rights, etc., are universal in the sense of holding for all cultures, but in a much more radical sense. For individuals relate to themselves as universal, they participate in the universal dimension directly, bypassing their particular social position. The problem with particular laws for particular ethnic or religious groups is that not all people experience themselves as belonging to a particular ethnic or religious community, so that aside from people belonging to such groups, there should be universal individuals who just belong to the realm of state law. Apart from apples, pears, and grapes, there should be a place for fruit as such. The catch here is that of the freedom of choice given to you if you make the right choice, others should be tolerated only if they accept our society. As Ahmed explains, this involves a reading of the other as abusing our multicultural love, as if to say, we gave our love to you, and you abused our love by living apart from us, so now you must become British. There is a threat implied here: become us, become like us, and support democracy and give up the burqa, so we can see your face and communicate with you like the ordinary people we are, or go away. Migrants enter the national consciousness as ungrateful. Ironically, then racism becomes attributed to the failure of migrants to receive our love. The monocultural hegemony involves the fantasy that multiculturalism is the hegemony. The best description of today's hegemony is liberal monoculturalism, in which common values are read as under threat by the support for the other's difference, as a form of support that supports the fantasy of the nation as being respectful at the same time as it allows the withdrawal of this so-called respect. The speech act that declares liberal multiculturalism as hegemonic is thus the hegemonic position. If we formulate the problem in these terms, the alternative appears as follows: either true multiculturalism, or else drop the universal claim as such. Both solutions are wrong, for the simple reason that they are not different at all, but ultimately coincide. True multiculturalism would be the utopia of a neutral universal legal frame enabling each particular culture to assert its identity. The thing to do is to change the entire field, introducing a totally different universal, that of an antagonistic struggle which, rather than taking place between particular communities, splits each community from within, so that the transcultural link between communities is one of a shared struggle. Interlude 1. Hollywood Today. Report from an ideological battlefield. Let us begin, quite arbitrarily, with Michael Apted's Enigma, 2001, screenplay by Tom Stoppard, based on the novel by Robert Harris, which takes place in 1943, among the cryptanalysts at Bletchley Park working day and night to crack the German Enigma code. They are rejoined by Tom Jericho, a troubled working-class mathematical genius who is back after a period of recuperation brought on by overwork and an unhappy love affair with Claire, the easygoing femme fatale, which led to his psychic breakdown. Jericho immediately tries to see Claire again and finds that she has mysteriously disappeared. He enlists the help of Claire's housemaid Hester to follow the trail of clues and learn what has happened to her. The two repeatedly break both the rules of the Bletchley Park establishment and the law as their hunt gets more intense. Jericho is closely watched by Wigram, an upper-class MI5 agent, who plays cat and mouse with him throughout the film. Jericho is tolerated at the park, despite his transgressions, because of the brilliant plan he invents for uncovering the new key. Tom and Hester at the same time uncover a British government plot to bury the intelligence information on the Katyn massacre, for fear it might weaken American willingness to remain in the war on the same side as the Soviet Union. This, in turn, leads to their discovery that a Polish cryptanalyst, Józef Pukowski, was so incensed on learning of the massacre that he is prepared to betray Bletchley's secrets to the Nazis in order to take revenge on Stalin. The fate of Claire remains unclear to the end. Was she killed or did she just disappear? All we learn is that she was in reality also an MI5 agent under Wigram's control. The film was criticized for its manipulation of historical facts, apart from a minor series of changes. For example, the only known traitor at Bletchley Park was John Cairncross, who worked for the Soviet Union. The film's biggest alteration concerns the character of Jericho, who is obviously a sanitized version of the legendary Alan Turing, a key figure at the real Bletchley Park in both the cracking of the Enigma code and the development of the digital computer. In the 1950s, Turing was prosecuted for homosexual acts, lost his security clearance, and was subjected to brutal chemical treatment, which resulted in his suicide in 1954. In the film, a firmly heterosexual Turing Jericho finally gets over his traumatic crush on Claire in the final scene. We see him in 1946, meeting Hester, pregnant with their child, in front of the National Gallery in London. 1. However, such an analysis moves at the level of what one is tempted to call constituted ideology, following the distinction proposed by Alain Badiou between two types, or rather levels, of corruption in democracy: de facto empirical corruption, and the corruption that pertains to the very form of democracy with its reduction of politics to the negotiation of private interests. In a homologous way, one should distinguish between constituted ideology empirical manipulations and distortions at the level of content and constitutive ideology the ideological form which provides the coordinates of the very space within which the content is located. 2. To discern the contours of the constitutive ideology of Enigma, one should focus on how the film rather obviously plays upon the register of two enigmas, the enigma of the German secret code and the enigma of the woman. No matter how complex the military codes are, they can be cracked. The true enigma which cannot ever be cracked is the woman. The split between Claire and Hester is crucial here. The only way for a man to normalize the sexual relationship is to erase the enigmatic woman and accept the ordinary woman as a partner. By reframing the story of the effort to break the German Enigma code into a story about the enigma of woman, what the film adds to the narrative is ideological surplus enjoyment. It is this reframing which sustains our pleasure in the otherwise narratively rather dull work of cracking secret codes. This feature is also what makes the film part of the Hollywood ideological universe. If a movie on the same topic, military decoding, had been made in, say, the Soviet Union, there would have been no erotic reframing of the enigma, which is why the film would also have been much more boring. What does the Joker want? Today, this fundamental level of constitutive ideology assumes the guise of its very opposite, non-ideology. David Grossman stands for the Jewish attitude at its purest, as rendered in a nice personal anecdote, when, just prior to the 1967 Israeli-Arab War, he heard on the radio about the Arab threats to throw the Jews into the sea. His reaction was to take swimming lessons, a paradigmatic Jewish reaction if there ever was one, in the spirit of the long talk between Joseph K. and the priest, the prison chaplain, that follows the parable on the door of the law in Kafka's trial. Grossman's work is marked by a strange line of separation. His nonfiction texts deal almost exclusively with what the Israelis refer to as Hamatzav, the situation, a neutral-sounding word that encompasses everything from the Intifada to the security fence and the withdrawal from Gaza. Its equivalent in Cuba would be the special period, a code word for the economic catastrophe that followed the disintegration of the Soviet bloc. The situation is not a specific event but rather every event, it bleeds into every part of life. In stark contrast, his fiction withdraws into the claustrophobic space of private passions and obsessions. However, even when he writes of marriage and desire, jealousy and motherhood, loyalty and betrayal, he is mapping an entire country's anxieties and longings. Rather than explicitly reporting the facts on the ground, Grossman constructs his own alternate reality that evokes the situation as their absent real cause. The central character of Frenzy, the first novella of Grossman's Her Body Knows, is Shaul, an official in the Ministry of Education, who has convinced himself that his wife, Elisheva, is having an affair. Consumed with jealousy, he conjures up every detail of the lovers' time together. When Elisheva goes off for a few days alone, Shaul insists on following her. Because his leg has been fractured in a mysterious accident, he enlists the help of his brother's wife, Esti, who agrees to drive him to where Elisheva is staying. On this hallucinatory journey, the normally reticent Shaul finds himself telling Esti the elaborate story of Elisheva's affair. Is the affair real or just a fantasy? Is it rooted in Elisheva's actual emotions or in Shaul's obsessive jealousy? Somewhere along the way, that distinction stops mattering. Shaul blurs into the figure of his wife's lover and the Elisheva of his imagination blurs into the Elisheva of real life. Esti is transformed as well. As their journey stretches deeper into the night, Shaul's story stirs Esti's own longing for a past love. The second novella, Her Body Knows, is also about jealousy and betrayal. At its center are two women, a yoga teacher named Nili who is dying of cancer, and her estranged daughter Rodam, a writer living in London who has returned to Israel to read her mother a story she's been working on, about a yoga teacher named Nili. In the story, which takes place during her own childhood, Nili is asked by the father of a shy teenage boy to initiate the latter into the secrets of sexuality and thus make him a man. It is easy to recognize here the logic of fantasy at its purest, inventing a scenario which touches on the mystery of the parents' sexual lives. What both novellas are really about is the transformative power of storytelling, the need to construct alternate fictional realities. What actually happened is beside the point. Both Shaul and Rodam refashion reality to create a story they need to tell. Rewriting the past is an act of generosity which enables the subject to change her future. Even if the fictional realities they construct are not pretty, there are no happy marriages in these fantasies, no idyllic childhoods. Even if it appears that one pain is merely replaced with another in a widening, an opening up, of the past, there is a secret pathological profit in this shift, a surplus enjoyment is generated. And it is here that ideology enters. Such retreats into intimate reality take place against the background of Hamatsav, the situation. No wonder that, in recent years, this same desire for an alternate reality has become part of Israel's national psyche. Dealing with the situation generates an atmosphere of anxiety, a deep sense of claustrophobia, a retreat into the relative safety of the indoors. Though an Israeli writer need not directly address the political atmosphere that surrounds him, these concerns seep in, quietly and evocatively. The properly ideological function of this retreat is thus clear. Its underlying message is, we are just ordinary people who want only peace and normal life. A similar attitude forms part of the mythology of the IDF. The Israeli media love to dwell on the imperfections and psychic traumas of Israeli soldiers, presenting them not as perfect military machines, but as ordinary people who, caught into the vicissitudes of history and warfare, are just as likely as anyone else to make mistakes or lose their way. This ideological operation accounts for the success of two recent Israeli films about the 1982 Lebanon War, Ari Folman's animated documentary Waltz with Bashir and Samuel Maaz's Lebanon. Lebanon draws on Maaz's own memories as a young soldier, rendering the war's fear and claustrophobia by shooting most of the action from inside a tank. The movie follows four inexperienced soldiers dispatched in the tank to mop up enemies in a Lebanese town that has already been bombarded by the Israeli Air Force. Interviewed at the 2009 Venice Festival, Yoav Donat, the actor who plays the director as a soldier a quarter of a century ago, said, "This is not a movie that makes you think I've just been to a movie. This is a movie that makes you feel like you've been to war." In a similar way, Waltz with Bashir renders the horrors of the 1982 conflict from the point of view of Israeli soldiers. Maaz said his film is not a condemnation of Israel's policies, but a personal account of what he went through. "The mistake I made is to call the film Lebanon because the Lebanon War is no different in its essence from any other war, and for me any attempt to be political would have flattened the film." 3. This is ideology at its purest. The focus on the perpetrator's traumatic experience enables us to obliterate the entire ethico-political background of the conflict, involving questions such as, what was the Israeli army doing deep in Lebanon? In Lebanon, the spatial limitation to the inside of a tank quite literally enacts such an erasure. Such a humanization thus serves to obfuscate the key question, the need for the ruthless political analysis of what is being done in terms of political military activity. Our politico-military struggles are precisely not an opaque history which brutally disrupts our intimate lives. They are a field in which we are always already engaged, even if it is in a mode of ignorance. Should we be surprised to find the same ideological mechanism in Leonardo Padura's Mario Conde police procedural set in today's Havana? On a first approach, these novels provide such a critical view of the Cuban situation, poverty, corruption, cynical disbelief, that one cannot but be shocked to learn not only that Padura lives in Havana, but that he is an establishment figure who has received major state prizes. His heroes, although disappointed, depressed, seeking refuge in alcohol and dreams of alternate historical realities, mourning their missed chances, and, of course, depoliticized, completely ignoring the official socialist ideology, nonetheless fundamentally accept their situation. The novel's underlying message is thus that one should heroically accept the situation the way it is, rather than attempt to escape to the false paradise of Miami. This acceptance forms the backdrop to all the critical remarks and dark descriptions. Although totally disillusioned, the characters are from here and are here to stay. This misery is their world, and they struggle to find a meaningful life within its framework rather than resisting it in any radical way. Back in the Cold War era, leftist critics often pointed out the ambiguity of John Le Carre's stance towards his own society. His critical portrayal of opportunist cynicism, ruthless maneuvering and moral betrayal nonetheless presupposes a basically positive stance. The very moral complexity of Secret Service life is proof that one lives in an open society which allows the expression of such complexities. Mutatis mutandis, does not exactly the same hold also for Padura? The very fact that he is able to write the way he does within Cuban society only contributes to its legitimization. There is a very thin line separating this humanization from a resigned coming to terms with lying as a social principle. What matters in such a humanized universe is authentic intimate experience, not the truth. At the end of Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight, a film which also humanizes its superhero, presenting him as full of doubts and weaknesses, the new Harvey Dent, an obsessive vigilante against mob rule who became corrupted and committed a number of murders, dies. Batman and his police friend Gordon recognize the loss of morale the city would suffer if Dent's crimes became known. So Batman persuades Gordon to preserve Dent's image by holding Batman responsible for the murders. Gordon destroys the bat signal and a manhunt for Batman ensues. This need to perpetuate a lie in order to sustain public morale is the film's final message. Only a lie can redeem us. No wonder that, paradoxically, the only figure of truth in the film is the Joker, its supreme villain. Point 4. The aim of his terrorist attacks on Gotham City is made clear. The attacks will stop only when Batman takes off his mask and reveals his true identity. To prevent this disclosure and thus protect Batman, Dent tells the press that he is Batman, another lie. In order to entrap the Joker, Gordon stages his own, fake, death, yet another lie. The logic of Batman's, or Superman's or Spider-Man's, mask is given a comical twist in The Mask with Jim Carrey. It is the mask itself which changes the ordinary guy into a superhero. The link between the mask and sexuality is rendered clear in the second Superman movie. Making love to a woman is incompatible with the power of the mask, that is, the price Superman has to pay for his consummated love is to become a normal mortal human. The mask is thus the asexual partial object which allows the subject to remain in, or regress to, the pre-Oedipal anal oral universe where there is no death or guilt, just endless fun and fighting. No wonder the Jim Carrey character in The Mask is obsessed with cartoons. The universe of cartoons is an undead universe of infinite plasticity in which every time a character is destroyed it magically recomposes itself and the struggle recommences. What, then, does the Joker, who wants to disclose the truth beneath the mask, convinced that this disclosure will destroy the social order, represent? He is not a man without a mask, but, on the contrary, a man fully identified with his mask, a man who is his mask. There is nothing, no ordinary guy, beneath it. Point 5 This is why the Joker has no backstory and lacks any clear motivation. He tells different people different stories about his scars, mocking the idea that some deep-rooted trauma drives him. Point 6 How, then, do Batman and the Joker relate? Is the Joker Batman's own death drive embodied? Is Batman the Joker's destructivity put in the service of society? A further parallel can be drawn between The Dark Knight and Edgar Allan Poe's The Mask of the Red Death. In the secluded castle in which the mighty retire to survive the plague, Red Death, ravaging the country, Prince Prospero organizes a lavish masked ball. At midnight, Prospero notices a figure in a blood-spattered, dark robe resembling a funeral shroud, with a skull-like mask depicting a victim of the Red Death. Gravely insulted, Prospero demands to know the identity of the mysterious guest. When the figure turns to face him, the prince falls dead at a glance. The enraged bystanders corner the stranger and remove his mask, only to find the costume empty. The figure is revealed as the personification of the Red Death itself, which goes on to destroy all life in the castle. Like the Joker and all revolutionaries, the Red Death also wants the masks to be torn off and the truth to be disclosed to the public. One could thus also suggest that, in Russia in 1917, the Red Death penetrated the Romanov castle and caused its downfall. Point 7. Does the Dark Knight's extraordinary popularity not then point towards the fact that it touches a nerve in our ideologico-political constellation, the undesirability of truth? In this sense, the film is effectively a new version of the two classic John Ford westerns, Fort Apache and The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, which demonstrate how, in order to civilize the Wild West, the lie had to be elevated into truth. In short, how our civilization is grounded on a lie. The question to be raised here is, why, at this precise moment, this renewed need for a lie to maintain the social system? The sad lesson of remakes. The Dark Knight is a sign of a global ideological regression for which one is almost tempted to use the title of George Lukács's most Stalinist work, The Destruction of Emancipatory Reason. This regression reached its peak in I Am Legend, a recent blockbuster casting Will Smith as the last man alive. The film's only interest resides in its comparative value. One of the best ways to detect shifts in the ideological constellation is to compare consecutive remakes of the same story. There are 3, or, rather, 4, including the original source, versions of I Am Legend, Richard Matheson's novel from 1954, the first film version, The Last Man on Earth, Italian title, El Ultimo Uomo della Terra, 1964, Ubaldo Ragona and Sidney Sokow, with Vincent Price, the second version, The Omega Man, 1971, Boris Sagal, with Charlton Heston, and the last one, I Am Legend, 2007, Francis Lawrence, with Will Smith. The first film version, arguably still the best, is basically faithful to the novel. The startling premise is well known as the publicity slogan for the 2007 remake says, "The last man is not alone." The story is yet another fantasy of witnessing one's own absence. Neville, the sole survivor of a catastrophe which has killed all humans apart from him, wanders the desolate city streets and soon discovers that he is not alone, that a mutated species of the living dead, or, rather, vampires, is stalking him. There is no paradox in the slogan, even the last man alive is not alone. What remains with him are the living dead. In Lacan's terms, they are the which adds itself to the one of the last man. As the story progresses, it is revealed that some infected people have discovered a means to hold the disease at bay. However, the still living people appear no different from the true vampires during the day, while both are immobilized in sleep. They send a woman named Ruth to spy on Neville, and much of their interaction focuses on Neville's internal struggle between his deep-seated paranoia and his hope. Eventually Neville performs a blood test on her, revealing her true nature, before she knocks him out and escapes. Months later, the still living people attack Neville and take him alive so that he can be executed in front of everyone in the new society. Before his execution, Ruth provides him with an envelope of pills so that he will feel no pain. Neville finally realizes why the new society of the infected living regards him as a monster, just as vampires were regarded as legendary monsters that preyed on vulnerable humans in their beds. Neville has become a mythical figure who kills both vampires and the living while they are sleeping. He is a legend as the vampires once were. The first film version's main difference with the novel was a shift in the ending. The hero, here called Morgan, develops a cure for Ruth in his lab. A few hours later, at nightfall, the still living people attack Morgan, who flees, but is finally gunned down in the church where his wife has been buried. The second film version, The Omega Man, is set in Los Angeles, where a group of resistant albinos calling themselves the Family have survived the plague, which has turned them into violent light-sensitive albino mutants, and affected their minds with psychotic delusions of grandeur. Although resistant, the members are slowly dying off, apparently due to mutations of the plague. The Family is led by Matthias, formerly a popular Los Angeles television newscaster. He and his followers believe that modern science, and not the flaws of humanity, are the cause of their misfortune. They have reverted to a Luddite lifestyle, employing medieval imagery and technology, complete with long black robes, torches, bows and arrows. As they see it, Neville, the last symbol of science and a user of the will, must die. The final scene shows the human survivors departing in a Land Rover after the dying Neville gives them a flask of blood serum, presumably to restore humanity. In the last version, which takes place on Manhattan, the woman who appears to Neville, here called Anna, accompanied by a young boy Ethan and coming somewhere from the South Maryland and Sao Paulo are mentioned, tells him that God has sent her to bring him to the colony of survivors in Vermont. Neville refuses to believe her, saying that there cannot be a God in a world afflicted by such suffering and mass death. When the infected attack the house that night and overrun its defenses, Neville, Anna, and Ethan retreat into the basement laboratory, sealing themselves in with an infected woman on whom Neville was experimenting. Discovering that the last treatment has successfully cured the woman, Neville realizes that he has to find a way to pass it on to other survivors before they are killed. After drawing a vial of blood from the patient and giving it to Anna, he pushes her and Ethan into an old coal chute and sacrifices himself with a hand grenade, killing the attacking infected. Anna and Ethan escape to Vermont and reach the fortified survivors' colony. In the concluding voiceover, Anna states that Neville's cure enabled humanity to survive and rebuild, establishing his status as a legend, a Christ-like figure whose sacrifice redeemed humanity. The gradual ideological regression can be observed here at its clinically purest. The main shift, between first and second film versions, is registered in the radical change in the meaning of the title. The original paradox, the hero is now legendary for vampires, as vampires once were for humanity, gets lost, so that, in the last version, the hero is simply a legend for the surviving humans in Vermont. What gets obliterated in this change is the authentically multicultural experience rendered by the title's original meaning, the realization that one's own tradition is no better than what appear to us as the eccentric traditions of others, a realization nicely formulated by Descartes who, in his Discourse of Method, wrote how, in the course of his travels, he recognized that all those whose sentiments are very contrary to ours are yet not necessarily barbarians or savages, but may be possessed of reason in as great or even a greater degree than ourselves. The irony is that this dimension disappears precisely in our era, in which multicultural tolerance has been elevated into an official ideology. 8. Let us follow this ideological regression step by step. The first film version is marred by its conclusion. Instead of dying by being burned at stake as a legend, the hero's death reasserts his roots in his lost community, the church, the family. The powerful multicultural insight into the contingency of our background is thus weakened. The final message is no longer the exchange of positions, we are now legends the way vampires used to be legends for us, which renders palpable the abyss of our rootlessness, but our irreducible attachment to our roots. The second film version completes this obliteration of the topic of the legend by displacing the focus onto the survival of humanity rendered possible by the hero's invention of a cure for the plague. This displacement reinscribes the film into the standard topic of a threat to humanity and its last-minute escape. However, as a positive element, we at least get a dose of liberal anti-fundamentalism and enlightened scientism, rejecting the obscurantist hermeneutics of the search for a deeper meaning of the catastrophe. The latest version puts the nail in the coffin, turning things around and openly opting for religious fundamentalism. Indicative already are the geopolitical coordinates of the story, the opposition between a destitute New York and the pure eco-paradise of Vermont, a gated community protected by a wall and security guards, which, to add insult to injury, is joined by the newcomers from the fundamentalist South who have survived the passage through devastated New York. A strictly homologous shift takes place with regard to religion. The film's first ideological climax is Neville's job-like moment of doubt, there can be no God given that such a catastrophe was possible, opposed to Anna's fundamentalist trust that she is an instrument of God who has sent her to Vermont on a mission whose meaning is not yet clear to her. In the film's final moments, just before his death, Neville changes sides and adopts her fundamentalist perspective by assuming a Christological identification. Anna was brought to him so that he could give her the serum that she will take to Vermont. His sinful doubts are thus redeemed and we are at the exact opposite of the original book's premise. Neville is again a legend, but a legend for the new humanity whose rebirth was made possible by his invention and sacrifice. A more refined case is that of the two versions of 3:10 to Yuma, Delmer Daves, 1957, original and James Mangold's, 2007, remake. The relationship between the two is best encapsulated by the German title change. The Germans, who as a rule reinvent film titles for local release, called the first versions Albistria und Bet Count to 3 and Prey, and the remake Todjig nach Yuma Death Train to Yuma. 3:10 to Yuma tells the story of a poor farmer, called Evans, who, for $200 that he badly needs in order to save his cattle from drought, accepts a job escorting a bandit, Wade, with a high price on his head from the hotel where he is held to the train that will take him to prison in Yuma. What we have, of course, is a classic story of an ethical ordeal. Throughout the film, it seems that the farmer himself is the one subjected to the ordeal, exposed as he is to temptations in the style of the, undeservedly, more famous High Noon. All those who have promised to help abandon him when they discover that the hotel is surrounded by the gang sworn to save their boss. The imprisoned bandit himself alternately threatens the farmer and tries to bribe him, and so on. The last scene, however, retrospectively changes our perception of the film totally. Close by the train, which is already leaving the station, Wade and Evans find themselves face to face with the entire gang waiting for the right moment to shoot the farmer and thus free their boss. At this tense moment, when the situation seems hopeless for Evans, Wade suddenly turns to him and says, "Trust me. Let's jump together onto the wagon." In short, the one really undergoing the ordeal was the bandit himself, the apparent agent of temptation. At the end, having been overcome by the farmer's integrity, he sacrifices his own freedom for him. In James Mangold's 2007 remake, Evans's adolescent son Will accompanies his father to help him on the mission. Evans's bravery redeems him in the eyes of his son. At the last moment, when they reach the train, Wade's gang guns down Evans. Wade is freed, but he turns his gun on his own gang members and then allows Will to put him onto the train. The regressive, again, shift of accent with regard to the original is here double. First, the film shifts its focus from the duel concerning the test of moral endurance between Wade and Evans to the father-son relationship. The father fears appearing weak, so his entire effort is undertaken in order to assert his paternal authority in the eyes of his son following the Oedipal formula. The ultimate way of doing so is to die and return as the name, a symbolic authority, thereby enabling the son to assume his real place. Far from being the figure whose ethical integrity is tested, Wade is now reduced to the role of a vanishing mediator in the transference of paternal authority. There is one feature which may appear to contradict this analysis. Is Wade's change of heart not overemphasized in the remake? He not only helps Evans, he even turns his gun on his comrades and eliminates them. but the dimension of the ethical act pertaining to this change in the original is here nullified by its very overemphasis. What in the original is a momentary decision, an act of something in me more than myself, now becomes a fully conscious changing of sides which no longer transforms the subjective identity of the agent involved, and thereby loses its character as an act. Point 9. Les non-dupes errant. When even products of an allegedly liberal Hollywood display the most blatant ideological regression, is any further proof required that ideology is alive and kicking in our post-ideological world? It should not surprise us, then, to discover ideology at its purest in what may appear to be products of Hollywood at its most innocent, the big blockbuster cartoons. The truth has the structure of a fiction. Is there a better exemplification of this thesis than those cartoons, in which the truth about the existing social order is rendered in such a direct way that it would never be allowed in narrative cinema with real actors? Recall the image of society we get from violent cartoons in which animals fight, the ruthless struggle for survival, brutal traps and attacks, the exploitation of others. If the same story were to be told in a feature film with real actors, it would undoubtedly be either censored or dismissed as ridiculously negative. Kung Fu Panda, 2008, John Stevenson and Mark Osborne, the recent DreamWorks animated hit, is ideology at its most embarrassingly pure. Here is the story. Po is a panda who works in a noodle restaurant owned by his goose father Ping, in the Valley of Peace in China. He is a kung fu fanatic with secret dreams of becoming a great master in the discipline. His weight and clumsiness, however, seem to make this goal unattainable. Ping hopes instead that Po will one day take over the restaurant, and waits for the perfect opportunity to disclose the secret ingredient of his family's noodle recipe. The tortoise master Oogway, the spiritual leader of the valley, has a premonition that the evil leopard warrior Tai Lung, a former student of his own protege, the red panda master Shifu, will escape from prison and return to threaten the Valley of Peace. Oogway orders a formal ceremony to choose the mighty dragon warrior who will be capable of defeating Tai Lung. Po arrives too late and finds himself locked outside the walled palace square. In a last-ditch attempt to get in, he ties several fireworks to a chair and ignites them, which sends him crashing into the center of the arena. Inspired by this sudden appearance, to everyone's shock the old master tortoise designates Po the dragon warrior. Meanwhile, Tai Lung escapes from prison. Upon learning of this, Po confesses to Shifu his deep self-loathing due to his obesity and his belief that he will never be a match for Tai Lung. Shifu is at a loss for a solution. The following morning, Shifu discovers that Po is capable of impressive physical feats when motivated by food. Shifu leads Po to the countryside for an intensive training regime in which Po is offered food as a reward for learning his lessons. Po excels. Shifu now decides he is ready to face the villain and gives him the sacred dragon scroll, which promises great power to the possessor. But when Po opens it, he finds nothing but a blank reflective surface. Both are stricken with despair at the scroll's apparent worthlessness. Wandering alone in the city, Po meets his father, who tries to cheer him up by revealing the secret ingredient of the family's noodle soup: nothing. Things become special, he explains, because people believe them to be special. Realizing that precisely this is the very point of the dragon scroll, Po rushes off to challenge Tai Lung. Despite Po's skill, Tai Lung temporarily stuns him and takes the dragon scroll, but is unable to understand its symbolism. Po counterattacks and defeats him in an explosion of light that ripples through the valley. The villagers, including Po's father, hail Po as a hero. In the very last scene, Po rests on the floor with Shifu. After a few seconds, Po suggests that they get something to eat and Shifu agrees. The first thing that strikes one about the film is a linguistic detail: the abundance of ironically tautological statements, from the trailers claim that the film is about the legend of a legendary warrior, to the father's reference to the special ingredient of my soup with special ingredient. In the Lacanian logic of the signifier, tautology stands for the point at which, as Lacan put it, the signifier falls into its signified. Recall the old Polish anti-communist joke: socialism is the synthesis of the highest achievements of all previous historical epochs. From tribal society, it took barbarism; from antiquity, it took slavery; from feudalism, it took relations of domination; from capitalism, it took exploitation; and from socialism, it took the name. Does the same not hold for the anti-Semitic image of the Jew? From the rich bankers, it took financial speculation; from capitalists, it took exploitation; from lawyers, it took legal trickery; from corrupted journalists, it took media manipulation; from the poor, it took indifference towards personal hygiene; from sexual libertines it took promiscuity; and from the Jews it took the name. Or take the shark in Spielberg's Jaws: from the immigrants, it took their threat to small-town daily life; from natural catastrophes, it took their blind destructive rage; from big capital, it took the ravaging effects of an unknown cause on the daily lives of ordinary people; and from the shark it took its image. In all these cases, the signifier falls into the signified in the precise sense that the name is included in the object it designates. What this means is that, to be a true anti-Semite, it is not enough to say that Jews are dirty, exploitative, manipulative, and so on; one has to add that they are dirty, exploiting, manipulative, etc., because they are Jews. What accounts for these visible positive properties is the mysterious je sais quoi which makes them Jews. This mysterious ingredient, what is in a Jew more than a Jew, or, in Kung Fu Panda, what is in the soup more than the soup itself, more than its usual ingredients, is what Lacan called the objet pétier, the object cause of desire. Here, we encounter the first paradox of the objet: the X beyond words is a pure effect of words. This object which is, by definition, ineffable, the je sais quoi which cannot be adequately translated into any explicit positive determinations, whose transcendence only shines through the flow of speech, is, with regard to its genesis, totally immanent to language, the product of a signifying reversal or self-relation. It emerges at the point where the signifier falls into the signified; in other words, its transcendence is the inverted mode of appearance of its immanence. This is why its presence is indicated by tautology. The two terms in a tautology are not at the same level: the first occurrence of the term is as a signifier, and the second as a signifier within the signified. In the statement "a Jew is a Jew," one expects, after the first occurrence, "a Jew is," an explication of its signified, a definition of the term, an answer to the question "what is a Jew?" But, when one gets the same term repeated, this signifying repetition generates the specter of an ineffable X beyond words. The paradox is thus that language reaches beyond itself, to the reality of objects and processes in the world, when it designates these objects and proceeds by means of clear denotative/discursive meanings, but when it refers to an ineffable transcendent X beyond words, it is caught in itself. The specter of radical otherness is the mode of appearance of pure immanence, or, to put it in Hegelese, the truth of the relation to transcendent otherness is self-relating. Should we then read Kung Fu Panda as a somewhat naive, but nonetheless basically accurate illustration of an important aspect of Lacanian theory? When Poe opens the dragon scroll and sees nothing, only the empty surface, does he not thereby confirm Lacan's thesis that the objet is a lure, a stand-in for the void at the very heart of the symbolic order, that it has no positive ontological consistency? When Lacan proposes as the formula of fantasy $A, does he not thereby indicate that the objet is ultimately the phantasmatic object? The elementary feature of fantasy is the belief in the actual positive existence of the objet, of the special ingredient, the quintessence, the sublime fifth element over and above the ordinary four: earth, fire, water, air. So when Poe realizes that there is no special ingredient, it's only you. To make something special you just have to believe it's special. Does he not thereby accomplish a kind of wild traversée du fantasme, breaking its spell? There are indeed some surprisingly complex moments in Kung Fu Panda. When Poe enters the forbidden hall in which the dragon scroll is kept, he sees a precious sacred painting and exclaims with awe, "I've only seen paintings of this painting." An authentically Platonic moment, with its reference to the distinction between the copy and the copy of a copy. Furthermore, there is an interesting moment of psychological, and narrative, vacillation in the great confrontation between Shifu and Tai Lung. Aware of his responsibility for Tai Lung's failure to become a master, Shifu apologizes to him, confessing how, due to his love for Tai Lung, he blinded himself to the dangerous path Tai Lung was taking and thus contributed to his downfall. At this moment, Tai Lung's expression changes. Taken aback, he looks at Shifu with a perplexed gaze mixed with sympathy, and we, the viewers, are led to believe that a moment of authentic existential contact has taken place, well beyond the simplistic confrontation of good and evil characters. However, the moment passes quickly and Tai Lung explodes in rage, once again ferociously attacking the paternal figure of Shifu. It is as if, at the level of the narrative logic, the offer Shifu makes to Tai Lung is, let us change the rules and move from this stupid cartoon confrontation to authentic drama, an offer which is rejected by his opponent. So, again is the film's insight into the illusory nature of the object cause of desire, into the primacy of the void over every object that occupies the place of the void, effectively proto-Lacanian. It is but only if we misread Lacan's notion of traversing the fantasy as a new version of traditional wisdom. That is to say, what is wisdom at its most elementary? In the film, it is embodied in the old tortoise Oogway, whose ultimate wisdom is that there is no objet, no quintessence, every object of our desire is a lure, and we have to accept the vanity of all reality. But what about the obvious opposite of wisdom, the sarcastic denunciation and unmasking of all pretense to sublimity which abounds in the film? Kung Fu Panda continuously oscillates between these two extremes, serene wisdom and its cynical undermining by common sense, with reference to common needs and fears. Such undermining becomes almost a running gag throughout the film. For example, when Shifu runs to Oogway to tell him he has some bad news, Oogway replies with the standard wisdom, there is no good or bad news, there is just news. But when Shifu informs him that Tai Lung has escaped, Oogway says, well, this is bad news. Or when, as mentioned, in the final scene of the film, Shifu and Po are laying on their backs meditating in silence, and Po, becoming agitated, says, what about getting something to eat, to which Shifu agrees. But are these two levels, wisdom and everyday common sense, really opposed? Are they not the two sides of one and the same attitude of wisdom? What unites them is their rejection of the objet, of the sublime object of passionate attachment. In the universe of Kung Fu Panda, there are only everyday objects and needs, and the void beneath, all the rest is illusion. This, incidentally, is why the universe of the film is asexual. There is no sex or sexual attraction in the film, its economy is the pre-Oedipal or anal one. Incidentally, the very name of the hero, Po, is a common term for ass in German. Po is fat, clumsy, common, and a kung fu hero. The new master, the excluded third in this coincidence of opposites, is sexuality. Point 10. In what, then, does the ideology of the film reside? Let us return to the key formula, there is no special ingredient. It's only you. To make something special you just have to believe it is special. This formula renders the fetishistic disavowal, split, at its purest. Its message is, I know very well there is no special ingredient, but I nonetheless believe in it, and act accordingly. Cynical denunciation, at the level of rational knowledge, is counteracted by the call of irrational belief, and this is the most elementary formula of how ideology functions today. Note how, by merely believing in himself, Po becomes the superior warrior after just a couple of training sessions, leaving behind his co-warriors who have been training for years. The magic of belief really works. This, however, is not the lesson of Lacanian psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis is firmly entrenched in the Western Judeo-Christian tradition, not only against Oriental spirituality but also against Islam, one of the religions of the book, which, like Oriental spirituality, endorses the thesis of the ultimate vanity, the illusory nature, of every object of desire. In the 1001 Nights, On the 614th night, Judar, following the orders of a Moroccan magician, had to penetrate 7 doors that would lead him to a treasure. When he came to the 7th door, there issued forth to him his mother, saying, I salute thee, O my son. He asked, What art thou? And she answered, O my son, I am thy mother who bore thee 9 months and suckled thee and reared thee. Quoth he, Put off thy clothes. Quoth she, Thou art my son, how wouldst thou strip me naked? But he said, Strip, or I will strike off thy head with this sword. And he stretched out his hand to the brand and drew it upon her, saying, Except thou strip, I will slay thee. Then the strife became long between them, and as often as he redoubled on her his threats, she put off somewhat of her clothes, and he said to her, Doff the rest, with many menaces, while she removed each article slowly and kept saying, O my son, thou hast disappointed my fosterage of thee, till she had nothing left but her petticoat trousers. Then said she, O my son, is thy heart stone? Wilt thou dishonor me by discovering my shame? Indeed, this is unlawful, O my son. And he answered, Thou sayest sooth, put not off thy trousers. At once, as he uttered these words, she cried out, He hath made default, beat him. Whereupon there fell upon him blows like raindrops, and the servants of the treasure flocked to him and dealt him a funding which he forgot not in all his days. 11. On the 615th night, we learn that Judar was given another chance and tried again, when he came to the 7th door. The semblance of his mother appeared before him, saying, Welcome, O my son. But he said to her, How am I thy son, O accursed? Strip. And she began to wheedle him and put off garment after garment, till only her trousers remained, and he said to her, Strip, O accursed. So she put off her trousers and became a body without a soul. Then he entered the hall of the treasures, where he saw gold lying in heaps. Fethi Ben-Zlama points out how this passage indicates that Islam knows what our Western universe denies, the fact that incest is not forbidden, but is inherently impossible. When one finally gets to the naked mother, she disintegrates as a bad specter. Point 12 Ben-Zlama refers here to Jean-Joseph Coué's Oedipus Philosophy 13, where he demonstrates how the Oedipus myth, far from being universal, the underlying archimyth, is an exception with regard to other myths, a Western myth, its basic feature being precisely that behind the prohibition, the impossible withdraws itself. 14 The very prohibition is read as an indication that incest is possible. From the standard position of commonsensical wisdom, Oedipus is a Western aberration, a confusion of the ontic object with the ontological void. It is a blinding short circuit, the elevation of an ontic object into the ontological absolute, where the goal should be to distance them, to see the vanity of all objects. Here, however, one should remain faithful to the Western Oedipal tradition. Of course every object of desire is an illusory lure, of course the full jouissance of incest is not only prohibited, but is in itself impossible. However, it is here that one should fully assert Lacan's claim that les non-dupes errant. Even if the object of desire is an illusory lure, there is a real in this illusion. The object of desire in its positive nature is vain, but not the place it occupies, the place of the real, which is why there is more truth in unconditional fidelity to one's desire than in a resigned insight into the vanity of one's striving. There is a parallax shift at work here, from illusion as mere illusion to the real in illusion, from the object which is a metonym/mask of the void to the object which stands in for the void. This parallax shift is, in Lacan essay, the shift from desire to drive. The key distinction to be maintained here can be exemplified with reference to the apparent opposite of religion, intense sexual experience. Eroticization relies on the inversion into itself of movement directed at an external goal. The movement itself becomes its own goal. When, instead of simply gently shaking the hand offered to me by the beloved person, I hold onto it and squeeze repeatedly, my activity will be automatically experienced as welcome or, perhaps, intrusively unwelcome eroticization. What I do is change the goal-oriented activity into an end in itself. Therein resides the difference between the goal and the aim of a drive. Say, with regard to the oral drive, its goal may be to eliminate hunger, but its aim is the satisfaction provided by the activity of eating itself, sucking, swallowing. One can imagine the two satisfactions entirely separated. When, in hospital, I am fed intravenously, my hunger is satisfied, but not my oral drive. When, on the contrary, a small child sucks rhythmically on the comforter, the only satisfaction he gets is that of the drive. This gap that separates the aim from the goal eternalizes the drive, transforming the simple instinctual movement which finds peace and calm when it reaches its goal, a full stomach, say, into a process which gets caught in its own loop and insists on endlessly repeating itself. The crucial feature to take note of here is that this inversion cannot be formulated in terms of a primordial lack and a series of metonymic objects trying, and ultimately failing, to fill the void. When the eroticized body of my partner starts to function as the object around which the drive circulates, this does not mean that his or her ordinary, pathological, in the Kantian sense of the term, flesh and blood body is transubstantiated into a contingent embodiment of the sublime impossible thing, holding, filling out, its empty place. Let us take a direct and vulgar example. When a heterosexual male lover is fascinated by his partner's vagina, can never get enough of it, is obsessed not only with penetrating it, but with exploring and caressing it in all possible ways, the point is not that, in a kind of deceptive short circuit, he mistakes this bit of skin, hair, and muscle for the thing itself. His lover's vagina is, in all its bodily materiality, the thing itself, not the spectral appearance of another dimension. What makes it an infinitely desirable object whose mystery cannot ever be fully penetrated is its non-identity with itself, that is, the way it is never directly itself. The gap which eternalizes the drive, turning it into the endlessly repetitive circular movement around the object, is not the gap that separates the void of the thing from its contingent embodiments, but the gap that separates the very pathological object from itself, in the same way that Christ is not the contingent material, pathological, embodiment of the supersensible God, his divine dimension is reduced to the aura of a pure shine. It is the self-separation of the object that makes it sublime. Wisdom cannot grasp sublimation proper. Lacan's Les non-dupes errant should thus be read at two levels, against the cynic who dismisses symbolic fiction on account of the real of jouissance being the only thing that counts, and against the sage who dismisses the real of jouissance as itself transient and illusory. How, then, does psychoanalysis stand with regard to enjoyment? Its great task is to break the hold over us of the superego injunction to enjoy, that is, to help us include in the freedom to enjoy also the freedom not to enjoy, the freedom from enjoyment. The opposition between the Pelagians and Augustine with regard to sexual lust is instructive here. For the Pelagians, lust was in itself a good thing which might be put to bad use, while, for Augustine, lust was a bad thing which might, in marriage, be put to good use. 15 Did the communist movement not face exactly the same dilemma in how to deal with sexual liberation, oscillating between the two extremes, on the one side, the Wilhelm Reichian Pelagians who emphasized the liberating potential of free sexuality, on the other, the ascetic Augustinians who castigated free sexuality as the exemplary phenomenon of bourgeois decadence, destined to confound people and divert their energy away from revolutionary objectives? Although the Pelagian view may appear more sympathetic, progressive, and life-affirming, there is more truth in the Augustinian position. Lust, jouissance, is formally evil, an unamable excess threatening the stable order. The correct solution is that jouissance is in itself neutral, and the ethical problem is how to put it to use. What makes Augustine more true is his linking of excessive sexuality, and sexuality is by definition excessive, to the fall of man. Sexuality is not natural, it is the result of the denaturalization of human beings through the original sin. This is why, in his On Free Will, Augustine writes, to approve falsehood instead of truth so as to err in spite of himself, and not to be able to refrain from the works of lust because of the pain involved in breaking away from fleshly bonds, These do not belong to the nature of man as he was created before the fall. They are the penalty of man as now condemned by original sin. 16. Augustine here comes close to Paul's insight into the intimate link between lust, sin, and law. Lust does not come naturally, it is an obscene perverted duty, a painful drive of which we cannot rid ourselves. The entanglement of lust, sin, and law resides not only in the fact that the prohibition of sexuality makes lust desirable, one should also add that the pain and guilt we feel when, against our will, we are dragged into sexual lust, are themselves sexualized. Not only do we feel pain and guilt at sexual enjoyment, we enjoy this very pain and guilt. It is at this precise point that perversion enters. The fateful step towards masochistic perversion is accomplished when the claim that a clean body and clean clothes may nonetheless contain a dirty mind, and vice versa, is radicalized into the claim that a clean body and clean clothes as such are the proof of a dirty mind, or, as Paula, the ascetic Roman aristocrat, put it, a clean body and clean clothes betoken an unclean mind. 17. A similar fateful step from heroism to perverse jouissance occurred on April 25, 1915, before the battle with the British-Australian forces on the Gallipoli Peninsula, when Mustafa Kemal Ataturk told his troops, "I don't order you to fight, I order you to die. In the time it takes us to die, other troops and commanders can come and take our places." This passion to die is the last great example of the Thermopylae Alamo logic of consciously sacrificing oneself so that one's forces are able to regroup for the decisive battle, the last great temptation to be resisted, the last mask in which a non-ethical attitude disguises itself as ethics itself. The price of survival. Here, then, is our conclusion. Common sense tells us that the actual lives of people, of real individuals with their wealth of experience and practice, cannot be reduced to a spontaneous impersonation of ideology. But it is precisely this recourse to the non-ideological life world that one should abandon. This is why Elfriede Jelinek's advice to theater writers is not only aesthetically correct, but has a deep ethical justification. Characters on stage should be flat, like clothes in a fashion show, what you get should be no more than what you see. Psychological realism is repulsive, because it allows us to escape unpalatable reality by taking shelter in the luxuriousness of personality, losing ourselves in the depth of individual character. The writer's task is to block this manoeuvre, to chase us off to a point from which we can view the horror with a dispassionate eye. 18. In other words, we should resist the urge to fill in the void with the rich texture of what makes us a person. 19. Two half-forgotten classic films stage such an emptying of the wealth of personality at its most radical, rendering a subject who survives as a shell deprived of substance. First, there is Lina Wertmüller's Pasqualino Sette Velez, itself a true counterpoint to Roberto Benigni's La Vita e Bella. All one has to do to see what is wrong with Benigni's film is to carry out a simple thought experiment. Imagine the same film with one change: the father fails in his noble lie, and his son dies. Or another alternative, at the end, the father learns that his son knew all the time where he was, namely in a concentration camp, and that he was pretending to believe his father's story in order to make life easier for his father. Pasqualino Sette Velez is the ultimate film on survivalism. Its climax involves a unique sex scene which, apart from the one in Handke's The Piano Teacher, is perhaps the most painful in the history of cinema. Its perverse twist cannot but recall the weirdest moments in David Lynch's Wild at Heart. In order to survive the concentration camp, the hero, played superbly by Giancarlo Giannini, decides to seduce the capo, a cold, ugly, and fat German bitch. The horror of the act lies in making love to the maternal thing and / or lady in a scene of courtly love, to the absolutely capricious mistress on whose whims one's life depends. During the act, she remains cold, unsmiling, and expresses not a moan or groan of pleasure, just yawning once a true Netrebko. 20. After Pasqualino arouses himself through fantasizing, she sees through him, realizing that the seduction is merely an expression of this Mediterranean worm's pure will to survive, and contrasts this survivalist attitude to the German ethic of risking life for honor. The nice irony is that, In the figure of Pasqualino himself, the reality of this survivalism is opposed to the pathetic and operatic Neapolitan sense of honor, which belongs to the lineage of Italian opera from Rossini through to the films of Sergio Leone with their excess of life. After the act, she nominates him capo of his barrack, and immediately gives him the task of selecting 6 prisoners to be executed. Should he fail, they will all be executed. Then, he has personally to shoot his best friend. Such is the price of his survival, he survives alone. In the film's last scene, after the war, he returns home and proposes marriage to a young prostitute, just to have as many children as possible as a guarantee of survival. When his mother exclaims with joy, "But you are alive," he replies after a long silence, "Yes, I am alive." The last words of the film. Is he truly alive? Would not a true act of life have been, in the last scene in the camp, for him to shoot the capo and other guards, before being shot himself? The standard idealist question is there, eternal, life after death, should be countered by the materialist question, is there life before death? This is the question Wolf Biermann asked in one of his songs. What bothers a materialist is, am I really alive here and now, or am I just vegetating, as a mere human animal bent on survival? When am I really alive? Precisely when I enact the undead drive in me, the too muchness of life, Eric Santner. And I reach this point when I no longer act directly, but when it is which the Christians name the Holy Spirit acts through me. At this point, I reach the absolute. The other film is John Frankenheimer's Seconds, 1966, a neglected companion piece to his cult masterpiece The Manchurian Candidate, shot in pure noir style. There is no space here to dwell on the film's many outstanding features, beginning with one of Saul Bass's best title sequences, on a par with his titles for Hitchcock's great trilogy Vertigo, North by Northwest, and Psycho, composed of anamorphically distorted fragments of a face in a disfiguring mirror. Seconds tells the story of Arthur Hamilton, a middle-aged man whose life has lost its purpose. He is bored by his job as a banker, and the love between him and his wife has waned. Through an unexpected phone call from Evans, a friend whom he thought had died years earlier, Hamilton is approached by a secret organization, known simply as the Company, which offers wealthy people a second chance at life. After he signs the contract, the Company makes Hamilton appear as if he has died by faking an accident with a corpse disguised as him. Through extensive plastic surgery and psychoanalysis, Hamilton is transformed into Tony Wilson, played by Rock Hudson, with a fancy new Malibu home, a new identity as an established artist, new friends, and a devoted manservant. The details of his new existence suggest that there was indeed once a real Tony Wilson, but what became of him is a mystery. He soon commences a relationship with Nora, a young woman whom he meets on the beach. They visit a nearby wine festival which develops into a full-scale drunken sexual orgy, and he reluctantly relaxes enough to participate in it. For a time he is happy, but soon he becomes troubled by the emotional confusion of his new identity, and by the exuberance of renewing his youth. At a dinner party he hosts for his neighbors, he drinks himself into a stupor and begins to babble about his former life as Hamilton. It turns out that his neighbors are reborns like himself, sent to keep an eye on his adjustment to his new life. Nora is actually an agent of the Company, and her attention to Wilson is designed merely to ensure his cooperation. Escaping his Malibu home, Wilson visits his former wife in his new persona, and learns that his marriage failed because he was distracted by the pursuit of his career and material possessions, the very things in life that others made him believe were important. Depressed, he returns to the Company and asks them to provide him with yet another identity. The Company agrees on condition that he directs to them some rich past acquaintances who might like to be reborn. While awaiting his reassignment, Wilson encounters Evans, who was also reborn but could not accept his new identity. At the film's ominous end, doctors drag Wilson to an operating room, where, strapped to the table, he learns the truth: those who, like him, fail to adjust to their new identity, are not, as promised, provided with a new one, but become cadavers used to fake new clients' deaths. All the philosophico-ideological topics we have been dealing with reverberate in seconds: the reduction of the subject to a tabula rasa, the emptying of all its substantial content, and its rebirth, its recreation from a zero point. The motif of rebirth is here given a clear critico-ideological twist. Transforming himself into Wilson, Hamilton realizes what he always dreamt of, but things go terribly wrong when he becomes aware that those transgressive dreams were part of the same oppressive reality from which he had tried to escape. In other words, Hamilton Evans pays the bitter price for the fact that his negation of the past was not radical enough. His revolution failed to revolutionize its own presuppositions. Hegel had a presentiment of this necessity when he wrote, "It is a modern folly to alter a corrupt ethical system, its constitution and legislation, without changing the religion, to have a revolution without a reformation." 21 In a radical revolution, people not only realize their old, emancipatory, etc., dreams, they have also to reinvent their very modes of dreaming. Is this not the exact formula of the link between the death drive and sublimation? Therein resides the necessity of the cultural revolution, as clearly grasped by Mao, as Herbert Marcuse put it in another wonderfully circular formula from the same epoch: freedom, from ideological constraints, from the predominant mode of dreaming, is the condition of liberation. In other words, if we change reality only in order to realize our dreams, without changing these dreams themselves, then sooner or later we will regress to the former reality. There is a Hegelian positing of presuppositions at work here. The hard work of liberation retroactively forms its own presupposition. In seconds, Wilson pays the price for his revolution without reformation. When he rejects his old life as a banker trapped in a loveless marriage, he thinks he has escaped an oppressive social reality in which others, or, rather, the ideological big other, define his dreams, telling him what he desires. What he discovers after his rebirth is that this very phantasmatic core of his being, his innermost dream of an authentic life which he felt was being claustrophobically oppressed, was no less determined by the existing order. Nowhere is this trap of inherent transgression more obvious than in the Bacchic orgy scene with its wink to the hippie lifestyle. Recall that the film is from 1966, a scene which was censored on the film's first release, when full frontal nudity was not yet permitted. The scene drags on painfully, its depressive inertia clearly refuting the notion of a liberating explosion of spontaneous joie de vivre. The film's conclusion, in which Wilson is sacrificed as a stand-in body so that another subject can be reborn, restates the Hegelian Christian lesson: the price of my rebirth is another's annihilated body, like Christ's. 2. Anger, the actuality of the theologico-political. Thinking backwards. Alan Weissman's book The World Without Us offers a vision of what would happen if humanity, and only humanity, were suddenly to disappear from the earth. Natural diversity would bloom again, with nature gradually colonizing human artifacts. We, the humans, are here reduced to a pure disembodied gaze observing our own absence. As Lacan pointed out, this is the fundamental subjective position of fantasy, to be reduced to a gaze observing the world in the condition of the subject's non-existence, like the fantasy of witnessing the act of one's own conception, parental copulation, or the act of witnessing one's own burial, like Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn. The world without us is thus fantasy at its purest, witnessing the earth itself regaining its pre-castrated state of innocence, before we humans spoiled it in our hubris. The irony is that the most obvious example is the catastrophe at Chernobyl. Flourishing nature has taken over the disintegrating debris of the nearby city of Pripyat, which had to be abandoned. A good counterpoint to such fantasizing, which relies on the notion of nature as a balanced and harmonious cycle derailed by human intervention, is the thesis of an environmental scientist that, while one cannot be sure of the ultimate result of humanity's interventions in the geosphere, one thing is certain: if humanity were to stop its immense industrial activity abruptly and let nature retake its balanced course, the result would be total breakdown, an unimaginable catastrophe. Nature on Earth is already adapted to human intervention to such an extent, human pollution being already deeply implicated in the shaky and fragile equilibrium of natural reproduction on Earth, that its cessation would cause a cataclysmic imbalance. We find exactly the same structure at the very heart of utopia. In Frenzy, the aforementioned novella From Her Body Knows, David Grossman does for jealousy in literature what Luis Buñuel did for it in cinema with his Elle. He produces a masterpiece displaying the basic phantasmatic coordinates of the notion. In Jealousy, the subject creates/imagines a paradise, a utopia of fulgence, from which he is excluded. The same definition applies to what one can call political jealousy, from anti-Semitic fantasies about the excessive enjoyment of the Jews to Christian fundamentalists' fantasies about the weird sexual practices of gays and lesbians. As Klaus Thueleit has pointed out, it is all too easy to read such phenomena as mere projections. Jealousy can be quite real and well-founded. Other people can and often do have a much more intense sexual life than the jealous subject, a fact which, as Lacan remarked, does not make jealousy any less pathological. And does this also not tell us something about the position of the spectator in cinema? Is she not, by definition, a jealous subject, excluding herself from the utopia observed on screen? We find this stance even where we would never expect it. Gerard Wajkman begins his memorable essay on the animals that treat us badly by recounting his experience of a trip to an African wilderness park. A whole team of tourists traverses the savannah back and forth, arrives on the scene with an engine backfiring and a dust cloud looming to plant themselves 20 meters from 3 big bad lions. And nothing. As if we didn't exist. Such was my definitive experience with the animal world. A thorough disenchantment. An encounter of the zero type. We do not share animal space. We invade their territory or we cross over it, but we never meet them. The zoo, the circus, less and less, state parks, more and more, hunting grounds, television channels consecrated to animals, protection societies, nature museums, animal houses of every kind. We multiply the places, the occasions, and the modes of encounter. Humanity passes its time watching the animals. We've invented all kinds of devices expressly for the purpose. We never grow tired of it. No doubt they represent for us a perfect world. Something strange, different from our own, from our uncertain, screwed up, chaotic mess of a world. All of which makes the animal world look that much better. Sometimes it seems so foreign that we stand before their perfection and we are stupefied and stricken mute, and despite our sincere wishes, we wonder whether we could ever be like them, ever become so marvelous a society as have the ants and the penguins, where everyone has his place, where everyone is in his place, and where everyone knows and does exactly as he must, so that everything can keep on in its proper place, so that society can perpetuate itself, unchanged, indefinitely the same and infinitely perfect. We've had a hard time of it, finding our places. After the disasters of the 20th century, the animal societies seem to have become the ideal point. 1. The fact that the animals ignore the intruding tourists is crucial. It points towards a double movement of derealization that characterizes utopian fantasies. The scene presented is a fantasy, even if it really happened, as is the case here. What makes it into a fantasy is the libidinal investment that determines its meaning. We, the participants, derealize ourselves, reducing ourselves to a pure desubstantialized gaze ignored by the objects of the gaze, as if we are not part of the reality. We observe, despite disturbing the wildlife park's rhythm with our vehicles, but rather a spectral presence unseen by living beings. We are reduced to spectral entities observing the world without us. As external observers of the paradise barred to us, we assume the same position as the unfortunate Stella Dallas in the final scene of the Hollywood melodrama of the same name, from outside the big house where the ceremony is in progress. Stella watches through the window the marriage of her daughter to her rich suitor, the paradise of a happy rich family from which she is excluded. This utopia accounts for 2 further phenomena of contemporary culture. First, the popularity of Darwinist reductions of human societies to animal ones, with their explanations of human achievements in terms of evolutionary adaptation. Pop scientific texts abound in journals and reviews reporting on how scientists have succeeded in explaining apparently crazy or useless human behavior as grounded in adaptive strategies. Why such useless luxury? To impress the potential sexual partner with our ability to afford such excess, and so on and so forth. In this way, the scientists suggest that we might yet have a chance to orient ourselves, to be led over and above our animality. If the subject has a nasty habit of fooling himself all the time, we must bear in mind that nature is never mistaken. Salvation will come in our being animal body, genes, neurons, and all the rest of it. So whispers the cognitivist in the politicians' ears to help them find their way. Follow the body, more monkey business, too. Such reports thus represent dreams of how we might counteract the growing dysfunctionalization and reflexivity of our postmodern end societies, in which relying on inherited traditions to provide models for behavior becomes increasingly untenable. Animals, by contrast, do not need any coaching, they just do it. Second, we can also explain why we obviously find it so pleasurable to watch endless animal documentaries on specialized channels, Nature, Animal Kingdom, National Geographic. They provide a glimpse into a utopian world where no language or training are needed, in other words, into a harmonious society, as they put it today in China, in which everyone spontaneously knows his or her role. Man is a denatured animal. We are animals sick with language. And how sometimes we long for a cure. But just shutting up won't do it. You can't just wish your way into animality. So it is then, as a matter of consolation, that we watch the animal channels and marvel at a world untamed by language. The animals get us to hear a voice of pure silence. Nostalgia for the fish life. Humanity seems to have been hit by the Jacques Cousteau syndrome. Point 3. This is why the case of National Geographic, the journal even more than the TV channel, is so interesting. Although it combines reports on both nature and human societies, its trick essentially is to treat a human society, whether a tribe in the middle of the Sahara or a small town in the USA, as an animal community in which things somehow work, where everyone has his place, where everyone is in his place, and where everyone knows and does exactly as he must so that everything can keep on in its proper place. And, since the basic inconsistency constitutive of human being as such is the discord, the impossibility, of the sexual relationship, no wonder that one of the key elements in our fascination with the animal kingdom is represented by its perfectly regulated mating rituals. Animals do not need to worry themselves with all the complex fantasies and stimulants needed to sustain sexual lust. They are able to have sex ahistorically, as Wajkman puts it in a wonderful phrase. Between men and women it's been pretty messy, the big disorder. Not necessarily unpleasant, of course. It's not war, it's not some kind of permanent fuck up, it's rather a kind of mixing up and clearing up. No set rule, no rhyme or reason. Not at all as it is with animals, where everybody seems to know perfectly well how to do it. How, and with whom, and when. The animal world has realized the human dream of sex without a backstory, sex without, story, precisely when we humans have gone and invented literature to tell ourselves love stories in which nothing ever happens but a, story. We'd be happy to put down our books and get straight to the point of what exactly it is to have sex ahistorically. Point 4. Examples like this indicate an approach to utopias which leaves behind the usual focus on content, on the structure of society proposed in a utopian vision. Perhaps it is time to step back from the fascination with content and reflect on the subjective position from which such content appears as utopian. On account of its temporal loop, the phantasmatic narrative always involves an impossible gaze, the gaze by means of which the subject is already present at the scene of its own absence. When the subject directly identifies its own gaze with the objet, the paradoxical implication of this identification is that the objet disappears from the field of vision. This brings us to the core of a Lacanian notion of utopia, a vision of desire functioning without an objet and its twists and loops. It is utopian not only to think that one can reach full, unencumbered incestuous enjoyment, For it is no less utopian to think that one can renounce enjoyment without this renunciation generating its own surplus enjoyment. However, the way to avoid this utopian reduction of the subject to the impossible gaze witnessing an alternate reality from which it is absent is not to abandon the topos of an alternate reality as such. Recall Walter Benjamin's notion of revolution as redemption through repetition of the past. Apropos the French Revolution, the task of a genuine Marxist historiography is not to describe the events the way they really were, and to explain how these events generated the ideological illusions that accompanied them. The task is rather to unearth the hidden potentiality, the utopian emancipatory potential, which was betrayed in the actuality of revolution and in its final outcome, the rise of utilitarian market capitalism. Marx's point is not primarily to make fun of the Jacobins' revolutionary enthusiasm, to show how their high-flown emancipatory rhetoric was just a means used by the historical cunning of reason to establish the vulgar reality of commercial capitalism. It is, rather, to explain how these radical emancipatory potentials continue to insist as types of historical specters which haunt the revolutionary memory, demanding their enactment, such that the later proletarian revolution should also redeem, or put to rest, these ghosts of the past. These alternate versions of the past persisting in a spectral form constitute the ontological openness of the historical process, as was again clear to Chesterton. The things that might have been are not even present to the imagination. If somebody says that the world would now be better if Napoleon had never fallen, but had established his imperial dynasty, people have to adjust their minds with a jerk. The very notion is new to them. Yet it would have prevented the Prussian reaction, saved equality and enlightenment without a mortal quarrel with religion, unified Europeans and perhaps avoided the parliamentary corruption and the fascist and Bolshevist revenges. But in this age of free thinkers, men's minds are not really free to think such a thought. What I complain of is that those who accept the verdict of fate in this way accept it without knowing why. By a quaint paradox, those who thus assume that history always took the right turning are generally the very people who do not believe there was any special providence to guide it. The very rationalists who jeer at the trial by combat, in the old feudal ordeal, do in fact accept a trial by combat as deciding all human history. 5. Why, then, is the burgeoning genre of what-if histories hegemonized by conservative historians? The typical introduction to such a volume begins with an attack on Marxists who allegedly believe in historical determinism. The editor's conservative sympathies become clear as soon as one sees the contents pages of the leading what-if volumes. The favored topics oscillate between the major premise how much better history would have been if a revolutionary or radical event had been avoided, if King Charles had won the Civil War against Parliament, if the English crown had won the War of Independence against the American colonies, if the Confederacy had won the U.S. Civil War, aided by Great Britain, if Germany had won the Great War, if Lenin had been assassinated at the Finland station. And the minor premise how much worse history would have been if history had taken a more progressive twist, if Thatcher had been killed in the Brighton IRA bombing in 1984, if Gore had won instead of Bush and so had been president on September 11, etc. So what should the Marxists' answer be here? Definitely not to rehash the tiresome old ratiocinations of Georgy Plekhanov on the role of the individual in history. The logic of even if there had been no Napoleon another individual would have played a similar role, since the deeper historical necessity called for a passage to Bonapartism. One should rather question the very premise that Marxists, and leftists in general, are dumb determinists opposed to entertaining such alternative scenarios. The first thing to note is that the what-if histories are part of a more general ideological trend, of a perception of life that explodes the form of the linear, centered narrative and renders it as a multiform flow. Up to the domain of the hard sciences, quantum physics and its multiple reality interpretation, neo-Darwinism, and so on, we seem to be haunted by the chanciness of life and alternate versions of reality as Stephen Jay Gould, a Marxist biologist if ever there was one, bluntly put it, wind back the film of life and play it again. The history of evolution will be totally different. These views of our reality as being one possible, and often even not the most probable, outcome of an open situation, this notion that other possible outcomes are not simply cancelled but continue to haunt us as specters of what might have been, conferring on our true reality the status of extreme fragility and contingency, is by no means foreign to Marxism. Indeed, it is on such perceptions that the felt urgency of the revolutionary act often depends. Since the non-occurrence of the October Revolution is a favored topic among conservative what-if historians, let us look at how Lenin himself related to it. He was as far as imaginable from any kind of reliance on historical necessity. On the contrary, it was his Menshevik opponents who emphasized that one could not skip over the succession of stages prescribed by historical determinism, first bourgeois democratic, then proletarian revolution. When, in his April theses from 1917, Lenin discerned the Augenblick, the unique chance for revolution, his proposals were met with stupor or contempt by a large majority of his own party colleagues. Within the Bolshevik Party, no prominent leader supported his call for revolution, and Pravda took the extraordinary step of dissociating the party, and the editorial board as a whole, from Lenin's theses. Far from being an opportunist flattering and exploiting the prevailing mood in the party, Lenin's views were highly idiosyncratic. Bogdanov characterized the April theses as the delirium of a madman, and Nadezhda Krupskaya herself concluded, "I am afraid it looks as if Lenin has gone crazy." Lenin immediately perceived the revolutionary chance, which was the result of unique contingent circumstances. If the moment was not seized, the chance for the revolution would be forfeited, perhaps for decades. So we have here Lenin himself entertaining an alternative scenario: what if we do not act now? And it was precisely his awareness of the catastrophic consequences of not acting that pushed him to act. But there is a much deeper commitment to alternative histories in a radical Marxist view. It brings the what-if logic to its self-reflexive reversal. For a radical Marxist, the actual history that we live is itself a kind of realized alternative history, the reality we have to live in because, in the past, we failed to seize the moment and act. Military historians have demonstrated that the Confederacy lost the battle at Gettysburg because General Lee made a series of mistakes that were totally uncharacteristic. Gettysburg was the one battle, fought by Lee, that reads like fiction. In other words, if ever there was a battle where Lee did not behave like Lee, it was there in southern Pennsylvania. 6 for each of the wrong moves, one can play the game of what would Lee have done in that situation. In other words, it was as if, in the Battle of Gettysburg, the alternate history actualized itself. In his less well-known Everlasting Man, Chesterton makes a wonderful mental experiment along these lines, in imagining the monster that man might have seemed at first to the merely natural animals around him. The simplest truth about man is that he is a very strange being, almost in the sense of being a stranger on the earth. In all sobriety, he has much more of the external appearance of one bringing alien habits from another land than of a mere growth of this one. He has an unfair advantage and an unfair disadvantage. He cannot sleep in his own skin, he cannot trust his own instincts. He is at once a creator moving miraculous hands and fingers and a kind of cripple. He is wrapped in artificial bandages called clothes, he is propped on artificial crutches called furniture. His mind has the same doubtful liberties and the same wild limitations. Alone among the animals, he is shaken with the beautiful madness called laughter, as if he had caught sight of some secret in the very shape of the universe hidden from the universe itself. Alone among the animals he feels the need of averting his thought from the root realities of his own bodily being, of hiding them as in the presence of some higher possibility which creates the mystery of shame. Whether we praise these things as natural to man or abuse them as artificial in nature, they remain in the same sense unique. 7. This is what Chesterton called thinking backwards. We have to leap back in time, before the fateful decisions were made or before the accidents occurred that generated the state which now seems normal to us, and the way to do so, to render palpable this open moment of decision, is to imagine how, at that point, history might have taken a different turn. However, this does not mean that, in a historical repetition in the radical Benjaminian sense, we simply go back in time to the moment of decision and, this time, make the right choice. The lesson of repetition is rather that our first choice was necessarily the wrong one, and for a very precise reason, the right choice is only possible the second time, after the wrong one, that is, it is only the first wrong choice which literally creates the conditions for the right choice. The idea that we might already have made the right choice the first time, and that we just accidentally blew the chance, is a retroactive illusion. To clarify this point, let us take an example from recent historiography. Brian Ward Perkins's The Fall of Rome describes the gradual disintegration of the Roman Empire from the 4th to 7th centuries CE, emphasizing the economic and civilizatory regression, catastrophe even, that this disintegration brought about. In a short period, the majority of imperial lands fell into a state even worse than they were prior to the Roman occupation. 8 The book's explicit polemical targets are recent revisionist attempts to portray late antiquity not as a traumatic regression to the early medieval Dark Ages, but as a mostly peaceful, gradual transformation of the united Roman Empire into multiple new states, a process in which ethnic groups, freed from brutal Roman domination, matured into tolerant coexistence. Instead of collapse, one could even say that progress was taking place. Against this new daza, Ward Perkins convincingly demonstrates the breathtaking decline of economic and social complexity, the decline in literacy, the virtual disappearance of the complex network of trade routes and thus of the large-scale production of everyday objects, etc. His emphasis on the economy and daily life is a welcome correction to Foucauldian analyses focusing on spiritual shifts in late antiquity, describing the rise of new forms of subjectivity. Ward Perkins's book confirms two old insights: first, that all history is a history of the present; second, that our understanding of actual history always implies a hidden or not reference to alternate history. What really happened is perceived against the background of what might have happened, and this alternate possibility is offered as the path we should follow today. The two insights are thus closely linked. As we have said, Walter Benjamin had already conceptualized social revolution in this way: it will redeem the past by repeating past revolutionary efforts, finally actualizing their missed potentials. Here, however, we get a more conservative case. The lesson for today is directly spelled out in the book's last paragraph. There is a real danger for the present day in a vision of the past that explicitly sets out to eliminate all crisis and all decline. The end of the Roman West witnessed horrors and dislocation of a kind I sincerely hope never to have to live through, and it destroyed a complex civilization, throwing the inhabitants of the West back to a standard of living typical of prehistoric times. Romans before the fall were as certain as we are today that their world would continue forever substantially unchanged. They were wrong. We would be wise not to repeat their complacency. 9. Echoes of the notion of a developed secular West threatened by new fundamentalisms are unmistakable here. Let us not repeat the Roman mistake and minimize the mortal danger the new barbarians pose, otherwise we will find ourselves in a new Dark Ages. But what is even more interesting for a critico-ideological analysis is the alternate history that sustains this vision. It is the possibility that the Ostrogoths, who ruled Rome from the mid-5th to the mid-6th century, might have remained in power, defeating the invading Byzantine army. If events had fallen out differently, it is even possible to envisage a resurgent Western Empire under a successful Germanic dynasty. Theodoric the Ostrogoth ruled Italy and adjacent parts of the Danubian provinces and Balkans from 493, from 511 he also effectively controlled the Visigothic kingdom in Spain and many of the former Visigothic territories in southern Gaul, where he reinstated the traditional Roman office of praetorian prefect for the Gauls based in Arles. This looks like the beginnings of a revived Western Empire, under Germanic kings. As things turned out, all this was brought to an end by Justinian's invasion of Italy in 535. But, given better luck, later Ostrogothic kings might have been able to expand on this early success, and who knows, might have revived the imperial title in the West centuries before Charlemagne in 800.10. Among historians, Peter Heather has developed this hypothesis most forcefully. 11 There is also an alternate history novel Lest Darkness Fall, 1941, by L. Sprague de Camp, which imagines this version. A modern archaeologist is transported through time to Ostrogothic Italy, helps to stabilize it after Theodoric's death, and averts its conquest by Justinian. The underlying vision here is one of the productive synthesis of Roman civilization and Gothic strength and vitality. The Goths, who saw themselves as protectors of Roman civilization, would have been able to pull the dying empire out of its inertia and invest it with new vigor. In this way, there would have been no Dark Ages, and we would have passed directly from the Roman Empire to Charlemagne, and so to a strong and civilized Europe. But there are dark ideological investments at work here, investments which found expression in Felix Dahn's novel Struggle for Rome, from 1876. Returning to Germany, Robert Siodmak made a big historical spectacle out of this novel in 1968, with Orson Welles as Justinian. It was Siodmak's last film. 12. Dahn was an honorary member of the Germania Association, a nationalistic and anti-Semitic organization, and his works contributed to the ideological foundation of National Socialism. His story begins with the death of Theodoric the Great, when his successors try to maintain his legacy, an independent Ostrogothic kingdom. They are opposed by the Byzantine Empire, ruled by the mighty Emperor Justinian, who tries to restore the Roman Empire to its former greatness by capturing the Italian peninsula. Witiges, Totila, and Teia, who in that order succeed Theodoric as kings, endeavor to defend their kingdom with the help of Theodoric's faithful armorer Hildebrand. Meanwhile, Cethegus, a fictional Roman prefect who represents the majority of Rome's population, has his own agenda to rebuild the empire. He too tries to get rid of the Goths, but is at the same time determined to keep the Byzantines out of Italy. In the end, the Byzantines win and reclaim Italy, while Cethegus dies in a duel with the last Gothic king Teia. The struggle for Rome ends at a battle near Mount Vesuvius, where the Ostrogoths make their last stand defending a narrow pass, a scene reminiscent of Thermopylae. Once defeated, they withdraw to the island of Thule, where their roots lay. The main motif of the book is stated in the poem, which comments on the departing Ostrogoths: "Make way, you people, for our stride. / we are the last of the Goths. / we do not carry a crown with us, / we carry but a corpse. This corpse belongs to Eia, a dark, dejected man, who envisions the demise of the kingdom. Even though he knows this demise to be predestined, he adopts the Germanic stance of confronting fate with courage in order to be well remembered. It is impossible to miss the echoes of darkly brooding Hagen from Nibelungs in the figure of Teia. Although Ward Perkins is far from peddling any such morbid heroic fatalistic fascination, he nonetheless presents a series of theses which, even if historically accurate, as they mostly are, sustain the contemporary vision of the need to defend the secular and civilized West against the barbarian Third World onslaught, and warns against harboring any illusions about their peaceful integration. For example, one cannot but be struck by Ward Perkins's repeated insistence that the Roman West fell for strictly external reasons, the barbarian invasions, not because of its inherent antagonisms and weaknesses, a thesis which can be given many versions, from a Nietzschean blaming of Christianity as degenerate to the Marxist emphasis on how the gradual decline of free farmer soldiers and their replacement by mercenary armies in the long term destabilized the empire. The Gracchus brothers, Marx's personal heroes, can thus be seen as the last defenders of the true strength of Rome. The recent shift in the popular appreciation of Rome in the space of only 2 decades has resulted from similar contemporary reverberations. While in the 1990s, with the end of the Cold War and the emergence of the United States as the sole global superpower, Rome was celebrated as a mighty empire with a strong army. The passage to a more multi-centric world, to which President Bush's catastrophic foreign policy gave no small aid, has since generated an obsession with the Roman Empire in decline. The topic of late antiquity is full of similar ideological traps, like the naive celebration of Aristotelian secular empirical reasoning, violently suppressed in the Dark Ages when faith treated intellectual curiosity as dangerous, but which then returns, although still formally subordinated to religion, with Thomas Aquinas. 13 Aristotelian reason, however, is organic teleological, in clear contrast to the radical contingency which characterizes the modern scientific view. No wonder today's Catholic Church attacks Darwinism as irrational on behalf of the Aristotelian notion of reason, the reason of which the Pope speaks is a reason for which Darwin's theory of evolution, and, indeed, modern science itself, within which the assertion of the ultimate contingency of the universe, marking its break with Aristotelian teleology, is a constitutive axiom, is irrational. The reason of which the Pope speaks is a pre-modern teleological reason, the view of the universe as a harmonious whole in which everything serves a higher purpose. Which is why, paradoxically, the Pope's remarks obfuscate the key role of Christian theology in the birth of modern science. What paved the way for modern science was precisely the voluntarist idea elaborated by, among others, Duns Scotus and Descartes that God is not bound by any eternal rational truths. While the view of scientific discourse as involving a pure description of facticity is illusory, the paradox resides in the coincidence of bare facticity and radical voluntarism. Facticity can be sustained as meaningless, as something that just is as it is, only if it is secretly sustained by an arbitrary divine will. This is why Descartes is the founding figure of modern science, precisely when he makes even the most elementary mathematical facts like 2 + 2 = 4 dependent on arbitrary divine will. 2 + 2 is 4 because God willed it so, with no hidden or obscure chain of reasons behind it. Even in mathematics, this unconditional voluntarism is discernible in its axiomatic character. One begins by arbitrarily positing a series of axioms, out of which everything else is then supposed to follow. The paradox is thus that it was the Christian Dark Ages which created the conditions for the specific rationality of modern science as opposed to the science of the ancients. The lesson is thus clear: the utopia of a direct passage from late Rome to the High Middle Ages is a false one, ignoring the necessity of the fall into the early Dark Middle Ages which alone created the conditions for modern rationality. Does this fact, however, justify the Dark Ages? In theological terms, we stumble here upon the deadlock central to religion: how to deal with the fall. Why does the fall have to precede salvation? The most radical and consistently perverse answer was provided by Nicholas Malebranche, the great Cartesian Catholic, who was excommunicated after his death and whose books were destroyed on account of his very excessive orthodoxy. Lacan probably had figures like Malebranche in his mind when he claimed that theologians are the only true atheists. In the best Pascalian tradition, Malebranche laid his cards on the table and revealed the secret, the perverse core, of Christianity. His Christology is based on an original proto-Hegelian answer to the question, why did God create the world? So that he could bask in the glory of being celebrated by his creation. God wanted recognition, and he knew that, in order to gain that recognition, he would need another subject to recognize him, so he created the world out of pure selfish vanity. Consequently, it was not that Christ came down to earth in order to deliver people from sin, from the legacy of Adam's fall. On the contrary, Adam had to fall in order to enable Christ to come down to earth and dispense salvation. Here Malebranche applies to God himself the psychological insight according to which the saintly figure who sacrifices himself for the benefit of others, to deliver them from their misery, secretly wants these others to suffer so that he will be able to help them, like the proverbial husband who works all day to support his poor crippled wife, yet would probably abandon her were she to regain her health and become a successful career woman. It is much more satisfying to sacrifice oneself for the poor victim than to enable the other to overcome their victim status and perhaps become even more successful than ourselves. Malebranche pushes this parallel to its conclusion, to the horror of the Jesuits who organized his excommunication. In the same way that the saintly person uses the suffering of others to bring about his own narcissistic satisfaction, God also ultimately loves only himself, and merely uses man to promulgate his own glory. From this reversal, Malebranche drew a consequence worthy of Lacan's reversal of Dostoevsky: if God doesn't exist, then nothing is permitted. It is not true that, if Christ had not come to earth to deliver humanity, everyone would have been lost. Quite the contrary, nobody would have been lost, that is, every human being had to fall so that Christ could come and deliver some of them. Malebranche's conclusion is here shattering: Since the death of Christ is a key step in realizing the goal of creation, at no time was God, the Father, happier than when he was observing his Son suffering and dying on the cross. The only way to truly avoid this perversion, not just to obfuscate it, is to fully accept the fall as the starting point which creates the conditions of salvation. There is no state previous to the fall from which we fell, the fall itself creates that from which it is a fall, or, in theological terms, God is not the beginning. If this sounds like yet another typical Hegelian dialectical tangle, then we should disentangle it by drawing a line of separation between the true Hegelian dialectical process and its caricature. In the caricature, we have God, or an inner essence, externalizing itself in the domain of contingent appearances, and then gradually reappropriating its alienated content. Recognizing itself in its otherness, we must first lose God in order to find him, we must fall in order to be saved. Such a position opens up the space for the justification of evil. If, as agents of historical reason, we know that evil is just a necessary detour on the path towards the final triumph of the good, then, of course, we are justified in engaging in evil as the means to achieve the good. In true Hegelian spirit, however, we should insist that such a justification is always and a priori retroactive. There is no reason in history whose divine plan can justify evil. The good that may come out of evil is its contingent byproduct. We may say that the ultimate result of Nazi Germany and its defeat was the institution of much higher ethical standards of human rights and international justice, but to claim that this result in any sense justifies Nazism would be an obscenity. Only in this way can we truly avoid the perverse consequences of religious fundamentalism. Let us take a look at such fundamentalism at its darkest, the strange case of Dr. Rado von Karadžić. Nothing is forbidden in my faith. To put it in Heideggerian terms, what is the exact meaning of is when we read on the publicity posters for a blockbuster film statements such as Sean Connery is James Bond in, or Matt Damon is Bourne in. It is not simply a close identification of the actor with the screen hero, such that we cannot even imagine anyone else playing him. The first thing to note is that such identity claims always refer to a serial character, so that, in order to grasp the identification at stake here, we need to introduce a third term apart from the actor and the hero, namely, the screen image of the actor, John Wayne as tough Western guy, and so on. It is this image, not the real actor, who is identified with the screen hero. What about in the case of a single, non-serial, role which becomes conflated with a particular actor, as in a publicity slogan we will certainly never see, Anthony Perkins is Norman Bates. As expected, it ruined the actor's career. When Rado von Karadžić, the leader of the Bosnian Serbs accused of organizing ethnic cleansing, was arrested, it was discovered that in his last years as a fugitive he had been hiding in plain sight as a spiritual healer, taking part in forums and lectures attended by several hundred people, and contributing articles to the ZIZEK, Healthy Life, magazine. Can we then also say that Rado von Karadžić is Dragan Dabić, the latter being not merely a mask of the former, but his inner truth? In other words, the relationship between the two is that of a genuine parallax. His editor at ZIZEK, Goran Kojic, said, "He offered me an article that speaks about similarities and differences between meditation and tihovanje quietude. I thought the text was really good and published it in several parts in our magazine. Here is a passage from the text. It is not only about the time you spend in prayer, or the exact position you adopt, but about a series of moments where you dive into yourself, which we could describe as pulling yourself together, where you calm down the passionate and obsessive reliving of everyday life. For each and every housewife, it is that solitary early morning coffee, when the household has still not woken up. Dragan Dabić is not merely a mask, a fiction constructed to obfuscate Karadžić's true identity. Of course Dragan Dabić is a fiction, a fake persona, but it is here that Lacan's thesis truth has the structure of a fiction acquires all its weight. The fictive person Dabić provides the ideological key to the real war criminal Karadžić. Here is a saying from Dabić, whose treatments aimed at setting free the patient's human quantum energy which links every person to the cosmos. We are here firmly in the waters of the Jungian libido. The basis of every religion is the idea of life as being sacred, which sets religion apart from sex. Again, we are here immediately thrown into the pagan, pre-Christian, universe of cosmic life and its sanctity, and, as experience teaches us, and as Walter Benjamin already warned us, whenever the sanctity of life is proclaimed, the smell of real blood being spilled is never far away. Plato's reputation suffers from his claim that poets should be thrown out of the city, but it now appears rather sensible advice, at least judging from the post-Yugoslav experience, where ethnic cleansing was prepared for by the poet's dangerous dreams. True, Milosevic manipulated nationalist passions, but it was the poets who delivered him the material which lent itself to manipulation. They, the sincere poets, not the corrupted politicians, were at the origin of it all, when, back in the 1970s and early 80s, they started to sow the seeds of aggressive nationalism not only in Serbia, but also in other ex-Yugoslav republics. Instead of the industrial military complex, we in post-Yugoslavia had the poetico-military complex, personified in the twin figures of Radovan Karadzic and Ratko Mladic. Karadzic, a psychiatrist by profession, was not only a ruthless political and military leader, but also a poet. His poetry should not be dismissed as ridiculous. It deserves a close reading, since it provides a key to how ethnic cleansing functions. Among ancient Chinese proverbs selected personally by Dr. Dabak, there is the following: he who cannot agree with his enemies is controlled by them. It fits perfectly Karadzic's relation with the Bosnian Muslims. Here are the first lines of the untitled poem, identified by a dedication for Izet Sarajlik. Convert to my new faith, crowd. I offer you what no one has had before. I offer you inclemency and wine. The one who won't have bread will be fed by the light of my sun. People, nothing is forbidden in my faith. There is loving and drinking. And looking at the sun for as long as you want. And this Godhead forbids you nothing. Oh, obey my call, brethren. People, crowd. 14. The superego suspension of moral prohibitions is the crucial feature of today's postmodern nationalism. The cliché according to which passionate ethnic identification restores a firm set of values and beliefs in face of the confusing insecurity of a modern secular global society, is here to be turned around. Nationalist fundamentalism rather serves as the operator of a secret, barely concealed, you may. Without full recognition of this perverse pseudo-liberating effect of contemporary nationalism, of how the obscenely permissive superego supplements the explicit texture of the social symbolic law, we condemn ourselves to misunderstanding its true dynamic. In his Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel mentions the silent weaving of the spirit, the underground work of changing the ideological coordinates, mostly invisible to the public eye, which then suddenly explodes into view, taking everyone by surprise. This is what was going on in ex-Yugoslavia in the 1970s and 80s, so that when things exploded in the late 80s, it was already too late. The old ideological consensus had become thoroughly putrid and collapsed in on itself. To avoid the illusion that the poetico-military complex is a Balkan specialty, one should mention Hassan Ngeze, the Karadzic of Rwanda, who, in his journal Kangura, systematically spread anti-Tutsi hatred and called for their genocide. It is all too easy to dismiss Karadzic and company as bad poets. Other ex-Yugoslav nations, and Serbia itself, had poets and writers recognized as great and authentic who were also fully engaged in nationalist projects. What about the Austrian Peter Handke, a great figure of contemporary European literature, who demonstratively attended the funeral of Slobodan Milosevic? Almost a century ago, referring to the rise of Nazism in Germany, Karl Kraus quipped that Germany, a country of Dichter und Denker, poets and thinkers, had become a country of Richter und Henker, judges and executioners. Perhaps such a reversal should not surprise us too much. But why this rise of religiously, or ethnically, justified violence today? Because we live in an era which perceives itself as post-ideological. Since great public causes can no longer be mobilized, since our hegemonic ideology calls on us to enjoy life and to fulfill ourselves, it is difficult for the majority of humans to overcome their revulsion at torturing and killing other human beings. Since the majority are spontaneously moral in this way, a larger, sacred cause is needed, which will make individual concerns about killing seem trivial. Religious or ethnic belonging fit this role perfectly. Of course, there are cases of pathological atheists who are able to commit mass murder for pleasure, just for the sake of it, but they are rare exceptions. The majority needs to be anesthetized against its elementary sensitivity to the suffering of others. Religious ideologists usually claim that, whether true or not, religion can make otherwise bad people to do good things. From recent experience, we should rather stick to Steve Weinberg's claim that while without religion good people would do good things and bad people bad things, only religion can make good people do bad things. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. This, however, is only one side of the story, religion being, by definition, a multifarious phenomenon which offers itself for different uses. Recently, in the UK, an atheist group displayed posters with the message, "There is no God, so don't worry and enjoy life." In response, representatives of the Russian Orthodox Church started a counter-campaign with posters saying, "There is a God, so don't worry and enjoy life." The interesting feature is how both propositions seem to be in some way convincing. If there is no God, we are free to do what we want, so let us enjoy life. If there is a God, He will take care of things in His benevolent omnipotence, so we don't have to worry and can enjoy life. This complementarity demonstrates that there is something wrong with both statements. They both share the same secret premise: we can act as if there is no God and be happy, because we can trust the good God, or fate, or, to watch over us and protect us. The obvious counter-proposition to both statements and their underlying premise is, whether there is a God or not, life is shit, so one cannot really enjoy it. This is why we can easily imagine the following, no less convincing, alternative propositions: there is no God, so everything depends on us and we should worry all the time, and there is a God who watches what we are doing all the time, so we should be anxious and worry continuously. The question we confront here is how, precisely, to distinguish the fundamentalist conflation of theology and politics from its emancipatory version. Both enact a unity of love and violence, justifying violence with love. Killing can be done out of love. Perhaps, we should take love as our starting point, not intimate erotic love, but that political love whose Christian name is agape. If all else perished, and He remained, I should still continue to be, and if all else remained, and He were annihilated, the universe would turn to a mighty stranger, I should not seem a part of it. This is how, in Wuthering Heights, Kathy characterizes her relation to Heathcliff and provides a succinct ontological definition of unconditional erotic love. There is an unmistakable dimension of terror at work here. Think of the ecstatic trance of Tristan and Isolde, ready to obliterate their entire social reality in their immersion into the night of deadly jouissance. Which is why the proper dialectic of erotic love consists in the tension between contraction and expansion, between erotic self-immersion and the slow work of creating a social space marked by the couple's love, children, common projects, etc. Agape functions in a wholly different way. How? It may appear that, in contrast to Eros, with its violent subtraction from collective space, the love for a collective succeeds in doing away with the excess of terrorizing violence. Does agape not imply an emphatic yes to the beloved collective and ultimately to all humanity, or even as in Buddhism to the entire domain of suffering, life? The object here is loved unconditionally, not on account of a selection of its qualities but in all its imperfections and weaknesses. A first counter-argument goes by way of the reply to a simple question: which political regimes in the 20th century legitimized their power by invoking the people's love for their leader? The so-called totalitarian ones. Today, it is only and precisely the North Korean regime which continually invokes the infinite love of the Korean people for Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il and, vice versa, the radiating love of the leader for his people, expressed in continuous acts of grace. Kim Jong-il wrote a short poem along these lines: in the same way that a sunflower can only thrive if it is turned towards the sun, the Korean people can only thrive if their eyes are turned upwards towards their leader, i.e., himself. Terror and mercy are thus closely linked. They are effectively the front and the back of the same power structure. Only a power which asserts its full terroristic right and capacity to destroy anything and anyone it wants can symmetrically universalize mercy, since this power could have destroyed everyone. Those who survive do so thanks to the mercy of those in power. In other words, the very fact that we, the subjects of power, are alive is proof of the power's infinite mercy. This is why the more terroristic a regime is, the more its leaders are praised for their infinite love, goodness, and mercy. Adorno was right to emphasize that, in politics, love is invoked precisely when another, democratic, legitimization is lacking. Loving a leader means you love him for what he is, not for what he does. So how about the next candidate for love as a political category, Oriental spirituality, Buddhism, with its more gentle, balanced, holistic, ecological approach? Over the 150 years of Japan's rapid industrialization and militarization, with its ethics of discipline and self-sacrifice, the process was supported by the majority of Zen thinkers, who, today, knows that D.T. Suzuki himself, the high guru of Zen in the America of the 1960s, supported in his youth the spirit of total discipline and militaristic expansion in the Japan of the 1930s. There is no contradiction here, no manipulative perversion of authentic compassionate insight, the attitude of total immersion into the selfless now of instant enlightenment in which all reflexive distance is lost and I am what I do, as C.S. Lewis put it, in which absolute discipline coincides with total spontaneity perfectly legitimizes one's subordination to the militaristic social machine. What this means is that the all-encompassing compassion of Buddhism, or Hinduism, for that matter, has to be opposed to Christianity's intolerant, violent love. The Buddhist stance is ultimately that of indifference, the quenching of all passions which strive to establish differences, while Christian love is a violent passion to introduce difference, a gap in the order of being, in order to privilege and elevate some object at the expense of another. Love is violence not, only, in the vulgar sense of the Balkan proverb, if he doesn't beat me, he doesn't love me. Violence is already the love choice as such, which tears its object out of its context, elevating it to the thing. In Montenegrin folklore, the origin of evil is a beautiful woman. She causes the men around her to lose their balance, she literally destabilizes the universe, colors all things with a tone of partiality. In order to properly grasp the triangle of love, hatred, and indifference, one has to rely on the logic of the universal and its constitutive exception which introduces existence. The truth of the universal proposition man is mortal does not imply the existence of even one man, while the less strong proposition there is at least one man who exists, i.e., some men exist, implies their existence. Lacan draws from this the conclusion that we pass from a universal proposition, which defines the content of a notion, to existence only through a proposition stating the existence, not of the singular element of the universal genus which exists, but of at least one which is an exception to the universality in question. What this means with regard to love is that the universal proposition I love you all acquires the level of actual existence only if there is at least one whom I hate, a thesis abundantly confirmed by the fact that universal love for humanity has always led to brutal hatred of the, actually existing, exception, of the enemies of humanity. This hatred of the exception is the truth of universal love, in contrast to true love which can only emerge against the background not of universal hatred, but of universal indifference. I am indifferent towards all, the totality of the universe, and as such, I actually love you, the unique individual who stands out against this indifferent background. Love and hatred are thus not symmetrical. Love emerges out of universal indifference, while hatred emerges out of universal love. In short, we are dealing here again with the formulae of sexuation. I do not love you all is the only foundation of there is nobody that I do not love, while I love you all necessarily relies on I really hate some of you. But I love you all. This is how Erich Mielke, the secret police boss of the GDR, defended himself. His universal love was obviously grounded in its constitutive exception, the hatred of the enemies of socialism. But, again, how to distinguish this violence from the violence implied by authentic Christian love, the tremendous violence which dwells at the very heart of the Christian notion of love for one's neighbor, the violence which finds direct expression in a number of Christ's most disturbing statements? Here are the main versions. Do not think that I came to bring peace on earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I came to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's enemies will be the members of his household. He who loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he who loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he who does not take his cross and follow after me is not worthy of me. He who has found his life will lose it, and he who has lost his life for my sake will find it. Matthew 10:34, 9. I have come to cast fire upon the earth, and how I wish it were already kindled. But I have a baptism to undergo, and how distressed I am until it is accomplished. Do you suppose that I came to grant peace on earth? I tell you, no, but rather division, for from now on 5 members in one household will be divided, 3 against 2 and 2 against 3. They will be divided, father against son and son against father, mother against daughter and daughter against mother, mother-in-law against daughter-in-law and daughter-in-law against mother-in-law. Luke 12:49, 53. If anyone comes to me, and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. Luke 14:26. Perhaps people think that I have come to cast peace upon the world. They do not know that I have come to cast conflicts upon the earth, fire, sword, war. For there will be 5 in a house, there'll be 3 against 2 and 2 against 3, father against son and son against father, and they will stand alone. Thomas 16, non-canonical. How not to recognize divine violence here, where it is openly proclaimed, in Jesus I bring not peace, but a sword. How are we to read these statements? Christian ideology resorts to 5 strategies to deal with them, rather than heroically accepting the message imposed by a literal reading and claiming that Christ himself advocates violence to crush his enemies. The first 2 readings are outright denials of the problem. One gets rid of it by disputing the standard translation, suggesting either a modest correction, changing those who do not hate their father, etc. into those who do not prefer me to their father, so that we get just a graduation of love enjoined by a jealous God: love your father, but love me more. Or a more radical correction, as in the Book of Kells, the Celtic illuminated manuscript copy of the Gospels, which erroneously uses the word gaudium, joy, rather than gladium, sword, rendering the verse in translation, I came not only to bring peace, but joy. One is tempted to read this mistranslation together with the correct translation and thus compose the full message as, I come not to bring peace, but the joy of the sword, of struggle. What then follows are 3 more sophisticated strategies. The first, arguably the most disgusting and politically dangerous, claiming that Christ's message I bring a sword has to be read together with its apparent opposite, the pacifist warning, all those who take up the sword shall perish by the sword. Matthew 26:52. The sword Christ is talking about when he announces that he brings a sword is the second sword in those who take up the sword shall perish by the sword. In other words, it is others who first use the sword or attack Christians, and Christians have the full right to defend themselves by the sword, if necessary. This is also how the passage from Luke 22:38, if you don't have a sword, better sell your clothes and buy one, should be read, buy a sword to finish off those who first used one. The problem with this reading, of course, is that it courts the danger of sanctioning the most brutal violence as a defense against those who attack us, even giving it the force of fulfilling the divine prophecy injunction, those who take up the sword shall perish by the sword. Hitler all the time claimed exactly the same. He was only using the sword to destroy those who had already taken up the sword against Germany. The next strategy is to read Christ's words not as an injunction or threat, but as a simple prediction and warning to his followers. I bring a sword means when you spread my message, you should be ready for the hatred of those who will ferociously oppose it and use a sword against you, a prediction fully confirmed by the many massacres of Christians in the Roman Empire. It is in this sense that Christ is turning husband against wife, and so on. When a wife accepts Christianity before her husband, this can of course engender his animosity towards her. The problem with this reading is that it fails to account for the much stronger injunction to, actively, hate your father, and so forth, not merely to be prepared to, passively, endure their hatred. When Christ enjoins his followers to hate their parents, there is no qualification that they should do so only if their parents oppose their faith in Christ. The injunction clearly calls for a hatred which, as it were, makes the first move, and is not just a reaction to the hatred of others. As might be expected, the final strategy involves a metaphoric reading. The sword in question is not the literal weapon used to hurt others but the word of God itself, which divides truth from error, so that the violence it enacts is that of spiritual cleansing. Nice as this sounds, ambiguities and dangers lurk here. In The Divided Heaven, Christa Wolf's classic GDR novel from 1963, about the subjective impact of the divided Germany, Manfred, who has chosen the West, says to Rita, his love, when they meet for the last time, "But even if our land is divided, we still share the same heaven." Rita, who has chosen to remain in the East, replies bitterly, "No, they first divided heaven." Apologetic for the East as the novel is, it offers a correct insight into how our earthly divisions and struggles are ultimately always grounded in a divided heaven, in a much more radical and exclusive division of the very, symbolic, universe in which we dwell. The bearer and instrument of this division of heaven is language as the house of being, as the medium which sustains our entire worldview, the way we experience reality. Language, not primitive egotistic interest, is the first and greatest divider, and it is because of language that we and our neighbors can live in different worlds even when we live on the same street. What this means is that verbal violence is not a secondary distortion, but the ultimate resort of every form of specifically human violence. So, back to Christ, even if his divisive sword is spiritual, its division of heaven is ontologically more violent than any ontic violence, which it can easily ground and justify. In order to account for Christ's problematic endorsement of violence, we must confront it with traditional pagan wisdom. Although the rise of democracy and philosophy in ancient Greece announced a different world, the traditional wisdom is still fully asserted there, exemplarily in the ethico-political poem on Eunomia, the Beautiful Order by Solon, the founder of Athenian democracy. "These things my spirit bids me teach the men of Athens, that dysnomia brings countless evils for the city. But eunomia brings order, and makes everything proper, by enfolding the unjust in fetters, smoothing those things that are rough, stopping greed, sentencing hubris to obscurity, making the flowers of mischief to wither, and straightening crooked judgments. It calms the deeds of arrogance, and stops the bilious anger of harsh strife. Under its control, all things are proper, and prudence reigns over human affairs." 15. No wonder that the same principle is asserted in the famous chorus on the uncanny/demonic dimension of man from Sophocles' Antigone. If he honors the laws of the land, and reveres the gods of the state, proudly his city shall stand, but a cityless outcast irate who so bold in his pride from the path of right does depart, never may I sit by his side, or share the thoughts of his heart. 16. Some, such as Oxenberg-Rorty, even propose a much more radical translation of the last line: "A person without a city, beyond human boundary, a horror, a pollution to be avoided." One should recall here that the chorus reacts to the news that someone, at this point we do not yet know who, has violated Creon's prohibition and performed funeral rites on Polynus's body. It is Antigone herself who is implicitly castigated as the cityless outcast engaged in excessive demonic acts which disturb the eunomia of the state, fully reasserted in the last lines of the play. The most important part of happiness Is therefore wisdom not to act impiously towards the gods, for boasts of arrogant men bring on great blows of punishment. So in old age men can discover wisdom. 17. From the standpoint of eunomia, Antigone is definitely demonic and uncanny. Her defiant act expresses a stance of excessive insistence which disturbs the beautiful order of the city. Her unconditional ethics violates the harmony of the polis and is as such beyond human boundary. The irony is that, while Antigone presents herself as the guardian of the immemorial laws which sustain the human order, she acts as a freakish and ruthless abomination. There definitely is something cold and monstrous about her, as is made clear by the contrast between her and her warm and humane sister Ismene. This uncanny dimension is signaled by the ambiguity in the name Antigone. It can be read as unbending, coming from anti-and gon/goni, corner, bend, angle, but also as opposed to motherhood or in place of a mother from the root gon, that which generates, gonos, goni, as in theogony. It is difficult to resist the temptation of positing a link between the two meanings. Is being a mother not the basic form of a woman's bending, her subordination, so that Antigone's uncompromising attitude has to entail the rejection of motherhood? Ironically, in the original myth, reported by Hyginus in his Fabulae 72, Antigone was a mother. When she was caught in the act of performing funeral rites for her brother Polynices, Creon handed her over for execution to his son Haemon, to whom she had been betrothed. But Haemon, while he pretended to put her to death, smuggled her away, married her, and had a son by her. In time, having grown up, the son came to Thebes, where Creon detected him by the bodily mark which all descendants of the Sparti or dragon men bore on their bodies. Creon showed no mercy, so Haemon killed himself and his wife Antigone. There are indications that Hyginus here followed Euripides, who also wrote a tragedy Antigone, of which a few fragments survived, among them this one: man's best possession is a sympathetic wife. Definitely not Sophocles' Antigone. 18. Those interpreters who see Antigone as a proto-Christian figure are right. In her unconditional commitment, she follows a different ethics that points forward towards Christianity, and can only be adequately read anachronistically from the later Christian standpoint. Why? Christianity introduces into the global balanced order of eunomia a principle totally foreign to it, a principle that, measured by the standards of the pagan cosmology, cannot but appear as a monstrous distortion, the principle according to which each individual has an immediate access to universality, of the Holy Spirit, or, today, of human rights and freedoms. I can participate in this universal dimension directly, irrespective of my special place within the global social order. And do Christ's scandalous words, quoted from Luke, not point in the same direction? Of course, we are not dealing here with a simple brutal hatred demanded by a cruel and jealous God. Family relations stand metaphorically for the entire socio-symbolic network, for any particular ethnic substance that determines our place in the global order of things. The hatred enjoined by Christ is therefore not a kind of pseudo-dialectical opposite to love, but a direct expression of what St. Paul, in I Corinthians 13, described as agape, the key intermediary term between faith and hope. It is love itself that enjoins us to unplug from the organic community into which we were born, or, as Paul put it, for a Christian, there are neither men nor women, neither Jews nor Greeks. No wonder that, for those fully identified with the Jewish national substance, as well as for the Greek philosophers and the proponents of the global Roman Empire, the appearance of Christ was perceived as a ridiculous and/or traumatic scandal. So, when Paul writes, in I Corinthians 25, the wisdom of the world is foolishness to God, his target is the most fundamental feature of pagan wisdom. This is why one should rehabilitate even Tertullian's, in, famous Credoquia Absurdum, I believe because it is absurd, which is a misquotation of the key passage from his On the Flesh of Christ, the Son of God was crucified. I am not ashamed because it is shameful. The Son of God died, it is immediately credible because it is silly. He was buried, and rose again, it is certain because it is impossible. 19. The first thing to bear in mind here is that Tertullian was not an opponent of reason, In his On Repentance, I. 2-3, he emphasizes that all things are to be understood by reason. Reason, in fact, is a thing of God, inasmuch as there is nothing which God the maker of all has not provided, disposed, ordained by reason. Nothing which he has willed should not be handled and understood by reason. LL, therefore, who are ignorant of God, must necessarily be ignorant also of a thing which is his, because no treasure house at all is accessible to strangers. And thus, voyaging all the universal course of life without the rudder of reason, they know not how to shun the hurricane which is impending over the world. 20. No wonder, then, that Tertullian shows a deep respect for the great pagan philosophers. Of course we shall not deny that philosophers have sometimes thought the same things as ourselves, and even calls Seneca Cipi Noster / almost one of us. 21. One should therefore reject the popular reading according to which Tertullian advocated a crazy and irrational belief in something patently absurd, something that runs counter to reason and the evidence of our senses. The passage quoted above from On the Flesh of Christ is part of a polemic against Marcion, who, dismissing as absurd the notion that God could be embodied in human flesh, reduced Christ's incarnation to a mere phantasm. Christ did not have a real body, he did not really suffer. The measure which makes the belief in full reincarnation appear absurd is thus not logic but custom and convention, not reason as such but common wisdom. The space of what is conventionally acceptable it is when measured by the standard that the death and resurrection of Christ appear impossible. Impossibility is here meant rather in the sense of impossible. How can you do a horrible thing like this? Aren't you ashamed? The idea that God himself could die in pain on a cross, humiliated and punished as a common criminal, is impossible, dangerous, shameful, absurd. It violates the conventional expectation of what befits a God. However, is not Christ's resurrection impossible in a much stronger sense? While not logically impossible, it nonetheless clearly breaks the basic laws of what we perceive as our material reality. Here, one has to insist on the gap that separates the universe of modern science from our everyday understanding of reality. This gap reaches its apogee in quantum physics, whose picture of reality simply does not make sense within the horizon of our common sense perception. This is why a voluntarist/decisionist anti-Aristotelian view finds it much easier to accept the paradoxical results of modern physics than does our everyday understanding. Scientific reason and absurd Christian theology end up on the same side against Aristotelian common sense. Recall that Einstein provided his own scientific version of Tertullian's Certum est, quia impossibile. If at first an idea does not sound absurd, then there is no hope for it. Hope of what? That it will be proven true scientifically. Lacan's notion of the real as impossible can be of help here to render Tertullian's Certum est, quia impossibile much clearer. It suffices to replace impossible with real. It is certain because it is real. The impossibility of the real refers to the failure of its symbolization. The real is the virtual hardcore around which symbolizations fluctuate. These symbolizations are always and by definition provisory and unstable. The only certainty is that of the void of the real which they presuppose. Guevara as a reader of Rousseau. It is against this Christian background that one should read Che Guevara's well-known statements on revolutionary love. At the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by great feelings of love. It is impossible to think of a genuine revolutionary lacking this quality. Perhaps it is one of the great dramas of the leader that he or she must combine a passionate spirit with a cold intelligence and make painful decisions without flinching. Our vanguard revolutionaries must idealize this love of the people, of the most sacred causes, and make it one and indivisible. They cannot descend, with small doses of daily affection, to the level where ordinary people put their love into practice. The leaders of the revolution have children just beginning to talk, who are not learning to say daddy. Their wives, too, must be part of the general sacrifice of their lives in order to take the revolution to its destiny. The circle of their friends is limited strictly to the circle of comrades in the revolution. There is no life outside of it. In these circumstances one must have a large dose of humanity, a large dose of a sense of justice and truth in order to avoid dogmatic extremes, cold scholasticism, or an isolation from the masses. We must strive every day so that this love of living humanity is transformed into actual deeds, into acts that serve as examples, as a moving force. Point 22. Guevara is struggling here precisely with the relationship between eros, personal love, and agape, political love. He posits their mutual exclusion. Revolutionaries cannot descend, with small doses of daily affection, to the level where ordinary people put their love into practice. In other words, their love must remain one and indivisible, love of the people, to the exclusion of all pathological attachments. While this may appear to be the very formula for a totalitarian catastrophe, a revolutionary killing real individuals on behalf of the abstraction, the people, there is another, much more refined, way to read Guevara's position. One should start with the paradox that singular erotic love, taken precisely as the absolute, should not be posited as a direct goal. It should retain the status of a byproduct, of something we receive as a form of undeserved grace. The point is not that there are more important things than love. An authentic amorous encounter remains an absolute point of reference in one's life. To put it in traditional terms, it is what makes one's life meaningful. But the hard lesson to be learned is that, precisely as such, love, the amorous relationship, should not be the direct goal of one's life. When one confronts the choice between love and duty, duty should prevail. True love is modest, like that of a couple in a Marguerite Duras novel. While the two lovers hold hands, they do not look into each other's eyes, they look together outwards, to some third point, their common cause. Perhaps there is no greater love than that of a revolutionary couple, where each of the two lovers is ready to abandon the other at any moment should the revolution demand it. They do not love each other less than the amorous couple bent on suspending all their terrestrial links and obligations in order to burn out in a night of unconditional passion. If anything, they love each other more. The question is thus, how does an emancipatory revolutionary collective which embodies the general will affect intense erotic passion? Not surprisingly, we find an answer in Rousseau, the theoretician of the general will. His Julie, or the New Heloise, delivers a similar message. Since, in an unfortunate sign of our contemporary barbarism, Rousseau's extraordinary novel no longer has the status of a well-known classic, here is the brief outline of the story. Set principally by Lake Geneva, the novel centers on a young tutor, Saint Preux, and Julie, his female pupil, who fall in love. But he is a commoner, and Julie's noble father will not hear of their relationship. Forced to keep their passion a guilty secret, the couple succumb and become lovers. Julie hopes to force her father to consent by becoming pregnant, but she has a miscarriage. At this point, Lord Edward Bomston, an immensely rich English peer and a friend of Julie's father, appears. He takes a great liking to Saint Preux, but the latter suspects him of having designs on Julie. In a jealous rage he challenges Lord Edward to a duel. This disaster is finally averted and Lord Edward's generosity is proven by his efforts to persuade Baron d'Atange to permit the marriage. But Edward also fails. Julie's father demands that she renounce Saint Preux and accept the husband of his choice, his own companion, the older Walmer. At this point of despair, another character intervenes to resolve the deadlock, Claire, Julie's level-headed cousin who eventually has everyone's confidence and who acts as a sort of one-woman chorus throughout, observing, predicting, and lamenting. To save Julie's reputation, Claire sends the tutor away, his friend Lord Edward takes him to Paris. While they are gone, Julie's mother discovers their correspondence and is very upset, and soon after she falls ill and dies. Even though the two events are unrelated, Julie feels guilty and thinks that she is to blame for her mother's death. In this state of mind, she consents to renounce her lover and to marry Walmer. During the wedding, she undergoes a profound inner change, a conversion to virtue. She now feels ready to accept her duties as a wife and mother. In her pursuit of virtue, she is at every step helped by her extraordinary husband, a man as wise as he is good. Although she cannot bring herself to tell him of her relationship with Saint Preux, he nevertheless knows and forgives her everything. In return, Julie embraces her new state, breaking entirely with her lover who eventually flees Europe. But the story continues, or, rather, begins again. 10 years later, Saint Preux returns and is made welcome by Walmer and his wife. Julie now has 2 children and her life is wholly devoted to them and to running a model estate at Clarens with Walmer. The rest of the book describes these efforts, Julie's virtue, Walmer's wisdom, the beauty of their English garden, and the prosperity of their estate. 23 Julie's only sorrow appears to be that Walmer is an atheist. He never speaks of it, and always attends church for the sake of appearances, but he is a convinced unbeliever. This disturbs Julie, although Walmer never tries to alter her faith. The more beneficent Walmer is, and the more he does to cure Saint Preux of his old infatuation, the more religious and miserable his wife becomes. But why? As was clear to Rousseau, the excess of religious commitment is a displaced return of the repressed sexual passion. The true factor of desexualization is not religious spirituality but the atheistic enlightenment which dissolves passion with cold utilitarian understanding, reducing it to a pathological excess to be properly cured. No wonder that, in these conditions, sexual passion can only return in a religious guise, as the irrational awareness of misery and sin. In the end, once it seems certain that Saint Preux will marry Claire and settle down at Clarens to become tutor to the Walmer children, Julie tells him of her profound malaise and boredom. The novel ends with an unexpected accident which nonetheless reveals a deeper deadlock. Having plunged into the lake to save her younger son from drowning, Julie catches cold, falls ill, and dies an exemplary death. She was never really cured of her love for her former lover, and the only way out of her predicament is death. Julie is thus very happy to die, because she is now perfectly aware that all her virtue has not helped her to forget Saint Preux. She loves him as much as ever. As she dies, she gives an account of her tolerant and loving religious beliefs, but her greatest hope is to be reunited in heaven with Saint Preux. 24. While the novel's subtitle draws the parallel with the medieval story of Abelard and Heloise, a young girl and her tutor who also succumb to passion, one should focus on the difference between the two stories. Rousseau depicts the era of the Enlightenment, where the punishment which follows the sexual transgression is no longer castration for the man and the nunnery for the woman. The new Heloise virtuously takes up her duties as wife, mother, and, together with Walmer, the beneficent parent to everyone on their model estate, while, rather than suffering the cruelty of castration, the tutor is invited by the understanding husband into the ideal family in order to be cured of his pathological infatuation. The message could not be clearer: marriage is the contemporary form of sexual renunciation. In a first approach, the inner movement of Julie effectively appears as a kind of two-stage negation in which the passionate rejection of false and conventional desires is followed by the virtuous or rational rejection of the unconventional passions themselves. 25 Julie is the story of two lovers, whose passionate love first rejects the falsity of existing conventions but who then through their membership in a community formed by Julie's husband, Walmer, undergo a second development in which they virtuously abstain from those passions themselves. 26. The problem is how to read the return of passion at the novel's end, when Julie confesses her inability to compromise her desire and opts for, a thinly disguised, suicide as the only way out. Is this disturbing supplement a sign of the failure of the Hegelian negation of negation which forms the novel's basic frame, or is it its inherent fulfillment? In other words, is the gap between the official Hegelian reading of Julie, the sublation of passionate love in the new virtuous community which cures us of it, and the implicit lesson of the story itself, the failure of this sublation, the deadly return of love, to be read as a prescient critique of Hegel, as an indication of the limit of Aufhebung, as the persistence of the real of the obscene undead passion whose singularity eludes the grasp of notional universalization? One is tempted to agree with such a reading. Is what characterizes the post-Hegelian break not precisely the rise of a repetition which cannot be sublated, of a drive which persists beyond, or, rather, beneath, the movement of idealization? The memorable phrases in Julie's final letter to her lover before her death, 6th part, letter 8, certainly seem to point in this direction. It is not so much that satisfaction, well-being, happiness, are out of reach for her, they are actual, and this very fact, cet gout du bien-être, is what she finds unbearably suffocating. Je suis trop heureuse, le bonheur m'ennuie 27. When a contemporary Swiss reviewer of Julie wrote that after reading this book, one has to die of pleasure. Or, better, one has to live in order to read it again and again. 28. Is this overlapping of death and the repetitive excess of life not the most succinct description of the Freudian death drive, a dimension which eludes the Hegelian dialectical mediation? What, however, if this perspective is turned around? What if it is only after we pass through the painful sublation destined to cure us of the passion of love that this passion emerges as such, in its pure form, shorn of the naive and heroic mask of opposing traditional and oppressive paternal morality which characterizes its first appearance? In Hegel's, if the first negation, passion against social oppression, is an abstract negation, the second is concrete, actual negation. Only here, when the order is no longer oppressive, but has become the order of happiness and well-being, can it be properly negated. The negation of negation is thus necessarily followed by an additional turn of the screw. The absolute/undead passion is what the negation of negation produces, what it brings from its in itself to its for itself. Julie's final passionate outburst is thus uncannily similar to Signs No from Claudel's Elodage, the remainder which follows the double movement of Viragung, the excess generated by the self-negated sacrifice. Once you have sacrificed everything, all social content, for passion, you have to renounce passion itself, and yet, eper es imuov, the passion persists. There is another point to add here. The way not to read the ending of Julie is to see in it the assertion of an ontological gap between desire and the constraints of social reality, as the necessary failure of an impossible utopia, along the lines of desire can never be fully satisfied, and it is best that it should not be. We should, rather, risk a somewhat naive historicist Marxist solution to the final deadlock of Julie. What if the Clarens cure/sublation fails not because of some ontological incompatibility between love and virtuous social order, but because the social order at Clarens is in fact a proto-totalitarian hierarchical pedagogic nightmare, the realization of a fantasy proper to the despotic pre-revolutionary Enlightenment? Clarens is carefully constructed and tightly ordered, self-complete and unchanging, an Enlightenment utopia in a new intimate version. To achieve complete happiness, all must be committed to the collective good. The institutional manipulation of the workers, who happily endorse their own exploitation, with no need for overt repression, as well as the weird cure for St. Prue's amorous illness, seem to come straight out of a Foucauldian universe of biopolitical control and regulation. The oppression of the prohibitive power is replaced by benevolent administration. This new mode of the exercise of power is personified by Walmer, who, although imposed on Julie by her own father, is not a figure of paternal authority, but a decidedly post-patriarchal authority, a good-hearted regulator/coordinator who rules with total transparency, deprived of any mystique of power, and who expects the same openness from his subjects. And the fact that he is intimately an atheist who partakes only externally in religious rites is crucial. He needs no higher transcendence to sustain his power. In Lacanese, the passage from Julie's father to Walmer is the passage from the master's discourse to the university discourse. Deprived of the authority of the master signifier, Walmer is knowledge embodied. He knows it all the intimate secrets of those around him, and the only subjective stance that can sustain this excess of knowledge is that of serene forgiveness. He knows all about Julie's affair and aborted pregnancy, but there is no envy or jealousy in his reaction to it. He accepts it all. The obverse of this unconditional munificence is, of course, a form of control and domination which is much stronger than the standard oppressive exercise of power. The latter remains an external pressure, thereby allowing the subject to resist it from within, but Walmer's power is a power which caringly accepts this inner core of resistance, neither accusing nor blaming the subject for it, but merely proposing a cure by way of re-education, with the subject's full cooperation. This is why the community of Clarens, presided over by Walmer and the reborn Julie, is not the truly self-transparent community it pretends to be. Its transparency is false, an illusion obfuscating utter manipulation. The general will that appears to emerge in Clarence deprives the subjects of the very core of their subjectivity, and Julie's irrational resistance is the proof, a desperate attempt to reassert the infinite right of her subjectivity. This is why it is too easy to see Claire as superior to Julie, as some feminist interpreters are tempted to do to oppose Julie, still caught in the split between duty and passion that characterizes traditional feminine identity, to Claire, a free and independent woman who was able to rise above traditional sex roles, cherishing liberty and friendship. Claire is here presented like a wise character from a Jane Austen novel, as opposed to Julie, whose unquenchable passion prefigures the Bronte universe. Claire may well rise above the traditional feminine role, but precisely as such, she is the ultimate guarantee of the Clarence order and its stability, a behind-the-scenes fixer who wisely intervenes to manipulate excessive outbursts of passion so that social harmony is maintained. As such, Claire fits in perfectly with the existing order, in contrast to the unrest and negativity embodied in Julie. But does the fact that Clarence is a pre-revolutionary organic community not allow for the possibility of another form of collectivity, something like an emancipatory revolutionary collective embodying the general will much more authentically? The question again is, how does such a collective affect intense erotic passion? From what we know about love among the Bolshevik revolutionaries, something unique took place there. A new form of amorous couple emerged, a couple living in a permanent state of emergency, totally dedicated to the revolutionary cause, ready to sacrifice all personal sexual fulfillment to it, even ready to abandon and betray each other if the revolution demanded it, but simultaneously totally dedicated to each other, enjoying rare moments of extreme intensity together. The lovers' passion was tolerated, even silently respected, but ignored in the public discourse as something of no concern to others. There are traces of this even in what we know of Lenin's affair with Inessa Armand. In all three previous forms of managing the amorous relationship depicted in Julie, we have a violent attempt at Gleichschaltung, at enforcing the unity between intimate passion and social life. Julie's father wants her to suppress her feelings. In their affair, Julie and her tutor want to obliterate social reality. Walmer again wants to cure the lovers of their disease and integrate them fully into the new social space, while here, the radical disjunction between sexual passion and social revolutionary activity is fully recognized. The two dimensions are accepted as being totally heterogeneous, each irreducible to the other. There is no harmony between the two, but it is this very recognition of the gap which makes their relationship non-antagonistic. There is, however, a further step to be made here. Guevara's claim that the true revolutionary is guided by a great feeling of love should be read together with his much more problematic statement on revolutionaries as killing machines. Hatred is an element of struggle, relentless hatred of the enemy that impels us over and beyond the natural limitations of man and transforms us into effective, violent, selective, and cold-killing machines. Our soldiers must be thus. A people without hatred cannot vanquish a brutal enemy. 29. This is why we should go to the end here and apply Christ's words, "Those who do not hate their father are not my followers," to himself, to his own stance at the cross. At the moment of his dying, Christ hates his father out of love. Elie Wiesel wrote of a rabbi in Auschwitz who, even in the camp, went on fasting on Yom Kippur, although he knew this would mean his certain death. Because of the fasting, he grew weak, failed to pass the next selection, and so was gassed. The rabbi explained that he was fasting not out of obedience, but out of defiance. Before the war, some Jews rebelled against the divine will by going to restaurants on the Day of Atonement. Here, it is by observing the fast that we can make our indignation heard. Yes, my disciple and teacher, know that I fasted. Not for the love of God, but against God. 30 asked why he was doing it if he was no longer a believer. The rabbi replied, "You do not see the heart of the matter. Here and now, the only way to accuse him is by praising him." 31 From the Christian standpoint, praising Christ is the act of accusing God the Father. One should therefore reject the standard reading of Christ's scandalous words, which interprets them as a simple call for moderation, in a movement which resembles a fake copy of the Hegelian negation of negation. Once we have rejected all worldly attachments for the sake of our unconditional love for God, we are allowed to return to the world. We can once again love our spouse, parents, and so on, but now in moderation, since only God should be loved unconditionally. But such a reading is a blasphemy which totally misses the point of Christianity, when Christ says that wherever there is love between two of his disciples, he will be there. One should take this literally. Christ is not only loved, he is love, our love for our neighbors. This is why the hatred he speaks of is not a hatred of lesser humans which is supposed to somehow prove that we really love only God, but is rather a hatred of neighbors on behalf of our love for them. Toni Morrison's Beloved, which brings this paradox to its painful climax, should here be opposed to Evelyn Waugh's Brideshead Revisited. Recall the latter novel's final twist: Julia refuses to marry Ryder, although they have both recently got divorced for that very reason, as part of what she ironically refers to as her private deal with God. Despite her being corrupt and promiscuous, there may still be a chance for her if she sacrifices what matters most to her, her love for Ryder. As Julia makes clear in her final speech, she is fully aware that, once she drops Ryder, she will have numerous insignificant affairs. These, however, will not really count, since they will not condemn her irrevocably in the eyes of God. What would condemn her is if she were to privilege her only true love over her dedication to God, since there should be no competition between supreme goods. This is not agape, but its blasphemous perversion. In his The Intellectual Beast is Dangerous, Brecht claims that a beast is something strong, terrible, devastating. The word emits a barbarous sound. Surprisingly, he then writes, the key question, in fact, is this: how can we become beasts in such a sense that the fascists will fear for their domination? It is thus clear that, for Brecht, this question designates a positive task, not the usual lament about how Germans, such a highly cultured nation, could have turned into Nazi beasts. We have to understand that goodness must also be able to injure savagely. 32 It is only against this background that we can formulate the gap separating Oriental wisdom from Christian emancipatory logic. Oriental wisdom accepts the primordial void or chaos as the ultimate reality, and, paradoxically, for this very reason prefers organic social order with each element in its proper place. At the very core of Christianity there is a radically different project, that of a destructive negativity which ends not in a chaotic void, but reverts, organizes itself, into a new order, imposing itself on reality. For this reason, Christianity is anti-wisdom. Wisdom tells us that all our efforts are vain, that everything ends in chaos, while Christianity madly insists on the impossible. Love, especially in its Christian form, is definitely not wise. This is why Paul said, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, sapientium sapientum perdam, as his saying is usually known in Latin. We should take the term wisdom literally here. It is wisdom, in the sense of a realistic acceptance of the way things are, that Paul is challenging, not knowledge as such. With regard to the social order, this means that the authentic Christian apocalyptic tradition rejects the wisdom according to which some kind of hierarchical order is our fate, such that any attempt to challenge it and create an alternative egalitarian order will necessarily end in destructive horror. Agape as political love means that an unconditional egalitarian love for the neighbor can serve as the foundation for a new order. The form of appearance of this love is so-called apocalyptic millenarianism, or the idea of communism, the urge to realize an egalitarian social order of solidarity. Love is the force of this universal link which, in an emancipatory collective, connects people directly, in their singularity, bypassing their particular hierarchical determinations. Terror is terror out of love for the universal singular others and against the particular. This terror names exactly the same thing as the work of love. Our reproach to the fundamentalist terrorists, whether Islamist or Christian, should thus be precisely that they are not terroristic in the right way, that they shirk from authentic terror as the work of love. Indeed, Dostoevsky was right when he wrote, "The socialist who is a Christian is more to be dreaded than a socialist who is an atheist, yes, dreaded by the enemy." Among the alternatives to this terror is charity, one of the names, and practices, of non-love today. When, confronted with the starving child, we are told, "For the price of a couple of cappuccinos, you can save her life," the true message is, for the price of a couple of cappuccinos, you can continue in your ignorant and pleasurable life, not only not feeling any guilt, but even feeling good for having participated in the struggle against suffering. Brecht's lines from his Badener Lehrstück vom Einverständnis are today more relevant than ever. When there is no longer any violence, there is no need for help. Therefore you should not demand help, but abolish violence. Help and violence form a whole. And the whole has to be changed. 33. Did Oscar Wilde not say the same when, in the opening lines of his The Soul of Man Under Socialism, he pointed out that it is much more easy to have sympathy with suffering than it is to have sympathy with thought? People find themselves surrounded by hideous poverty, by hideous ugliness, by hideous starvation. It is inevitable that they should be strongly moved by all this. Accordingly, with admirable, though misdirected intentions, they very seriously and very sentimentally set themselves to the task of remedying the evils that they see. But their remedies do not cure the disease, they merely prolong it. Indeed, their remedies are part of the disease. They try to solve the problem of poverty, for instance, by keeping the poor alive, or, in the case of a very advanced school, by amusing the poor. But this is not a solution, it is an aggravation of the difficulty. The proper aim is to try and reconstruct society on such a basis that poverty will be impossible. And the altruistic virtues have really prevented the carrying out of this aim. The worst slave owners were those who were kind to their slaves, and so prevented the horror of the system being realized by those who suffered from it, and understood by those who contemplated it. Charity degrades and demoralizes. It is immoral to use private property in order to alleviate the horrible evils that result from the institution of private property. 34. But are we not here confusing atheistic materialism with a radical apocalyptic Christian stance, thereby confirming the oft-repeated claim that atheism cannot stand on its own 2 feet, that it can only vegetate in the shadow of Christian monotheism? In other words, how to answer the obvious reproach that Christian materialism amounts to a barred belief, not being courageous enough to make the necessary leap of faith, I retain the Christian form of religious engagement without acknowledging its content? The reply is that this emptying the form of its content already takes place within Christianity itself. At its very core the name for this emptying is kenosis, God dies and is resurrected as the Holy Ghost, as the form of collective belief. It is a fetishistic mistake to search for the material support of this form, the resurrected Christ. The Holy Ghost is the very collective of believers, what they search for outside is already here in the guise of the love that binds them. Contemporary, political thought is caught up in the space determined by 2 poles, ethics and jurisprudence. On the one hand, politics in its liberal tolerant as well as its fundamentalist version is conceived of as the realization of ethical positions, on human rights, abortion, freedom, which pre-exist politics. On the other hand, and in a complementary way, it is formulated in the language of jurisprudence, how to find the proper balance between the rights of individuals and of communities, etc. 35. It is here that the reference to religion can play a positive role in resuscitating the proper dimension of the political, of repoliticizing politics. It can enable political agents to break out of the current ethico-legal entanglement. The old symptom, the theologico-political, acquires new relevance here. It is not only that every politics is grounded in a theological view of reality, it is also that every theology is inherently political, an ideology of a new collective space, like the communities of believers in early Christianity, or the Ummah in early Islam. Paraphrasing Kierkegaard, one can say that what we need today is a theologico-political suspension of the ethico-legal. Slap thy neighbor. How does this suspension affect the way we relate to our neighbor? As Robert Pippin shows in his perspicuous reading of John Ford's The Searchers, this shift in relation to the neighbor occurs in the crucial scene towards the end of the film, when Ethan, played by John Wayne, having finally found Debbie, who has spent several years as an Indian captive, chases after her as she tries to run away. Ethan's explicit intent throughout the film has been not to save her, but to kill her. In other words, he was motivated by the racist idea that a white girl taken captive by the Indians deserves only to die. However, once he has Debbie at his mercy, he picks her up, embraces her, and decides to take her home. What is the reason for this sudden change? The standard explanation is that, at the last moment, Ethan's innate goodness took over. Pippin, however, rejects this reading, focusing instead on the strange shot of Ethan's face just before he takes hold of Debbie, as he sees her running away. His gaze does not express some reawakened human warmth and sympathy, rather. The primary expression here is puzzlement, some indication that Ethan does not know his own mind and suddenly realizes he does not know his own mind. What we need to discover here is that he did not know his own mind well, that he avowed principles that were partly confabulations and fantasy. We, and he, find out the depth and extent of his actual commitments only when he finally must act. 36. One can thus say that, in the moment captured by this shot of his perplexed face, Ethan discovered himself as a neighbor, in the impenetrable abyss of his subjectivity. When Ethan finally found himself in the position to act, he confronted the undecidable enigma of his personality, undermining his identity as Ethan onto which he, and we, the film's spectators, had hitherto been fixed, a man obsessed by the murderous project of redeeming Debbie by killing her. It is easy for Pippin, as a Hegelian, to detect this feature. How we discover our true intention only when we have to act upon it is the great motif of Hegel's dialectic of the act. It is after Ethan's conversion into an inhuman neighbor that he literally becomes invisible for the human community around him. In the film's final scene, when he returns Debbie to her family, the community does not reject Ethan. They rather ceremoniously ignore him. They pretend he does not exist, no one speaks to him, says goodbye, tells him he can or cannot come in. He is instantly forgotten, as if literally invisible. 37. This can be confirmed in a surprisingly direct way. Everything that takes place in the last minute of the film, all the characters' moves and words would function in a normal, meaningful way even if we were digitally to erase John Wayne from the scene. The community's response is a desperate strategy to avoid the neighbor's intrusive overproximity. This can be further illustrated by way of a recent incident which took place when I was visiting U.S. campuses to give a series of talks together with Mladen Dola. The incident, a strange event for the two of us, at least happened at a dinner following our presentations. The professor informally chairing the event proposed that each person at the table, a dozen or so individuals, briefly introduce him or herself, stating professional position, field of research, and sexual orientation. Our American colleagues duly complied, as if this were the most natural thing in the world, while Dola and I simply sidestepped on the last issue. I was tempted to respond in one of two ways, though of course did neither, either to give a vulgar and provocative answer, such as, well, I like to penetrate boys under 5 years old and then drink their blood, though in such a PC atmosphere one can never know how this would have gone down, or to propose adding another feature to our self-presentations, namely, that each of us specify how much we earn per year and how much wealth we possess. I am sure my US friends would have found this much more intrusive than the question of sexual orientation. In his own wonderful comment on this incident, Dola contrasts it with two other events, an elegant display of discretion by Gore Vidal, and an incident on a Slovene beach involving his American guests. One feels very European when confronted with numerous instances where the Americans speak with great ease and without reserve or inhibition about their very private experiences in front of complete strangers, as if lacking the sense of reticence and discretion, thus unwittingly causing embarrassment in European listeners. It seems that the Americans keep coming out in all directions. One would be hard put to define where the line lies, but there is a line, and one feels it ultimately as a physiological reaction, often as a surge of shame, when it is crossed. As an aside, I cannot refrain from relating another anecdote, which is told of Gore Vidal. In a TV interview he was asked, "Was your first sexual experience with a man or with a woman?" To which he replied, "I was too polite to ask." It's a wonderful rebuke, reminding the interviewer, by the simplest of means, that there is a code of discretion to be observed in public speech, and in private, for that matter, but there it has a different ramification, which has nothing to do with bashfulness and concealment. The thin line is not a European privilege. Let me give another example. Some years ago, when some American friends were visiting Slovenia in summer, I took them to a beach on the Adriatic coast. It was a public and very crowded beach, and my friends were rather perplexed when they saw that the women, in large part, freely took their bras off, as is commonly done in this part of the world, wandering around with bare breasts, while nobody made anything of it. My friends said this would never happen on a public beach in America. I have never been to one, so I take their word for it. They were rather embarrassed, despite their leftist liberal persuasions, feeling discomfort at what they saw as a deliberate public display and sexual provocation as a European lack of reticence and discretion. It was almost like invoking a caricature ghost of Puritanism in the midst of this age of permissiveness. This gave rise to some musings about the question of the neighbor, that strange creature next to us whom we are supposed to love, but who causes embarrassment and mortification the moment he comes too close, intruding upon our private space, crossing the bar of discretion, exposing us, as it were, by exposing him/herself, exposing his or her intrusive privacy, which thus cannot be kept at a proper distance. 38. Far from being opposed or incompatible, these two features, declaring one's sexual orientation and keeping one's body covered up, supplement each other within the universe of U.S. Puritanism, which is, as we can see, still very much alive. To account for such paradoxes, we must bear in mind how the very act of indiscretion, of surprising openness, can function as a tool of discretion, of withdrawal, if, when a man attempts to seduce a woman, she offers herself up directly for the sexual act. This as a rule implies a withdrawal, a rejection of any deeper personal contact. The message is, "You want it? Okay, let's do it fast and get it over with. It means nothing to me, I'm not really into it." In this sense, the whole of modern hardcore pornography is marked by a profound discretion. The stupidity of the narrative clearly signals that there is no deep subjective engagement in what goes on, even though we see people performing the most intimate acts. Until recently, hardcore pornography respected certain prohibitions, although it showed everything, including real sex. The narrative providing the frame for these sexual encounters was, as a rule, ridiculously non-realistic, stereotypical, stupidly comical, staging a kind of return to the 18th century commedia dell'arte in which the actors do not play real individuals, but one-dimensional types: the miser, the cuckolded husband, the promiscuous wife. Is not this strange compulsion to make the narrative ridiculous a kind of negative gesture of respect? Yes, we show everything, but precisely for that reason we want to make it clear that it is all a great joke, that the actors are not really engaged. Although there has been a trend, more recently, to undermine this prohibition with serious pornography, that is, pornography combined with, what tries to be, an engaging story. For example, in the work of Catherine Briot in France, the censorship reasserted itself with the simultaneous rise of so-called gonzo pornography. Gonzo occurs when the author cannot or does not want to remove himself from the subject he is investigating. The reporter becomes part of the event taking place. In some cases, such as tornado chasing, where most documenting is done by the person driving the car and holding the camera, the gonzo element is inherent. However, in gonzo pornography, it is a deliberate and voluntary choice. Gonzo pornography is embedded hardcore, the pornographic equivalent of embedded journalism. It is characterized by a filming style that attempts to place the viewer directly in the scene. Gonzo pornography puts the camera right into the action, often with one or more of the participants both filming and performing sexual acts. thus suspending the usual separation characteristic of conventional porn and cinema. Influenced by amateur pornography, gonzo porn tends to use far fewer full-body/wide shots, and more close-ups. What is more important, however, is that the actors themselves constantly address the camera, wink, comment on what they are doing, all in an easygoing, ironic and self-mocking style. In this way, gonzo's highly reflexive realism signals a higher level of repression, while, in classic hardcore, the stupidity of the conversation was constrained by the fictional narrative. In gonzo, the narrative fiction is undermined. We are all the time reminded that what we are watching is a staged performance, as if to protect us from the danger of getting too involved in what we see. 39. Why are we so traumatized by the neighbors over proximity? Habit and custom are the predominant ways in which we maintain a distance towards the inhuman neighbor's intrusive proximity, and we are today effectively witnessing a decline of habits. In our culture of self-exposure and sincerity, they no longer provide a screen ensuring our distance from the neighbor. Political correctness itself is a telltale sign of this failure, with its attempt to directly regulate, even legislate for, what should have been a matter of spontaneous habit. Is the non-universalizable neighbor, however, the ultimate horizon of our ethico-political activity? Is the highest norm the injunction to respect the neighbor's otherness? No wonder Levinas is so popular today among multiculturalist left liberals who endlessly vary the motif of impossible universality. Every universality is exclusive, it imposes a particular standard as universal. The question is whether every ethical universality is necessarily based on the exclusion of the abyss of the neighbor, or whether, to the contrary, there might be a universality which does not exclude the neighbor. Our answer affirms the latter, namely, the universality grounded in the part of no part, the singular universality exemplified in those who lack a determined place in the social totality, who are out of place in it and as such directly stand for the universal dimension. This identification with the excluded is to be strictly opposed to the liberal sympathy for, and understanding of, their plight, and to the ensuing efforts to include them in the social structure. The crowds in the slums constitute a huge reservoir for political mobilization. If the left does not act there, who will? Religious fundamentalists? Or will the slum dwellers remain indefinitely outside civil space, as a politically unarticulated threat of violence? 40 In the summer of 1846, Thoreau was arrested for refusing to pay taxes, raised to finance the Mexican War. When Emerson visited him in jail and asked, "What are you doing in here?" Thoreau answered, "What are you doing out there?" 41 This is the proper radical answer to the liberals' sympathetic concern for the excluded. How come that they are out there, excluded from public space? How come that you are in here, included in it? The distinction between those who are included in the legal order and homo sacer is not simply horizontal, a distinction between two groups of people, but is increasingly also a vertical distinction between two, superimposed, ways in which the same people can be treated. Put simply, at the level of law, we are treated as citizens, legal subjects, but at the level of its obscene superego supplement, of this empty unconditional law, we are treated as homo sacer. The true problem is not so much the fragile status of the excluded, but rather the fact that, at the most elementary level, we are all excluded in the sense that our most elementary, zero position is that of being an object of biopolitics, so much so that political and citizenship rights are granted us only as a secondary gesture, in accordance with strategic biopolitical considerations. This is the ultimate consequence of the notion of post-politics. This is why, for Agamben, the implication of his analysis of homo sacer is not that we should fight for the inclusion of the excluded, but that homo sacer is the truth of all of us, that it stands for the zero-level position in which we are all placed. This is why this part of no part, the universal singularity of homo sacer, is not the exception constitutive of universality. It is not that, by excluding homo sacer from the public space of citizenship, this space constitutes itself as universal. In religious ethical terms, exclusive universality, i.e. universality which excludes the neighbor, is the legal universality of lex talionis, of universal equal rights and reciprocity, while Christian non-exclusive universality is that of turning the other cheek. You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I tell you not to resist evil. Whoever slaps you on your right cheek, turn the other to him also. If anyone wants to sue you and take away your tunic, let him have your cloak also. And whoever compels you to go 1 mile, go with him 2. Give to him who asks you, and from him who wants to borrow from you do not turn away. Matthew 5:38, 40. This exceeding of symmetrical reciprocity represents a move from abstract universality, equality, to concrete universality, from the utilitarian calculus of reciprocal gain to an unconditional ethical engagement. It is the excessive engagement that turns the agent into a singular universality. No wonder that, to paraphrase the opening line of the Communist Manifesto, the entire history of Christianity is the history of class struggle, a series of desperate efforts to domesticate the scandalous character of the quoted lines by way of historicist contextualization. Which is not to say that one cannot learn a lot from the historical analysis of such excessive passages. We normally associate these verses with pacifism, but there is a little more to it than that. These verses were spoken in a culture where honor and shame were culturally significant. A slap in the face was viewed as degrading and was an effort to lower someone's status as they were publicly shamed. What does this have to do with the right cheek and then the left cheek? For the answer we have to turn to the Mishnah, which is a collection of legal regulations from 3rd century AD Rabbinic Judaism. In the Mishnah, penalties and compensation are prescribed that are due as punishments for various infractions. There was a difference in slapping someone with the back of the hand versus the palm of the hand. When Jesus says, if someone strikes you on the right cheek, he is talking about a slap with the back of the hand, as most people are right-handed. The Mishnah lays out compensation for those who experience such a shaming action. A slap with the palm of the hand carried a penalty twice as much as a slap with the back of the hand. Why would it contain a higher fine? Because to be struck on the right cheek, with the back of the hand, would be more degrading and shameful than to be struck on the left cheek with the palm of the hand. In effect, Jesus is saying, if someone degrades or shames you greatly by a backhanded slap on the right cheek, turn your left cheek to him and see if he is willing to say you are closer to his equal than the initial slap indicated. Of course, this also would inflict more compensatory damage to the one doing the slapping. This verse does not say as much about pacifism as it has to say about the culture of honor and shame that they lived in. They heard these words totally different than we hear them today. Point 42. Behind the mask of submissive non-resistance, the gesture of turning the other cheek thus defiantly provokes the other to treat me as equal, an equal who, as equal, has the right to defend himself and strike back. In Hell, with Jean-Claude Van Damme, a bleak story set in a corrupt post-Soviet Russian prison, contains a surprisingly accurate Christological moment. Van Damme plays an American working in Moscow who, sentenced to prison long-term for killing the murderer of his wife, has to fight brutal to the death duels with other prisoners to satisfy the guards who put high bets on the fights. Unable to finish off his beaten opponent, Van Damme refuses to fight and is cruelly punished, chained to a high mast where he hangs for days without food and water, until he will once again agree to fight. One of the prisoners, observing from the cell window, complains to his mates, "Why does he refuse to fight? He will not only lose and die, but also bring trouble to all of us." A wiser colleague replies, "No. Can't you see he is now fighting for all of us?" And he is of course right. Van Damme's refusal to fight is in itself a more dangerous fight to change the whole life of the prison, so that prisoners will no longer be forced to stage cruel combats for the obscene amusement of their jailers. This is a paradigmatic case of Jesus' line from Matthew, "Whoever slaps you on your right cheek, turn the other to him also." Sometimes, a refusal to fight amounts to a much more violent gesture of refusing the entire field that has determined the conditions of the fight. Likewise, sometimes, directly striking back is the surest sign of compromise. It is thus crucial to read the above quoted passage together with the no less embarrassing and equally excessive passage about Christ bringing a sword, not peace. Finding oneself a recipient of the excessive ethical act in which aggression is returned with kindness can be a quite traumatic experience, as is clearly shown in Hugo's Les Miserables. The difference between Jean Valjean and Javert is precisely that between the two ways a human being can react to the traumatic gesture of grace, of turning the other cheek. At the novel's beginning in Digny, the benevolent Bishop Myriel takes Valjean in and gives him shelter. In the middle of the night, Valjean steals the bishop's silverware and runs away. He is caught and brought back, but the bishop saves him by claiming that the silverware was a gift. He then gives Valjean 2 silver candlesticks as well, chastising him in front of the police for leaving in such a rush that he forgot these most valuable pieces. The bishop then reminds Valjean of his promise, which he has no recollection of making, to use the silver to make an honest man of himself. Totally shattered by this excessive act of repaying evil with kindness, Valjean starts out on the long path of ethical recovery, pursued doggedly by Javert, a policeman obsessed with bringing the fugitive Valjean to justice. Later in the novel, in the midst of the revolutionary turmoil of 1832, Valjean saves Javert when he is unmasked by the revolutionaries as a police spy and condemned to death. He volunteers to execute Javert himself, takes him out of sight, and then shoots into the air while letting him go. When Valjean runs into him later, Javert realizes that he is caught between his belief in the law and the mercy Valjean has shown him. He feels he can no longer give Valjean up to the authorities, and lets him go. Unable to cope with this split between his commitment to the law and his conscience, Javert commits suicide, throwing himself into the Seine. The crucial point here is that it is Valjean, the criminal hardened by long years in jail, who accepts grace and undergoes a moral recovery, while Javert, the personification of pure law, cannot endure goodness, and is drawn to suicide when exposed to it, the ultimate proof that, far from being opposed to crime, law is the universalized crime, crime elevated to the level of an unconditional principle. The subject supposed not to know. We should not be afraid to draw all the consequences from this assertion of the theologico-political, even if it means ruthlessly slaughtering many liberal sacred cows. Along these lines, Badiou recently proposed a rehabilitation of the communist revolutionary cult of personality. 43 The real of a truth event is inscribed into the space of symbolic fiction through a proper name, of a leader, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Che Guevara. Far from signaling the corruption of a revolutionary process, the celebration of the leader's name is imminent to that process. To put it in other terms, without the mobilizing role of a proper name, the political movement remains caught within the positive order of being, rendered by conceptual categories. Only through the intervention of a proper name do we accede to the dimension of demanding the impossible, of changing the very contours of what appears as possible. It is in these terms that one should read the eccentric fact that Hugo Chavez first tried to gain power by a military coup only after the coup failed, and the anniversary of this attempt is today not hushed up, but celebrated as a holiday in Venezuela. Did he submit to elections as a second best choice, and won? Thus, in contrast to the standard scenario of the ambitious politician who, after losing the democratic election, tries to grab power through a coup, for Chavez, elections were a substitute for the coup. Aristotle's answer to the reproach that by criticizing Plato's philosophy he was betraying his good friend is well known: I am a friend of Plato, but an even greater friend of truth. Of course, truth is here understood as factual truth, or the adequatio of words, statements, to things, that they designate, but in relation to a radical emancipatory politics we should shamelessly turn Aristotle's reply around, to say, a friend of truth, but an even greater friend of insert leader's name here, Lenin, Trotsky, Mao, etc. This, of course, does not mean that in the name of blind submission to the leader one should deny the obvious facts, but it does mean that fidelity to truth in Badiou's sense, as opposed to factual knowledge, is signaled by a reference to the name of the leader. It is this name which pushes us towards an engagement that goes beyond the limits of a pragmatic strategic politics of the possible. In the middle of the 4th century CE, when Christianity succeeded in imposing itself as the state religion in imperial Rome, Hilary, the bishop of Poitiers, warned his fellow bishops, "The emperor does not bring you liberty by casting you in prison, but treats you with respect within his palace and thus makes you his slave." 44, a warning which remains fully relevant today, when radical thinkers are often cast in the role of Scarlet Guards. When, during the Cultural Revolution, the Red Guards took the call for popular self-organization outside the party-state framework seriously, the Communist Party reacted by organizing Scarlet Guards, who pretended to be even redder than the Red Guards, though, of course, in the service of the party. This is how, when threatened with instability, established power reacts to the threat, by creating its own pseudo-subversive wing. 45 such, in effect, were the nouveaux philosophes in France during the 1970s, a Scarlet Guard set against the Maoist Red Guards who had formed the radical core of 1968. Among contemporary theologians, it was John Howard Yoder who, in his The Politics of Jesus, 1972, condemned this 4th century compromise of the Church with the Emperor Constantine as a fateful shift away from the New Testament pattern of pacifism and suspicion of wealth, towards a responsible ethic suitable for the dominant classes who did not recognize Jesus as Lord. Yoder dubbed this arrangement whereby state and church support each other's goals Constantinianism, and regarded it as a dangerous and constant temptation. But Yoder did not reject Constantinianism on behalf of an ascetic withdrawal of believers from social life. Aware of the limitations of democracy, he understood being Christian as involving a non-reconciled political standpoint. The primary responsibility of Christians is not to take over society and impose their convictions and values on people who do not share their faith, but to be the Church. By refusing to repay evil with evil, by living in peace and sharing goods, the Church bears witness to the fact that there is an alternative to a society based on violence or the threat of violence. 46. The point here is not to oppose the theologico-political to secular atheism, on the contrary, it is from this theologico-political perspective that we can discern the hidden theological core of secular atheism. The standard ideologico-critical view of religious faith, that today it has more to do with capitalist business, the organized selling of faith, should also be turned around. Not only is religious faith part of capitalism, capitalism is itself also a religion, and it too relies on faith, in the institution of money, amongst other things. 47. This point is crucial to understanding the cynical functioning of ideology, in contrast to the period when religious ideological sentimentality covered up the brutal economic reality. Today, it is ideological cynicism which obscures the religious core of capitalist beliefs. A strange thing happened in Brazil in August 1945, when the surrender of Japan became known. A secret Japanese organization, called Shindo Renmei, was founded in Sao Paulo. For its members, the reports of Japan's surrender were a fraud, a propaganda coup staged by the Western powers in order to break the Japanese spirit. How could Japan have been defeated when, in its entire 2,600-year-long history, it had never lost a war? Within a couple of months, the entire community of Japanese immigrants in Brazil, altogether about 200,000 people, was divided into Kachigumi, the victoryists of Shindo Renmei, and Makegumi, the defeatists who acknowledged the Japanese surrender. A full civil war exploded between the two groups, once the Takatai, the killers of Shindo Renmei, started to ruthlessly exterminate the leading defeatists as traitors to their nation. The war was brought to an end only when, after thousands had been killed, the state directly intervened, deporting the leading victoryists to Japan. What made this affair truly weird were the measures taken by Shindo Renmei to maintain the illusion of Japanese victory. They even went so far as to produce fake issues of Life magazine, with reports and photos of the surrender of U.S. forces to Japan, including General MacArthur bowing to the Japanese officers, and so on. 48. What we have here is fetishistic denial taken to an extreme. The perpetrators of the fake stuck to it fanatically, were ready to sacrifice their lives for it. They knew that their denial of Japan's surrender was false, but they nonetheless refused to believe in Japanese surrender. The first lesson to be drawn from this paradox is that we must avoid the confusion between individual convictions and beliefs inscribed into the very logic of the system in which we participate. When, in his Christmas message of 2008, the Pope announced that if humanity did not learn to overcome its egotism, then human history would end in self-destruction, he not only stated a moralistic platitude, but also uttered a clear falsity. Let us accept that the two principal dangers today are unbridled capitalism and religious fundamentalism nonetheless, as an even superficial analysis of fundamentalist subjectivity makes clear, fundamentalists are not egotists but, on the contrary, are ruthlessly dedicated to a transcendental goal, for the sake of which they are ready to sacrifice everything, their lives included. As for capitalism, one could also show that its ever-expanding circulation cannot be reduced to the egotistic striving of capitalists for more and more profit. A parallel with Dawkins's notion of memes may be of some help here. A meme spreads neither because of its actual beneficial effects for its bearers, those who adopt a certain idea, say, become more successful in life and thus gain an upper hand in the struggle for survival, nor because of characteristics which make it subjectively attractive to its bearers. One would naturally tend to privilege an idea which promises happiness over an idea which promises nothing but misery and sacrifice. Rather, like a computer virus, a meme proliferates simply by programming its own retransmission. Recall the classic example of two missionaries working in a politically stable and wealthy country. One says, "The end is near, repent or you will suffer greatly," while the other's message is just to enjoy a happy life. Although the second message is much more attractive and beneficent, it is the first that will win out. Why? Because, if you really believe that the end is near, you will make a tremendous effort to convert as many people as possible, whereas the second belief requires no such extreme commitment to proselytizing. What is so unsettling about this notion is that we, as humans endowed with minds, wills, and an experience of meaning, are nonetheless unwitting vehicles of a thought contagion which operates blindly, spreading itself like a virus. No wonder that, when talking about memes, Dawkins regularly resorts to the same metaphors Lacan uses apropos language. In both cases, we are dealing with a parasite which penetrates and occupies the human individual, using it for its own purposes. And indeed, does memetics not discover the notion of a specific symbolic level, which operates outside, and which consequently cannot be reduced to, the standard duo of objective biological facts, the real beneficial effects, and subjective experience, the attraction of the meaning of a meme. In a liminal case, an idea can spread even if in the long term it brings only destruction to its bearers and is experienced as unattractive. So where is the parallel with capital here? In the same way that memes, misperceived by subjects as means of communication, effectively run the show, they use us to reproduce and multiply themselves. The productive forces which appear to us merely as means to satisfy our needs and desires also effectively run things. The true aim of the process, its end in itself, is the development of the productive forces, and the satisfaction of our needs and desires is just a means towards that development. Consequently, we should not say that capitalism is sustained by the selfish greed of individual capitalists, since that greed is itself subordinated to the impersonal striving of capital to reproduce and expand. One is thus almost tempted to say that what we really need is more, not less, enlightened egotism. Take the ecological threat. No pseudo-animistic love for nature is needed here, just a calculation of long-term egotistic interest. In Lacanian terms, one can determine the distinction between individual greed and the striving of capital itself as the difference between desire and drive. Apropos the financial breakdown, Krugman made a perspicuous observation: if we could spin a time machine back to 2004, so that people could ask themselves whether to exercise caution or to follow the herd, most of them would still follow the herd, in spite of knowing that there will be a breakdown. 49 This is how capitalism works. This is the material efficiency of capitalist ideology. Even when we know how things are, we continue to act upon our false beliefs. It is here that Deleuze went wrong when he made fun of the standard psychoanalytic reply to the obvious reproach concerning penis envy, but who really believes that his mother had a penis and was castrated? Of course no one directly believes it, for it is our unconscious which does the believing. The last decade of President Tito's life in the former Yugoslavia bears witness to the potentially catastrophic consequences of holding on to such disavowed beliefs. As some archives and memoirs show, already in the mid-1970s, the leading figures around Tito were aware of Yugoslavia's dire economic situation. However, since Tito was nearing death, they made a collective decision to postpone the inevitable crisis until after his death. The price they paid was the reckless accumulation of external debt in the last years of Tito's life, when Yugoslavia was, in effect, and to quote the rich bank client from Hitchcock's Psycho, buying off its unhappiness. When, in 1980, Tito finally died, the economic crisis struck with a vengeance, leading to a 40% fall in standards of living, ethnic tensions, and, finally, a civil and ethnic war that destroyed the country, all because the moment for confronting the crisis successfully had been missed. One can thus say that what put the last nail in the coffin of Yugoslavia was the attempt by its leading circle to protect their leader's ignorance, to ensure his outlook remained rosy. 50. Is this not, ultimately, what culture is? One of the most elementary cultural skills is to know when, and how, to pretend not to know, or notice, how to go on and act as if something which has happened did not in fact happen. If a person close by involuntarily farts or burps, the proper thing to do is to ignore it, not to reassure him, "I know it was an accident, don't worry, it doesn't really matter." When parents with a young child have blazing arguments or illicit affairs, as a rule, assuming they wish to retain a minimum of decency, they try to prevent the child from noticing, well aware that such knowledge could have a devastating effect on him. Of course, in many cases, the child knows very well, and merely pretends not to notice anything wrong, aware that in this way his parent's life is made a little bit easier. Or, on a less vulgar level, a parent might be in a difficult predicament, dying of cancer, in financial difficulties, but trying to keep the secret from his nearest and dearest. 51 Today, the ultimate figure of the subject supposed not to know is the small child, which is why, as Gerard Wajkman has perspicuously observed, in our permissive era which prides itself on having thrown off every sexual taboo and repression, thereby rendering psychoanalysis obsolete, Freud's fundamental insight into child sexuality is strangely ignored. In order for us to indulge in our shameless orgies, the child has to remain innocent. The sole remaining prohibition, the one sacred value in our society that seems to remain, is to do with children. It is forbidden to touch a hair on their little blonde heads, as if children had rediscovered that angelic purity on which Freud managed to cast some doubt. And it is undoubtedly the diabolical figure of Freud that we condemn today, seeing him as the one who, by uncovering the relationship of childhood to sexuality, quite simply depraved our virginal childhoods. In an age when sexuality is exhibited on every street corner, the image of the innocent child has, strangely, returned with a vengeance. 52. Paradoxically, the fall of this big other who is supposed not to know is not the same as the disappearance of belief. In a way, it opens up the space of an authentic belief which sustains an act, a belief which is no longer transposed onto, sustained, or covered by some figure of the big other. In taking the risk of an act, I fully assume the belief in myself, accepting that there is no other to believe for me, in my place. This is the properly Christian belief, the message of God's death. The Christian community of believers is alone with its belief, freely assuming full responsibility for it, no longer relying on a transcendental authority that would guarantee it. In his learning play, Der Ozeanflug, Brecht not only offers nice examples of prosopopoeia, the pilot is addressed by mist, snowstorm, and sleep, and even the city of New York talks here speaks the city of New York. He also offers a statement of practicing materialism to be opposed to the practicing idealism of our daily ideology, turning around the ideological I know very well, but in which I act as if I believe even if I do not believe. Whatever I am and whichever stupidities I believe. When I fly, I am an actual atheist. Point 53. Interlude 2. Reverberations of the crisis in a multi-centric world. The Jew is within you, but you are in the Jew. The phantasmatic status of anti-Semitism is clearly revealed by a statement attributed to Hitler: "We have to kill the Jew within us." A.B. Yehoshua commented appositely. This devastating portrayal of the Jew as a kind of amorphous entity that can invade the identity of a non-Jew without his being able to detect or control it stems from the feeling that Jewish identity is extremely flexible, precisely because it is structured like a sort of atom whose core is surrounded by virtual electrons in a changing orbit. Point 1. In this sense, Jews are effectively the objet petit of the Gentiles, what is in Gentiles more than Gentiles themselves, not another subject who I encounter in front of me but a foreign intruder within me, what Lacan called lamella, the amorphous intruder of infinite plasticity, an undead alien monster who can never be pinned down to a determinate form. In this sense, Hitler's statement tells us more than it wants to say. Against his intentions, it confirms that the Gentiles need the anti-Semitic figure of the Jew in order to maintain their own identity too. It is thus not only that the Jew is within us, what Hitler fatefully forgot to add is that he, the anti-Semite, in his identity, is also in the Jew. Point 3. What does this paradoxical entwinement mean for the destiny of anti-Semitism? A disturbing sign of the failure of certain elements of the radical left is their uneasiness when it comes to unambiguously condemning anti-Semitism, as if by doing so one would be playing into Zionist hands. There should be no compromise here. Anti-Semitism is not just one among ideologies, it is ideology as such, katexoon. It embodies the zero level, or the pure form, of ideology, providing its elementary coordinates. Social antagonism, class struggle, is mystified/displaced so that its cause is projected onto the external intruder. Lacan's formula 1 + 1 + A is best exemplified by class struggle, the two classes plus the excess of the Jew, the objet A, the supplement to the antagonistic couple. The function of this supplementary element is double: it is a fetishistic disavowal of class antagonism, yet, precisely as such, it stands for this antagonism, forever preventing class peace. In other words, if we had only the two classes, 1 + 1 without the supplement, then we would get not pure class antagonism but, on the contrary, class peace, the two classes complementing each other in a harmonious whole. The paradox is thus that it is the very element which blurs or displaces the purity of the class struggle which serves as its motivating force. Critics of Marxism who point out that there are never just two classes opposed in social life thus miss the point. It is precisely because there are never only two opposed classes that there is class struggle. This complication accounts for the paradox of class struggle serving as its own obfuscation. Walter Ben Michaels has noted with brutal clarity that the answer to the question why do American liberals carry on about racism and sexism when they should be carrying on about capitalism, is pretty obvious. They carry on about racism and sexism in order to avoid doing so about capitalism. Either because they genuinely do think that inequality is fine as long as it is not a function of discrimination, in which case they are neoliberals of the right. Or because they think that fighting against racial and sexual inequality is at least a step in the direction of real equality, in which case, they are neoliberals of the left. Given these options, perhaps the neoliberals of the right are in a stronger position. The economic history of the last 30 years suggests that diversified elites do even better than undiversified ones. Point 4. A partisan of discourse theory who emphasizes radical contingency would surely raise a number of questions here. Is not the difference between the proper meaning of anti-racism and its ideological twist problematic? Is it not that every notion of anti-racist struggle involves some twist as the outcome of the struggle for hegemony? In the case of anti-racism, to claim that the focus should be on legal rights and economic justice is no more true than privileging tolerance. The difference in focus merely reflects the different contexts of ideological struggles. The answer is that there is an inherent falsity in focusing the anti-racist struggle on tolerance, not because it does not fit some pre-existing objective state of things, but because, In its very discursive structure, it involves the repression of a different discourse to which it continues to refer. So, when we are told today that the problems we face, at least in the developed world, are no longer socio-economic, but predominantly cultural ethical, the right to abortion, gay marriage, etc., one should bear in mind that this is in itself a result of ideological struggle, of the post-political repression of the socio-economic dimension. The price that some on the left pay for ignoring this complication of class struggle is, among other things, an all too easy and uncritical acceptance of anti-American and anti-Western Muslim groups as representing progressive forms of struggle, as automatic allies. Groups like Hamas and Hezbollah all of a sudden appear as revolutionary agents, even though their ideology is explicitly anti-modern, rejecting the entire egalitarian legacy of the French Revolution. Things have gone so far here that some on the contemporary left consider even an emphasis on atheism as a Western colonialist plot. Against this temptation, we should insist on the unconditional right to a conduct of public critical analysis of all religions, Islam included, and the saddest thing is that one should even have to mention this. While many a leftist would concede this point, he or she would be quick to add that any such critique must be carried out in a respectful way, in order to avoid a patronizing cultural imperialism which de facto means that every real critique is to be abandoned, since a genuine critique of religion will by definition be disrespectful of the latter's sacred character and truth claims. Throughout 2009, the gay community in the Netherlands increasingly began turning towards the anti-immigrant nationalist parties. The reason was simple: the Muslim community locally, as the strongest and most organized immigrant group, had become more and more vociferous in its homophobia, including even occasional recourse to violent acts. How should we to react to this tension? Who should we support? The pure liberal multiculturalist line of tolerance gives a clear answer: we should support tolerance and symmetry. It is unfair to demand of the gay community that they work hard to convince the Muslims of their acceptability. They are what they are, and nobody should be made to have to justify what he or she is. The first move should thus be made by the Muslim immigrants. It is they who have to accept a multiplicity of religious, sexual, etc., ways of life, except that the properly political struggle should not concern particular ways of life. There is also an obvious asymmetry, when, in November 2009, the Swiss decided in a referendum to prohibit the construction of minarets. Turkey, along with other Muslim countries, vigorously protested. Calls were heard for the boycott of Swiss banks, etc. But what about the fact that in Turkey itself, a country which sees itself as modern and wants to join European Union, the construction of all sacred objects with the exception of mosques is prohibited? How about a new Catholic church or a synagogue in Istanbul, or even better, a center for atheist studies in Riyadh? What nonetheless complicates the simplicity of this position is the underlying gap in economic and political power. The tension is ultimately between the upper middle class Dutch gays and the poor exploited Muslim immigrants. In other words, what effectively fuels the Muslims' animosity is their perception of gays as part of a privileged elite which exploits them and treats them like outcasts. Our question to the gays should thus be, what did you do to help the immigrants socially? Why not go there, act like a communist, organize a struggle with them, work together? The solution of the tension is thus not to be found in multicultural tolerance and understanding, but in a shared struggle on behalf of a universality which cuts diagonally across both communities, dividing each of them against itself, but uniting the marginalized in both camps. Something along these lines occurred during 2009 in the West Bank village of Bilan, where a Jewish lesbian group, complete with pierced lips, tattoos, etc., came each week to demonstrate against the village's partition and demolition, joining ranks with conservative Palestinian women, each group developing a respect for the other. It is through such events, rare as they are, that the conflict between fundamentalists and gays is exposed for what it is, a pseudo-struggle, a false conflict obfuscating the true issue. The real gay struggle is fought not in the Netherlands, but in Arab and other countries where homophobia is explicitly a part of the hegemonic ideology. It is linked to the struggle against the oppression of women, honor killings, and so on. It is a struggle to be fought by the people who live there, not by Western liberals. The European Muslim community is confronted with a difficult choice which encapsulates its paradoxical position: the only political force which does not reduce them to second-class citizens, and which allows them the space to deploy their religious identity, is that of godless liberals, members of sexual minorities, etc., while those who come closest to their own religious social practice, namely, their Christian rivals, are their greatest political enemies. Zionist anti-Semitism. One of the supreme ironies of the history of anti-Semitism is how the Jews are made to stand for both poles of an opposition. They are stigmatized both as upper class, rich merchants, and as lower class, filthy, as overly intellectual and as too earthly, as sexual predators, as lazy and as workaholics. Sometimes they stand for a stubborn attachment to a particular lifestyle which prevents them from becoming full citizens of the state they live in, at other times for a homeless and uprooted universal cosmopolitanism indifferent towards all particular ethnic forms. The focus changes with different historical epochs. In the era of the French Revolution, the Jews were condemned as being overly particularistic. They continued to hold onto their identity, rejecting the possibility of becoming abstract citizens like everyone else. In the late 19th century, with the rise of imperialist patriotism, this accusation was turned around. The Jews were now considered all too cosmopolitan, lacking all roots. The key change in the history of Western anti-Semitism occurred with the Jews' political emancipation, the granting of civil rights, which followed the French Revolution. In early modernity, the pressure on them was to convert to Christianity, which itself created problems of trust. Have they really converted, or are they secretly continuing to practice their rituals? By the later 19th century, however, a shift occurs which will culminate in Nazi anti-Semitism. Conversion is now out of the question, effectively meaningless. For the Nazis, the guilt of the Jews is directly rooted in their biological constitution. One does not have to prove that they are guilty solely by being Jews. The key is provided by the sudden rise, in the Western ideological imaginary, of the figure of the wandering eternal Jew in the age of Romanticism, precisely when, in real life, with the explosive development of capitalism, features attributed to the Jews began to permeate the whole of society, since commodity exchange became hegemonic. It was thus at the very moment when the Jews were deprived of their specific properties, which had made it easy to distinguish them from the rest of the population, and when the Jewish question was resolved at the political level by formal emancipation, by granting them the same rights as all other normal Christian citizens, that their curse was inscribed into their very being. They were no longer misers and usurers, but demonic heroes of eternal damnation, haunted by an unspecified and unspeakable guilt, condemned to wander, and longing to find redemption in death. It was, then, precisely when the specific figure of the Jew disappeared that the absolute Jew emerged, a transformation which conditioned the shift of anti-Semitism from theology to race. The Jews' damnation was their race. They were not guilty for what they had done, exploiting Christians, murdering their children, raping their women, ultimately, betraying and murdering Christ, but for what they were. Is it necessary to add that this shift laid the foundations for the Holocaust, for the physical annihilation of the Jews as the only appropriate final solution of their problem? Insofar as the Jews were identified by a series of properties, the goal was to convert them, to turn them into Christians, but, once Jewishness concerned their very being, only annihilation could solve the Jewish question. The true mystery of anti-Semitism, however, is why it is such a constant, why it persists through all its historical mutations. One is reminded of what Marx said about Homer's poetry: the true mystery to explain is not its origins, how it was rooted in early Greek society, but why it continues to exert its supreme artistic charm even today, long after the social conditions that gave birth to it disappeared. It is easy to date the original moment of European anti-Semitism. It started not in ancient Rome, but in the 11th and 12th centuries as Europe began to awake from the inertia of the Dark Ages with the accelerated development of market exchange and the role of money. At that precise point, the Jew emerged as the enemy, the usurper, the parasitic intruder who disturbs the harmonious social edifice. Theologically, is also the moment of what Jacques-Le Goff called the birth of the purgatorium, the idea that the choice was not only between heaven and hell, that there had to be a third, mediating, place, where one could make a deal, pay for one's sins, assuming they are not too great, with a determinate quantity of repentance money again. Asked about his anti-Semitism, the nationalist Croat rock singer Marko Thompson Perkovic once said in an interview, "I have nothing against the Jews and I did nothing to them. I know that Jesus Christ also did nothing against them, but still they hanged him on the cross." This is how anti-Semitism works today. It is not we who have anything against the Jews, it is just the way the Jews themselves actually are. Moreover, we are witnessing the last version of anti-Semitism which has reached the extreme point of self-relating. As I have put it elsewhere, the privileged role of Jews in the establishment of the sphere of the public use of reason hinges on their subtraction from every state power. This position of the part of no part of every organic nation-state community, not the abstract universal nature of their monotheism, makes them the immediate embodiment of universality. No wonder, then, that, with the establishment of the Jewish nation-state, a new figure of the Jew emerged, a Jew resisting identification with the State of Israel, refusing to accept the State of Israel as his true home, a Jew who subtracts himself from this state, and who includes the State of Israel among the states towards which he insists on maintaining a distance, living in their interstices. And it is this uncanny Jew who is the object of what one cannot but designate as Zionist anti-Semitism, a foreign excess disturbing the nation-state community. These Jews, the Jews of the Jews themselves, worthy successors of Spinoza, are today the only Jews who continue to insist on the public use of reason, refusing to submit their reasoning to the private domain of the nation-state. 5. For confirmation that the term Zionist anti-Semitism is fully justified, one need only visit one of the most depressing websites known to me, www.masada2000.org, which contains a self-proclaimed dirt list of more than 7,000 shit, self-hating Israel-threatening Jews. Many of the names listed here are accompanied by detailed and extremely aggressive descriptions, including photos showing the person in the worst possible light, as well as email addresses, to solicit hate mail, obviously. If there was ever an inverted anti-Semitism, then this is it. The site looks like nothing so much as a Nazi list of corrupt Jewish freaks. There is clearly no need to search out Arab propaganda to find examples of brutal anti-Semitism today. Fanatical Zionists are themselves doing the job perfectly adequately. They are the true Jew haters, and what they viciously mock in their attacks on those who hold fast to the public use of reason is the most precious dimension of being a Jew. But what about the obvious counter-argument that the Masada2000.org is simply a group of extremist lunatics of the kind to be found in every country, with no link to mainstream political orientations, something like an Israeli equivalent of the US survivalists who believe that Eve had sex with the devil, producing Jews and blacks as their offspring? Unfortunately, this easy way out does not convince. Masada2000.org simply displays in extreme form the distrust of Jews critical of Israeli policies, which is all too present in the US media, even more than in Israel itself. This fact enables us also to solve another enigma: how US Christian fundamentalists who are, as it were, by nature anti-Semitic can now passionately support the Zionist policies of the State of Israel. There is only one solution to this enigma: Zionist anti-Semitism. That is to say, it's not that the US fundamentalists changed, it's that Zionism itself, in its hatred of Jews who do not fully identify with the politics of the State of Israel, paradoxically became anti-Semitic, and constructed the figure of the Jew who doubts the Zionist project along anti-Semitic lines. The standard Zionist argument against the critics of Israeli policies is that, of course, like every other state, the State of Israel can and should be judged and eventually criticized, but that the critics of Israel misuse the justified critique of Israeli policy for anti-Semitic purposes. When unconditional Christian fundamentalist supporters of Israeli policies reject leftist critiques of those policies, Their implicit line of argumentation is best rendered by a wonderful cartoon published in July 2008 in the Viennese daily Die Presse. It shows two stocky Nazi-looking Austrians, one of them holding a newspaper and commenting to his friend. Here you can see again how totally justified anti-Semitism is being misused for a cheap critique of Israel. The thesis of Bernard Henry Levy, in his The Left in Dark Times, that the anti-Semitism of the 21st century will be progressive, evokes Milner's thesis on the criminal tendencies of democratic Europe. Progressive Europe stands for the universal fluidification, the erasure of all limits, and the Jews, with their fidelity to their way of life grounded in their law and tradition, stand for the obstacle to this process. But is the logic of anti-Semitism not the exact opposite? Does the anti-Semitic perspective not perceive Jews precisely as agents of global fluidification, of the erasure of all particular ethnic and other forms of identity? Therein resides the irony of Milner's argumentation. It comes dangerously close to Zionist anti-Semitism, since what it effectively attacks, universalist fluidification, is precisely the other side of Jewish identity itself. That is to say, what Milner attacks as the anti-Semitic core of Europe is grounded in the Jewish contribution to European identity. Rootless Jews were the first and most radical European universalists. Point 6. This brings us to the political stakes and consequences of Zionist anti-Semitism. On August 2, 2009, after cordoning off part of the Arab neighborhood of Sheikh Jarrah in East Jerusalem, Israeli police evicted two Palestinian families, more than 50 people, from their homes, allowing Jewish settlers to immediately move into the emptied houses. Although Israeli police cited a ruling by the country's Supreme Court, the evicted Arab families had been living there for more than 50 years. This event, which, rather exceptionally, did attract the attention of the world media, is part of a much larger and mostly ignored ongoing process. 5 months earlier, on March 1, 2009, it was reported that the Israeli government had drafted plans to build more than 70,000 new housing units in Jewish settlements in the occupied West Bank. 7. If implemented, the plans could increase the number of settlers in the Palestinian territories by about 300,000, a move that would not only severely undermine the chances of a viable Palestinian state, but also hamper even more the everyday life of Palestinians. A government spokesman dismissed the report, arguing that the plans were of limited relevance. The actual construction of new homes in the settlements required the approval of the defense minister and prime minister. However, 15,000 planned units have already been fully approved. Moreover, almost 20,000 of the planned units lie in settlements that are far from the Green Line separating Israel from the West Bank, in other words, in areas which Israel cannot expect to retain in any future peace deal with the Palestinians. The conclusion is obvious: while paying lip service to the two-state solution, Israel is busy creating a situation on the ground which will render such a solution de facto impossible. The dream that underlies these policies is best rendered by the wall separating a settler's town from the Palestinian town on a nearby hill somewhere in the West Bank. The Israeli side of the wall is painted with an image of the countryside beyond the wall but minus the Palestinian town, depicting just nature, grass, and trees. Is this not ethnic cleansing at its purest, imagining the outside beyond the wall as it should be, empty, virginal, waiting to be settled? This process is sometimes presented in the guise of cultural gentrification. On October 28, 2008, the Israeli Supreme Court ruled that the Simon Wiesenthal Center could build its long-planned Center for Human Dignity, Museum of Tolerance on a contested site in the middle of Jerusalem. Who else but Frank Gehry to design the vast complex consisting of a general museum, a children's museum, a theater, conference center, library, gallery, and lecture halls, cafeterias, and so on. The museum's declared mission will be to promote civility and respect among different segments of the Jewish community and between people of all faiths. The only obstacle, overruled by the Supreme Court, being that the museum site served as Jerusalem's main Muslim cemetery until 1948, the Muslim community appealed to the Supreme Court that the construction would desecrate the cemetery, which allegedly contained the bones of Muslims killed during the Crusades of the 12th and 13th centuries. Point 8. This dark spot wonderfully enacts the hidden truth of this multi-confessional project. It is a place celebrating tolerance, open to all but protected by the Israeli cupola, which ignores the subterranean victims of intolerance as if a little bit of intolerance is necessary in order to create the space for true tolerance. As if this were not enough, there is another, even vaster project going on in Jerusalem. Israel is quietly carrying out a $100 million, multi-year development plan in the so-called Holy Basin, the site of some of the most significant religious and national heritage sites just outside the walled Old City, as part of an effort to strengthen the status of Jerusalem as its capital. The plan, parts of which have been outsourced to a private group that is simultaneously buying up Palestinian property for Jewish settlement in East Jerusalem, has drawn almost no public or international scrutiny. As part of the plan, garbage dumps and wastelands are being cleared and turned into lush gardens and parks, now already accessible to visitors who can walk along new footpaths and take in the majestic views, along with new signs and displays that point out significant points of Jewish history. Point 9. And, conveniently, many of the unauthorized Palestinian houses have to be erased to create the space for the redevelopment of the area. The Holy Basin is an infinitely complicated landscape dotted with shrines and still hidden treasures of the three major monotheistic religions, so the official argument is that its improvement is for everyone's benefit, Jews, Muslims, and Christians, since it involves restoration that will draw more visitors to an area of exceptional global interest that has long suffered neglect. However, as Haggett Offren of Peace Now noted, the plan aims to create an ideological tourist park that will determine Jewish dominance in the area. Raphael Greenberg of Tel Aviv University put it even more bluntly: the sanctity of the city of David is newly manufactured and is a crude amalgam of history, nationalism, and quasi-religious pilgrimage. The past is used to disenfranchise and displace people in the present. 10. Another great religious venue, a public interfaith space under the clear domination and protective control of Israel. What does all this mean? To get at the true dimension of the news, it is sometimes enough to read two disparate news items together. Meaning emerges from their very link, like a spark exploding from an electrical short circuit. Point 11. On the very same day as the reports about the planned new housing units in Jerusalem hit the media, March 2, Hillary Clinton criticized the rocket fire from Gaza as cynical, claiming, "There is no doubt that any nation, including Israel, cannot stand idly by while its territory and people are subjected to rocket attacks. But should the Palestinians then stand idly while land on the West Bank is taken from them day by day?" When peace-loving Israeli liberals present their conflict with Palestinians in neutral symmetrical terms, admitting that there are extremists on both sides who reject peace, and so on, one should ask a simple question: what happens in the Middle East when nothing happens at the direct politico-military level, when there are no attacks, negotiations, conflicts? What happens is nothing less than the slow but incessant process of the Israelis taking land from the Palestinians on the West Bank, gradually strangling the Palestinian economy, building new settlements, pressuring Palestinian farmers to abandon their lands, crop burning, religious desecration, and even individual killings, all this supported by a Kafkaesque network of legal regulations. Sari Makdisi, in Palestine Inside Out, An Everyday Occupation, describes how, although the Israeli occupation of the West Bank is ultimately enforced by the military, it is an occupation by bureaucracy, the primary tools of which are application forms, title deeds, residency papers, and other permits. 12. It is this micromanagement of daily life which does the job of securing the relentless Israeli expansion. One needs a permit in order to move around with one's family, to farm one's own land, to dig a well, to go to work, to school, to a hospital. One by one, Palestinians born in Jerusalem are thus stripped of the right to live there, prevented from earning a living, denied housing permits, etc. 13. Palestinians often use the problematic cliché describing the Gaza Strip as the largest concentration camp in the world, but most recently this designation has come dangerously close to truth. This is the fundamental reality which makes all abstract prayers for peace obscene and hypocritical. The State of Israel is clearly engaged in a slow process, like that of a mole burrowing underground, invisible to and ignored by the media, such that, one day, the world will awaken and realize that there is no longer a Palestinian West Bank, that the land is Palestinian free, and that we can do nothing but accept the fact. The map of the Palestinian West Bank already looks like a fragmented archipelago. In the last months of 2008, when attacks by illegal West Bank settlers on Palestinian farmers were becoming a daily occurrence, the State of Israel tried to contain such excesses, the Supreme Court ordered the evacuation of some settlements, and so on, but, as many observers noted, these measures cannot but appear half-hearted, counteracting as they do a policy which, at a deeper level, is the long-term strategy of the State of Israel in shameless violation of international treaties signed by Israel itself. The response of the illegal settlers to the Israeli authorities is, "But we are just doing the same thing as you, only more openly, so what right do you have to condemn us?" And the answer of the state is, "Be patient, don't be in too much of a hurry, we are doing what you want, just in a more moderate and acceptable manner." The same story seems to have been repeating itself since the foundation of Israel. While Israel accepts the peace conditions proposed by the international community, it wagers that the peace plan will not work. The wild settlers sometimes sound like Brunhilde from the last act of Wagner's Walküre, reproaching Wotan that, by counteracting his explicit order and protecting Siegmund, she is only realizing Wotan's own true desire which he was forced to renounce under external pressure. In the same way, the illegal settlers are only realizing the state's true desire which it was forced to renounce under pressure from the international community. While condemning the violent excesses of illegal settlements, the State of Israel promotes new legal settlements on the West Bank, continues to strangle the Palestinian economy, and so on. One look at the much-changed map of East Jerusalem, where the Palestinians are gradually encircled and their space is sliced up, tells us everything. The condemnation of non-state anti-Palestinian violence obfuscates the true problem of state violence, the condemnation of illegal settlements obfuscates the illegality of the legal ones. Therein resides the two-faced nature of the much-praised honesty of the Israeli Supreme Court. By occasionally passing a judgment in favor of the dispossessed Palestinians, now and then proclaiming their eviction illegal, it guarantees the legality of the remaining vast majority of cases. Consequently, in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict also, Soyon's realists, demandons l'impossible. If there is a lesson to be learned from the endlessly protracted negotiations, it is that the main obstacle to peace is precisely what is offered as a realistic solution, namely two separate states. Although neither of the two sides really wants it, Israel would probably prefer a little bit of the West Bank, while the Palestinians consider the pre-1967 Israeli territory part of their land. It is somehow accepted by both sides as the only feasible solution. What they both exclude as an impossible dream is the simplest and most obvious solution, a binational secular state comprising all of Israel plus the occupied territories and Gaza. To those who dismiss the binational state as a utopian dream disqualified by the long history of hatred and violence, one should reply that, far from being utopian, the binational state already is a fact. The reality of Israel and the West Bank today is that it is one state, that is, the entire territory is de facto controlled by one sovereign power, the State of Israel, divided by internal borders, so that the task should rather be to abolish the current apartheid and transform it into a secular democratic state. 14. And, to avoid any kind of misunderstanding, taking all this into account in no way implies adopting an understanding attitude towards terrorist acts. On the contrary, it provides the only grounds on which one can condemn such acts without hypocrisy. Furthermore, when the Western liberal defenders of peace in the Middle East contrast the Palestinian Democrats committed to compromise and peace with the radical fundamentalists of Hamas, they fail to see that the shared origin of these two poles lies in the long and systematic endeavor by Israel and the United States to weaken the Palestinians by undermining the leading position of al-Fatah, an effort which, up until a few years ago, even included financial support for Hamas. The sad result is that Palestinians are now divided between the Hamas fundamentalists and a corrupt al-Fatah. The weakened al-Fatah is no longer the hegemonic force truly representing the substantial longings of the Palestinians, and as such in a position to conclude peace. It is increasingly seen by the majority of Palestinians for what it is, a crippled puppet supported by the US as representative of the democratic Palestinians. Similarly, while the US worried about Saddam's basically secular regime in Iraq, the Talibanization of their ally Pakistan progressed slowly but inexorably. According to some, Taliban control has now already spread over parts of Karachi, Pakistan's largest city. Both sides of the conflict have an interest in painting a picture of the fundamentalists in control in Gaza. This characterization enables Hamas to monopolize the struggle, and the Israelis to gain international sympathy. Consequently, although everyone deplores the rise of fundamentalism, no one really wants secular resistance to Israel among the Palestinians. But is it really true that there is none? What if there were two secret actors in the Middle East conflict, secular Palestinians and Zionist fundamentalists, Arab fundamentalists arguing in secular terms and secular Jewish Westerners relying on theological reasoning? The strange thing is that it was secular Zionism that brought God to bear so much on religious ideas. In a way, the true believers in Israel are the non-religious. This is so because, for the religious life of an Orthodox Jew, God is actually quite marginal. There were times when for a member of the Orthodox intellectual elite it was uncool to refer too much to God, a sign that he is not devoted enough to the real noble cause of the study of Talmud, the continual movement of expansion of the law and evasion of it. It was only the crude secular Zionist gaze that took God, which was a sort of alibi, so seriously. The sad thing is that now more and more Orthodox Jews seem convinced that they indeed believe in God. 15. The consequence of this unique ideological situation is the paradox of atheists defending Zionist claims in theological terms. Exemplary here is the arrogance of the present 16 Milner's exploration of the legacy of 1968, which can also be read as a reply to Alon Badiou's The Century, as well as to Badiou's exploration of the politico-ideological implications of the name of the Jew. In an implicit but for that reason all the more intense dialogue with Badiou, Milner proposes a radically different diagnosis of the 20th century. His starting point is the same as Badiou's: a name counts only as far as the divisions it induces go. The master signifiers which matter are those which clarify their field by simplifying a complex situation into a clear division: yes or no, for or against. Milner goes on, but here is what happened: one day, it became obvious that names believed to bear a future, glorious or sinister, no longer divide anyone, and names dismissed as thoroughly obsolete began to bring about unbridgeable divisions. 17 The names which today no longer divide, generate passionate attachment, but leave us indifferent, are those which were traditionally expected to act as the most mobilizing, workers, class struggle, while those names which appeared deprived of their divisive edge have re-emerged violently in their diremptive role today. The name Jew divides most deeply speaking beings. Contrary to what knowledge predicted, the culminating point of the 20th century did not take the form of social revolution, it took the form of an extermination. Contrary to what the revolution promised, the extermination ignored classes and fixated on a name without any class meaning. Not even an economic one. Not a shadow of an objective meaning. 18. Milner's conclusion is that the only true event of the 20th century was the return of the name Jew. 19 And this return was an ominous surprise also for the Jews themselves. With the political emancipation of the Jews in modern Europe, a new figure of the Jew emerged, the Jew of knowledge, le Juif du savoir, who replaced study, of the Talmud, that is, of his theological roots, with universal, scientific, knowledge. So we had Jews who excelled in the secular sciences, and this is why Marxism was so popular among Jewish intellectuals. It presented itself as scientific socialism, uniting knowledge and revolution, in contrast to Jacobins who proudly said, apropos Laplace, that the Republic does not need scientists, or millenarians who dismissed knowledge as sinful. With Marxism, inequality, injustice, and their overcoming became objects of knowledge. 20 The Enlightenment offered European Jews a chance to find a place for themselves in the universality of scientific knowledge, ignoring their name, tradition, and roots. This dream, however, was brutally ended with the Holocaust. The Jew of knowledge could not survive the Nazi extermination. The trauma was that knowledge had allowed it to happen, was not able to resist it, was impotent in the face of it. Traces of this impotence are already discernible in the famous 1929 Davos debate between Ernst Cassirer and Heidegger, where Heidegger treated Cassirer very rudely, refusing to shake his hand at the end. How did the European left react to this rupture? At the core of Milner's book is the close analysis of the Maoist organization Gauche Proletarienne, Proletarian Left, the main political organization which emerged out of May 1968. When it fell apart, some members, like Benny Levy, opted for fidelity to the name of the Jew, others chose Christian spirituality. For Milner, the entire activity of the Gauche Proletarienne was based on a certain disavowal, on a refusal to pronounce a name. Milner proposes a nice Magrittean image, a room with a window in the middle, and a painting covering up and obstructing the view through the window. The scene on the painting exactly reproduces the exterior one would have seen through the window. Such is the function of ideological misrecognition, it obfuscates the true dimension of what we see. 21 In the case of the Gauche Proletarienne, this unseen dimension was the name of the Jew. That is to say, the Gauche Proletarienne legitimized its radical opposition to the entire French political establishment as a prolongation of the resistance against fascist occupation. Their diagnosis was that French political life was still dominated by people who stood in direct continuity with the Pétainist collaborationist regime. However, although they had identified the right enemy, they kept silent about the fact that the main target of this regime had not been the left, but the Jews. In short, they used the event itself to obfuscate its true dimension, in a similar manner to the Jew of knowledge who tries to redefine his Jewishness in order to erase the real core of his being Jewish. Benny Levy's transformation from a Maoist to a Zionist is thus indicative of a wider tendency. The conclusion drawn by many from the obscure disaster of 20th-century attempts at universal emancipation is that particular groups should no longer agree to sublate their own emancipation in the universal form. We oppressed minorities, women, etc. can only attain our freedom through universal emancipation, that is, the communist revolution. Fidelity to the universal cause is replaced by fidelities to particular identities, being Jewish, gay, and so on, and the most we can envisage is a strategic alliance between particular struggles. Perhaps, however, the time has come to return to the notion of universal emancipation, and it is here that a critical analysis should begin. When Milner claims that class struggle, and so on, are no longer divisive names, that they have been replaced by the word Jew as the truly divisive name, the claim is at least partially true, but what is its meaning? Could it not also be interpreted in terms of the classical Marxist theory of anti-Semitism, in which the anti-Semitic figure of the Jew is read as the metaphoric stand-in for the class struggle? On this reading, the disappearance of class struggle and the appearance of anti-Semitism are thus two sides of the same coin, since the presence of the figure of the Jew is only comprehensible against the background of the absence of class struggle. Walter Benjamin, to whom Milner himself refers as an authority, and who stands precisely for a Marxist Jew who remains faithful to the religious dimension of Jewishness and is thus not a Jew of knowledge, said long ago that every rise of fascism bears witness to a failed revolution. This thesis not only still holds today, but is perhaps more pertinent than ever. Liberals like to point out similarities between left and right extremisms. Hitler's terror imitated the Bolshevik terror, the Leninist party is today alive in Al-Qaeda. But again, even if we accept this, what exactly does it mean? It could also be read as an indication of how fascism literally replaces, takes the place of, the leftist revolution. Its rise signifies the left's failure, but simultaneously a proof that there was indeed a revolutionary potential, a dissatisfaction, which the left was not able to mobilize. How are we to understand this reversal of an emancipatory force into fundamentalist populism? as I have put it elsewhere. It is here that the materialist dialectic passage from the 2 to the 3 gains all its weight. The axiom of communist politics is not simply the dualist class struggle, but, more precisely, the third moment as the subtraction from the 2 of hegemonic politics. That is to say, the hegemonic ideological field imposes on us a field of ideological visibility with its own principal contradiction. Today, it is the opposition of market freedom democracy and fundamentalist terrorist totalitarianism, Islamofascism and so on, and the first thing we must do is to reject, to subtract ourselves from, this opposition, to perceive it as a false opposition destined to obfuscate the true line of division. Lacan's formula for this redoubling is 1 + 1 + a, the official antagonism, the 2, is always supplemented by an indivisible remainder which indicates its foreclosed dimension. In other terms, the true antagonism is always reflexive, it is the antagonism between the official antagonism and that which is foreclosed by it. This is why, in Lacan's mathematics, 1 + 1 = 3. Today, for example, the true antagonism is not between liberal multiculturalism and fundamentalism, but between the very field of their opposition and the excluded third, radical emancipatory politics. Point 22. Badiou has provided the contours of this passage from 2 to 3 in his reading of the Paulinian passage from Law to Love. Point 23. In both cases, in Law and in Love, we are dealing with division, with a divided subject. However, the modality of the division is thoroughly different. The subject of the law is disintegrated in the sense that it is caught in the self-destructive vicious cycle of sin and law in which one pole engenders its opposite. Paul provided an unsurpassable description of this entanglement in Romans 7. We know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold into slavery to sin. What I do not understand. For I do not do what I want, but I do what I hate. Now if I do what I do not want, I concur that the law is good. So now it is no longer I who do it, but sin that dwells in me. For I know that good does not dwell in me, that is, in my flesh. The willing is ready at hand, but doing the good is not. For I do not do the good I want, but I do the evil I do not want. Now if I do what I do not want, it is no longer I who do it, but sin that dwells in me. So, then, I discover the principle that when I want to do right, evil is at hand. For I take delight in the law of God, in my inner self, but I see in my members another principle at war with the law of my mind, taking me captive to the law of sin that dwells in my members. Miserable one that I am! It is thus not that I am merely torn between the two opposites, law and sin, the problem is that I cannot even clearly distinguish them. I want to follow the law, and I end up in sin. This vicious cycle is not so much overcome as broken, one breaks out of it with the experience of love, more precisely, with the experience of the radical gap that separates love from the law. Therein resides the radical difference between the couple law/sin and the couple law/love. The gap that separates law and sin is not a real difference, their truth is their mutual implication or confusion. Law generates sin and feeds upon it, one can never draw a clear line of separation between the two. It is only with the couple law/love that we attain a real difference. These two moments are radically separated, they are not mediated, one is not the form of appearance of its opposite. In other words, the difference between the two couples, law/sin and law/love, is not substantial, but purely formal. We are dealing with the same content in its two modalities. In its indistinction mediation, the couple is the one of law/sin, in the radical distinction of the two, it is law/love. It is therefore wrong to ask the question, are we then forever condemned to the split between law and love? What about the synthesis between law and love? The split between law and sin is of a radically different nature than the split between law and love. Instead of the vicious cycle of mutual reinforcement, we get a clear distinction of two different domains. Once we become fully aware of the dimension of love in its radical difference from the law, love has, in a way, already won, since this difference is visible only when one already dwells in love, from the standpoint of love. China, Haiti, Congo. In authentic Marxism, the totality is not an ideal, but a critical notion. To locate a phenomenon in its totality does not mean to see the hidden harmony of the whole, but to include in a system all its symptoms, its antagonisms and inconsistencies, as its integral parts. Let me take a contemporary example. In this sense, liberalism and fundamentalism form a totality. The opposition of liberalism and fundamentalism is structured in exactly the same way as that between law and sin in St. Paul, that is, liberalism itself generates its opposite. So what about the core values of liberalism, freedom, equality, and so forth? The paradox is that liberalism itself is not strong enough to save them its own core values against the fundamentalist onslaught. The problem with liberalism is that it cannot stand on its own. There is something missing in the liberal edifice, and liberalism is in its very notion parasitic, relying on a presupposed network of communal values that it itself undermines with its own development. Fundamentalism is a reaction, a false, mystifying reaction, of course, against a real flaw in liberalism, and this is why it is again and again generated by liberalism. Left to its own devices, liberalism will slowly undermine itself. The only thing capable of saving its core values is a renewed left. Or, to put it in well-known terms from 1968, in order for its key legacy to survive, liberalism needs the fraternal aid of the radical left. The fragility of liberalism is made clear by what is happening in China. Instead of treating contemporary China as an oriental despotic distortion of capitalism, one should see in it the repetition of the development of capitalism in Europe itself. In early modernity, most European states were far from democratic. If they were, as was the case in Holland, they were so only for the liberal elite, not for the popular classes. The conditions for capitalism were created and sustained by a brutal state dictatorship, very much like today's China. The state legalized violent expropriations of the common people which turned them into proletarians and disciplined them in their new roles. There is thus nothing exotic about China. What is happening there merely repeats our own forgotten past. So what about the claims of some Western liberal critics that China's development would be much faster if it were combined with political democracy? In a TV interview a couple of years ago, Ralph Dahrendorf linked the growing distrust in democracy to the fact that, after every revolutionary change, the road to new prosperity leads through a valley of tears. After the breakdown of socialism, one cannot directly pass to the abundance of a successful market economy. The limited, but real, welfare and security provided by socialism had to be dismantled, and such first steps are necessarily painful. Point 24. The same goes for Western Europe, where the passage from the welfare state to the new global economy involves painful renunciations, a reduction in security, less guaranteed social care. For Dahrendorf, the problem is best encapsulated by the simple fact that this painful passage through the valley of tears lasts longer than the average period between democratic elections, so that for politicians there is a great temptation to postpone the necessary difficult changes for short-term electoral gain. Paradigmatic is here the disappointment of many post-communist nations with the economic results of the new democratic order. In the glorious days of 1989, they equated democracy with the abundance characteristic of Western consumerist societies, but now, 10 years later, with that abundance still slow in arriving, they blame democracy itself. Unfortunately, Dahrendorf focuses much less on the opposite temptation. If the majority resists the necessary structural changes in economy, one logical conclusion would be that, for a decade or so, an enlightened elite should take power, even by non-democratic means, in order to enforce the required measures and thus to lay the foundations for a truly stable democracy. Along these lines, Fareed Zakaria points out how democracy can only catch on in economically developed countries. If the developing countries are prematurely democratized, the result is a populism which ends in economic catastrophe and political despotism. 25. No wonder that some of today's economically most successful third world countries, Taiwan, South Korea, Chile, embraced full democracy only after a period of authoritarian rule. Is this line of reasoning not the best argument for the Chinese path to capitalism as opposed to the Russian path? After the collapse of communism, Russia embraced shock therapy and threw itself headlong into democracy and the fast track to capitalism with economic bankruptcy as the result. There are good reasons to be modestly paranoid here. Were the Western economic advisors to Yeltsin who proposed this path really as innocent as they appeared, or were they serving US interests by crippling Russia economically? China, on the contrary, followed the path of Chile and South Korea, using unencumbered authoritarian state power to control the social costs of the passage to capitalism, thus avoiding chaos. In short, the weird combination of capitalism and communist rule, far from being a ridiculous anomaly, proved a blessing. Not even, in disguise, China developed so fast not in spite of authoritarian communist rule, but because of it. So, to conclude with a Stalinist-sounding note of suspicion, what if those who worry about the lack of democracy in China are really worrying about China becoming the next global superpower, threatening Western primacy? Switching perspectives, what are we to make of the quasi-Leninist defense of Chinese capitalist development as an expanded and prolonged case of the NEP, the new economic policy adopted in Soviet Russia, which emerged at the end of the Civil War in 1921, and allowed private property and market exchange, lasting roughly till 1928, with the Communist Party firmly exerting political control, able at any moment to step in and undo its concessions to the class enemy. One should push this logic to its extreme, insofar as there is a tension in capitalist democracies between the democratic egalitarian sovereignty of the people and the class divisions of the economic sphere, and insofar as the state can in principle enforce expropriations and so forth, is not capitalism itself, in a sense, one great NEP-style detour on a path that should pass directly from feudal or slave relations of domination to communist egalitarian justice? Insofar as modernity is generally characterized by the democratic rule of the people, one can indeed say that, in a gesture of temporary compromise, the people can permit capitalist exploitation, aware that this is the only way to bring about material progress, but that they can nonetheless maintain the right to limit or even withdraw this permission at any moment. Is, then, today's China the ideal capitalist country in which the main task of the ruling Communist Party is to control the workers and prevent their self-organization and mobilization against exploitation, such that the party's power is legitimized by its undercover deal with the new capitalists, taking the form, you stay out of politics and leave power to us, and we will keep the workers under control? There are some good reasons for holding such a view. The powers that be are so sensitive to any mention of workers' self-organization that even the official books dealing with the history of the Chinese Communist Party and workers' movement in China silently pass over the subject of trade unions and other forms of workers' resistance, even if they were supported or directly organized by the communists, lest the evocation of this past give rise to dangerous associations with the present. On the other hand, no matter how cynical its effective functioning, every ideology obliges to some extent, so one should not be surprised to hear stories like the one told to me by John Thornhill, a Financial Times journalist who, during a recent visit to China, wanted to see the poorest, least developed, place in the country. It is, according to official statistics, of course, a small town in the north, in the middle of nowhere and close to the Mongolian border. Thornhill was allowed to visit and was surprised to discover that life there was quite normal, except that the town was populated only by old people and children, the rest of its inhabitants having moved to the big cities for work, and in order to send money home to support their relatives, who could all afford TVs, DVD players, and so on. Furthermore, the local city authorities also organized the basic necessities of life, a health service, education, and the rest. When Thornhill asked a local functionary why the powers that be bothered to keep the town functioning, why they did not simply let it vegetate or fall apart, he answered, "But we cannot do that, we are communists, we have to take care of the people." It would be all too easy, in the traditional Marxist manner, to dismiss such attitudes as an ideological veneer masking the reality of exploitation. But precisely because the communist authorities are not democratically legitimized, they are well aware that they have to provide for the people, have to counter the most disastrous effects of rapid capitalist development with minimal social measures. This is why, Paradoxically, it is important for the Chinese state to remain a strong force controlling the private sphere of wild capitalism. What the Chinese are doing is indeed, on this level, similar to how Lenin imagined the NEP, a strong Soviet state wisely using capitalism, regulating its course and counteracting its destructive effects. Faced with China's explosive capitalist development, analysts often ask when political democracy, as the natural political accompaniment to capitalism, will impose itself. A closer analysis, however, quickly dispels such hopes. What if the promised democratic second stage supposed to follow the authoritarian valley of tears never in fact arrives? This, perhaps, is what is so unsettling about today's China, the suspicion that its authoritarian capitalism is not merely a reminder of our past, a repetition of the process of capitalist accumulation which took place in Europe between the 16th and 18th centuries, but a sign of the future? What if the vicious combination of the Asian knout and the European stock market proves to be economically more efficient than liberal capitalism? What if this signals that democracy, as we understand it, is no longer the condition and motor of economic development, but its obstacle? The obvious counter-argument is, why not have it both ways, a democratically elected government kept in check by social movements? The problem is that democratic elections give such a government a legitimization which makes it much more impervious to criticism by movements. It can dismiss movements as the voice of an extremist minority out of sync with the majority that elected the government. A government not covered by free elections finds itself under much greater pressure. Its acts are no longer covered by democratic legitimacy, and those in power are all of a sudden deprived of the possibility to say to those who protest against them, "Who are you to criticize us? We are an elected government, we can do what we want." Lacking such legitimacy, they have to earn it the hard way, by their deeds. I remember the last years of communist rule in Slovenia. There was no government so eager to earn its legitimacy and do something for the people, trying to please everyone, precisely because the communists held power which, as everyone, including themselves, knew was not democratically justified. Since the communists knew their end was near, they feared being harshly judged. Point 26. So where does this limitation of democracy become directly palpable? The case of Haiti over the last 2 decades is exemplary here, as Peter Hallward writes in Damming the Flood 27, a detailed account of the democratic containment of Haiti's radical politics. Never have the well-worn tactics of democracy promotion been applied with more devastating effect than in Haiti between 2000 and 2004. 28. One cannot miss the irony of the fact that the name of the emancipatory political movement which suffered this international pressure is Lavala's flood in Creole. It is the flood of the expropriated overflowing the gated communities. This is why the title of Hallward's book is so appropriate, inscribing the Haitian events into the global tendency of new dams and walls constructed everywhere after September 11, confronting us with the truth of globalization, namely the inner lines of division which sustain it. Haiti was an exception from the very beginning, from its revolutionary fight against slavery which ended in independence in January 1804. Only in Haiti was the Declaration of Human Freedom universally consistent. Only in Haiti was this declaration sustained at all costs, in direct opposition to the social order and economic logic of the day. 29. For this reason, there is no single event in the whole of modern history whose implications were more threatening to the dominant global order of things. 30. As I have written elsewhere, the Haiti Revolution truly deserves the title of the repetition of the French Revolution, led by Toussaint L'Ouverture. It was clearly ahead of its time, premature and doomed to fail, yet, precisely as such, it was perhaps even more of an event than the French Revolution itself. 31. For this reason, the threat resided in the mere existence of an independent Haiti. 32. That had already been pronounced by Talleyrand as a horrible spectacle for all white nations. 33. Haiti thus had to be turned into an exemplary case of economic failure, to dissuade other countries from taking the same path. The price, the literal price for premature independence, was horrible. After 2 decades of embargo, France, the previous colonial master, only established trade and diplomatic relations in 1825, and Haiti had to agree to pay 150 million francs as compensation for the loss of its slaves. This sum, roughly equal to the French annual budget at the time, was later cut to 90 million, but it continued to be a heavy burden which prevented any economic growth. At the end of the 19th century, Haiti's payments to France consumed around 80% of the national budget, and the last installment was paid in 1947. When, in 2004, celebrating the bicentenary of its independence, Lavall's president Jean-Baptiste Aristide demanded that France return this extorted sum. His claim was flatly rejected by a French commission, whose members included Regis Debray. So while U.S. liberals ponder the possibility of reparations to U.S. blacks for slavery, Haiti's demands to be reimbursed for the tremendous amounts ex-slaves had to pay to have their freedom recognized was ignored by liberal opinion. Even though the extortion here was twofold, the slaves were first exploited, and then had to pay for the recognition of their hard-won freedom. The story continues today. What is for most of us a fond childhood memory, making mud cakes, is a desperate reality in Haiti slums like ZIZEK. According to a recent AP report, a rise in food prices gave a new boost to a traditional Haitian remedy for hunger pangs: cookies made of dried yellow dirt. The mud, which has long been prized by pregnant women and children as an antacid and source of calcium, is considerably cheaper than real food. Dirt to make 100 cookies now costs $5. Merchants truck it from the country's central plateau to the market, where women buy it, process it into mud cookies and leave them to dry under the scorching sun. The finished cookies are carried in buckets to markets or sold on the streets. 34. The Lavall's movement, whose periods in government over the last 2 decades were twice interrupted by US-sponsored military coups, is the unique combination of a political agent which won state power through free elections, but which all the way through maintained its roots in organs of local popular democracy, of people's direct self-organization. So, while the free press dominated by its enemies was never obstructed, and violent protests which continuously threatened the stability of the legal government were fully tolerated, it was clear on whose behalf the government was acting. The goal of the US and France was to impose on Haiti a normal democracy, a democracy which would not weaken the economic power of a narrow elite, and they were well aware that, in order to function in this way, democracy has to cut its links with direct popular self-organization. It is interesting to note that this US-French cooperation took place soon after their public disagreement over the attack on Iraq, and was quite appropriately celebrated as a reaffirmation of their basic alliance. Even Brazil's Lula, Tony Negri's hero, condoned the 2004 overthrow of Aristide. An unholy alliance was thus put together to discredit the Lavall's government as a form of mob rule which violated human rights, and President Aristide as a power-mad fundamentalist dictator. An alliance that went from illegal mercenary death squads and US-sponsored democratic fronts to humanitarian NGOs and even some radical left organizations which, financed by the US, denounced Aristide's capitulation to the IMF. Aristide himself provided a perspicuous characterization of this overlapping between radical left and liberal right. Somewhere, somehow, there's a little secret satisfaction, perhaps an unconscious satisfaction, in saying things that powerful white people want you to say. 35. The struggle of Lavall's is a perfect example of principled heroism and of the limitations of what can be done today. It did not withdraw into the interstices of state power to resist from there, but heroically assumed power, well aware that it was doing so in the most unfavorable circumstances, when the trends not only of capitalist modernization and structural readjustment, but also of the postmodern left, were against them. Where, for example, was Negri's voice, otherwise celebrating Lula's rule in Brazil, to be heard? Constrained by the measures imposed by the US and the IMF designed to enact necessary structural readjustments, Aristide combined a politics of small and precise pragmatic measures, building schools and hospitals, creating infrastructure, raising minimum wages, with occasional acts of popular violence, reacting to military gangs. In spite of all its all too obvious flaws, as Aristide himself, the first to admit Lavall's mistakes, put it, it is better to be wrong with the people than to be right against the people. The Lavall's regime was indeed one embodiment of what a dictatorship of the proletariat would look like today. While realistically engaging in all the inevitable compromises, it always remained faithful to its base, to the crowd of ordinary dispossessed people, speaking on their behalf, not representing them, but directly relying on their local self-organization. Although respecting the democratic rules, Lavallaz made it clear that the electoral struggle was not where things are decided. Much more crucial was to supplement democracy with the direct political self-organization of the oppressed. Or, to put it in our postmodern terms, the struggle between Lavallaz and the capitalist military elite in Haiti is a case of antagonism which cannot be contained within the framework of parliamentary democratic agonistic pluralism. What the case of Haiti makes clear is that, whenever we are tempted by the fascinating spectacle of third world violence, we should always take a self-reflexive turn and ask ourselves how we ourselves are implicated in it. There is an old anecdote about a group of anthropologists who penetrated the heart of darkness of central New Zealand in search of a mysterious tribe rumored to perform a chilling death dance with mudandwood masks. Late one day, they finally reached the tribe, somehow explained to them what they wanted and then went to sleep. The next morning, the members of the tribe performed a dance which met all their expectations, and so the anthropologists returned satisfied to civilization and wrote up a report on their discovery. Unfortunately, however, another expedition visited the same tribe a couple of years later, made a more serious effort to communicate with them, and learned the truth about the first expedition. The tribesmen had somehow grasped that their guests wanted to see a terrifying death dance, and so, in order not to disappoint them because of their sense of hospitality, they worked all night to make the masks and practice the dance invented to satisfy their guests. The anthropologists who thought they were getting a glimpse into a weird exotic ritual were actually receiving a hastily improvised staging of their own desire. Is not something quite similar going on in contemporary Congo, which is again emerging as the African heart of darkness? The cover story of Time magazine on June 5, 2006 was headlined "The Deadliest War in the World," a detailed documentation of how around 4 million people have died in Congo as the result of political violence over the last decade. None of the usual humanitarian uproar followed, just a couple of readers' letters as if some kind of filtering mechanism had blocked this news from achieving its full impact. To put it cynically, Time had picked the wrong victim in the struggle for hegemony in suffering. It should have stuck to the list of usual suspects: Muslim women and their plight, oppression in Tibet, and so forth. Congo today has effectively re-emerged as a Conradian zone. No one dares to confront it head-on. The death of a West Bank Palestinian child, not to mention an Israeli or an American, is mediatically worth thousands of times more than the death of a nameless Congolese. But why this ignorance? On October 30, 2008, AP reported that Laurent Nkunda, the rebel general besieging Congo's eastern provincial capital Goma, said that he wanted direct talks with the government about his objections to a $1 billion deal that gives China access to the country's vast mineral riches in exchange for a railway and highways. As problematic and neocolonialist as this transaction may be, 36, it poses a vital threat to the interests of local warlords, since its eventual success would create the infrastructural base for the Democratic Republic of Congo to function as a united state. Back in 2001, a UN investigation into the illegal exploitation of natural resources in Congo found that the conflict in the country is mainly about access to, control of, and trade in 5 key mineral resources: coltan, diamonds, copper, cobalt, and gold. According to this investigation, the exploitation of Congo's natural resources by local warlords and foreign armies is systematic and systemic, and the Ugandan and Rwandan leaders in particular, closely followed by Zimbabwe and Angola, had turned their soldiers into business armies. Rwanda's army made at least $250 million in 18 months by selling coltan. The report concluded that the permanent civil war and disintegration of Congo has created a win-win situation for all belligerents. The only loser in this huge business venture is the Congolese people. One should bear in mind this good old economic reductionist background when one reads in the media about primitive ethnic passions exploding yet again in the African jungle. Beneath the facade of ethnic warfare, we thus discern the workings of global capitalism. After the fall of Mobutu, Congo no longer exists as a united operational state, its eastern part especially is a multiplicity of territories ruled by local warlords controlling their patch of land with an army which, as a rule, includes drugged children. Each of the warlords has business links to a foreign company or corporation exploiting the mostly mining wealth in the region. This arrangement suits both parties. The corporations get mining rights without taxes and other complications, while the warlords get rich. The irony is that many of these minerals are used in high-tech products such as laptops and cell phones. In short, forget about the savage behavior of the local population, just remove the foreign high-tech companies from the equation and the whole edifice of ethnic warfare fueled by old passions falls apart. A further irony here is that in among the predominant exploiters are Rwandan Tutsis, victims of the horrifying genocide over 15 years ago. In 2008, the Rwanda government presented numerous documents which demonstrated the complicity of President Mitterrand and his administration in the genocide of the Tutsis. France had supported the Hutu plan for the takeover, to the point of arming their units, in order to regain influence in this part of Africa at the expense of the Anglophone Tutsis. France's outright dismissal of the accusations as totally unfounded was, to say the least, itself somewhat flimsy. Bringing Mitterrand to the Hague Tribunal, even if posthumously, would have been a just act. The furthest the Western legal system went in this direction was with the arrest of Pinochet, who was already seen as a rogue statesman, but an indictment of Mitterrand would have crossed a fateful line, in for the first time bringing to trial a leading Western politician who had pretended to act as protector of freedom, democracy, and human rights. The lesson of such a trial would thus have been the complicity of the Western liberal powers in what the media present as the explosion of Third World barbarism. There certainly is a great deal of darkness in the dense Congolese jungle, but its causes lie elsewhere, in the bright executive offices of our banks and high-tech companies. In order to truly awaken from the capitalist dogmatic dream, as Kant would have put it, and recognize this other true heart of darkness, we should reapply to our situation Brecht's old quip from his Beggar's Opera: what is the robbing of a bank compared to the founding of a bank? What is the stealing of a couple of $1,000s, for which one is sent to prison, compared to the kind of financial speculation that deprives tens of millions of their homes and savings, but whose perpetrators are then rewarded with state help of sublime grandeur? What is a local Congolese warlord compared to an enlightened and ecologically sensitive Western CEO? Maybe José Saramago was right when, in a recent newspaper column, he proposed treating the big bank managers and others responsible for the global financial meltdown as perpetrators of crimes against humanity whose right place is before the Hague Tribunal. Perhaps one should not treat this proposal merely as a poetic exaggeration in the style of Jonathan Swift, but rather take it absolutely seriously. Europe, US equals Kant, Hegel. According to postmodern wisdom, there is no objective reality. Reality consists of the multiple stories we tell ourselves about ourselves. In these terms then, was not the recent war in Georgia very postmodern? There were indeed several stories in play: the story of a small heroic democratic state defending itself against the imperialist ambitions of post-Soviet Russia, of the US attempt to encircle Russia with military bases, of the struggle for the control of oil resources, and the list could go on. However, rather than get lost in this maze of competing stories, we might focus instead on that missing element whose lack triggers the ongoing profusion of political storytelling. To know a society is not only to know its explicit rules, one needs also to know how to apply these rules, when to use or not use them, when to violate them, when to decline a choice which has been offered, when we are effectively obliged to do something, but have to pretend that we are doing it as a free choice. This is the paradox of the offer meant to be refused. It is customary to refuse such an offer, and anyone who accepts it commits a vulgar blunder. When I am invited to an expensive restaurant by a rich uncle, we both know that he will cover the bill, but nonetheless I have to insist a little bit that we share it. Imagine my surprise if he were simply to say, "Okay then, you pay it." A similar misunderstanding happened when, during the 1980s, South Korea was hit by a series of natural disasters, and North Korea offered a large quantity of grain as humanitarian aid. Although there were no food shortages in South Korea, it accepted the offer in order not to appear to be rejecting the North's outstretched hand. The North, however, did lack food, and had made the offer as a gesture to be rejected, but now had to act upon it. A country which was itself suffering from shortages thus shipped grain to a country with abundant food reserves, a nice case of politeness going astray. The problem during the chaotic post-Soviet years of Yeltsin's rule in Russia could also be located at this level, although the legal rules were known, and were largely the same as those in the Soviet Union. What disintegrated was the complex network of implicit unwritten rules which had sustained the entire social edifice. In the former regime, if, say, you had wanted to get better hospital treatment, or a new apartment, if you had a complaint against authorities, or were summoned to a court, if you wanted your child to be accepted by a top school, or if a factory manager needed raw materials not delivered on time by the state contractors, and so on and so forth, everyone knew what to do, who to address, who to bribe, what you could do and what you couldn't. With the collapse of Soviet power, one of the most frustrating aspects of daily existence was that these unwritten rules became blurred. People simply did not know what to do, how to react, how they were to relate to explicit legal regulations, what they could ignore, where bribery worked. One of the functions of the rise in organized crime was to provide a kind of Ersatzlegality. If you owned a small business and a customer owed you money, you turned to your mafia protector who dealt with the problem, since the state legal system was inefficient. The stabilization under Putin's reign mostly amounted to restoring the transparency of such unwritten rules. Now, again, people more or less know how to act and react in the complex web of social interactions. In international politics, we have not yet reached this stage. Back in the 1990s, a silent pact regulated the relationship between the Western powers and Russia. Western states treated Russia as a great power on condition that it did not actually behave like one. But of course, the problem arises when the one to whom the offer to be rejected is made actually accepts it. What if Russia really started to act like a great power? A situation like this is properly catastrophic, since it threatens to disintegrate the entire existing framework of relations, and precisely something like this happened in Georgia. Tired of being treated only as if it were a superpower, Russia acted like one. How did it come to this? The American century is over and we are entering a period characterized by the formation of multiple centers of global capitalism: the US, Europe, China, possibly Latin America, each of them representing capitalism with a specific local twist: the US for neoliberalism, Europe for what remains of the welfare state, China for Eastern values and authoritarian capitalism, Latin America for populist capitalism. After the failure of the US to impose itself as the sole superpower, the universal policeman, there is now a need to establish rules of interaction between these local centers in case of conflicting interests. This is why the present situation is potentially more dangerous than it may appear. During the Cold War, the rules of international behavior were clear, guaranteed by the madness, mutually assured destruction, of the superpowers. When the Soviet Union violated these unwritten rules by invading Afghanistan, it paid dearly for the infringement. The war in Afghanistan was the beginning of the end for the regime. Today, the old and new superpowers are testing each other out, trying to impose their own versions of the global rules, experimenting with them through proxies in the form of smaller nations and states. Karl Popper once praised the scientific testing of hypotheses, remarking that, in this way, we allow our hypotheses to die instead of us. In today's political testing process, however, it is the small nations that suffer. Georgians in particular are paying the price. Although the official justifications are highly moral in tone, invoking human rights and freedom, etc., the nature of the game is clear. In There the War Over Iraq, William Crystal and Lawrence F. Kaplan write. The mission begins in Baghdad, but it does not end there. We stand at the cusp of a new historical era. This is a decisive moment. It is so clearly about more than Iraq. It is about more even than the future of the Middle East and the war on terror. It is about what sort of role the United States intends to play in the 21st century. 37. One cannot but agree, it was indeed the future of the international community that was at stake, what new rules would regulate it, what the new world order would look like. And, with hindsight, we can now clearly see that the Second Iraq War was a sign of US failure, of its inability to play the role of globico. Arguably, the main reason for this came down to bad manners. The US simply indulged in too many acts of impoliteness to be considered qualified for their chosen role. For example, they put pressure on other states, like Serbia, to deliver their suspected war criminals to the Hague Tribunal, while brutally rejecting the very idea that it should also cover US citizens. In many similar cases, the US tried to enforce its domination without respecting the sovereignty of others. Justifying its intervention in Georgia, Russia deftly played on these US inconsistencies. If the US was allowed to intervene in Kosovo to enforce its independence, protected by a large US military base, why should Russia not do the same in South Ossetia, which is, after all, much closer to Russian territory than Kosovo is to the US? If the whole world was dismayed when the NATO peacekeepers in Srebrenica escaped just as the Bosnian population was threatened by the Serbs, why not allow Russia to do exactly what the West failed to do, and intervene to protect its peacekeepers and those they were guarding? When the US and other Western states condemned Russia's excessive response to Georgian military intervention, we could be forgiven for being reminded of the shock and awe bombing of Iraq, which, to put it mildly, was likewise somewhat excessive. If anything, the lesson of the Georgian conflict is that, alongside the failure of the US to act as a global policeman, we have to admit also the failure of the new network of superpowers to do the same. Not only are they unfit to keep small rogue nations under control, they even increasingly solicit aggressive behavior from these states in order to fight their own proxy wars. The torch of peacekeeping should be passed on to a wider circle. It is time for smaller countries around the globe to unite in their efforts to restrain the big powers and set limits to their perilous games. One polite way to deal with the Georgian crisis would have been for Russia and Georgia to agree that while the latter has full sovereignty over its territory, it would not fully assert that sovereignty over Abkhazia and South Ossetia. It could even be claimed that de facto such an agreement already was implicitly in place, and that Russia saw the Georgian intervention in South Ossetia as a violation of this. The question, of course, is whether Georgia was acting entirely under its own steam. However, the puzzle as to why the Georgians decided to risk a military intervention is not really worth pursuing. What matters is that the consequences of this excess confronted us with the truth of the situation. It is, clearly, time that the superpowers were taught some manners, but who is capable of doing this? Obviously, only a transnational entity could manage such a task. Was it not already Kant who, more than 200 years ago, saw the need for a transnation state legal order grounded in the rise of a global society? Since the narrower or wider community of the peoples of the earth has developed so far that a violation of rights in one place is felt throughout the world, the idea of a law of world citizenship is no high-flown or exaggerated notion. 38. This, however, brings us to what is arguably the principal contradiction of the New World Order, the structural impossibility of finding a global political order which might correspond to the global capitalist economy. What if, for structural reasons and not merely due to empirical limitations, a worldwide democracy or a representative world government is impossible? The structural problem, the antinomy, of global capitalism resides in the impossibility, and, simultaneously, the necessity, of a socio-political order that would match it. The global market economy cannot be directly organized as a global liberal democracy with worldwide elections, and so on. In politics, the repressed of the economy returns in the form of archaic fixations, particular substantial, ethnic, religious, cultural, identities. This embarrassing supplement is the condition of both the possibility and the impossibility of the global economy, and this tension defines our predicament today, the free circulation of commodities across the globe, accompanied by growing divisions in the social sphere proper. There are today two models for such a transnation state organism, the European Union and the United States. Their duality weirdly, or not so weirdly, evokes sexual difference, the feminine EU and the masculine US, or, in philosophical terms, Kant and Hegel. The opposition between Kant and Hegel gained a new relevance in the post-9/11 era, when Europe began to be perceived as representing a negotiated trans-state unity which resembles Kantian perpetual peace. Amongst others, Habermas, the quasi-official philosopher of the European Union, effectively refers to this Kantian idea, while the US heroically protects both itself and Europe by acting as a nation-state in conflict with others and dealing with its enemies. Robert Kagan describes the difference between the EU and the US in the following terms. Europe is turning away from power, or to put it a little differently, it is moving beyond power into a self-contained world of laws and rules and transnational negotiation and cooperation. It is entering a post-historical paradise of peace and relative prosperity, the realization of Kant's perpetual peace. The United States, meanwhile, remains mired in history, exercising power in the anarchic Hobbesian world where international laws and rules are unreliable and where true security and the defense and promotion of a liberal order still depend on the possession and use of military might. Perhaps it is not just coincidence that the amazing progress toward European integration in recent years has been accompanied not by the emergence of a European superpower but, on the contrary, by a diminishing of European military capabilities relative to the United States. Turning Europe into a global superpower capable of balancing the power of the United States may have been one of the original selling points of the European Union. An independent European foreign and defense policy was supposed to be one of the most important byproducts of European integration. But, in truth, the ambition for European power is something of an anachronism. It is an atavistic impulse, inconsistent with the ideals of postmodern Europe, whose very existence depends on the rejection of power politics. Europe's new Kantian order could flourish only under the umbrella of American power exercised according to the rules of the old Hobbesian order. American power made it possible for Europeans to believe that power was no longer important. Most Europeans do not see the great paradox, that their passage into post-history has depended on the United States not making the same passage. Because Europe has neither the will nor the ability to guard its own paradise and keep it from being overrun, spiritually as well as physically, by a world that has yet to accept the rule of moral consciousness, it has become dependent on America's willingness to use its military might to deter or defeat those around the world who still believe in power politics. 39. Kagan here relies heavily on Robert Cooper Forty, who accounted for the post-Cold War world in terms of divisions between pre-modern parts of the world which lack fully functioning states, modern nation-states concerned with territorial sovereignty and national interests, and the postmodern areas, in which foreign and domestic policy are inextricably intertwined, tools of governance are shared, and security is no longer based on control over territory or the balance of power. As Kagan explains, if the postmodern world does not protect itself, it can be destroyed. But how does Europe protect itself without discarding the very ideals and principles that undergird its Pacific system? The challenge to the postmodern world, Cooper argues, is to get used to the idea of double standards. Among themselves, Europeans may operate on the basis of laws and open cooperative security. But when dealing with the world outside Europe, we need to revert to the rougher methods of an earlier era: force, preemptive attack, deception, whatever is necessary. What this means is that although the United States has played the critical role in bringing Europe into this Kantian paradise, and still plays a key role in making that paradise possible, it cannot enter this paradise itself. It mans the walls but cannot walk through the gate. The United States, with all its vast power, remains stuck in history, left to deal with the Saddams and the Ayatollahs, the Kim Jong-ils and the Jiang Zemans, leaving the happy benefits to others. The problem is that the United States must sometimes play by the rules of a Hobbesian world, even though in doing so it violates European norms. It must refuse to abide by certain international conventions that may constrain its ability to fight effectively in Robert Cooper's jungle. American power, even employed under a double standard, may be the best means of advancing human progress and perhaps the only means. Instead, many Europeans today have come to consider the United States itself to be the outlaw, a rogue colossus. 41. This is why, in the new global order, we no longer have wars in the old sense of a regulated conflict between sovereign states in which certain rules apply, humane treatment of prisoners, prohibition of certain weapons, etc. What remains are ethnic religious conflicts which violate the rules of universal human rights. They do not count as wars proper, and call for the humanitarian intervention of the Western powers, even more so in the case of direct attacks on the US or other representatives of the new global order, where, again, we do not have wars proper, but merely unlawful combatants criminally resisting the forces of universal order. Here, one cannot even imagine a neutral humanitarian organization like the Red Cross mediating between the warring parties, organizing the exchange of prisoners, and so on. One side in the conflict, the US-dominated global force, already assumes the role of the Red Cross. It does not perceive itself as one of the warring sides, but as a mediating agent of peace and global order, crushing particular rebellions and, simultaneously, providing humanitarian aid to local populations. There is a moment of truth in this description. Suffice it to mention the surprising correlation between European unification and its loss of global military political power. This loss was triumphantly displayed apropos the post-Yugoslav crisis, when Europe was not able to mediate a peace in its own backyard. 42 There is thus real hypocrisy in the European attitude of sticking to high moral principles while silently counting on the US to do the dirty work for the sake of its own stability. 43 Pascal Bruckner was right to detect in this aspect of the tension between the US and Europe yet another example of the Hegelian opposition between the inactive beautiful soul and the acting consciousness ready to dirty its hands. Europe has history, America is history, it is still animated by an eschatological tension directed towards the future. America generally begins with making mistakes, sometimes criminal ones, and then goes on to correct them. Europe makes no mistakes because it endeavors nothing. With Europe, prudence is no longer what it was for the ancients, the art to orient oneself in an uncertain history, but the ultimate end of political action. 44 When Bruckner writes that America is more vulnerable than it believes, and Europe less weak than it thinks, 45 one should be careful to note the asymmetry in this opposition, believing versus thinking, i.e., knowing. Excessive self-confidence is a matter of belief, low self-confidence is a matter of knowledge. The US believes in itself too much, Europe does not know its true strength. This duality corresponds to the couplet action versus reflection. The US, believing in itself, acts, Europe remains inactive, endlessly questioning its weakness. To put it in Hegelese, the truth is here on the side of the acting consciousness, the US. There are, however, a series of distortions and lacunae in Kagan's and Cooper's realistic global picture. There is, first, the obvious fact that the non-existing state in pre-modern nations is not a sui generis phenomenon, the result of their economic, social, cultural backwardness which prevents them from finding a place in today's global world. On the contrary, this regression to a de facto pre- or sub-state is the very result of their integration into the global market and concomitant political struggles. Suffice it to recall cases like Congo or Afghanistan. In other words, pre-modern sub-states are not atavistic remainders, but rather integral parts of the postmodern global constellation. Then there is the no less obvious fact that the US is split between postmodernity and the modern nation-state in a much more complex manner than described by Kagan. One is almost tempted to say that, while Europe is postmodern in international relations, each European state internally remains much more modern than the US, while the latter, acting as a modern nation-state in international relations, is much more postmodern in its inner social, economic, and cultural organization, multiculturalism and the weakening sense of national unity, the ideology of hedonism, and so forth. With regard to its military interventions, the US oscillates between the postmodern, post-nation-state, non-heroic mode, a professional army, outsourcing defense, Colin Powell's doctrine of no casualties on our side, all battles fought outside one's own state territory, thus the shock of 9/11, and the more traditional nation-state heroic mode, soldiers called to enlist and sacrifice themselves for their country, casualties accepted as part of the cost of war. The further paradox here is that proponents of the US as a nation-state are much more isolationist, Pat Buchanan, while post-nation-state globalists are interventionists. The US as a nation-state is inscribed in the global order. It is not a nation-state like others, but rather a global nation-state, a nation-state with a global role. Which is why the US is a rogue state in two different modes, with relation to the other developed countries, and with regard to the pre-modern, true rogue states. In both cases it is an exception, but in each case in a different manner. With regard to the Kantian-inspired European Union, it takes upon itself the rogue character, military confrontations, double standards, that is, it plays the dubious, ethical hero who takes upon himself the necessary dirty tasks in order to protect civilized space. The civilized postmodern states can then hypocritically criticize the US while silently counting on its protection. With regard to the ordinary rogue states, the US is their self-sublating universalization, the universal rogue state which, as such, imposes and sustains global law and order. We have thus two series of states, rogue states and civilized states, with the US as the doubly inscribed element, the rogue state among the civilized and the civilized state among the rogues. Furthermore, the idea of a United States practicing double standards, and heroically doing the heavy lifting for a Europe luxuriating in its high principles, is misleading. What makes the US so annoying for Europeans is not its pragmatic politics and readiness to do the ugly but necessary work, but the fact that it combines its obvious practice of double standards with an excessive moralization of its politics. The US reproach to Europe is not primarily that it clings to an idealistic peace moralism out of touch with the brutal reality of world politics, but, on the contrary, that it is all too pragmatic in accommodating itself to fundamentalist threats and human rights violations around the world. Recall how, prior to the Second Iraq War, the US criticized Europe not for its idealism, but for its pragmatic opportunism and blindness to the threats lurking around the corner. The metaphor often evoked was that Europe was behaving like Chamberlain in Munich in 1938, deluding himself that a genuine peace treaty was possible with the Nazis. No wonder Rumsfeld characterized Europe's unreadiness to participate in the attack on Iraq as being beneath contempt. There is also the problem of the newly emerging powers, China, India, Russia, Latin America, etc., signaling the shift towards a polycentric world. Where do they fit into the triad of pre-modern/modern/postmodern states? And, when contemporary conflicts risk escalating into a total catastrophe, up to and including the self-destruction of humanity, are we not obliged to redefine what the properly heroic thing to do might be? Can we still conceive of heroism as the simple attitude of risking it all for our democratic cause? This brings us to the final feature. What exactly is the conflict in which the US is heroically ready to participate, in defense of the weak postmodern states? The struggle against a conglomerate of religious fundamentalists and corrupt dictators. Is this the true struggle? When Madeleine Albright defined the US as the indispensable nation which doesn't need any counterbalance, because it balances itself, 46, she was being truly fatuous. This self-aggrandizing Hegelian-sounding definition is simply wrong. The US is precisely not able to balance itself, for it has to be reminded of its limitations again and again by some external counterforce. No wonder that Brian De Palma's Redacted was boycotted by the US public. It portrays rape and murder as part of the US Army's obscene subculture, a form of group solidarity in collective transgression. The supreme irony is that the gang rape incident which the film stages happened in the summer of 2006 in Samara, and the film makes a reference to the appointment in Samara story, nicely left half untold. This legend was retold by W. Somerset Maugham, a servant on an errand in the busy market of Baghdad meets death. Terrified by its gaze, he runs home to his master and asks for a horse, so that he can ride all day and reach Samara, where death will not find him, in the evening. The good master not only provides the servant with a horse, but goes to the market himself, looking for Death to reproach it for scaring his faithful servant. Death replies, "But I didn't want to scare your servant. I was just surprised at what was he doing here when I have an appointment in Samara tonight." What if the message of this story is not that a man's demise is impossible to avoid, that trying to twist free of it will only tighten its grip, but rather the exact opposite, namely that if one accepts fate as inevitable then one can break its grasp. It was foretold to Oedipus's parents that their son would kill his father and marry his mother, but the very steps they took to avoid this fate, exposing him to death in a deep forest, ensured that the prophecy would be fulfilled without their attempt to avoid fate. Fate could not have realized itself. Is this not a clear parable of the fate of the U.S. intervention in Iraq? The U.S. saw the signs of the fundamentalist threat, intervened to prevent it, and thereby massively strengthened it. Would it not have been much more effective to accept the threat, ignore it, and thus break its grasp? Iraq is today regressing to a pre-state condition. State power cannot enforce law and order sufficiently to contain the war amongst fundamentalist militias, which are joining forces in gradually destroying one of the positive legacies of Saddam's regime, the existence of a large, secular, and well-educated middle class. The saddest news from Iraq tells the story of a massive brain drain. As a result of religious fundamentalists' attacks on schools and hospitals, the educated middle classes are leaving the country, thus depriving it of a key element of a functioning liberal democracy. The message of incidents like these is clear: the US is an empire in decline. Its growing negative trade balance suggests it is an unproductive predator nation. It has to suck up an influx of $1 billion daily from other nations to pay for its consumption needs and is, as such, the universal Keynesian consumer that keeps the world economy running. This influx, which is effectively like the tithes paid to Rome in antiquity, relies on a complex economic mechanism. The US is trusted as the safe and stable center, so that all others, from the oil-producing Arab countries to Western Europe and Japan, and now even the Chinese, invest their surplus profits in the United States. Since this trust is primarily ideological and military, not economic, the problem for the US is how to justify its imperial role. It requires a permanent state of war, so it had to invent the war on terror, offering itself as the universal protector of all other normal, non-rogue, states. However, as Moishe Postone has astutely noted, the very attempt of the US to reassert itself as the global policeman is already a reaction to the emerging multi-centric global order. The American attempt to reassert control over the Gulf and its oil should be understood as preemptive, but in a different sense than the way the term was used by the ideologues of the Bush administration and their critics. The American action is, I would argue, a preemptive strike against the possible emergence of Europe or China, or any other power, as a rival military as well as economic superpower, that is, as an imperial rival. 47. With the US well advanced on the Oedipal path of self-destruction, no wonder that its hold over the global ideological imaginary is also approaching its end. Are recent trends in world cinema not an indicator of this gradual shift towards ideological multicentricity? Is the hegemony of Hollywood not gradually breaking down with the global success of films from Western Europe, Latin America, and even China, which, with films like The Hero, surpassed Hollywood on its home territory of grand historical spectacles and special effect action movies? Wim Wenders was right when, in a recent talk, he claimed that the time of the American dream is approaching its end. The standard complaint addressed by many American liberals to European leftists was that they did not show enough sincere compassion for the victims of the 9/11 attacks. Along the same lines, the American response to European criticism is to suggest that it stems from envy and frustration at being reduced to a secondary role, from Europe's inability to accept its limitations and, relative, decline. What, however, if the truth is the exact opposite? What if these reactions are sustained by the unspoken but more fundamental reproach that Europeans do not really share the American dream? This reproach is, in a way, fully justified. To put it bluntly, Do we want to live in a world in which the only choice is between American-style civilization and the emerging Chinese authoritarian capitalist form? If the answer is no, then the only alternative is Europe. After the American dream, we need a European dream. But can Europe deliver such a thing? There are moments when one is so embarrassed by the public statements of the political leaders of one's own country that one is ashamed of being a citizen. This my reaction upon reading how the Slovene Minister of Foreign Affairs reacted when, on Friday, June 13, 2008, the Irish voted no in the referendum on the Lisbon Treaty. He openly stated that European unification was too important to be left to ordinary people and their referendums. The elite sees further into the future and knows better if they were to follow the majority, they would never achieve great transformations or realize ambitious visions. This obscene display of arrogance climaxed with the following statement: if we were to wait for, I would say, some kind of popular initiative, the French and the Germans would today probably still be looking at each other through the crosshairs on their guns. There is some significance in the fact that it was a diplomat from a small country who said this. The leaders of great powers cannot afford to display so directly the cynical obscenity of the reasoning which sustains their decisions. Only otherwise ignored voices from small countries can do so with impunity. The Irish no was a repetition of the 2005 French and Dutch no to the European Constitutional Treaty. Many interpretations of the Irish vote were offered, some of them contradicting each other. The no was an explosion of narrow European nationalism in fear of the globalization embodied by the US. Alternatively, the US itself was behind the vote, since it fears the competition of a united Europe and prefers bilateral deals with weaker partners. However, such ad hoc readings miss a deeper point. What the repetition means is that we are dealing not with an accident, a mere glitch, but with a form of long-term dissatisfaction which will persist for some time. A couple of weeks after the vote, we were able to see where the real problem lay. Much more ominous than the no itself was the reaction of the European political elite. They had learned nothing from the 2005 referenda. They simply did not get the message. At an EU leaders' meeting on June 19 in Brussels, after paying lip service to the duty to respect voters' decisions, they quickly showed their true face, treating the Irish government as a poor teacher who had failed to properly discipline or educate his retarded pupils. The Irish government was given a second chance, 4 extra months to correct its mistake and bring the voters back into line. The Irish voters were not given a clear or fair choice, since the very terms of the referendum privileged the yes. The elite proposed a choice to the people which was effectively no choice at all. They were merely being called on to ratify the inevitable, the result of enlightened expertise. The media and the political elite presented the issue as a choice between knowledge and ignorance, between expertise and ideology, between post-political administration and old-fashioned political passions. However, the very fact that the no was not sustained by a coherent alternative political vision is the strongest possible condemnation of the political and mediatic elite, a monument to their inability to articulate, to translate into a political vision, the people's longings and dissatisfaction. There was something uncanny about this referendum. Its outcome was at the same time both expected and a surprise, as if we knew what would happen, but nonetheless somehow could not really believe that it would. The split reflected a much more threatening division among the voters. The majority, of the minority which bothered to vote at all, were against, although all parliamentary parties, with the exception of Sinn Féin, were emphatically for the treaty. The same phenomenon was present in other countries, such as the neighbouring UK, where, at the 2005 general election, Tony Blair was re-elected by a large majority even though opinion polls had cast him as the most hated person in the country. This gap between the explicit political choices of the voters and the same voters' dissatisfaction should trigger an alarm bell. It suggests that multi-party democracy fails to capture the gut feelings of the population, in other words that a vague resentment is accumulating which, in the absence of a proper democratic form of expression, can lead only to obscure irrational outbursts. When opinion polls deliver a message which directly undermines that given in an election, we have a clear case of a divided voter who, say, thinks that Tony Blair's policy is the only reasonable one, but nonetheless hates his guts. The worst solution would be to dismiss such resistance as an expression of the ordinary voter's parochial stupidity, which merely requires better communication and explanation. Which brings us back to the unfortunate Slovene Minister of Foreign Affairs. Not only is his quoted statement factually wrong, the great Franco-German conflicts were not caused by ordinary people's passions, they were decided by elites behind the backs of the people. It also gets wrong the role of elites. In a democracy, their role is not just to rule, but to convince the majority of the correctness of their policies, to enable people to recognize in the state's policy their own innermost strivings for justice, well-being, and so forth. In other words, if it is true that the majority doesn't really know what it wants, that it needs an elite to guide it, then the elite has to do so in such a way that the majority recognizes itself in the message. The wager of democracy, as was once said, is that you cannot fool all the people all the time. Yes, Hitler got to power democratically, although not quite, but in the long term, in spite of all oscillations and confusions, the majority is still to be trusted. It is this wager that keeps democracy alive. If we drop it, we are no longer talking about democracy. The Irish vote could, and should, thus also be read as a properly political act of resistance against the growing trend towards post-politics, as a case of democratic resistance to the refusal of democracy, at least in the sense we understand it, on the part of the European elite. The latter's utter contempt for the majority found expression in a curious but significant detail. Even the Irish representative in Brussels publicly acknowledged that he had not read the full text of the Lisbon Treaty. In other words, voters were being offered a text which they were effectively not expected to know. They were supposed to trust blindly in the expertise of the Brussels elite. The tragicomedy of the European Constitution thus increasingly resembles the situation in Franz Kafka's short story, The Problem of Our Laws, about a country in which the laws are not generally known, since they are kept secret by the small group of nobles who rule the population. The people are governed by laws of which they are ignorant, and, here, more than ever, the basic metaphysical presupposition of the rule of law: ignorance is no excuse. One is guilty in the eyes of law even if one did not know the law holds. In such a situation, the very existence of the laws is at most a matter of presumption. Some decide that the laws they are trying to unravel may not even exist. The conclusion to be drawn from the story is this: since no subject knows the laws, since all are compelled to trust the interpretation of the laws proposed by the nobility, then in effect, if any law exists, it can only be whatever the nobles decide it is, for the sole visible and indubitable law imposed upon us is the will of the nobility. This is how the gap between law and power, extra-legal violence which sustains the rule of law, is, and has to be, inscribed into the legal edifice itself, as the unknowability at the heart of the law itself. Power cannot assert itself directly as naked violence. In order to function as power proper, it has to be sustained by the mystical aura of law, so that, when it violates what appears to the subject as its own explicit regulations, this violation is grounded in the mystical abyss of the unknowable/invisible law. Therein resides the lesson in the way the Brussels bureaucracy, our nobility, reacted to the Irish no. Kafka's story describes not a pre-modern order of obscure authoritarianism, but the very core of the modern legal order. This is increasingly what our politics, with its free democratic choices, is becoming. We are quite literally required to vote on, that is, confirm, complex texts which are beyond our reach. What Europe truly needs, on the contrary, is a short programmatic constitution clearly stating the principles of what Europe stands for as against other predominant social models, US neoliberalism, Asian values capitalism, and so on, perhaps why not, on the model of the US Constitution. And it is here that the European elites are miserably failing. If they were really ready to respect the voters' decisions, they would have to accept the persistent message of the people's distrust. The project of European unity, the way it is formulated now, is fundamentally flawed. What the voters are detecting is the lack of a true political vision beneath the expert claptrap. Their message is not anti-European, but amounts to a demand for more Europe. 48. 3. Bargaining, the return of the Critique of Political Economy. Dare to Win. Alain Badiou has described three distinct ways in which a revolutionary, that is, a radical emancipatory, movement might fail. First, of course, there is direct defeat, it is simply crushed by the enemy forces. Then, there is defeat in the victory itself, the movement triumphs over its enemy, temporarily, at least, only by taking over the latter's main agenda, by taking state power, either in the parliamentary democratic form or in a direct identification of party with state. Finally, there is perhaps the most authentic, but also the most terrifying form of failure, guided by the correct instinct that every consolidation of the revolution into state power results in its betrayal, but unable to invent or impose a truly alternative social order. The revolutionary movement engages in a desperate strategy of protecting its purity through an ultra-leftist resort to destructive terror. Badiou aptly calls this last version the sacrificial temptation of the void. One of the great Maoist slogans from the Red Years was "Dare to fight, dare to win." But we know that, if it is not easy to follow the slogan, if subjectivity is afraid not so much of fighting but of winning, it is because struggle exposes it to a simple failure. The attack didn't succeed, while victory exposes it to the most fearsome form of failure, the awareness that one has won in vain, that victory prepares repetition, restoration. That a revolution is never more than a between two states. It is from here that the sacrificial temptation of the void comes. The most fearsome enemy of the politics of emancipation is not repression by the established order. It is the interiority of nihilism, and the cruelty without limits which can accompany its void. 1. What Badiou is effectively saying here is the exact opposite of Mao's dare to win. One should be afraid to win, to take power, to establish a new socio-political reality, because the lesson of the 20th century is that victory ends either in restoration, return to the state power logic, or an infernal cycle of self-destructive purification. This is why Badiou proposes replacing purification with subtraction. Instead of winning, taking power, one maintains a distance towards state power, one creates spaces subtracted from state. This radical conclusion is based in Badiou's rejection of the standard orthodox 20th century Marxist view according to which there is an objective agent, inscribed into social reality, which carries the possibility of emancipation. According to Badiou, therein resides the difference between the great revolutionary sequence of the 20th century and our present time. Throughout the previous century, it was supposed that the politics of emancipation was not a pure idea, a will, a prescription, but was inscribed, almost programmed, in and by historical and social reality. A consequence of this conviction is that this objective agent has to be transformed into a subjective power, that this social entity has to become a subjective actor. 2. The first thing one should note here is that the alternative Badiou presupposes either a politics of emancipation inscribed into social reality, generated by the objective social process, or the purity of the communist idea is not exhaustive. Take Lukács's History and Class Consciousness. This is a work radically opposed to any kind of objectivism, or direct reference to objective circumstances. In other words, for Lukács, class struggle is the primordial fact, which means that every objective social fact is already mediated by struggling subjectivity. Lukács's key example: one does not wait for the ripe objective circumstances to make a revolution, circumstances become ripe for revolution through the political struggle itself. Although Lukács used the famous Hegelian couple in itself/for itself to describe the becoming proletariat of the empirical working class as part of social reality, this does not mean that class consciousness arises out of the objective social process, that it is inscribed, almost programmed, in and by historical and social reality. The very absence of class consciousness is already the outcome of the politico-ideological struggle. In other words, Lukács does not distinguish objective social reality from subjective political commitment, not because, for him, political subjectivization is determined by the objective social process, but because there is no objective social reality which is not already mediated by political subjectivity. This brings us to Badiou's dismissal of the critique of political economy, Since he conceives of the economy as a particular sphere of positive social being, he excludes it as a possible site of a truth event. However, once we accept that the economy is always a political economy, a site of political struggle, in other words that its depoliticization, its status as a neutral sphere of servicing the goods, is in itself always already the outcome of a political struggle, then the prospect of a repoliticization of the economy, and thus of its reassertion as the possible site of a truth event, is opened up. Badiou's exclusive opposition between the corruptive force of economy and the purity of the communist idea, as two incompatible domains, introduces an almost Gnostic tone into his work. On the one side, the noble citoyen struggling on behalf of the axiom of equality; on the other, the fallen bourgeois, a miserable human animal striving for profit and pleasure. The necessary outcome of such a gap is terror. It is on account of the very purity of the communist idea which motivates the revolutionary process, of the lack of mediation between this idea and social reality, that the idea can intervene into historical reality without betraying its radical character only in the guise of self-destructive terror. This purity of the communist idea means that communism should not serve as a predicate, designating a politics or ideology as communist. The moment we use communism as a predicate, we engage in the inscription of communism into the positive order of being. And, as expected, the ultimate culprit responsible for this short circuit between the real of a political truth event and history in Marxism is the Hegelian origins of Marxism. For Hegel, the historical exposition of politics is effectively not an imaginary subjectivization, it is the real in person. The reason is that the crucial axiom of the dialectic as conceived by Hegel is that the true is the becoming of itself, or, what amounts to the same, time is the being here of the notion. In this way, following Hegelian speculative reasoning, one is justified to think that the historical inscription, under the name of communism, of the revolutionary political sequences or of the disparate fragments of the collective emancipation, displays their truth, which resides in the progress according to the direction of history. The consequence of this latent subordination of truths to their historical sense is that one can in truth speak about communist politics, communist parties, or communist militants. But we can see how, today, we should avoid this adjectivization. In order to combat it, I had to assert many times that history does not exist, which is in accordance with my notion of truths, that is to say, that they do not have any direction, and, above all, the direction of a history. But, today, I have to render this verdict more precise. There is, for sure, no real of history, and it is therefore true, transcendentally true, that history cannot exist. The discontinuity of worlds is the law of appearance, and therefore of existence. However, what there is under the real condition of the organized political action, is the communist idea, an operation linked to intellectual subjectivization, and which integrates at the individual level the real, the symbolic, and the ideological. We have to restitute this idea by cutting its link with any predicative use. We have to save this idea, but we also have to liberate the real from all immediate coalescence with it. Only the politics about which it would have been definitively absurd to say that they are communist can be retrieved by the communist idea as the possible power of the becoming subject of individuals. Point 3. To put it in the old-fashioned terms of the postmodernism debate, history does not exist means that there is no grand all-encompassing narrative guaranteeing the sense of history, either its meaning or direction. Badiou is here indeed close to Lyotard's postmodern thesis on the end of grand narratives. Political interventions are always local, they intervene into a specific situation, a world. This, however, does not mean that we can simply renounce symbolic narratives and cling to the communist idea in the real of its purity. If an idea is, for an individual, the subjective operation by means of which a particular real truth is in an imaginary way projected into the symbolic movement of a history, then we can say that an idea presents the truth as if it were a fact. Or, that the idea presents certain facts as symbols of the real of the truth. Point 4. What lurks beneath these descriptions is the good old Kantian notion of a necessary transcendental illusion. Truth is rare, elusive, fragile, it is an event discernible only in its ambiguous traces, an event whose actuality cannot be demonstrated by the analysis of historical reality, but is, rather, a kind of regulative idea. This is why it has to be that, in the imaginary mode, the symbol comes to support the creative flightfoot of the real. 5. The pure communist idea can become a material force. It can mobilize subjects in the service of fidelity, only if it is inscribed into a great historical narrative, projected onto historical reality, as part of the historical process. Badiou thus basically sustains the necessity of imaginary ideological illusion, that is, of an illegitimate transcendental short-circuit by means of which the fragile real is inscribed into the symbolic fiction and thus gains the consistency of a part of positive social reality. One could also say that the idea of communism schematizes the real of the political event, providing it with a narrative coding and thereby making it a part of our experience of historical reality, another indication of Badiou's hidden Kantianism. Badiou dismisses every history that goes beyond a particular world as an ideological fiction, and one should not miss the implication of his thesis that there is no general theory of history. It amounts to no less than the full abandonment of Marxist historical materialism. The irony here is that, while creative Marxists of the 20th century advocated historical materialism without dialectical materialism, dismissing the latter as the regression of Marxism to a materialist worldview, a new general ontology, Badiou aims for a dialectical materialism, or, more precisely, materialist dialectics, without historical materialism. There is no place in Badiou's theoretical edifice for historical materialism, which is neither an imaginary narrative of history nor a positive science of history as a domain of being, social reality, but the science of the real of history as well as the critique of political economy as the science of the real of capitalism. A resuscitation of the critique of political economy is the sine qua non of contemporary communist politics. The hard real of the logic of the capital is what is missing in the historicist universe of cultural studies, not only at the level of content, the analysis and critique of political economy, but also at the more formal level of the difference between historicism and historicity proper. Moishe Postone is among those rare theorists who pursue the critique of political economy, with his attempt to rethink the actuality of Marx in the conditions following the disintegration of the communist regimes in 1990.6. In defense of a non-Marxist Marx. Although Postone is highly critical of Althusser, he, like the French philosopher, dismisses the early humanist Marx as deeply flawed, but posits the crucial epistemological break even later than Althusser does, locating it in the mid-1850s, with Marx's return to the critique of political economy through a renewed reading of Hegel's Science of Logic. It is only from this moment onwards that Marx effectively overcame his first formulation of Marxism, or what later became codified as the predominant form thereof, with its crude, even if superficially dialecticized, dichotomy of economic base and legal and ideological superstructure, and its naive historicist evolutionism. The latter relied implicitly on the ahistorical absolutization of labor, the process of material production and reproduction of life, as the key to all other phenomena, and found its canonical expression in the Indian summer text of the early Marx, the famous preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, 1859.7. After the break, however, gone are all the Feuerbachian symmetrical reversals, the dead rule over the living instead of, and gone too is the naive opposition between the real-life process and mere speculation. 8. Postone's main reproach to traditional Marxist theory is that, at its heart, it relies on a transhistorical and commonsensical understanding of labor as an activity mediating humans and nature that transforms matter in a goal-directed manner and is a condition of social life. Labor, so understood, is posited as the source of wealth in all societies and as that which underlies processes of social constitution. It constitutes what is universal and truly social. In capitalism, however, labor is hindered by particularistic and fragmenting relations from becoming fully realized. Emancipation, then, is realized in a social form where transhistorical labor, freed from the fetters of the market and private property, has openly emerged as the regulating principle of society. This notion, of course, is bound to that of socialist revolution as the self-realization of the proletariat. 9. Especially noteworthy is Postone's detailed analysis of how even the most critical Western Marxists, who clearly saw the need to rethink Marxism in order to grasp 20th-century capitalism, nonetheless retained its traditional core, the evolutionist ahistorical notion of labor and productive process. In the face of historical developments such as the triumph of National Socialism, the victory of Stalinism, and the general increase of state control in the West, Max Horkheimer came to the conclusion in the 1930s that what earlier had characterized capitalism, the market and private property, no longer were its essential organizing principles. Horkheimer argued that the structural contradiction of capitalism had been overcome, society was now directly constituted by labor. Far from signifying emancipation, however, this development had led to an even greater degree of unfreedom in the form of a new technocratic form of domination. This, however, indicated, according to Horkheimer, that labor, which he continued to conceptualize in traditional, trans-historical terms, could not be considered the basis of emancipation but, rather, should be grasped as the source of technocratic domination. Capitalist society, in his analysis, no longer possessed a structural contradiction, it had become one-dimensional, a society governed by instrumental rationality without any possibility of fundamental critique and transformation. Point 10. What this means is that the Heideggerian dialectic of enlightenment topic of technocratic instrumental reason, of domination grounded in the very notion of labor, of the post-political rule of labor, administration of things, and so on, should all be rejected as false names for the problem of how to think the failure of the Marxist revolutionary emancipatory project. Sharing with Marxism the premise that the post-capitalist society is a social form where trans-historical labor, freed from the fetters of the market and private property, has openly emerged as the regulating principle of society, the dialectic of enlightenment merely reads it as a catastrophe rather than as emancipation. You wanted to abolish capitalism and install the direct rule of labor? Then don't complain about totalitarianism, you got what you wanted. This topic is therefore like a false screen, an all too easy direct solution, which obfuscates the true problem, the new social forms of domination, unfreedom in modern capitalism, but also in totalitarianisms. Totalitarianism is not the rule of instrumental reason. One should correct Postone himself here when he writes that the rise and fall of the USSR was intrinsically related to the rise and fall of state-centric capitalism. The historical transformations of recent decades suggest that the Soviet Union was very much part of a larger historical configuration of the capitalist social formation, however great the hostility between the USSR and Western capitalist countries had been. 11. One popular intellectual parlor game among converted ex-leftists is to identify the historical factors which paved the way for the totalitarianisms of the 20th century: Marx, the Jacobins, Rousseau, Christianity, Plato, from Plato to NATO. In their dialectic of enlightenment, Adorno and Horkheimer provide the most radical, self-relating, answer to this question, identifying the moment at which things took a wrong turn with the emergence of humanity, of human civilization, itself. Already in primitive magic one can recognize the elementary contours of the instrumental reason which culminates in the totalitarianisms of the 20th century. But one should be precise here and insist on the predicate capitalist. It is not that capitalism and communism are metaphysically the same, both expressions of instrumental reason, of the rule of labor, and so on. It is rather that, in the concrete totality of today's global society, capitalism is the determining factor, so that even its historically specific negation in really existing socialism is part of the properly capitalist dynamic. That is to say, whence comes the Stalinist drive to expand, the incessant push to increase productivity, to further develop the scope and quality of production? Here we should correct Heidegger. It comes not from some general will to power or will to technological domination, but from the inherent structure of capitalist reproduction, which can survive only through its incessant expansion, and for which this ever-expanding reproduction, not some final state, is itself the only true goal of the entire movement. When Marx describes the capitalist dynamic of expansive reproduction, he locates the roots of the very progressivism to which he himself often falls prey, such as when he defines communism as the society in which the endless development of human potential will become an end in itself. In what, then, does Marx's epistemological break, which begins with the Grundrisse manuscripts and finds its ultimate expression in Capital, consist? Let us compare the starting point of Capital with the starting point of Marx's most detailed presentation of his earlier view, in the first part of the German ideology. In what is presented as a self-evident reference to real-life process as opposed to ideological phantasmagorias, a historical ideology reigns at its purest. The premises from which we begin are not arbitrary ones, not dogmas, but real premises from which abstraction can only be made in the imagination. They are the real individuals, their activity, and the material conditions under which they live, both those which they find already existing and those produced by their activity. These premises can thus be verified in a purely empirical way. Men can be distinguished from animals by consciousness, by religion, or anything else you like. They themselves begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence, a step which is conditioned by their physical organization. By producing their means of subsistence, men are indirectly producing their actual material life. 12. This materialist approach is then aggressively opposed to idealist mystification. In direct contrast to German philosophy, which descends from heaven to earth, here we ascend from earth to heaven. That is to say, we do not set out from what men say, imagine, conceive, nor from men as narrated, thought of, imagined, conceived, in order to arrive at men in the flesh. We set out from real, active men, and on the basis of their real life process we demonstrate the development of the ideological reflexes and echoes of this life process. The phantoms formed in the human brain are also, necessarily, sublimates of their material life process, which is empirically verifiable and bound to material premises. Morality, religion, metaphysics, all the rest of ideology and their corresponding forms of consciousness, thus no longer retain the semblance of independence. They have no history, no development, but men, developing their material production and their material intercourse, alter, along with this, their real existence, their thinking, and the products of their thinking. Life is not determined by consciousness, but consciousness by life. 13. This attitude culminates in a hilariously aggressive comparison. Philosophy is seen as having the same relationship to the study of real life as masturbation has to the real sexual act. Here, however, problems begin. What Marx discovered with his problematic of commodity fetishism is a phantasmagoria or illusion which cannot simply be dismissed as a secondary reflection, because it is operative at the very heart of the real production process. Note the very beginning of the subchapter on commodity fetishism in Capital. A commodity appears, at first sight, a very trivial thing, and easily understood. Its analysis shows that it is, in reality, a very queer thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. 14. Marx does not claim, in the supposedly Marxist manner of the German ideology, that critical analysis should demonstrate how a commodity, what appears a mysterious theological entity, emerged out of the ordinary real-life process. He claims, on the contrary, that the task of critical analysis is to unearth the metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties in what appears at first sight just an ordinary object. Commodity fetishism, our belief that commodities are magical objects, endowed with inherent metaphysical powers, is not located in our minds, in the way we, perceive reality, but in our social reality itself. 15. As Kojin Karatani has perceptively noted, the circle is thereby closed. If Marx had started with the premise that the critique of religion is the beginning of all critique, and then went on to the critique of philosophy, of the state, and so forth, ending with the critique of political economy, this last brought him back to the starting point, to the religious metaphysical moment at work at the very heart of the most earthly economic activity. It is against the background of this shift that one should read the beginning of Volume I of Capital. The wealth of those societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails, presents itself as an immense accumulation, its unit being a single commodity. Our investigation must therefore begin with the analysis of a commodity. 16. Marx then moves on to the double nature of a commodity, use value and exchange value, etc., gradually unveiling the complex synchronous network of capitalist society. Even here, however, there are occasional regressions back to his earlier Marxism, most explicitly, as noted by some perspicuous critics, in the deceptively commonsensical definitions of labor such as are given at the beginning of Chapter 7 of Capital. The labor process, resolved as above into its simple elementary factors, is human action with a view to the production of use values, appropriation of natural substances to human requirements. It is the necessary condition for effecting exchange of matter between man and nature, it is the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence, and therefore is independent of every social phase of that existence, or rather, is common to every such phase. It was, therefore, not necessary to represent our laborer in connection with other laborers, man and his labor on one side, nature and its materials on the other, sufficed. As the taste of the porridge does not tell you who grew the oats, no more does this simple process tell you of itself what are the social conditions under which it is taking place, whether under the slave owner's brutal lash, or the anxious eye of the capitalist, whether Cincinnatus carries it on in tilling his modest farm or a savage in killing wild animals with stones. 17. Something is wrong with the process of abstraction here. It was, therefore, not necessary to represent our laborer in connection with other laborers, man and his labor on one side, nature and its materials on the other, sufficed. Really? Is not every production process by definition social? If we want to grasp the labor process in general, should we not link it to society in general? Perhaps the key to what is correct and what is mistaken in Marx's Capital resides in the relationship between two wrong abstractions, from use value to exchange value, and from social production to a social labor. The abstraction of labor into an asocial form is ideological in the strict sense, it misrecognizes its own socio-historical conditions. It is only with capitalist society that the Robinsonian category of abstract labor as a social emerges. This abstraction is not an innocent conceptual mistake, but has a crucial social content. It directly grounds the technocratic strain in Marx's vision of communism as a society in which the production process is dominated by the general intellect. 18. Perhaps the clearest example of the gap that separates Capital from the German ideology occurs apropos money. In Capital, Marx analyses money in three stages. He begins with the development of the value form, that is with the analysis of the formal determinations of value as a relationship between commodities. Only then, after the concept of money is deployed in itself, does he move on to money in the exchange process, that is to the activity of commodity owners. Finally, he presents the three functions of money, as measure of value, as means of circulation, and as actual money, which, again, functions in three ways, as treasure, payment means, and world money. The inner logic of the three functions of money is that of the Lacanian triad of the imaginary, symbolic, and real. Marx begins with ideal money. To measure the value of a commodity, one does not need money, it is enough to imagine a certain sum of money which expresses the value of the commodity in question. He then passes to symbolic money, as a means of circulation, i.e., in order to buy and sell, we do not need money with real value gold, since its representatives' banknotes are good enough, but for treasure and so forth we need real money. The contrast with the methodology of the German ideology could not be clearer. Marx does not begin with real, active men and their real life process, but with the pure analysis of formal determinations. Only at the end does he reach what real people do with money. 19. However, Marx did not systematically and explicitly develop this key structuring role of the commodity form as the historical transcendental principle of the social totality. Indeed, one could argue that he was not even fully aware of this crucial breakthrough in his mature work. He was doing something new and unheard of, and his awareness of its significance probably remained at a Marxist level. One should mention here, as an interesting curiosity, Engels's attempt in Origins of the Family, Private Property and the State to relativize or historicize the centrality of the material production process by way of supplementing labor, the production of things, with kinship, the form of the social organization of the production of humans. According to the materialistic conception, the determining factor in history is, in the last resort, the production and reproduction of immediate life. But this itself is of a twofold character. On the one hand, the production of the means of subsistence, of food, clothing, and shelter and the tools requisite therefor; on the other, the production of human beings themselves, the propagation of the species. The social institutions under which men of a definite historical epoch and of a definite country live are conditioned by both kinds of production, by the stage of development of labor, on the one hand, and of the family, on the other. The less the development of labor, and the more limited its volume of production and, therefore, the wealth of society, the more preponderatingly does the social order appear to be dominated by ties of sex. 20. Engels is here developing a motif found already in the German ideology, where he and Marx claim that men, who daily remake their own life, begin to make other men, to propagate their kind, the relation between man and woman, parents and children, the family. The production of life, both of one's own in labor and of fresh life in procreation, now appears as a double relationship, on the one hand as a natural, on the other as a social relationship. By social we understand the cooperation of several individuals, no matter under what conditions, in what manner and to what end. It follows from this that a certain mode of production, or industrial stage, is always combined with a certain mode of cooperation, or social stage, and this mode of cooperation is itself a productive force. 21. One should also note the uncannily similar passage from Civilization and its Discontents, where Freud claims that civilization comprises two fundamental aspects: all the knowledge and productive forces we develop to dominate external nature and gain from it adequate material products for our subsistence, and the network of relations which regulate how people deal with each other, or, as an American vulgarizer condensed Freud in an amusingly ideological way, there are two businesses, the business of making money and the business of making love. Both Stalinist orthodoxy and critical feminism immediately recognized the explosive potential of these lines from Engels's book. Back in the 1970s and 80s, many feminists sought to identify the family as part of the mode of production, and to show how the very production of gender had to be understood as part of the production of human beings themselves, according to norms that reproduced the heterosexually normative family. Much less well known, but no less important, is how Stalinism reacted to this passage. In the short official preface to all Stalinist editions of the book, there is a warning to readers that, in the above quoted lines, Engels allows an inaccuracy and makes a claim that contradicts not only the fundamental Marxist thesis on the determining role of the mode of material production, but even the main body of the book itself. It would be easy to make fun of Stalinist dogmatism here, but there is nevertheless a genuine problem with Engels's passage. No wonder even Lukács and all non-dogmatic Hegelian Marxists did not know what to do with it. Engels sees a problem, but offers only a pseudo-solution in the very terms which created the problem itself. The production of people reduces its specificity to another species of production. 22. We should add here that not only are there regressions to Marxism in Marx's late texts, there are also, in his texts from before the late 1850s, momentary passages which point forward, towards the post-Marxist Marx. Above and beyond the obvious cases, for example, Marx's great analyses of the 19th century revolutions, the 18th Brumaire, and so on, there are even some unexpected pearls in Poverty of Philosophy, where Marx presents an amusingly malicious portrait of Hegelian idealist speculation. Impersonal reason, having outside of itself neither ground upon which to stand, nor object with which it can be composed, finds itself forced to make a somersault in posing, opposing, and composing itself position, opposition, composition. To speak Greek, we have the thesis, antithesis, and the synthesis. As to those who are not acquainted with Hegelian language, we would say to them in sacramental formula, affirmation, negation, and negation of the negation. That is what it means to speak in this way. It is certainly not Hebrew, so as not to displease Emprudon, but it is the language of this reason so pure, separated from the individual. Instead of the ordinary individual, with his ordinary manner of speaking and thinking, we have nothing but this ordinary manner pure and simple, minus the individual. 23. Although this passage belongs to the early Marxist Marx, the last proposition announces a different logic, totally at odds with the young Marx's logic, or, rather, rhetoric, of symmetrical reversals. Instead of symmetrically inverting the first thesis, the second part repeats it, just cutting it short. Instead of the ordinary individual, with his ordinary manner of speaking and thinking, we have not, as expected, an extraordinary individual, say, the transcendental subject or the Hegelian spirit, but nothing but this ordinary manner pure and simple, minus the individual. But let us return to Postone. He is at his best when, against the formalism of production, he demonstrates how the standpoint of the capitalist concrete historical totality is missed by theories which try to capture the determining feature of our world with notions like risk or indeterminacy. To the degree we choose to use indeterminacy as a critical social category, then, it should be as a goal of social and political action rather than as an ontological characteristic of social life. The latter is how it tends to be presented in post-structuralist thought, which can be regarded as a reified response to a reified understanding of historical necessity. Positions that ontologize historical indeterminacy emphasize that freedom and contingency are related. However, they overlook the constraints on contingency exerted by capital as a structuring form of social life and are, for this reason, ultimately inadequate as critical theories of the present. 24. Perhaps a more precise formulation would have been appropriate here. The experience of contingency or indeterminacy as a fundamental feature of our lives is the very form of capitalist domination, the social effect of the global rule of capital. The preponderance of indeterminacy is conditioned by the new, third, stage of post-Fordist capitalism. Here, however, Postone may be corrected on 2 points. First, he sometimes seems to regress from history to historicism. For properly historical thought, as opposed to historicism, there is no contradiction between the claim that all history hitherto is the history of class struggle and the claim that the bourgeoisie is the first class in history. All civilized societies were class societies, but prior to capitalism, their class structure was distorted by a network of other hierarchical orders, castes, estates, and so forth. Only with capitalism, when individuals are formally free and equal, deprived of all traditional hierarchical links, does the class structure appear as such. It is in this, non-teleological, sense that, for Marx, the anatomy of man is key to the anatomy of the ape. Bourgeois society is the most developed and the most complex historic organization of production. The categories which express its relations, the comprehension of its structure, thereby also allow insights into the structure and the relations of production of all the vanished social formations out of whose ruins and elements it built itself up, whose partly still unconquered remnants are carried along within it, whose mere nuances have developed explicit significance within it, etc. Human anatomy contains a key to the anatomy of the ape. The intimations of higher development among the subordinate animal species, however, can be understood only after the higher development is already known. 25. As for the abstraction of class, the same holds for the abstraction of labor, whose status is also historical. Labor seems a quite simple category. The conception of labor in this general form as labor as such is also immeasurably old. Nevertheless, when it is economically conceived in this simplicity, labor is as modern a category as are the relations which create this simple abstraction. Indifference towards any specific kind of labor presupposes a very developed totality of real kinds of labor, of which no single one is any longer predominant. As a rule, the most general abstractions arise only in the midst of the richest possible concrete development, where one thing appears as common to many, to all. Then it ceases to be thinkable in a particular form alone. On the other side, this abstraction of labor as such is not merely the mental product of a concrete totality of labors. Indifference towards specific labors corresponds to a form of society in which individuals can with ease transfer from one labor to another, and where the specific kind is a matter of chance for them, hence of indifference. Not only the category, labor, but labor in reality has here become the means of creating wealth in general, and has ceased to be organically linked with particular individuals in any specific form. Such a state of affairs is at its most developed in the most modern form of existence of bourgeois society in the United States. Here, then, for the first time, the point of departure of modern economics, namely the abstraction of the category labor, labor as such, labor pure and simple, becomes true in practice. Point 26. Marx is not slipping here into the easy historicism that relativizes each universal category, rather, he is asking a much more precise Hegelian question: when do the most general abstractions, which are as such valid for all times, arise? When do they pass from the in itself to the for itself? When do they become true in practice? There is no teleology here. The effect of teleology is strictly retroactive. Once capitalism arrives, emerging in a wholly contingent way, it provides a universal key for all other formations. The second critical point to make with regard to Postone is that he dismisses all too quickly the class struggle as a component of the Marxist determinist evolutionary view, taken to the point of ridicule. In Stalinism, the social meaning of every position in the superstructure, state, law, art, philosophy, depends on which class position they reflect. But class struggle in the young Lukács is precisely the transversal which undermines economic determinism. It stands for the dimension of politics at the heart of the economic. When Postone interprets the commodity form as a kind of historically specific transcendental a priori which structures the whole of social life, up to and including ideology, branding it in all its aspects with the antinomic opposition between the freely self-determining individual and society as an extrinsic sphere of objective necessity, he all too quickly reduces the dimension of class struggle, social antagonism, to an ontic phenomenon which is secondary with regard to the commodity form. He thereby fails to see how class struggle is not a positive social phenomenon, an ontic component of objective social reality. It designates the very limit of social objectivity, the point at which subjective engagement co-determines what appears as social reality. Why masses are not divided into classes. Badiou recently summed up the core doctrine of the Marxism that deserves to be left behind in the following terms: the masses are divided into classes, the classes are represented by parties and the parties directed by leaders. 27. Badiou here reduces classes to parts of a social body, forgetting the lesson of Louis Althusser, namely that class struggle paradoxically precedes classes as determinate social groups, that is, that every class position and determination is already an effect of the class struggle. This is why class struggle is another name for the fact that society does not exist. It does not exist as a positive order of being. This is also why it is crucial to insist on the central role of the critique of political economy. The economy cannot be reduced to a sphere of the positive order of being precisely insofar as it is always already political, insofar as political, class, struggle is at its very heart. In other words, one should always bear in mind that, for a true Marxist, classes are not categories of positive social reality, parts of the social body, but categories of the real of a political struggle which cuts across the entire social body, preventing its totalization. True, there is no outside to capitalism today, but this should not be used to hide the fact that capitalism itself is antagonistic, relying on contradictory measures to remain viable, and these imminent antagonisms open up the space for radical action. If, say, a cooperative movement of poor farmers in a third world country succeeds in establishing a thriving alternative network, this should be celebrated as a genuine political event. Bernard Henry Levy advocates an activist, universalist liberalism, opposing both the politically correct liberalism of tolerance which prohibits the critique of non-Western religious fundamentalism, accusing it of a cultural imperialist imposition of Eurocentric notions, as well as the leftist critique of liberalism. As Damien da Costa has put it, Lovey wants to separate the left, once and for all, from what he believes to be the soft-headed liberalism of tolerance on one side, and from the proto-fascist, incipiently anti-Semitic radicalism of thinkers like Slavoj Zizek on the other. 28. The flaw in this position was succinctly formulated by Scott McLeamy in his review of a recent book by Lovey. Lovey sees the future menaced by the prospect of barbarism. He is right to worry. But amid his soliloquies, he makes gestures of warning in the wrong direction. A few years ago, Terry Eagleton wrote that it would take a transformation of the political economy of the entire planet just to make sure everyone on it had access to clean drinking water. I dare say that insight, or something like it, as opposed to, say, an irresistible hankering to go on the road to Cambodia year zero, is what drives most people on the left. 29. We should thus ultimately also abandon the distinction, proposed by Rancière, between politics proper, the rise to universality of the singular part of no part, and police, the administration of social affairs, or Badiou's homologous distinction between politics as fidelity to an event and policing as servicing the goods of a society. Politics proper truly counts only insofar as it affects policing itself, radically transforming its mode. Perhaps then we should return to the very beginning, to the split in the Hegelian school between the revolutionary young Hegelians and the conservative old Hegelians. What if the original sin of modern emancipatory movements can be traced back to the young Hegelian rejection of the authority and alienation of the state? What if a move suggested by Domenico Losurdo the contemporary left were to reappropriate the old Hegelian topos of a strong state grounded in a shared ethical substance? Badiou's dismissal of the economy as merely part of the situation, the given world or state of things, is grounded in his Rousseauian Jacobin orientation, which leaves him stuck in the duality of citoyen and bourgeois, the latter following his interests, as a human animal constrained to servicing the goods, versus the citoyen committed to the universality of a political truth. 30. This duality, as we have noted, acquires in Badiou an almost Gnostic character, as the opposition between the corrupted fallen world of the economy and spiritual truth. What is missing here is the properly Marxist idea of communism, whose core principle is precisely that this corrupt state of the economy is not an eternal fate, a universal ontological condition of man, but is a state that can be radically changed such that it will no longer be reducible to the interplay of private interests. But since Badiou ignores this dimension, he has to reduce the idea of communism to a political egalitarian project. 31. Where does the fundamental cause of this Gnostic deviation reside? A leftist deviation whose actual political consequences are, of course, rightist. I would claim that it lies in the notion of the relationship between being and event on which it implicitly relies. Badiou as a dialectical materialist is aware of the idealist danger that lurks in the assertion of the irreducibility of the event to the order of being. We must point out that in what concerns its material, the event is not a miracle. What I mean is that what composes an event is always extracted from a situation, always related back to a singular multiplicity, to its state, to the language that is connected to it, etc. In fact, so as not to succumb to an obscurantist theory of creation ex nihilo, we must accept that an event is nothing but a part of a given situation, nothing but a fragment of being. 32. The consequences of this clear statement are no less clear. There is no beyond with regard to being which inscribes itself into the order of being. There is nothing but the order of being. How can we read this absolute immanence of the event to being together with the assertion of their radical heterogeneity? The only way to resolve this deadlock is to accept that the line distinguishing them is not a line that separates two positive orders. Within the order of being, we will never reach a border, beyond which a different order of the event begins. This is why there is no way but also no need to fully subtract ourselves from the corrupted order of the state. What we have to do is introduce a supplementary torsion into it, to inscribe into it our fidelity to an event. In this way, we remain within the state, but we make the state function in a non-statal way, in a way similar to how poetry, say, takes place within language, but twists and turns it against itself, thus making it tell the truth. There is no need, then, to play the Gnostic ascetic and withdraw from fallen reality into the isolated space of truth, while heterogeneous to reality, truth can appear anywhere within it. What this means is that class struggle cannot be reduced to a conflict between particular agents within social reality. It is not a difference between agents, which can be described by means of a detailed social analysis, but an antagonism, struggle, which constitutes these agents. Marxist objectivism should thus be broken twice, with regard to the subjective-objective a priori of the commodity form and with regard to the transobjective antagonism of class struggle. The true task is to think the two dimensions together, the transcendental logic of the commodity form as a mode of functioning of the social totality, and class struggle as the antagonism that cuts across social reality, as its point of subjectivization. It is indicative of this transversal role of the class struggle that the manuscript for Volume 3 of Capital cuts off precisely when Marx is about to provide a clear objective class analysis of a modern capitalist society. The first question to be answered is this: what constitutes a class? And the reply to this follows naturally from the reply to another question, namely, what makes wage laborers, capitalists, and landlords constitute the three great social classes? At first glance, the identity of revenues and sources of revenue. There are three great social groups whose members, the individuals forming them, live on wages, profit, and ground rent respectively, on the realization of their labor power, their capital, and their landed property. However, from this standpoint, physicians and officials, example, would also constitute two classes, for they belong to two distinct social groups, the members of each of these groups receiving their revenue from one and the same source. The same would also be true of the infinite fragmentation of interest and rank into which the division of social labor splits laborers as well as capitalists and landlords, the latter, example, into owners of vineyards, farm owners, owners of forests, mine owners, and owners of fisheries. Here the manuscript breaks off 33. This deadlock cannot be solved with a further objective social analysis providing more and more refined distinctions. At some point, the process has to be cut short with a massive and brutal intervention of subjectivity. Class belonging is never a purely objective social fact, but is always also the result of struggle and subjective engagement. It is interesting to note how Stalinism became involved in a similar deadlock in its search for such objective determinations of class belonging. Recall the classificatory impasse the Stalinist ideologists and political activists faced in their struggle for collectivization in the years 1928 to 33. In an attempt to account in scientific Marxist terms for their effort to crush the peasants' resistance, they divided peasants into three categories, or classes: the poor peasants, no land or minimal land, working for others, natural allies of the workers; the autonomous middle peasants, oscillating between the exploited and exploiters; the rich peasants, the kulaks, employing other workers, lending them money or seeds, etc., who were the exploiting class enemy and who, as such, had to be liquidated. However, in practice, this classification became more and more blurred and unworkable. In a situation of generalized poverty, clear criteria no longer applied, and the other two classes of peasants often joined the kulaks in their resistance to forced collectivization. An additional category was thus introduced, that of a subkulak, a peasant who, although too poor in terms of his economic situation to be considered a kulak proper, nonetheless shared the counter-revolutionary attitude. The subkulak was thus a term without any real social content even by Stalinist standards, but merely rather unconvincingly masquerading as such. As was officially stated, by kulak we mean the carrier of certain political tendencies which are most frequently discernible in the subkulak, male and female. By this means, any peasant whatever was liable to dekulakization, and the subkulak notion was widely employed, enlarging the category of victims greatly beyond the official estimate of kulaks proper even at its most strained. 34. No wonder that the official ideologists and economists finally renounced the effort to provide an objective definition of the kulak. The grounds given in one Soviet comment are that the old attitudes of a kulak have almost disappeared, and the new ones do not lend themselves to recognition. 35 The art of identifying a kulak was thus no longer a matter of objective social analysis, it became a kind of complex hermeneutics of suspicion, of identifying an individual's true political attitudes hidden beneath his or her deceptive public proclamations, leading Pravda to concede that even the best activists often cannot spot the kulak. 36. What all this points towards is the dialectical mediation of the subjective and objective dimensions. The subkulak no longer designates an objective social category, it designates the point at which objective social analysis breaks down and a subjective political attitude directly inscribes itself into the objective order. In Lacanese, the subkulak is the point of subjectivization of the objective chain, poor peasant, middle peasant, kulak. It is not an objective subcategory, or subdivision, of the class of kulaks, but simply the name for a kulak's objective political attitude. This accounts for the paradox that, although it appears as a subdivision of the class of kulaks, the subkulak is a species that overflows its own genus, that of kulaks, since subkulaks are also to be found among middle and even poor farmers. In short, the subkulak names political division as such, the enemy whose presence traverses the entire social body of the peasantry, which is why he can be found everywhere, in all three peasant classes. The subkulak names the excessive element that traverses all classes, the outgrowth of which has to be eliminated. Returning to Marx, then, there is not so much a poetic as a theoretical justice in the fact that the manuscript of the third volume of Capital breaks off with a class analysis. One should read this break not as a sign of the need to change the theoretical approach from objective social analysis to a more subjective one, but as an indication of the need to turn the text reflexively back onto itself, to realize that all the categories the text had analyzed up to this point, starting with the simple commodity, had involved class struggle. This is also how one should render problematic the fateful step from Lukács's history and class consciousness to Adorno and Horkheimer's dialectic of enlightenment. While both works foreground the topic of fetishism and reification of an ideological distortion which functions as a kind of historical transcendental a priori of capitalist societies, in Lukács this topic is still conceived of as the obverse of a concrete dynamics of class struggle, while Adorno and Horkheimer cut this link by tracing the source of reification and alienation back to instrumental reason, the will to technological domination/manipulation which functions as a kind of a priori of the whole of human history, but no longer rooted in any concrete historical formations. The overarching totality is thus no longer that of capitalism, or commodity production. Capitalism itself becomes one of the manifestations of instrumental reason. One can observe this disappearance of class history in the history of the manuscript for Dialectic of Enlightenment itself. When Adorno and Horkheimer revised the original 1944 manuscript for publication in 1947, the main tendency discernible in all the revisions and corrections was the erasure of references to capitalism and class struggle. 37. The labor theory of value revisited. This, finally, brings us to the crucial question affecting any proposed revival of the Marxist critique of political economy, the question of exploitation and of the so-called labor theory of value, usually considered the weakest link in the chain of Marx's theory. Postone confronts this question head-on, starting from the premise that the labor theory of value is not a general, trans-historical theory, but a theory of the specific role labor plays in capitalist society. This specificity is connected to the fact that only in capitalist societies in which commodities are produced for the market can we talk about the double character of labor, about the division between concrete and abstract labor. Asked about his reading of Marx's differentiation between labor as a socially mediating activity, i.e., in its abstract dimension, on the one hand, and on the other, as a way of producing specific and concrete use values, i.e., participating in the production of particular goods, a reading which insists that this differentiation does not exist in pre-modern forms of social organization. Postone emphasizes that abstract labor is not simply an abstraction from labor, i.e., it's not labor in general, it's labor acting as a socially mediating activity. Labor is doing something in capitalism that it doesn't do in other societies. So, it's both, in Marx's terms, concrete labor, which is to say, a specific activity that transforms material in a determinate way for a very particular object, as well as abstract labor, that is, a means of acquiring the goods of others. Out of this very abstract insight, Marx develops the whole dynamic of capitalism. It seems to me that the central issue for Marx is not only that labor is being exploited, labor is exploited in all societies, other than maybe those of hunter-gatherers, but, rather, that the exploitation of labor is affected by structures that labor itself constitutes. So, for example, if you get rid of aristocrats in a peasant-based society, it's conceivable that the peasants could own their own plots of land and live off of them. However, if you get rid of the capitalists, you are not getting rid of capital. Social domination will continue to exist in that society until the structures that constitute capital are gotten rid of. 38. Postone also provided a precise answer to the reproach that Marx's labor theory involves a rather obvious logical mistake. Marx first criticizes the idea, the ideological illusion which imposes itself at first sight, that exchange value is a purely relational term, the result of comparing one commodity with another, not the intrinsic property of a commodity. Exchange value, at first sight, presents itself as a quantitative relation, as the proportion in which values in use of one sort are exchanged for those of another sort, a relation constantly changing with time and place. Hence exchange value appears to be something accidental and purely relative, and consequently an intrinsic value, i.e., an exchange value that is inseparably connected with, inherent in commodities, seems a contradiction in terms. 39. If this is a false appearance, what, then, is the true status of exchange value? Here comes the surprise: although it is intrinsic rather than relational, it is not intrinsic in the sense of being a natural property of the commodity as object. The exchange values of commodities must be capable of being expressed in terms of something common to them all, of which thing they represent a greater or less quantity. This common something cannot be a geometrical, a chemical, or any other natural property of commodities. Such properties claim our attention only in so far as they affect the utility of those commodities, make them use values. But the exchange of commodities is evidently an act characterized by a total abstraction from use value. As use values, commodities are, above all, of different qualities, but as exchange values they are merely different quantities, and consequently do not contain an atom of use value. If then we leave out of consideration the use value of commodities, they have only one common property left, that of being products of labor. 40. Is not this strange universal intrinsic value totally different in kind to all natural, physical, properties of the commodity as an object a purely metaphysical, spiritual, property? When we look at commodities as products of abstract labor, there is nothing left of them in each case but the same phantom-like objectivity. As crystals of this social substance, which is common to them all, they are values, commodity values. Not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodity as values. In this it is the direct opposite of the coarsely sensuous objectivity of commodities as physical objects. Commodities possess an objective character as values only insofar as they are all expressions of an identical social substance, human labor, that their objective character as value is purely social. 41. So what is the exact status of this phantom-like objectivity? Is Marx here not an ontological realist in the medieval Thomist sense, claiming that the universal has an autonomous existence within the object, but beyond its physical properties? Furthermore, does he not commit here a blatant petitio principii? The passage from use value to exchange value, based exclusively in labor time expended on the commodity, is not the passage from particular to universal. If we abstract from the concrete properties which account for the use value of a commodity, what remains is obviously usefulness, utility, as such, as an abstract property that all commodities share, and, in an exactly symmetrical way, being the product of labor as the common property of all commodities is an abstraction from concrete, particular labor which provided a particular commodity with its use value. The reply to this is that exchange value is a social category, linked to the way the social character of production is inscribed in a commodity. The relationship between use value and exchange value is not one between particularity and universality, but one between the different uses of the same commodity, first as an object that satisfies some need, then as a social object, as a token of relations between subjects. Value concerns products, commodities, as social entities. It is the imprint of the social character of a commodity, and this is why labor is its only source. Once we see that value concerns relations between people, the claim that its source is labor becomes almost a tautology. In other words, the only source of value is human labor, because value is a social category which measures the participation of each individual laborer in the totality of social labor. To claim that capital and labor are both factors which create value is the same as claiming that capital is, alongside the laborers, also a member of human society. Only in capitalism is exploitation naturalized, inscribed into the functioning of the economy, and not the result of extra economic pressure and violence. This is why, with capitalism, we enjoy personal freedom and equality. There is no need for explicit social domination, since domination is already implicit in the structure of the production process. This is also why the category of surplus value is crucial here. Marx always emphasized that the exchange between worker and capitalist is just in the sense that workers, as a rule, get paid the full value of their labor power as a commodity. There is no direct exploitation here, that is, it is not that workers are not paid the full value of the commodity they are selling to the capitalists. The exploitation occurs because labor power as a commodity has the paradoxical character of producing more value than it is itself worth. This process is obfuscated in bourgeois market ideology. Let us take as a contemporary example Tim Hartford, who begins his analysis of the market economy with a flight of fantasy, imagining the world of truth. A world where markets are complete, free, and competitive. In reality, we're about as likely to achieve a world with complete, free, and competitive markets as hotshot lawyers are to start telling the truth to everyone. You might therefore be asking yourself why you've read a chapter about some bizarre economist's fantasy. The answer is that the fantasy helps us understand why economic problems arise and also helps us to move in the right direction. We know that a world of perfect markets combined with the Head Start approach is as good as we're going to get. When real-world economies malfunction, we know to look for the market failures and to do our best to patch them up. Point 42. The three great problems that cause market failures are scarcity power, incomplete information, and externalities. The fourth problem, fairness, can be dealt with through the Head Start approach. Is what Hartford presents here a rational abstraction or a fantasy stricto sensu, namely a construction that obfuscates its antagonisms, reducing them to secondary accidental complications? Is the pure market a rational symbolic fiction? Are its failures just contingent distortions, or are they structurally necessary, that is, symptoms? The capitalist market utopian idea is that, in principle, it is possible to correct for market failures by taking into account externalities and the like. In a well-known passage from Capital, Marx ironically designated the market sphere within whose boundaries the sale and purchase of labor power goes on as the very Eden of the innate rights of man. There alone rule freedom, equality, property, and bentham. Freedom, because both buyer and seller of a commodity, say of labor power, are constrained only by their own free will. They contract as free agents, and the agreement they come to is but the form in which they give legal expression to their common will. Equality, because each enters into relation with the other, as with a simple owner of commodities, and they exchange equivalent for equivalent. Property, because each disposes only of what is his own. And bentham, because each looks only to himself. The only force that brings them together and puts them in relation with each other, is the selfishness, the gain, and the private interests of each. Each looks to himself only, and no one troubles himself about the rest, and just because they do so, do they all, in accordance with the pre-established harmony of things, or under the auspices of an all-shrewd providence, work together to their mutual advantage, for the commonwealth and in the interest of all. 43. However, the moment we take a closer look on what goes on in the market exchange between the seller and the buyer of labor power, we can perceive a change in the physiognomy of our dramatis personae. He, who before was the money owner, now strides in front as capitalist, the possessor of labor power follows as his laborer. The one with an air of importance, smirking, intent on business, the other timid and holding back, like one who is bringing his own hide to market and has nothing to expect but a hiding. One specific market commodity, the worker selling his labor power, is thus the symptom, the necessary exception which violates the ideal market rules on all accounts. In terms of scarcity power, the capitalist enjoys an a priori structural advantage. In relation to information, the capitalist's access is a priori more complete, since he organizes the whole process and deals with the market, selling the products, and as far as externalities are concerned, the capitalist can ignore them, while the worker is, as a person who is not only a worker, in himself the affected externality. According to what economists call the law of one price, identical products on offer at the same time, in the same place, with the prices clearly visible, will go for the same price. The key consequence of this law is that it is the lowest price which gets universalized. Say, if there are 19 workers applying for 18 identical jobs and one of them is ready to work for only $40 per day, they will all have to work for this sum. The same would have held in the opposite direction, but since, if we discount the exceptions, there is as a rule a surplus of workers over jobs, this law of one price puts workers at a big structural disadvantage. Therein resides the role of the reserve army of the unemployed. Just a tiny percentage of unemployed can lower wages considerably, because their readiness to work for lower wages presents a threat to all those with jobs. 44. What complicates the picture even further is the paradox referred to by Hartford when he talks about the men who knew the value of nothing. We should complicate Hartford's formula here, drawing a parallel with Stephen Jay Gould's story about the relationship between the weight and price of Hershey chocolate bars. The company gradually reduced the weight of the product, then made it larger again, though not as large as it was originally, and raised the price, then again gradually diminished it. And so on. If we push this tendency to its conclusion, at some point which can be exactly calculated, the company will be selling a package with nothing in it, and this nothing will have a price which can be precisely determined. This is the profit, the price of the nothing we pay for when we buy something from a capitalist. The capitalist economy counts with the price of nothing, with reference to a virtual zero which has a precise price. This nothing is the signifier without a signified, the brand name for which we pay when we buy, say, Coke instead of an anonymous cola drink. Imagine a totally outsourced company, Nike, say, which not only outsources its material production to Indonesian or Central American contractors, the distribution of its products, and its marketing strategy and publicity campaigns, but also the design work itself to some selected top designer agency, and, on top of all that, borrows money from a bank. Nike will thus be nothing in itself, nothing but the pure brand mark Nike, the empty master signifier which connotes the cultural experience pertaining to a certain lifestyle. This is where polemics against the fetishized role of the logo in our daily lives fall short. They overlook how the efficiency of different logos is parasitical upon a certain gap between the master signifier and the chain of normal signifiers, which pertains to language as such. We never can have a language whose terms directly designate reality, bypassing the lifestyle connotation. If everything is for sale on the market, this also includes all the self-referential paradoxes. There is also a market for capitalists, who compete for loans from the banks, a market for banks, and a market for brand names themselves. For example, if an old company with a recognizable name goes bankrupt, and all that remains is the name, this name can still be sold on. We can thus say that, when we pay more for a commodity due to its brand name, We are paying the extra price for nothing, for the mere signifier, not for the positive qualities of the product. It is in the interest of the capitalist to maximize the part of the price of a product which covers the brand name, since this part is pure profit, payment for nothing. The ideal would be to sell a mere brand name and thus get money for nothing. Of course, this ideal is an impossible asymptotic point. A product on the actual market can never reach this pure position, since nobody is prepared to pay for nothing more than a name, except another producer who wants a previously known brand name to attach to his own products. Every product thus has to appear to offer some satisfaction beyond that of its brand name. You do not buy Nike as such, but sneakers, a t-shirt or some other object to which its name is attached. The art is to find the limit point, the minimal positive content of a product and the maximum of the brand name, at which the consumer is still prepared to buy. The process of establishing this limit point involves paradoxes of its own. A century ago, Vilfredo Pareto was the first to describe the so-called 80-20th rule of, not only, social life. 80% of land is owned by 20% of people, 80% of profits are produced by 20% of the employees, 80% of decisions are made during 20% of meeting time, 80% of the links on the web point to less than 20% of web pages, 80% of Ps are produced by 20% of the P-pods, and so on. As some social analysts and economists have suggested, today's explosion of economic productivity confronts us with the ultimate case of this rule. The global economy is tending towards a state in which only 20% of the workforce will do all the necessary work, so that 80% of the population will become basically irrelevant and of no use, potentially unemployed. This 80-20th rule follows from what is called scale-free networks, in which a small number of nodes with the greatest number of links is followed by an ever larger number of nodes with an ever smaller number of links. To take an example, among any group of people, a small number of them have links to a large number of other people, while the majority of people know only a small number of people. Social networks spontaneously form nodes, people with a large number of links to other people. In such a scale-free network, competition remains, while the overall distribution remains the same. The identity of the top nodes changes all the time, a latecomer replacing the earlier winners. However, some networks may pass a critical threshold beyond which competition breaks down and the winner takes all. One node grabs all the links, leaving none for the rest. This is what essentially happened with Microsoft, which emerged as the privileged node in the software industry. It grabbed all the links, that is, we have to relate to it in some way in order to communicate with other entities. The great structural question, of course, is, what defines the threshold? Which networks tend to pass that threshold, beyond which point does competition break down and the winner take all? 45. If we take this process fully into account, we will be compelled to question one of the basic presuppositions of market ideology, the idea that when, under ideal conditions, the market mechanism is allowed a free and unencumbered run, the resulting balance, the point where supply and demand intersect, that is, when a commodity is sold for a certain price, will reflect a natural optimal point which is not itself contingent, or a result of the game of competition, but is that X around which supply and demand circulate, around which the price floats. What if, however, this balance point is not natural but artificial, determined by the self-referential game of the market? John Maynard Keynes captured this self-referentiality nicely when he compared the stock market to a silly competition in which the participants have to pick out the prettiest girls from 100 photographs. It is not a case of choosing those which, to the best of one's judgment, are really the prettiest, nor even those which average opinion genuinely thinks the prettiest. We have reached the third degree where we devote our intelligence to anticipating what average opinion expects the average opinion to be. 46. What if this self-referentiality inherent in the market game is so strong that the X around which price oscillates is not given in advance but is generated by the very market process? What this means, in somewhat simpler terms, is that in the market, it is not the best, e.g. the prettiest girl, which wins. The reason Microsoft triumphed over its competitors, or, In the days of video competition, VHS 1 over Betamax had less to do with the inherent quality of the product in relation to the price than with the company's luck in exploiting market mechanisms. The self-referential mechanisms at work here are multiple. It will suffice to mention how the marketing of an object, and its supply generally, itself creates, or at least affects, the demand for it, in the same way that, as Ivan Illich convincingly demonstrated apropos the health industry, new advances in medical procedures and pharmaceuticals expand the scope of what we experience as that domain of our lives which can be treated by medical practices in an extrapolation ad absurdum. Our entire life, inclusive of our dying, becomes a stressful experience to be cured. Another such self-referential mechanism is availability itself. Microsoft won not because its software was the best, but because it succeeded in imposing itself as the standard in its field. This explanation is not tautological, since, for a product to impose itself as the standard in its field, a lot of work has to be done which does not concern primarily its inherent qualities, but rather its marketing and distribution. From Hegel to Marx. And back. Marx's so-called labor theory of value is thus a kind of misnomer. It should in no way be read as claiming that one should discard exchange, or its role in the constitution of value, as a mere appearance which obscures the key fact that labor is the origin of value. One should rather conceive the emergence of value as a process of mediation by means of which value casts off its use value is surplus value over use value. The general equivalent of use values had to be deprived of use value, it had to function as a pure potentiality of use value. Essence is appearance as appearance, value is exchange value as exchange value, or, as Marx put it in a manuscript version of the changes to the first edition of Capital, the reduction of different concrete private labors to this abstraction, abstractum, of the same human labor is accomplished only through exchange which effectively posits the products of different labors as equal to each other. 47 In other words, abstract labor is a value relationship which constitutes itself only in exchange. It is not the substantial property of a commodity independently of its relations with other commodities. For orthodox Marxists, such a relational notion of value is already a compromise with bourgeois political economy which they dismiss as a monetary theory of value. However, the paradox is that these very orthodox Marxists themselves effectively regress to the bourgeois notion of value. They conceive of value as being immanent to the commodity, as its property, and thus naturalize its spectral objectivity which is the fetishized appearance of its social character. We are not dealing here with mere theoretical niceties. The precise determination of the status of money has crucial economic political consequences. If we consider money as a secondary form of expression of value which exists in itself in a commodity prior to its expression, that is, if money is for us a mere secondary resource, a practical means that facilitates exchange, then the door is open to the illusion, succumbed to by leftist followers of Ricardo, that it would be possible to replace money by simple notes designating the amount of work done by their bearer and giving him or her the right to the corresponding part of the social product, as if, by means of this direct work money, one could avoid all fetishism and ensure that each worker is paid their full value. The point of Marx's analysis is that this project ignores the formal determinations of money which make fetishism a necessary effect. In other words, when Marx defines exchange value as the mode of appearance of value, one should mobilize here the entire Hegelian weight of the opposition between essence and appearance. Essence exists only insofar as it appears, it does not pre-exist its appearance. In the same way, the value of a commodity is not its intrinsic substantial property which exists independently of its appearance in exchange. What this means is that Marx's distinction between concrete and abstract labor is also a kind of misnomer. In a Hegelian sense, concrete labor, an individual working on a natural object, transforming it to make it satisfy some human need, is an abstraction from the network of concrete social relations within which it always takes place. This network of social relations inscribes itself into the category of labor precisely in the form of its opposite, of abstract labor, and into its product, a commodity, in the form of its value, as opposed to its use value. Concrete labor refers to the fact that some form of what we consider laboring activity mediates the interactions of humans with nature in all societies. Abstract labor signifies that, in capitalism, labor also has a unique social function. It mediates a new form of social interdependence. In a society in which the commodity is the basic structuring category of the whole, labor and its products are not socially distributed by traditional ties, norms, or overt relations of power and domination, that is, by manifest social relations as is the case in other societies. Instead, labor itself replaces those relations by serving as a kind of quasi-objective means by which the products of others are acquired. In Marx's mature works, then, the notion of the centrality of labor to social life is not a transhistorical proposition. It does not refer to the fact that material production is always a precondition of social life. Nor should it be taken as meaning that material production is the most essential dimension of social life in general, even of capitalism in particular. Rather, it refers to the historically specific constitution by labor in capitalism of the social relations that fundamentally characterize that society. 48. It is in this precise sense that the dynamic of the commodity form is concrete universality, the determining principle which permeates the entire social totality, generating its most abstract/formal forms of self-awareness, like the paradigmatically modern experience of the antinomy between the freely self-determining individual and society as an extrinsic sphere of objective necessity. Marx's theory of value provides the basis for an analysis of capital as a socially constituted form of mediation and wealth whose primary characteristic is a tendency toward its limitless expansion. In Marx's terms, out of a pre-capitalist context characterized by relations of personal dependence, a new one emerged characterized by individual personal freedom within a social framework of objective dependence. Both terms of the classical modern antinomic opposition, the freely self-determining individual and society as an extrinsic sphere of objective necessity, are, according to Marx's analysis, historically constituted with the rise and spread of the commodity-determined form of social relations. 49. The philosopher who elaborated this antinomy between the freely self-determining individual and society as an extrinsic sphere of objective necessity as a key feature of modernity is, of course, Hegel. Hegel also clearly perceived the link between the antinomy in its social aspect, the coexistence of individual freedom and objective necessity in the guise of the rule of market mechanisms, and in its religious aspect, Protestantism with its antinomic motifs of individual responsibility and predestination. This is why, philosophically, the key point here is the ambiguity of the reference to Hegel. First, there are authors, from Althusser to Karatani, who, from different theoretical positions, dismiss the reference to Hegel in Marx's critique of political economy as extraneous coquetry, like Lacan's later devaluation of his reference to Heidegger. Karatani, for example, insists that, although Marx's Darstellung of the self-deployment of capital is full of Hegelian references, the self-movement of capital is far from being equivalent to the circular self-movement of the Hegelian notion, or spirit. Marx's point is that this movement never catches up with itself, that it never recovers its credit, that its resolution is postponed forever, that crisis is its innermost constituent, the sign that the whole of capital is the non-true, as Adorno would have put it, which is why its movement is that of a spurious infinity, forever reproducing itself. Notwithstanding the Hegelian descriptive style, capital distinguishes itself from Hegel's philosophy in its motivation. The end of capital is never the absolute spirit. Capital reveals the fact that capital, though organizing the world, can never go beyond its own limit. It is a Kantian critique of the ill-contained drive of capital/reason to self-realize beyond its limit. 50. It is interesting to note that it was already Adorno who, in his Hegel, 3 Studies, critically characterized Hegel's system in the same financial terms as a system living off credit that it can never pay back. 51. First, however, we must note that Hegel's absolute is also not absolute in the naive sense of achieving full self-identity. It does not end but is forever caught in an eternally repeated circle of self-reproduction. Recall Hegel's image of the idea enjoying its eternal cycle of losing itself and reappropriating its otherness. Second, Marx's critique is precisely not Kantian, since he conceived the notion of limit in the properly Hegelian sense as a positive motivating force which pushes capital further and further in its ever-expanding self-reproduction, not in the Kantian sense of a negative limitation. In other words, what is not visible from the Kantian standpoint is how the ill-contained drive of capital/reason to self-realize beyond its limit is totally co-substantial with this limit. The central antinomy of capital is its driving force, since the movement of capital is ultimately not motivated by the endeavor to appropriate/penetrate all empirical reality external to itself, but by the drive to resolve its inherent antagonism. In other words, capital can never go beyond its own limit, not because some noumenal thing resists its grasp, rather because, in a sense, it is blinded to the fact that there is nothing beyond this limit, only a specter of total appropriation generated by the limit itself. Which brings us back to the political limitations of Karatani's vision. His project is not really communist, but an impossible Kantian dream of a transcendental critical capitalism replacing the normal dogmatic capitalism which wants to appropriate all reality to itself. This Kantian illusion is fully realized in Karatani's reliance on let's, the form of money that would avoid the fetishistic transcendental illusion and thus remain properly transcendental critical. This is why one should refer to the, today totally neglected, work of Alfred Sohnrethel as the necessary companion to Karatani. What cannot but strike the eye of anyone well versed in the history of Marxism is the conspicuous absence of any reference to this author in Karatani's book. Sohnrethel directly deployed the parallel between Kant's transcendental critique and Marx's critique of political economy, but in the opposite critical direction. The structure of the commodity universe is that of the Kantian transcendental space. That is to say, Sohnrethel's goal was to combine Kantian epistemology with Marx's critique of political economy. When people exchange commodities, they abstract from the specific use value, only their value is important. Marx called this abstraction real because it takes place in the social reality of exchange without conscious effort. Whether anybody is aware of it or not is of no importance. And, for Sohnrethel, this type of abstraction is the real basis of formal and abstract thinking. All of Kant's categories such as space, time, quality, substance, accident, movement, and so forth are implicit in the act of exchange. There is thus a formal identity between bourgeois epistemology and the social form of exchange, in that both involve an abstraction. It is the historical separation of exchange and use that grounds the possibility of abstract thought both in ancient Greek and in modern societies. As the origin of the social synthesis, commodity exchange conditions the possibility of all of its thought forms. Exchange is abstract and social in contrast to the private experience of use. What defines the character of intellectual labor in its full-fledged division from all manual labor is the use of non-empirical form abstractions which may be represented by nothing other than non-empirical, pure concepts. The explanation of intellectual labor and of this division thus depends on proving the origin of the underlying, non-empirical form abstractions. This origin can be none other than the real abstraction of commodity exchange, for it is of a non-empirical form character and does not spring from thought. This is the only way in which justice can be done to the nature of intellectual labor and of science and yet avoid idealism. It is Greek philosophy which constitutes the first historical manifestations of the separation of head and hand in this particular mode. For the non-empirical real abstraction is evident in commodity exchange only because through it a social synthesis becomes possible which is in strict spatio-temporal separation from all acts of man's material interchange with nature. This kind of social synthesis does not reach fruition before the 8th or 7th centuries BC in Greece, where the first introduction of coinage around 680 BC was of fundamental importance. Thus we are here confronted with the historical origin of conceptual thought in its fully developed form constituting the pure intellect in its separation from all man's physical capacities. Point 52. Sohnrethel here consequently extends the scope of the social historic mediation to nature itself. It is not only the abstraction from a particular reality which is conditioned by commodity fetishism. The very notion of nature as objective reality deprived of any meaning, as the domain of neutral facts opposed to our subjective values, can only emerge in a society in which the commodity form is predominant. This is why the rise of objective natural sciences which reduce natural phenomena to meaningless positive data is strictly correlative to the rise of commodity exchange. It may be confusing to be told that the notion of nature as a physical object world independent of man emerges from commodity production when it reaches its full growth of monetary economy. Nevertheless, this is a true description of the way in which this conception of nature is rooted in history. It arises when social relations assume the impersonal and reified character of commodity exchange. Point 53. This is Lukács's position in History and Class Consciousness, where he also emphatically claims that nature is a social category. What appears as natural is always mediated/over determined by a historically specific social totality. In contrast to Karatani, the position of Lukács and Soenrethel is thus that the passage from bourgeois ideology with its formalism/dualism to the revolutionary dialectical thought of totality is, philosophically, the passage from Kant to Hegel. According to this second position, Hegel's dialectic is the mystified form of the revolutionary process of emancipatory liberation. The matrix should remain the same, one should merely, as Lukács put it explicitly, replace, in the role of the subject-object of history, the absolute spirit with the proletariat. The, deservedly, famous Grundriss fragment on pre-capitalist modes of economic production can also be read within this horizon, as an attempt to grasp the innermost logic of the historical process along Hegelian lines. The uniqueness of the capitalist mode of production therefore resides in the fact that, in it, labor is torn out from its primordial immersion in its objective conditions, and, because of this, it appears on the one side itself as labor, and, on the other side, the labor's own product, as objectified labor, obtains against labor a completely autonomous existence as value. 54. The worker thus appears as objectless, purely subjective capacity of labor, confronted with the objective conditions of production as its non-property, as a foreign property, as value which exists for itself, as capital. However, this most extreme form of alienation, wherein labor appears in the relation of capital and wage labor, and labor, productive activity appears in relation to its own conditions and its own product, is a necessary point of transition and therefore already contains in itself, in a still only inverted form, turned on its head, the dissolution of all limited presuppositions of production, and moreover creates and produces the unconditional presuppositions of production, and therewith the full material conditions for the total, universal development of the productive forces of the individual. Point 55. History is thus the gradual process of the separation of subjective activity from its objective conditions, that is from its immersion in the substantial totality. This process reaches its culmination in modern capitalism with the emergence of the proletariat, the substance-less subjectivity of workers totally separated from their objective conditions. This separation, however, is in itself already their liberation, since it creates pure subjectivity, exempted from all substantial ties, which only has to appropriate its objective conditions. In contrast to this Hegelian view, the third position is that Hegel's logic is the logic of capital, its speculative expression. This position was systematically deployed by the so-called capital logic school in Germany back in the 1970s, and also in Brazil and Japan. Point 56. The traces of this position are clearly discernible in Capital. For example, Marx describes the passage from money to capital in Hegelian terms as the passage from substance to subject. Capital is the self-deploying and self-differentiating substance, a substance money-made subject. The independent form, i.e., the money form, which the value of commodities assumes in the case of simple circulation, serves only one purpose, namely, their exchange, and vanishes in the final result of the movement. On the other hand, in the circulation MCM, both the money and the commodity represent only different modes of existence of value itself, the money its general mode, and the commodity its particular, or, so to say, disguised mode. It is constantly changing from one form to the other without thereby becoming lost, and thus assumes an automatically active character. If now we take in turn each of the two different forms which self-expanding value successively assumes in the course of its life, we then arrive at these two propositions: capital is money, capital is commodities. In truth, however, value is here the active factor in a process, in which, while constantly assuming the form in turn of money and commodities, it at the same time changes in magnitude, differentiates itself by throwing off surplus value from itself, the original value, in other words, expands spontaneously. For the movement, in the course of which it adds surplus value, is its own movement; its expansion, therefore, is automatic expansion. Because it is value, it has acquired the occult quality of being able to add value to itself. It brings forth living offspring, or, at the least, lays golden eggs. Value, therefore, being the active factor in such a process, and assuming at one time the form of money, at another that of commodities, but through all these changes preserving itself and expanding, it requires some independent form, by means of which its identity may at any time be established. And this form it possesses only in the shape of money. It is under the form of money that value begins and ends, and begins again, every act of its own spontaneous generation. In simple circulation, CMC, the value of commodities attained at the most a form independent of their use values, i.e., the form of money, but that same value now in the circulation MCM, or the circulation of capital, suddenly presents itself as an independent substance, endowed with a motion of its own, passing through a life process of its own, in which money and commodities are mere forms which it assumes and casts off in turn. Nay, more, instead of simply representing the relations of commodities, it enters now, so to say, into private relations with itself. It differentiates itself as original value from itself as surplus value, as the father differentiates himself from himself qua the son, yet both are one and of one age, for only by the surplus value of £10 does the £100 originally advanced become capital, and so soon as this takes place, so soon as the son, and by the son, the father, is begotten, so soon does their difference vanish, and they again become £110.57. Note how Hegelian references abound here. With capitalism, value is not a mere abstract mute universality, a substantial link between the multiplicity of commodities. From the passive medium of exchange, it turns into the active factor in the entire process. Instead of only passively assuming the two different forms of its actual existence, money-commodity, it appears as the subject endowed with a motion of its own, passing through a life process of its own. It differentiates itself from itself, positing its otherness, and then again overcomes this difference. In other words, the movement is its own movement. In this precise sense, instead of simply representing the relations of commodities, it enters into private relations with itself. The truth of its relating to its otherness is itself relating, i.e., in its self-movement, capital retroactively sublates its own material conditions, changing them into subordinate moments of its own spontaneous expansion. In pure Hegelian, it posits its own presuppositions. This notion of Hegelian speculation as the mystified expression of the speculative, self-movement of capital is clearly expressed in this passage. This inversion, Verkehren, by which the sensibly concrete counts only as the form of appearance of the abstractly general and not, on the contrary, the abstractly general as property of the concrete, characterizes the expression of value. At the same time, it makes understanding it difficult. If I say, Roman law and German law are both laws, that is obvious. But if I say, law, das Recht, this abstraction, abstractum, realizes itself in Roman law and in German law, in these concrete laws, the interconnection becoming mystical. Point 58. But, again, one should be very careful here. Marx is not simply criticizing the inversion that characterizes Hegelian idealism, in the style of his youthful writings, especially the German ideology. His point is not that, while effectively Roman law and German law are two kinds of law, in idealist dialectics, the law itself is the active agent, the subject of the entire process which realizes itself in Roman law and German law. Marx's point is that this inversion characterizes reality itself. Let us read again the above quoted passage. If now we take in turn each of the two different forms which self-expanding value successively assumes in the course of its life, we then arrive at these two propositions: capital is money, capital is commodities. In truth, in der Tat, actually, however, value is here the active factor in a process, in which, while constantly assuming the form in turn of money and commodities, it at the same time changes in magnitude, differentiates itself by throwing off surplus value from itself, the original value, in other words, expands spontaneously. It is in truth, actually, that the relations are inverted, that is, that the universality of value realizes itself in its two species, as money and as commodities, as in Hegelian dialectics. The universality of value is here the active factor, the subject. This is why we should distinguish between the way reality appears to the everyday consciousness of the individuals caught in the process, and the way reality appears objectively, without the individuals being aware of it. This second, objective, mystification can only be articulated through theoretical analysis. And this is why Marx wrote that the relations connecting the labor of one individual with that of the rest appear, not as direct social relations between individuals at work, but as what they really are, material relations between persons and social relations between things. The paradoxical claim that, in commodity fetishism, social relations appear as what they really are, as social relations between things. This overlapping of appearance and reality does not mean, as it does for common sense, that we have no mystification, since reality and appearance coincide, but, on the contrary, that mystification is redoubled. In our subjective mystification, we follow a mystification inscribed into social reality itself. It is from this insight that one should reread the following well-known passage from Capital. It is a definite social relation of the producers in which they equate, gleichsetzen, their different types of labor as human labor. It is not less a definite social relation of producers, in which they measure the magnitude of their labors by the duration of expenditure of human labor power. But within our practical interrelations, these social characters of their own labors appear to them as social properties pertaining to them by nature, as objective determinations, Gegenstand like Bestimmungen, of the products of labor themselves, the equality of human labors as a value property of the products of labor, the measure of the labor by the socially necessary labor time as the magnitude of value of the products of labor, and finally the social relations of the producers through their labors appear as a value relation or social relation of these things, the products of labor. Precisely because of this, the products of labor appear to them as commodities, sensible supersensible, sinnliche übersinnlich, or social things. Point 59. The crucial words here are within our practical interrelations. Marx locates the fetishistic illusion not in thinking, in how we misperceive what we do and are, but in our social practice itself. He uses the same words a couple of lines below. Therefore, within our practical interrelations, to possess the equivalent form appears as the social natural property, gesellschaftliche Natureigenschaft, of a thing, as a property pertaining to it by nature, so that hence it appears to be immediately exchangeable with other things just as it exists for the senses, so wie es sinnlich da ist. This is exactly how we should read Marx's general formula of the fetishistic mystification: Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es. They do not know it, but they are doing it. What individuals do not know is the fetishistic inversion they obey within their practical interrelations, that is, in their social reality itself. So, again, we are dealing here with two different levels of mystification. First, there are the theological niceties of the self-movement of capital which have to be unearthed by theoretical analysis. Then, there are mystifications of everyday consciousness which culminate in the so-called Trinity formula: labor, capital, and land as the three factors of every production process, all of which contribute to the value of the product and which are therefore remunerated accordingly. The worker gets a wage, the capitalist gets profit, and the landowner gets ground rent. This final mystification is the result of a series of gradual displacements. First, for the capitalist, the distinction between constant and variable capital, the capital invested into the means and materials of production which, through their use, just transmit their value to the product, and the capital spent on wages which, through the use of labor power, generates surplus value, is replaced by a more logical distinction between circulating and fixed capital, the capital which transmits its entire value to the product in one production cycle, materials and wages, and the capital which transmits its value to the products only gradually, buildings, machines, and other technological equipment. This displacement obfuscates the specific source of surplus value and thus makes it much more logical to talk not about the rate of surplus value, which is the ratio between variable capital and surplus value, but about the profit rate, the ratio between all the invested capital and the surplus value disguised as profit. Point 60. What Marx is proposing here is a structure in the strict structuralist sense of the term. What is a structure? Not just the complex articulation of elements. The minimal definition of a structure is that it involves, at least, two levels, so that the deep structure is displaced/mystified in the superficial obvious structure. A reference to Émile Benvenist's famous analysis of the active, passive, and neutral forms of the verb is helpful here. The true opposites are not active and passive, with the neutral form as the mediator between the two extremes, but active and neutral, opposed along the axis of inclusion/exclusion of the subject into the action rendered by the verb, while the passive form functions as the third term negating the common ground of the first 2.61. In the same way, the deep distinction between constant and variable capital is transformed into the obvious distinction between fixed and circulating capital, surplus value is transformed into profit, and so on. The difference between the second and the third positions was put succinctly by Postone. For Lukács, the proletariat is the subject, which implies that it should realize itself. He is very much a Hegelian, whereas if Marx says capital is the subject, the goal would be to do away with the subject, to free humanity from an ongoing dynamic that it constitutes, rather than to realize the subject. 62. The obvious temptation here is to project the passage from the second to the third position back onto Marx, as the passage from the Grundriss to capital. In the Grundriss, Marx still thought that the Hegelian dialectic provided the matrix of the entire historical movement from prehistory to capitalist alienation and its sublation in the communist revolution, but while he was writing Capital, it became clear to him that the idealist mystifications of the Hegelian dialectic perfectly mirror the metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties which constitute the secret inner life of a commodity. The next temptation would be to say, but why not both? Why can we not read the second and the third positions together? If, as Marx wrote in the Grundriss, capital, capitalist alienation, is in itself, that is, in an inverted form, already the hope for liberation from domination, can one not then say that Hegel's logic is in itself, in mystified/inverted form, already the logic of emancipation? Which of these three positions is then the correct one? Did Marx just externally coquette with Hegel's dialectical terminology? Did he rely on it as a mystified formulation of the revolutionary process of emancipation? Or as an idealistic formulation of the very logic of capitalist domination? The first thing to note is that the latter reading of Hegel's dialectic does not go all the way. What, in this view, Hegel deploys is the mystified expression of the mystification immanent to the circulation of the capital, or, in Lacanian terms, of its objectively social fantasy. To put it in somewhat naive terms, for Marx, capital is not really a subject substance which reproduces itself by way of positing its own presuppositions and so on. What this Hegelian fantasy of capital's self-generating reproduction obliterates is workers' exploitation, that is, how the circle of capital's self-reproduction draws its energy from the external, or, rather, extimate, source of value, how it has to parasitize workers. So why not pass directly to the description of workers' exploitation? Why bother with fantasies which sustain the functioning of the capital? It is crucial for Marx to include in the description of capital this intermediary level of objective fantasy, which is neither the way capitalism is experienced by its subjects. They are good empirical nominalists unaware of the theological niceties of capital, nor the real state of things, of workers being exploited by capital. So, back to our question about which of the three versions is the correct one. There is a fourth position to be explored, in which one shifts the accent onto Hegel and asks a simple question: which Hegel is our point of reference here? Do both Lukács and the capital logic theorists not refer to the idealist subjectivist, reading of Hegel, to the standard image of Hegel as the absolute idealist who asserted spirit as the true agent of history, its subject substance? Within this framework, capital can effectively appear as a new embodiment of the Hegelian spirit, an abstract monster which moves and mediates itself, parasitizing the activity of actual really existing individuals. This is why Lukács also remains all too idealist when he proposes simply replacing Hegelian spirit with the proletariat as the subject-object of history. Lukács is here not really Hegelian, but a pre-Hegelian idealist. 63 One is even tempted here to talk about Marx's idealist inversion of Hegel, in contrast to Hegel, who was well aware that the owl of Minerva takes off only at dusk, after the fact, in other words, that thought follows being, which is why, for Hegel, there can be no scientific insight into the future of society. Marx reasserts the primacy of thought. The owl of Minerva, German contemplative philosophy, should be replaced by the crowing of the Gallic rooster, French revolutionary thought, announcing the proletarian revolution. In the proletarian revolutionary act, thought will precede being. Marx thus sees in Hegel's motif of the owl of Minerva an indication of the secret positivism of Hegel's idealist speculation. Hegel leaves reality the way it is. Hegel's reply might be that the delay of consciousness does not imply any naive objectivism, so that consciousness is caught in a transcendent objective process. What is inaccessible is the impact of the subject's act itself, its own inscription into objectivity. Of course, thought is immanent to reality and changes it, but not as fully self-transparent self-consciousness, not as an act aware of its impact. A Hegelian thus accepts Lukács's notion of consciousness as opposed to mere knowledge of an object. Knowledge is external to the known object, while consciousness is in itself practical, an act which changes its very object. Once a worker considers himself as belonging to the ranks of the proletariat, this changes his very reality. He acts differently. One does something, one counts oneself as, declares oneself as, the person who did it, and, on the basis of this declaration, one does something new. The proper moment of subjective transformation occurs at the moment of declaration, not at the moment of the act. This reflexive moment of declaration means that every utterance not only transmits some content, but, simultaneously, determines how the subject relates to this content. Even the most down-to-earth objects and activities always contain such a declarative dimension, which constitutes the ideology of everyday life. What one should add here is that self-consciousness is itself unconscious. We are not aware of the point of our self-consciousness. If ever there was a critic of the fetishizing effect of fascinating and dazzling leitmotifs, it is Adorno. In his devastating analysis of Wagner, he tries to demonstrate how the Wagnerian leitmotifs serve as fetishized elements of easy recognition and thus constitute a kind of inner structural commodification of his music. 64 It is then a supreme irony that traces of this same fetishizing procedure can be found in Adorno's own writings. Many of his provocative one-liners do effectively capture a profound insight or at least touch on a crucial point. For example, nothing is more true in psychoanalysis than its exaggerations. However, more often than his partisans are ready to admit, Adorno gets caught up in his own game, infatuated with his own ability to produce dazzlingly effective paradoxical aphorisms at the expense of theoretical substance. Recall the famous line from Dialectic of Enlightenment on how Hollywood's ideological manipulation of social reality realizes Kant's idea of the transcendental constitution of reality. In such cases where the dazzling effect of the unexpected short circuit, here between Hollywood cinema and Kantian ontology, effectively overshadows the theoretical line of argumentation. The brilliant paradox works precisely in the same manner as the Wagnerian leitmotif. Instead of serving as a nodal point in the complex network of structural mediations, it generates idiotic pleasure by focusing attention on itself. This unintended self-reflexivity is something of which Adorno undoubtedly was not aware. His critique of the Wagnerian leitmotif was an allegorical critique of his own writing. Is this not an exemplary case of the unconscious reflexivity of thinking? When criticizing his opponent Wagner, Adorno effectively deploys a critical allegory of his own writing in Hegel's. The truth of his relation to the other is a self-relation. Another Hegel appears here, a more materialist Hegel, for whom reconciliation between subject and substance does not mean that the subject swallows its substance, internalizing it in its own subordinate moment. Reconciliation rather amounts to a much more modest overlapping or redoubling of the two separations. The subject has to recognize in its alienation from the substance the separation of the substance from itself. This overlapping is what is missed in the Feuerbachian Marxian logic of disalienation, in which the subject overcomes its alienation by recognizing itself as the active agent which itself posited what appears to it as its substantial presupposition. In religious terms, this overlapping would amount to the direct, appropriation of God by humanity. The mystery of God is man. God is nothing but the reified/substantialized version of human collective activity, and so on. What is missing here, in theological terms, is the movement of double kenosis which forms the very core of Christianity. God's self-alienation overlaps with the alienation from God of the human individual who experiences himself as alone in a godless world, abandoned by a God dwelling in some inaccessible transcendent beyond. It is this double kenosis that the standard Marxist critique of religion as the self-alienation of humanity misses. Modern philosophy would not have its own subject if God's sacrifice had not occurred. 65 For subjectivity to emerge not as a mere epiphenomenon of the global substantial ontological order, but as essential to substance itself, the split, negativity, and particularization, the self-alienation, must be posited as something that takes place at the very heart of the divine substance. In other words, the move from substance to subject must occur within God himself. In short, man's alienation from God, the fact that God appears to him as an inaccessible in itself, as a pure transcendent beyond, must coincide with the alienation of God from himself. The most poignant expression of this is, of course, Christ's Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? On the cross, finite human consciousness only represents God because God represents itself. Consciousness is only at a distance from God because God distances himself from himself. 66. This is why standard Marxist philosophy oscillates between the ontology of dialectical materialism, which reduces human subjectivity to a particular ontological sphere. No wonder that Georgy Plekhanov, the creator of the term dialectical materialism, also described Marxism as dynamized Spinozism, and the philosophy of praxis which, from the young Lukács onwards, takes collective subjectivity which posits/mediates every objectivity as its starting point and horizon, and is thus unable to think its genesis from the substantial order, the ontological explosion, the Big Bang, which gives rise to it. In the Hegelian reconciliation between subject and substance, there is no absolute subject which, in total self-transparency, appropriates and internalizes all objective substantial content. But reconciliation also does not mean, as it does in German idealism from Hölderlin to Schelling, that the subject should renounce its hubristic perception of itself as the axis of the world and accept its constitutive decentering, its dependence on some primordial abyssal absolute which is beyond/beneath the subject-object divide, and, as such, also beyond the subjective conceptual grasp. The subject is not its own origin. Hegel firmly rejects Fichte's notion of the absolute I which posits itself and is nothing but the pure activity of the self-positing. But the subject is also not just a secondary accidental appendix or outgrowth of some pre-subjective substantial reality. There is no substantial being to which the subject can return, no encompassing organic order of being in which the subject has to find its proper place. Reconciliation between subject and substance means acceptance of this radical lack of any firm foundational point. The subject is not its own origin, it is secondary, dependent upon its substantial presuppositions, but these presuppositions do not have a substantial consistency of their own and are always retroactively posited. The only absolute is thus the process itself. That the truth is the whole means that we should not look at the process that is self-manifestation as a deprivation of the original being. Nor should we look at it only as an ascent to the highest. The process is already the highest. The subject for Hegel is nothing but the active relationship to itself. In the subject there is nothing underlying its self-reference, there is only the self-reference. For this reason, there is only the process and nothing underlying it. Philosophical and metaphorical models such as emanation, Neoplatonism, or expression, Spinozism, present the relationship between the infinite and the finite in a way that fails to characterize what the process, self-manifestation, is. 67. And this is also how one should approach Hegel's outrageously speculative formulations about spirit being its own result, a product of itself, while spirit has its beginnings in nature in general. The extreme to which spirit tends is its freedom, its infinity, its being in and for itself. These are the two aspects, but if we ask what spirit is, the immediate answer is that it is this motion, this process of proceeding from, of freeing itself from, nature. This is the being, the substance of spirit itself. 68. Spirit is thus radically desubstantialized. Spirit is not a positive counterforce to nature, a different substance which gradually breaks and shines through the inert nature. It is nothing but this process of freeing itself. Hegel directly disowns the notion of spirit as some kind of positive agent which underlies the process. Spirit is usually spoken of as subject, as doing something, and apart from what it does, as this motion, this process, as still something particular, its activity being more or less contingent. It is of the very nature of spirit to be this absolute liveliness, this process, to proceed forth from naturality, immediacy, to sublate, to quit its naturality, and to come to itself, and to free itself, it being itself only as it comes to itself as such a product of itself, its actuality being merely that it has made itself into what it is. 69. If, then, it is only as a result of itself that it is spirit. 70. This means that the standard discourse on the Hegelian spirit which alienates itself, and then recognizes itself in its otherness and thus reappropriates its content, is deeply misleading. The self to which spirit returns is produced in the very movement of this return, or, in other words, that to which the process of return is returning is produced by the very process of returning. Recall here the unsurpassed concise formulations from Hegel's logic on how essence presupposes itself, and the sublating of this presupposition is essence itself. Conversely, this sublating of its presupposition is the presupposition itself. Reflection therefore finds before it an immediate which it transcends and from which it is the return. But this return is only the presupposing of what reflection finds before it. What it thus found only comes to be through being left behind. For the presupposition of the return into self, that from which essence comes, and is only as this return is only in the return itself. 71. When Hegel says that a notion is the result of itself, that it provides its own actualization, this claim which, initially at least, cannot but appear extravagant, the notion is not simply a thought activated by the thinking subject, but possesses a magic property of self-movement, is to be approached, as it were, from the opposite side. Spirit as the spiritual substance is a substance, and in itself, which sustains itself only through the incessant activity of the subjects engaged in it. For example, a nation exists only insofar as its members take themselves as members of this nation and act accordingly. It has absolutely no content, no substantial consistency, outside this activity, and the same goes for, say, the notion of communism. This notion generates its own actualization by way of motivating people to strive